Scoring the Sacred Body of the Ancients from the Get Chapter 1068 to Chapter 1139. Orochi Shrine was a sacred place that the Haki imperial family worshipped. It was also a forbidden area that was absolutely forbidden to enter. In the past, the Haki imperial family only dared to worship outside and beg for blessings from the evil god. It was impossible for them to enter. But now, Nara actually said that he wanted to enter Orochi Shrine. This undoubtedly caused a stir in the entire Haki imperial family. Logically speaking, the fall of the quasi-immortal level was related to Nara. If he was still the useless young master, he would definitely be impeached. Even his position as the young master would be lost. But now, after Nara broke through to the supreme level and manifested the phantom of the evil god Orochi, all the Haki imperial family members understood. Nara was the last hope of the entire Haki imperial family. So in the face of Nara's words, many of the Haki imperial family members remained silent. An elder asked, "Nara, have you thought it through? That is the forbidden area of our family. No one knows what will happen after entering. If anything happens then," the elder didn't continue. Although Nara was the reason for the fall of the quasi-immortal level. But now, Nara was very important to the Haki imperial family. They couldn't afford to lose him. "No matter what, I have to go in." Nara's tone was firm. Even if he broke the seal and broke through to the supreme level, he was still no match for Jun Xiaoyao. The only way was to enter Orochi Shrine. This was his last hope and capital to turn things around. So no matter how big the risk was, he had to go in. What's more, Nara didn't think that he would encounter any danger. After all, in the past, when the purple light in Orochi Shrine sealed his cultivation, there was a sentence that echoed in his mind. "Enter the shrine and accept the evil god's baptism." Nara believed that he wouldn't encounter any danger. Soon, Nara arrived in front of Orochi Shrine. The shrine was extremely old, and the surrounding environment was dark. It was as if even light couldn't project into the shrine. Looking at this shrine, Nara had mixed feelings. When his cultivation was sealed, he hated this shrine very much. This shrine had caused him to bear endless infamy and even made him the infamous trash young master of the chaotic demon sea. Ironically, his only hope now lay in this shrine. Nara took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and entered the shrine. He was also very curious about what was inside the shrine. Grandson, outside, Naro's grandfather and the others couldn't help holding their breaths. After entering the shrine, Nara only felt a chill, as if he was wading through water. There was no oppressive aura. It was extremely dark inside the shrine. There was no light at all, and it was very quiet. It was as if he had come to a dead universe. There was no sound, no light. However, Nara was able to feel an attractive force. It was as if something was calling him. He followed the guidance in his heart and continued to go deeper. Finally, he saw it. There was a faint blue flame in front of him that was as cold as a will-o'-the-wisp. And in the center, there was a relief sculpture wall. On the wall was a terrifying creature with 8 ferocious snake heads. It was once the overlord of the chaotic demon sea, an ancient dark existence, a creature that brought endless destruction to the world, Yamada no Orochi, or rather, evil god Yamada, at the same time that Nara saw the relief sculpture. The 8 pairs of eyes of the Yamada no Orochi carved on the relief sculpture lit up with a faint purple demonic light at the same time. Then, under Nara's shocked gaze, the Yamada no Orochi, which was originally a relief sculpture, actually began to squirm. Then, it turned into a ball of purple-black evil divine light and directly fled toward Nara. Ah! Nara instantly felt a blazing heat, and every drop of blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It was as if a terrifying energy had taken root deeply in his body. Countless demonic voices echoed in his mind. Ancient scenes appeared one after another. In the scenes, he seemed to have transformed into an evil god that dominated everything. In his ears, there was still a vague echo of chaotic words. Nara couldn't hear it clearly, but he vaguely heard the words Dark Devil Monarch. The purple evil force wrapped Nara's entire body like a cocoon. Outside the shrine, the people of the Haki imperial family were all alert after hearing Nara scream. After an unknown amount of time, a purple-black pillar of light suddenly burst out from the shrine, reaching the sky completely. For a time, monstrous waves were set off around the entire Yamata no Orochi Island. Countless creatures were dormant and trembling. Some very ancient and ferocious sea beasts, sensing this aura, also trembled incomparably and shrank into the abyss at the bottom of the sea. Because they had a sense of fear that originated from their bloodline and soul. It was as if their ancestors had trembled and submitted under the pressure of this huge evil force a long time ago. At the same time, when this aura erupted, there was also a group of people who had an inexplicable feeling. At the edge of the chaotic demon sea, a floating ship traversed the heavens. On the deck of the ship stood a young man with slightly tanned skin. He had a pair of black fox ears on his head and 10 tails on his back. It was Xianxia. His form had changed slightly from before. It meant that he could already start to master the power of the 10-tailed black fox of destruction. This time, he came to the chaotic demon sea because he heard that another king of destruction had appeared in the chaotic demon sea. He wanted to see if he could rope him into the same camp. After all, Xianxia and he were mortal enemies. Moreover, the 6 kings of destruction were going to the Avacania lands, so Xianxia also rushed over. Beside him, there were some experts from the Infernal Imperial family and the Magia Imperial family accompanying him. That aura? Xianxia looked over. In the extremely distant sea level, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the sky and the earth. Vaguely, there seemed to be a boundless demonic shadow that appeared from time to time. Its majestic body seemed to fill the world. Dark Devil Monarch. Unknowingly, those 4 words came out of Xianxia's mouth. Even he himself did not react. On the other side, in the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon's Island, in the depths of an underground palace, a young man was inside. He wore a loose black robe. His black hair reached the ground and his skin was fair. He had a very handsome appearance. There was a scale in between his eyebrows. One could faintly see that there seemed to be a black hexagram engraved on the scale. A thin dark golden paper was floating in the air before him. A faint power of time pervaded the paper. Every word on the paper seemed to contain the power of time and space. At a certain moment, the young man seemed to have sensed something. His gaze looked into the distance through the layers of barriers. Indeed, my guess was correct. He is indeed that person. The man muttered to himself. There was no surprise in his eyes. To dare provoke him is simply foolish. What's even more foolish is to provoke me. A faint cold glint flashed through the man's black and white eyes. He was the elder brother that Zhu Huang had mentioned. The prince of the Candle Dragon's bloodline, Zhu Yi. At the same time, he had another identity. He was the 2nd king of the 6 kings of destruction. Xianxia and Zhu Yi weren't the only ones who sensed it. Jun Xiaoyao and Kagura, who were on the Iza clan's island, also sensed it. In a pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao and Kagura stood side by side, looking into the distance. A purple-black pillar of evil power connected the sky and the earth. Anyone in the chaotic demon sea could see it clearly. First King's Palace. It seems that our guess was correct. Kagura's eyes showed a hint of worry when she saw the pillar of light. That terrifying evil force caused her heart to palpitate a little. It could be said that if Nara really became the Dark Devil Monarch, it would be disadvantageous for Jun Xiaoyao, and he might even be restricted. Now that's interesting. By the way, why did the Dark Devil Monarch appear, and why can the Dark Devil Monarch lead the 6 kings? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. Kagura shook her head slightly. I don't know the specifics. After all, it was only a vague legend before. But what? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. According to some ancient records of my clan, the Dark Devil Monarch seemed to have been bestowed by the ultimate calamity. That's why he has the ability to lead the 6 kings. What did the ultimate calamity bestow upon the Dark Devil Monarch? Jun Xiaoyao was even more curious. It seems to be a drop of blood, Kagura said. A drop of blood? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He immediately thought of many things. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, then it's even more interesting. Who knows if that Nara is the real Dark Devil Monarch? Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful tone. What do you mean? Kagura was confused and a little confused. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was unfathomable. He always had a confident look on his face, as if everything was under his control. Don't worry. Next, let's see if Nara dares to trouble me. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Then, Jun Xiaoyao sent a message. He told Su Hongyi to come to the chaotic demon sea as well. The real show was about to begin, as the entire chaotic demon ocean was startled by the rare occurrence. At the source of the chaos, on the island of Yamada, the purple-black light pillar that reached the sky finally slowly disappeared with the flow of time. All of the living beings of the Haki imperial family held their breaths nervously, as if they were waiting for something. In the depths of the Orochi shrine, the purple light began to disperse. Nara's figure appeared. It was different from before. A ferocious purple-black armor appeared on his body. This purple-black armor carried a mysterious, strange, and dark aura. It was as if no divine weapon could destroy it. Evil God's armor. Nara muttered. His cultivation was the same as before, still in the Nine Heavens Supreme Realm. However, he felt that there was a fundamental change in him. There were many more memories in his mind. Naturally, he had mastered many terrifying great supernatural powers. Many of them were much stronger than the Yamada abyss that he had used before. In addition, this evil god's armor also provided him with invincible defense. It was almost comparable to a world-destroying forbidden weapon. More importantly, this armor could also increase his attributes in all aspects. It could be said that although Nara was still a Nine Heavens Supreme Realm cultivator, even a lesser Heavenly Master-level powerhouse couldn't pose a threat to him. His current strength couldn't be compared to before. Of course, there was the most important point. Dark Devil Monarch, I'm actually the legendary Dark Devil Monarch who commanded the Six Kings. Nara's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe it at all. This was simply a blessing from the heavens, causing his mind to feel a little dizzy. However, Nara's temperament was still good, and he quickly calmed down. Evil God Yamada was once enlightened by the ultimate calamity and became the Dark Devil Monarch who commanded the Six Kings. In that case, am I not Xiaoya's superior? Thinking of this, Nara's eyes were filled with endless resentment. It could be said that if there was no Jun Xiaoyao, presumably, he would have already cleared his name and even had a beautiful woman in his arms. And everything he had was destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao. No hurry, I still seem to be missing something. Although Nara already knew his identity, he still felt that he wasn't in his best state. What else am I missing? Oh right, blood, it's a drop of blood. Nara tried hard to recall. He found that in his ancient memories. There was a drop of black blood. That drop of blood seemed to contain endless darkness, carrying a power that made the heavens palpitate. And evil god Yamada also relied on that drop of blood to dominate the entire chaotic demon sea and make countless living beings live under his rule. This was also the reason why evil god Yamada was loyal to the ultimate calamity. So that's how it is. I need that drop of blood to truly become the Dark Devil Monarch and the successor of the evil god. Nara completely understood. The current him, strictly speaking, hadn't completely awakened the power of the Dark Devil Monarch. He had only obtained the Dark Devil Monarch's world-destroying forbidden weapon, the evil god. Armor. I need to find another drop of black blood. There are no traces of it in the chaotic demon sea, so it can only be in the Avacania place, Nara muttered to himself. He was already thinking about what to do next. Now he was confident that even if he met Jun Xiaoyao again, not to mention that he could suppress Jun Xiaoyao, at least Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to threaten him. It was even more impossible to beat him into such a sorry state like before. Wait patiently for the last king to appear. At that time everything will be clear. And Xiaoyao, you probably didn't expect that even if you are the first king, you still have to listen to me. At the thought of this, Nara was secretly pleased. He was already thinking about how to torture Jun Xiaoyao after completely awakening the power of the Dark Devil Monarch. Oh right, there are a few other kings who seem to have grudges with Xiaoyao, such as the ten-tailed black fox of destruction and the candle dragon. Now Nara could already sense the fluctuations of the world-destroying king. One of the fluctuations came from the candle dragon. There was no need to doubt who it was. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that Nara didn't come to him for revenge. It seems that although this Nara is a little stupid, he's not so stupid that he doesn't have a bottom line. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. At this moment, he was lying comfortably in a hot spring in the Xianxia tribe. Soaking in hot springs was Jun Xiaoyao's hobby that was engraved in his bones. It was just that after coming to the foreign territory, he had been busy with his plans and had no time to relax at all. Now, it felt like the calm before the storm. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao also took a break from his busy schedule. Kagura and Yomi, this pair of cousins, were also wearing revealing clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white and tender skin. They served Jun Xiaoyao by his side, massaging and bathing him. "Lord Xiaoyao, your figure is so good," Yomi was massaging Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders. Her face was also flushed, and she was very tempted by Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have explosive muscles, but his well-proportioned muscles and bones had a natural sense of perfection and harmony. Yomi continued to look, and her face became redder and redder. On the other side, Kagura's eyes were also as charming as water. She said, "My cousin and I can't stand young master's size." Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly as if he didn't hear anything. In fact, after signing in the mysterious Yang Pestle, he had indeed gone a little beyond the range of women. One step to the stomach was no longer an adjective. At this moment, a maid's respectful voice came from outside. "Lord Xiaoyao's follower is here." "Is Red Coat here?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The kings were about to gather, and the real curtain was about to open. A storm was coming. At the border between chaotic Demon Sea and Avacania lands. It was a hazy gray fog. The fog was thick, shrouding heaven and earth. From time to time, some strange beast roars could be heard, making one's scalp go numb and body turn cold. This was a foggy area on the way from chaotic Demon Sea to Avacania lands. If there were no creatures in Avacania lands to guide them. If the creatures of the outside world rashly entered, getting lost would be considered lucky. If they stepped into a certain dangerous place or a formation, then they wouldn't even know how they died. It was rumored that there were all kinds of terrifying and strange regions in the foggy area, dark crevices, death trenches, and so on. It could be said that even supreme beings would be in danger if they rashly stepped in. Unless it was a supreme being above the quasi-immortal realm, they could directly cross over. But in the entire foreign realm, how many supreme beings above the quasi-immortal realm were there? Therefore, this also created the mystery and terror of Avacania lands even more. It was a forbidden area that most foreign creatures could not cross. However, at this moment, in the foggy area, the shadow of a boat suddenly appeared. The surface of the sea rippled. The shadow of the boat gradually became clear in the gray fog. It was actually a small boat. On the small boat stood an old man and a young man. The old man wore a conical bamboo hat, holding a wooden paddle, rowing the boat. As for the young man, he looked extremely handsome. However, his eyes carried a kind of evil charm of pure black, appearing rather deep and strange. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. The foggy area that could be called the all spirits forbidden area. But there was an old man and a young man who came on a small boat. Then there was only one possibility. This old man and young man were the creatures of Avacania lands. It was very difficult for the creatures of the outside world to pass through the foggy area, even risking their lives. But the creatures of Avacania lands could enter and leave at will. It's about time. Just like the clan's prophecy, this great world will be the time when our world completely collapses the immortal domain. How many years has it been to wait for such an opportunity? The great and supreme calamity has clearly been waiting for a long time. This young man's aura was deep. At this moment, when he spoke, there was a fanatical worship. Worship towards the ultimate calamity. He slowly raised his hand. On his palm, there was a dark six-pointed star imprint. It's time. Gather all the kings and go to the unspeakable lands together. As the young man's voice fell, the dark hexagram mark on his palm suddenly released a pitch-black light that shot towards the sky. Above the firmament, dark clouds pressed down, and the weather changed. A black hexagram mark appeared in the sky. At the same time, the world devastator kings in various parts of the chaotic Demon Sea also sensed this aura. Another world destroyer king. now we're all here. On a ship, Xianxia looked at the hexagram mark in the distant sky, his eyes flashing. The final king had appeared. The hexagram mark on Xianxia's abdomen also emitted a black light that shot into the sky. The second hexagram mark appeared. He didn't hesitate and headed straight to that area. On Orochi Island. Clad in the evil god armor, Nara stepped into the air with his hands clasped behind his back under the reverent gazes of the Haki imperial family. Right now, he was clad in the evil god armor and looked like a completely different person compared to the pathetic him at the wedding banquet. Presently, Nai Luo was simply like the son of an evil god, and he carried an innate aura of slaughter and power. Yu Xiaoyao, I look forward to meeting you again. Nero's state of mind was completely at peace, because sufficient power had given him sufficient confidence. On the other side, on the Candle Dragon's Island. Similarly, a terrifying aura erupted and the underground palace shook. A figure dashed forward with a flicker. He was dressed in a black robe and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He had handsome features and there was a scale between his eyebrows. The black hexagram mark on the scale shot a dark light into the sky. The third hexagram mark appeared. It's finally time for the meeting between the 6 kings and the dark demon monarch. And Yu Xiaoyao, my brother's life isn't that easy to take. This young figure was naturally Zhu Yi. He took a step forward, and his speed was so fast that even time seemed to be shortened. From this, it could be seen. His control of his bloodline ability, the power of time. It was much more profound than Zhu Huang's. The two were not on the same level at all. Just as the clouds were moving. The Izia clan, 1 man and 2 women, 3 figures appeared in the void. They were Jun Xiaoyao, Kagura, and Su Hongyi, who had rushed over from the War God Academy. And on the 3 of them, there was also a black light shooting out, turning into a black hexagram mark that was imprinted in the sky. In an instant, 6 hexagram marks were imprinted in the sky. The last king has also appeared. Including us, the 6 kings have gathered. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the mark of the 6 paths in the sky with a relaxed expression, showing no signs of nervousness or fear. He was about to come into contact with the deepest secrets of the foreign realm. This was something that no one in the celestial realm could do. If he really found out some peerless secret, Jun Xiaoyao would undoubtedly be a great contributor to the celestial realm. Of course, all of this would be discussed after reaching the unspeakable place. By the way, I want to ask you something. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the 2 women. Kagura and Su Hongyi both looked at Jun Xiaoyao. If that Nara is really the Dark Devil Monarch, then doesn't that mean that he also has the right to command you? Then, who do you listen to? The 6 kings were led by the Dark Devil Monarch. Kagura and Su Hongyi were both part of the 6 kings, but they were also controlled by the Dark Devil Monarch. Su Hongyi didn't pause for even a second. Her blood-red eyes were filled with loyalty and determination. It was the young master who gave me a new life. I am the young master's subordinate, and I only listen to the young master's orders. If that Dark Devil Monarch dares to harm the young master, I will not let him go. As Su Hongyi spoke, her blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao's enemy was her enemy as well. Kagura was speechless for a moment. Then, she smiled charmingly and said, "First King's Palace, what are you talking about? I have always been on your side. Besides, you are the first king. You don't have to lower your head in front of the Dark Devil Monarch." Kagura was obviously not as loyal as Su Hongyi, who was even willing to give up her life for Jun Xiaoyao. She only felt gratitude and admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. She even had a hint of lust for Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. He smiled and said, "All right, let's go and meet them." The 3 figures broke through the void and headed toward the source of the dark hexagram, which was also the direction of the fog. The entire chaotic demon sea was stirred up. It wasn't just the chaotic demon sea. It was to the extent where on the foreign side's 10 great provinces side, one could similarly see the 6 dark hexagram imprints engraved in the sky dome. The 6 kings of destruction have gathered. Many important figures and ancient existences sighed. Perhaps the 6 kings hadn't grown up yet. But as time passed, the 6 kings would eventually grow into the immortal kings of destruction. At that time, it would be a great calamity for the immortal realm. Styx River Province, the deepest underground of the Ares Academy. This was a place that no one in the academy could set foot in. Because the one cultivating in seclusion here was the ancient supreme of the Ares Academy, the Xianxia Beach. At this moment, in an underground blessed abode, there was a huge commotion. A bald old man with a turtle shell on his back and white hair on his temples came to the depths of the paradise. The old man looked ordinary and didn't have any aura. He even looked old. No one would have guessed that this ordinary-looking old man was the famous Ares Academy, the Xianxia Beach. At this moment, the Xianxia Beach looked into the depths of the paradise. There was a misty aura there, which isolated all divine wills from prying. Even karma was blocked. One could only vaguely sense that a blurry white-clothed figure was quietly sitting inside. Vaguely, a terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens, shake the universe, and suppress the world was brewing. It was like a dragon hidden in the abyss. "Sir, the 6 kings have all appeared. They should be heading to the unspeakable lands." The Xianxia Beach cupped his hands towards the misty depths. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be so shocked that their scalps would explode. A famous immortal king of the foreign realm actually addressed a mysterious existence as Sir. This was simply an unbelievable thing. The entire chaotic demon sea and even the foreign realm were stirred up because of the 6 kings. On the immortal domain's side, there was also movement. Someone discovered that the Jun family, who had been sitting calmly, seemed to have begun to secretly move. Some of the Jun family's quasi-emperor ancestors scattered in various ancient lands and even forbidden lands began to gather. Some of the Jun family's teams seemed to be gathering as well. This made many immortal forces extremely surprised. One had to know that in the previous confrontation between the immortal domain and the foreign realm, although the Jun family also contributed, overall, they were in a state of watching from the sidelines. They didn't fully mobilize. Some people believed that even if the immortal domain was broken through, the Jun family would probably be able to form a realm of their own and be safe. Therefore, the Jun family didn't use all their strength. But now, seeing the Jun family mobilize, many people were surprised. Did the sun rise from the west? An old antique with Archean royalty whispered. Let's see what the Jun family is planning. However, I keep feeling that the Jun family's intentions aren't that simple. Could it be that they are planning something big? On the Supreme Xianting's side, there were also supreme experts who were thinking. But no matter what, everyone in the immortal domain vaguely had a premonition. It seemed that something huge was about to happen. That matter might completely change the situation of the war between the 2 realms. Foreign realm, chaotic demon sea. The 3 figures advanced rapidly in the void. It was Jun Xiaoyao and the other 2. Jun Xiaoyao had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll. He controlled the Kuan Peng's extreme speed and also had the space book. If he didn't deliberately slow down, Kagura and Su Hongyi wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. We should be arriving soon. Jun Xiaoyao looked into the distance. That area should be the fog area, located at the border of chaotic demon sea and Avacania lands, Kagura said. If that's the case, could the last king be a being from the ultimate monarch clan from the unspeakable lands? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. It's very likely. Kagura nodded slightly. Ultimate Emperor clan, the most mysterious and ancient force in the foreign realm. Their status was the same as the Jun family, Xianting, Underworld, and other top immortal forces in the immortal domain. It could be said that the reason why the other side was so powerful, full of aggressiveness, was definitely because of Ultimate Emperor clans. Interesting. I would like to meet the geniuses of the Ultimate Emperor race. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. He was not nervous at all. Kagura was rendered speechless. Even if she were to encounter an Ultimate Monarch clan being, she would still feel a trace of apprehension. This was because there were rumors that the most ancient Ultimate Emperor clans seemed to have a great relationship with the Ultimate Calamity. Of course, this was a foreign taboo. Even Kagura couldn't find out too much. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He waved his sleeves and said, "Step back." Su Hongyi and Kagura were both forced back by the shockwave. Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt that time in a small area around him seemed to have stopped flowing. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. A figure came crashing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Candle Dragon's lineage. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. His body shook, and chaotic energy surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption. Chaotic force was also a type of supreme attribute of power. It was not much weaker than the power of time. Almost in an instant, Jun Xiaoyao regained his freedom. Then, he clenched his fist and collided with the figure attacking him. Eh? The figure was clearly surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to break through the seal so easily. Then, the two fists collided, bang, the collision was like a sudden clap of thunder. Runes flashed, and a huge wave was set off. The entire surface of the sea was completely crushed by the pressure of the collision of laws. Cough. With a muffled cough, the figure retreated several hundred meters before finally coming to a stop. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao retract his fist and look at the figure. "Zhu Yi, how dare you!" Xun Li's shout sounded from behind. The figure was a young and handsome man in black robes. His black hair fluttered in the wind and there was an illumination dragon scale on his glabella. It was the prince of the Candle Dragon's lineage, the second king, Zhu Yi. The chaos body lives up to its reputation. Zhu Yi raised his hand slowly. The hand he used to punch with was still trembling slightly. Cracks began to appear on the bones of his arms. If not for the fact that the Illumination Dragon lineage had an extremely strong physique to begin with, after this exchange of blows, his arm would definitely be blown off. "You're Zhu Huang's elder brother, the second king, Zhu Yi." Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. He looked at Zhu Yi and frowned slightly. He sensed that there was an unusual aura on Zhu Yi's body. It was an extremely familiar aura. It was the aura of a heavenly book. However, what made Jun Xiaoyao frown was, it was indeed the aura of a heavenly book, but there was something wrong with it. Zhu Yi ignored Shenle and Su Hongyi and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. "I heard that you have one of the 9 great heavenly books, the Soul Book." "Why, it seems that you have one too." Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't just have the Soul Book. He also had the Body Book, the Space Book, the Treasure Book, and the Life Book. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't stupid enough to say that out loud. "I'm indeed more interested in the Soul Book you have," Zhu Yi said. "I'm also more interested in the heavenly book you have. If I'm not wrong, you should have one of the 9 great heavenly books, the Time Book. Just like the Space Book, it described the ultimate path of space. The Book of Time recorded the ultimate Tao of time. It was also compatible with the Candle Dragon's natural theurgy. It was no wonder that Jun Xiaoyao had sensed it just now. Zhu Yi's control of the power of time was far from what Zhu Huang could compare to. In addition to his talent, it should also have something to do with Zhu Yi comprehending the mysteries of the Time Book. How about this? If you give me the Soul Book, I'll forgive you for killing my brother. How about it?" Zhu Yi sneered. Kinship was worthless in the face of benefits. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled. "I'll make the key. Will you?" "You." Zhu Yi's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was mocking him. "You've already offended Nara. He's the Dark Devil Monarch, the leader of the 6 kings. Now it seems that you want to be my enemy too?" Zhu Yi said indifferently. "Let's not talk about whether Nara is the real Dark Devil Monarch. Even if he is, who cares about him? And who do you think you are?" Jun Xiaoyao's casual tone made Zhu Yi's eyes even colder. "It seems that you're not interested in the Book of Time in my possession." If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's strength that made him wary, plus, Su Hongyi and Kagura were on his side, Zhu Yi would have taken it by force. "Do you think I don't know that the Book of Time in your possession isn't the real one?" Jun Xiaoyao's tone was sarcastic. He had 5 heavenly tomes, so he was very familiar with them. Although Zhu Yi had the aura of a heavenly tome, it didn't feel like a real one. Zhu Yi's expression changed slightly, but he still sneered. "So what if it's not the real one? At least it's recorded by my ancestors. Besides, don't you want to know the real whereabouts of the Book of Time?" "I will know the real whereabouts, as long as," Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his hand right away before he was done speaking, intending to suppress Zhu Yi. The battle between the first king and the second king was imminent. "How dare you!" Seeing this, Zhu Yi's eyes flashed coldly. He was the emperor of the Candle Dragon's lineage, the second lord of the Armageddon world. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao didn't take him seriously. It was as if he was an ant that could be easily suppressed. This made Zhu Yi extremely unhappy. He also made a move. It had to be said that Zhu Huang and Zhu Yi were not on the same level at all. Zhu Yi raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. A terrifying power of magic power vibrated. More than one law. Sensing Zhu Ye's aura, Kagura and Su Hongyi's expressions also changed. The number of laws determined the combat power of a supremacy. This was also the reason why a supremacy with 9 laws could be called an ultimate supremacy. As soon as Zhu Yi made a move, more than one law power vibrated. And the strange thing was, the 2 types of law powers were actually diametrically opposed. Zhu Yi punched with both fists. One fist was surrounded by a boundless glow. It was as if he was holding the core of the sun, emitting an extremely hot and dazzling brilliance. As for the other fist, everything seemed to be drowned in the darkness wherever it passed. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. The laws of light and darkness. Jun Xiaoyao could tell at a glance. Zhu Yi controlled the 2 opposing laws of light and darkness. This reminded Jun Xiaoyao of the legend of the Candle Dragon's lineage. It was said that when the Candle Dragon opened his eyes, it was day, and when he closed his eyes, it was night. It also happened to conform to the laws of light and darkness. At that moment, the laws, which were originally opposing each other, became extremely harmonious in Zhu Ye's hands. Their powers even multiplied as they came crashing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao's reaction was calm. Fortunately, Zhu Yi didn't condense the laws of time. Otherwise, even Jun Xiaoyao would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with him. After all, time was too mysterious. Jun Xiaoyao activated the laws of his physical body, and every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to release boundless power. The path that Jun Xiaoyao walked was one where one could defeat 10 with one's strength. Although the power of his primordial spirit was also monstrous, he still liked the thrill of crushing flesh with his fists. Jun Xiaoyao punched out, tearing the space in front of him into 2 halves. It was as if a chaos fiend god was creating a new world. Heaven-splitting fist of the demon god, boom, the 2 of them collided, and ripples of law spread out in all directions. The divine chains of order in the surrounding thousands of miles were all shattered by the shockwave. Bang, Zhu Yi was knocked back by the punch, and his body felt numb. Instead, he opened his mouth and roared, the sound of a dragon's roar shaking the sky. In terms of physical strength, the Illumination Dragon was also a top-notch existence among the dragon race. Day and Night Divine Fist. Zhu Yi used their lineage's great supernatural power. As the fist wind blasted out, day and night seemed to have been reversed. Yin and Yang were in chaos. This was a fist technique with extremely terrifying offensive power. It could even cause the enemy's mind to be thrown into chaos. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword. A resplendent sword light cut through day and night. All the chaos was torn apart. That resplendent golden sword light seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. The sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long tore through the universe. A great battle began. Jun Xiaoyao used some of the techniques that he had comprehended from the War God catalog. For example, the Battle Tablet Hand, Mountain Moving Seal, Void Quake, and other supernatural powers. With Jun Xiaoyao's strength and combat experience, even if it was the most ordinary divine ability or martial arts, it would be extremely powerful when executed by him. Not to mention that these techniques contained some kind of mystery. How could something refined from the War God catalog be ordinary? After a few collisions, Zhu Yi was sent flying again. A look of shock appeared on his face. Jun Xiaoyao turned out to be far more powerful than he had imagined. The scale between Zhu Ye's eyebrows released a faint brilliance. Suddenly, a wave of time power surged toward Jun Xiaoyao, trying to imprison his space. Jun Xiaoyao also reacted immediately. He raised his hand and used the 4th seal of the Immortal Prohibition seal. Then, a strange scene appeared. In an instant, the 2 figures were frozen at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao was frozen by the power of time. Zhu Yi was frozen by the power of space. However, after a short moment, Jun Xiaoyao's body shook, and he forcefully broke through the restraints. He raised his palm, and the chaotic giant palm print pressed down on Zhu Yi. Not good, Zhu Ye's expression changed. He was slower than Jun Xiaoyao by an instant. In a battle between experts, an instant was enough to kill. Bang! Zhu Ye's entire body was slapped into the sea by the chaotic giant palm print, causing monstrous waves. TSK, it seems that even the second king is no match for master. Kagura sighed. Zhu Yi could be said to be the top prodigy of the chaotic demon sea. In the end, he was still defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. He looked at the turbulent sea and raised his eyebrows slightly. Gurgle gurgle, the vast sea began to bubble and boil. Steam rose into the air. What's going on? Kagura and Su Hongyu were both surprised. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying pillar of fire suddenly erupted from the bottom of the sea. The intense flames even burned the void. Jun Xiaoyao raised his palm, and the chaotic giant palm print turned into a wall, blocking the impact of the flames. Zhu Ye's figure broke out of the water. He was in a sorry state at the moment, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth. However, a bronze lamp appeared in his hand. The cluster of flames was in the shape of a torch dragon, and it emitted a power that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. This should be your apocalyptic forbidden artifact, right? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. He had no doubt that the bronze lamp could burn more than half of the chaotic demon sea. Heh, this is the torch dragon lamp. Let's see if you can withstand it. Zhu Yi blew the flame. Monstrous flames spread out. Those were not ordinary flames, but the torch dragon's flames. All tangible substances, even intangible substances, could be burned. Otherwise, it would not be qualified to become an apocalyptic forbidden artifact. Then let's try. Jun Xiaoyao flipped his hand, and the god's weeping halberd appeared. Bloodlines separated from the halberd and pierced Jun Xiaoyao's arm. Jun Xiaoyao simply slashed out with the halberd. The current hymn, coupled with the god's weeping halberd, was undoubtedly powerful. Boom! The torch dragon's flames that could burn everything in the world were scattered by the god's weeping halberd. The bright halberd light split the void in all directions and slashed at Zhu Ye's head. Zhu Yi shouted and resisted with the torch dragon lamp. Bang! Zhu Yi was blasted back again, blood flowing from his mouth. Jun Xiaoyao's momentum did not decrease and continued to press down. Each halberd strike carried the power of chaos and the power of Sumeru world. Each halberd strike could easily shatter a 10,000-foot mountain. Damn it! Zhu Ye's expression turned pale. Although he also controlled the torch dragon lamp, a forbidden artifact. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to beat him up. Where is the real Xirshu? Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. Exchange it with the soul book. Zhu Yi gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll take your life. If I live, I still have a chance to find the Xirshu. If you die, you'll have nothing. Jun Xiaoyao slashed down again, and the monstrous halberd light almost split the sea. Many small islands were instantly torn apart and sank into the depths of the sea. Even someone as strong as Zhu Yi could not withstand this terrifying power for a while. The Xirshu should be in the Realm Sea. Zhu Yi couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly. Realm Sea? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. Are you trying to scare me? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still indifferent. He was expressionless as he continued to attack Zhu Yi. When Zhu Yi saw this, he was about to vomit blood. He shouted, I didn't lie to you. This rubbing was indeed written by an ancient supreme expert of my race after he returned from exploring the Realm Sea. These words were true. Zhu Yi didn't lie to Jun Xiaoyao. It wasn't because he was honest. It was because even if Jun Xiaoyao knew the true whereabouts of the Xirshu, it was impossible for him to obtain the Xirshu. What kind of place was the Realm Sea? That was the most terrifying and strange place in the myriad worlds. It involved some great secrets of the immortal domain, the foreign realm, and even the origin of the myriad worlds. Even the ancient supreme expert of his race had fallen not long after he returned. Zhu Yi didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to go to the boundless Realm Sea to find the Xirshu. So it wasn't a big deal to tell him. Seeing Zhu Yi's expression, Jun Xiaoyao frowned. He didn't feel that Zhu Yi was lying. This is a bit troublesome. The Xirshu is actually in that kind of place. Jun Xiaoyao also had a headache. The Realm Sea was an absolute forbidden land. Even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to cross. That was a forbidden land in the myriad worlds of the heavens, and it possessed great strangeness. If it was really in that kind of place, Jun Xiaoyao really wouldn't be able to explore it in a short period of time. Of course, regarding the Shu, Jun Xiaoyao had to wait until he left the foreign realm before making any plans. Right now, it was enough to deal with the matter at hand. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. This made Zhu Ye's mind tense. He knew what Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. He was wondering if he should kill him. Xiaoyao, do you want to kill each other? We, the World Destruction 6 Kings, have the destiny to destroy the immortal domain. How can we have internal strife? Zhu Yi was a bit weak. He was overly confident in his own strength. If we really want to destroy the immortal realm, there's really no difference whether you're here or not. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. If he really was a foreign creature. In that case, just him alone would be enough to topple the celestial realm in the future. There was no need for the other kings. Heh. What an arrogant tone. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Jun Xiaoyao, Kagura, and the others faintly glanced over. In the distant sky, there was a ship floating in the void. 2 figures stood on the leading deck. The 2 figures looked at Jun Xiaoyao with gazes as cold as ice. It was Nara and Yun Xiaohe. When Zhu Yi saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because Kagura and Su Hongyi were both on Jun Xiaoyao's side. Therefore, he was all alone and under too much pressure. Now, someone from the same camp had finally appeared. It seems like you losers know how to stick together. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He had never cared about those who had lost to him. Ants were ants in the end. Yu Xiaoyao, it's time for you to change that arrogant and conceited personality of yours. At this moment, Nara's expression was calm. He was wearing the evil god's armor, and his entire person was like the son of the evil god, enveloped in a purple-black evil light. As for Yun Xiaohe, there was no need to talk about her. Her hatred for Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be washed away even with the water of the 4 seas. You used to be a stray dog, but now you've become tough. Kagura looked at Nara with a smile and said in a teasing tone. Being mocked by such a beauty, any man would feel a stab to their self-esteem. Nara's expression darkened. Kagura, you might not know what my current status is. Mocking your monarch is not something a good subordinate should do. Monarch, you? Kagura raised her eyebrows. That's right. I, the successor of the evil god Orochi, the dark devil monarch, the ruler of the 6 kings, now order you to submit to me. Nara's voice was mighty, echoing between heaven and earth. Waves rose in all directions, as if the sea was shaking because of Nara's words. It seems that my guess was correct. Zhu Yi smiled faintly and walked to Nara's side. I have to thank brother Zhu Yi. It's a pity that your brother, Nara, didn't speak to Zhu Yi like he was talking to a subordinate. After all, the Zhu Jiuyin clan and the Haki imperial family had a good relationship, and Zhu Huang had saved him before. Haha, it's nothing. I hope that monarch can take care of me in the future. Zhu Yi knew his own limits. Although Nara didn't seem very strong now. As long as he was the dark devil monarch, he would definitely have the strength to rule the 6 kings in the future. This was also the reason why he had to let Zhu Huang be on good terms with Nara. The situation was very clear at this moment. The 2nd king Zhu Yi and the 5th king Yin Xiaohe were on Nara's side. The 4th king Shenlu and the 6th king Su Hongyi were on Jun Xiaoyao's side. Nara looked at Shenlu and Su Hongyi and said, why aren't you 2 coming over to submit? These 2 women were now loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. If she could make them submit, Nara would definitely feel a sense of satisfaction in her heart. After all, they were Jun Xiaoyao's people. However, Shenlu covered her red lips with her hand and deliberately said in a surprised tone. No way, no way. You don't really think of yourself as the dark devil monarch, do you? These words were full of mockery. Shenlu was also an old eunuch. As for Su Hongyi, it was even simpler. Scram. A simple get lost was enough to explain everything. How dare you? Being looked down upon and ridiculed by the 2 women, Nara felt embarrassed. His expression was gloomy, and he directly raised his hand to suppress Shenlu and Su Hongyi. His power was even stronger than before the two women could do anything. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward, and the power of chaos and the power of Sumeru world were activated at the same time. He sent a slap towards Naro, boom, an earth-shattering sound of wind and thunder rang out, and a mask appeared on Nara's face. Even so, he was still sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao's slap. Who are you to teach my people a lesson? Jun Xiaoyao's white robe fluttered, and his hair fluttered. His eyes were as cold as a sword, and he was like a god of chaos, standing above the sky. First King's palace, Shenli's eyes were full of hearts, and she looked like a love-struck fool. It felt good to be protected by Jun Xiaoyao in a domineering manner. Gongzi. Su Hongyi's eyes revealed a touch of emotion and yearning. Even Zhu Ye's expression was a little strange. Why did it feel like Jun Xiaoyao was the dark devil monarch? That domineering aura made him frown inwardly. You Xiaoyao, don't think that I'm still the same person as before. Nara couldn't hold it in any longer. Although he hadn't truly obtained that drop of black blood. With the evil god's armor and the evil god's inheritance, he believed that he wasn't inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Evil god art, god-slaying spear. Within Nara's body, purple-black evil power surged, and as it surged, it condensed into a purple-black spear with a sharp intent that could pierce through heaven and earth. The evil god art was once a forbidden technique of the evil god Orochi. If the real evil god used this technique, the entire chaotic demon sea would collapse. Although Nara hadn't grown up yet, the power of his technique was extremely strong. Coupled with the evil god's armor's enhancement to his attributes, this technique made Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei secretly shocked. It would be very difficult for them to withstand this technique. That armor, Jun Xiaoyao immediately noticed it. That armor seemed to be enhancing Nara's strength. However, you're not the only one with this kind of enhancement method, Jun Xiaoyao sneered inwardly. Inside his body, the supreme divine blood was boiling. The supreme divine blood after the supreme bone realm sublimated also gave him the fourth supreme technique that could enhance his abilities. The supreme divine blood seemed to be burning. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had skyrocketed in all aspects. He held the god's weeping halberd in his hand, and a dazzling light of creation flowed on the halberd's blade. The power of Genesis and God's light was added to the god's weeping halberd. Whoosh, Jun Xiaoyao slashed out with his halberd, cutting through thousands of miles. The void was destroyed, and the entire sea was split into two. The amplification of the fourth supreme technique, coupled with the power of Genesis and God's light. Coupled with the power of the god's weeping battle halberd itself. Even if Nara had the support of the evil god's armor and used the ultimate move of the evil god arts. In such a collision, he was still at a complete disadvantage. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The condensed god-slaying spear was directly destroyed by the god's weeping battle halberd, turning into light spots that filled the sky. Then, the halberd blade's momentum did not decrease as it slashed towards Nara. In an instant, Naro felt a sense of death closing in on his heart. He hurriedly used a defensive technique. The purple-black evil force condensed into a barrier in front of him. Bang, the god's weeping battle halberd once again destroyed the barrier. However, its power was also weakened a little. Then, the halberd blade slashed heavily on the evil god's armor. Dazzling sparks exploded. The sound of metal colliding was like the clashing of a golden spear and an armored horse. It was also like the sound of the Heaven Realm's weapon refining room. It was deafening and pierced one's eardrums. Puff, Nara was impacted, and his body flew backward like a cannonball. However, the god's weeping battle halberd did not break the evil god's armor. The evil god's armor was once the forbidden weapon of the evil god Orochi. It was also in existence at the same level as the god's weeping battle halberd. Naturally, it would not be so fragile. I told you, Yu Xiaoyao, it's not that easy for you to kill me. The corner of Nara's mouth raised into a cold smile. With the evil god's armor, even the junior heavenly master could not do anything to him. It's just a turtle shell, how can it make you so confident? Jun Xiaoyao was expressionless as he continued to attack. Nara was completely in a state of being suppressed. Although the god's weeping battle halberd could not break the evil god's armor. However, the backlash from the collision was unavoidable. It caused Nara's blood and chi to churn in his chest, and many of his ribs were broken. Finally, under Jun Xiaoyao's series of airtight attacks, Nara's figure was directly sent flying, and he spat out blood and broken organs from his mouth. Like a cannonball, he landed on an island in the distance. That island was directly smashed into pieces by hell, breaking into pieces. Damn it, you Xiaoyao. Nara's eyes spewed out purple flames. Although he had the protection of the evil god's armor, he wouldn't be killed by Jun Xiaoyao. However, he was still unable to accept being crushed in such a pathetic manner. Just as Nara was about to execute the ultimate move of the heretical god arts once more to battle with Jun Xiaoyao, a voice suddenly rang out. A faint voice sounded. Everyone, let's stop for now. Hearing this voice, everyone's gazes turned over. In the distant fog, a small boat sailed over. An old man wearing a bamboo hat was rowing a boat with a paddle in his hand. The other figure was a handsome young man. His eyes were pure black, without any white in them, making him look devilish and strange. Everyone present sensed a dark aura of the same origin from that young man. It seems that you are the last king to appear. Jun Xiaoyao temporarily stopped and put away the god's tier halberd. First king. The young man glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, and then looked at Nara not far away, who was in a rather sorry state. Are you the dark devil monarch? The young man tilted his head slightly, and his expression was a little strange. This dark devil monarch seemed to have been taught a lesson by the first king. Yes. Nara said. The evil power in his body gushed out, and his injuries were quickly recovering. His expression was a little ugly. As the dark devil monarch, he had lost all his face. Well, then let's formally introduce ourselves. The young man smiled faintly. I am the third king, and also the guide. My name is Maluo, and I am from the Moshi clan. Maluo's words immediately made Kagura, Zhu Yi, and the others tremble. Although they had expected this, they were still shocked when they learned the young man's identity. The Moshi clan, one of the ultimate monarch clans of the Avakania lands. Kagura's expression became a little more serious. Oh, the Moshi clan. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was very calm. This was the first time he had encountered an ultimate monarch clan. That Maluo did not look weak. Even the old man who was rowing the boat had an unfathomable cultivation. Kagura leaned close to Jun Xiaoyao's ear and said, the Moshi clan is rumored to originate from the origin of all demons. It is one of the oldest clans in our world, and it seems to be closely related to the calamity. Origin of all demons. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. First, it was the ultimate calamity, and now it was the origin of all demons. There were indeed many secrets in the outer realm. We are all compatriots, and we are all working together for the great calamity. Why must we fight with each other? Maluo said. Nara's expression was cold. It's just that some people don't know who's his leader. A loser dares to bark? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Are you really the dark devil monarch? Maluo looked at Nara. To be honest, Nara's miserable appearance did not look like the dark devil monarch at all. On the contrary, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was deep, like the chaos god king. He looked like a real monarch. Why? Do you doubt me? Nara's tone sank. If Maluo was not a member of the Moshi clan, his attitude would be even worse. No, I'm just a little surprised. After all, the Dark Devil Monarch was enlightened by the great calamity and has the strength to command the 6 kings. But you, Maluo wanted to say something, but stopped. The underlying meaning was that Nara was too weak and could not convince the masses at all. I haven't fully awakened yet. I still lack one thing, Nara snorted. What? Black blood. Nara's eyes were sharp. He was not afraid to say it. Because in his memory, only the Dark Devil Monarch was qualified to refine and obtain the power of the black blood. If other creatures got it and refined it rashly, they would go crazy. In the worst case, they would explode and die. It could be said that even if there was a drop of black blood in front of everyone, only he, Nero, was qualified to refine it. I see. There are some vague records in my clan. Maluo nodded slightly. As for Jun Xiaoyao, a dark light flashed in his eyes. There was also a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Kagura was right. The black blood in Nara's mouth is very likely to be the same substance as the black blood of Xianxia that I signed in, Jun Xiaoyao thought. At this time, Meluo said, in that case, as long as you merge with the black blood, you can prove that you are the real Dark Devil Monarch, and you can obtain the power to rule the 6 kings. Of course, but what do you mean? Nara's eyes flashed. Yes, I do know where there is black blood in the Avacania lands. Meluo's words made Nara's breathing quicken, and purple evil power surged in his eyes. Where is it? He was a little impatient. Don't worry, I will take you through the foggy area to the Avacania lands. After all, we 6 kings have to open the path to the depths of the Avacania lands together, and we may even see the true great calamity. Meluo's eyes were filled with fanatical devotion as he said this. The door to the depths of the Avacania lands required the 6 kings to activate 6 world-destroying forbidden artifacts to open. No one knew how many eras it had been since anyone opened it. In this era, they were very likely to see the true ultimate calamity. Nero, on the other hand, had an impatient look on her face. He then turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao with a pleased look on his face. You Xiaoyao, your good days are numbered. When I get the black blood, then, Nara smiled coldly. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. He had already begun to mourn for Nara in his heart. Everyone, please get on the boat. Without my guidance, it won't be so easy to cross the foggy area. Mohuruo smiled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao, Kagura, Su Hongyi, Nara, Yun Xiaohei, and Zhu Yi also stepped onto the boat. Although the boat was not big, it was no problem for a few people to stand on it. They can't enter. Mohuruo glanced at the boat Yun Xiaohei was on. There were some immortal emperors on it. However, these high and mighty creatures did not dare to be arrogant in front of Mohuruo of the Moshi clan. These people were originally here to protect Yun Xiaohei, but now there was no need. They all cupped their hands and left. Yun Xiaohei was also calm. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao would not attack him now. If Jun Xiaoyao attacked, Mohuruo would be the first to disagree. After all, the 6 of them had to work together to open the gate to the unspeakable land. After everyone boarded the boat, the old man with the bamboo hat also began to row the boat. The boat began to enter the foggy area. The surrounding fog was vast. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that there was some dark matter in the fog. Jun Xiaoyao was already very familiar with this matter. He had come into contact with it since the beginning of the supreme treasure of Yuan-Tian. This matter was a great threat to the creatures of the immortal realm. If they did not resist it, they would fall into madness. But it was ineffective against the creatures of the other realm, because they more or less had this matter in their bodies. This was also the reason why the creatures of the other realm were stronger than the creatures of the immortal realm at the same level. The ultimate disaster, I must find out what you are, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed a gaze. It was Mohuruo, who had been staring at him. What? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Nothing, I just feel that you, the first king, seem a little too strong. Mohuruo also smiled. In that case, I will accept this as a compliment. Jun Xiaoyao's bearing was calm and natural. He had the fateless void and the heaven-stealing sun-swapping. He believed that he wouldn't be exposed so easily. By the way, where is the black blood you mentioned? Nara was a little impatient. Mohuruo said, Dark River should know. Everyone nodded slightly. As a river that spans the 10 great states of our world, it ultimately flows towards the Avacania realm. It is rumored that there is a drop of black blood at the end of the river. Mohuruo's words were shocking. Could it be that all the dark matter in the river Styx is? Kagura immediately realized this. That's right. It's all because of that drop of black blood, said Meluo. Hiss, Zhu Yi and the others were shocked. The Nether River was so vast that it spanned across 10 prefectures. However, just the power of that drop of black blood was enough to fill the entire river with the power of dark matter. This was sufficient to show how powerful that drop of blood was. As for Jun Xiaoyao, a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. He thought of a conspiracy theory. If that drop of black blood came from the ultimate calamity, then, with the help of a drop of black blood, the river Styx could span the 10 great states. It could quickly infect the foreign creatures, causing them to have dark matter in their bodies. If this conspiracy was revealed, it would definitely overturn the imagination of the foreign creatures. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't tell anyone. If he questioned it now, it would definitely arouse Mo Holua's suspicion. After all, Mo Holua was a devout believer of the ultimate calamity. In other words, the entire Moshi clan was a believer of the ultimate calamity. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also thought of another point. The river Styx was extremely important to Luo Shangling. He wondered if there was something at the end of the river Styx that could help Luo Shangling transform and break through. That would be great. However, if it's really as you said, that drop of black blood is so powerful, why didn't the immortals seize it? Nara frowned and asked. There was no doubt about the power of the black blood. Even the immortal kings would be tempted. Hearing this, Mo Holuo shook his head. At the end of the river Styx, there is an ancient formation. That drop of black blood should be inside the formation. That ancient formation isn't that powerful. It's just rumored that it's related to the great calamity, so no one dares to take half a step. If you are really the dark devil monarch appointed by the great calamity, that drop of black blood should automatically resonate with you, Mo Holuo explained. I see. Hearing this, Nara was even more relieved. This way, no one could compete with him for that drop of black blood. Because he was the only monarch. Jun Xiaoyao listened silently from the side, a hint of thought flashing through his eyes. At this moment, waves suddenly rose on the sea surface. In the fog ahead, there seemed to be many shadows appearing, like the tentacles of an octopus. A powerful aura emerged from the abyss at the bottom of the sea. What is that? Zhu Yi, Yun Xiaohe, and the others were shocked. It felt like some kind of ancient and terrifying sea beast. Don't worry. Mo Holuo was not surprised. Impudent. The old man with a bamboo hat on his head who was rowing the boat shouted. A terrifying aura poured out, covering the entire sea. Creation God. Sensing this almost suffocating aura. On the boat, Zhu Yi, Yun Xiaohe, and the others felt their breathing stagnate, and they couldn't help but retreat. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who remained unmoved. Kagura and Su Hongyi stood behind him. As expected of the ultimate monarch clan. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Even the old man rowing the boat had the cultivation of an ultimate monarch. Elder Ke is here to guide us. With him here, we don't have to worry. Mo Holuo smiled slightly. Although there were many forbidden areas and all kinds of terrifying sea beasts along the way. But under Elder Ke's guidance, there was no danger. A few days later. The fog ahead finally dissipated. Their vision suddenly became clear. Everyone looked over and their breathing stagnated. It was an extremely huge dark continent. It exuded a deathly aura. But this kind of deathly silence was not the kind of deathly silence where all life was extinguished. This kind of environment was fertile and precious for the creatures of the ultimate monarch clan. But for the creatures of the immortal realm, it was definitely a barren land. Everyone, welcome to the core of our realm, the unspeakable land. Mo Holuo smiled. Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and looked at the dark continent in front of him. There were billions of creatures in the immortal realm. How many of them could reach this place? Among the younger generation, Jun Xiaoyao was almost the first. Next, let's go straight to the end of the river Styx. Nara couldn't wait to fuse with the black blood. Oh, okay then. Mo Holuo glanced at Nara. Nai Luo then turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao with a smile. Don't worry, when I truly become the Dark Monarch, I won't kill you because I still need you to open the door. But I will let you know what the Tao of Seniority is. Nai Luo seemed to have already seen Jun Xiaoyao lying at his feet, looking as pathetic as a dog. Jun Xiaoyao did not even bother with Nai Luo, he simply ignored him. He was so eager to die, so what could Jun Xiaoyao say? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao ignore him, Nara suppressed a ball of fire in his heart and withdrew his sinister gaze. He would make Jun Xiaoyao pay for the humiliation at the wedding banquet. Then let's go. Mo Holuo naturally knew that Nara seemed to have a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao. However, he did not state which side he was on. However, if Nara was really the Dark Devil Monarch, then he would also be on his side. After all, the Dark Devil Monarch was an existence appointed by the ultimate disaster. Then, Emoholuo led the group and set foot on the dark continent. As for Elder Ku, he did not follow. Instead, he paddled the boat and disappeared into the mist again. Jun Xiaoyao, the 6 kings, and Nara, a total of 7 people, flew in the air. Under Emoholuo's lead, they went to the end of the Nether River. Looking around, the Avacania lands was incomparably vast. Above the sky was an endless dark universe, dotted with stars like broken diamonds. This was the ancestral land of the Ultimate Emperor clan. Jun Xiaoyao did not see any living creatures along the way. Even all kinds of monsters and ferocious creatures were extremely rare. Heaven and earth were silent. This kind of strange silence made people feel a little creeped out. However, the people present were not mortals, so they quickly got used to it. By the way, we will go to the depths of the Avacania lands later. Where is the specific location? Zhu Yi asked Emoholuo since he had nothing to do. As a creature of the Moshi clan, Emoholuo obviously knew much more than them. Emoholuo did not mind telling them. In the depths of the Avacania lands, there is an area called the Skyless Dark Realm. Skyless Dark Realm? Jun Xiaoyao and the others turned their attention to Emoholuo. This information was extremely important. That's right. If the Avacania lands is the ancient land of our world, then the Skyless Dark Realm is the core of the Avacania lands. Rumor has it that the great ultimate disaster exists in it. And the 6 apocalyptic forbidden artifacts that we 6 kings have are the keys to opening the Skyless Dark Realm. Without us, no one can enter the Skyless Dark Realm. Emoholuo's words conveyed a very important message. Then, do you know what the ultimate calamity is? Kagura couldn't help but ask. The ultimate calamity was too mysterious. Even she was curious about it. It was difficult for the immortal emperors outside of the unspeakable lands to investigate the source of the ultimate calamity. There should be some records of the ultimate emperor clan in the Avacania lands. But who would have thought that Moraluo put a finger on his lips and said, "Shu, don't try to figure out what kind of existence the great calamity is. He cannot be described, and no one knows. There are no detailed records of him in my clan. Anyway, we'll be able to see each other very soon." Seeing Emoholuo's fervent and pious look, Emoholuo was shocked. Kagura pursed her lips. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Jun Xiaoyao was also thinking to himself. To be honest, he was considering what he should do if he really entered the dark skyless world. After all, the ultimate calamity was no ordinary existence. Compared to the immortal kings, they were many times more terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao indeed did not have much confidence in deceiving ultimate calamity. He didn't even know what the hell the ultimate calamity was. This kind of enemy in the dark and him in the open put Jun Xiaoyao in a passive situation. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. It's impossible for me to retreat, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. They were already here. Jun Xiaoyao was not the kind of person who would cower. Next, they continued to move forward. Previously, when the system refreshed the check-in location, it said that they would check in the unspeakable lands. But now, there was no movement. Jun Xiaoyao knew that they probably hadn't truly entered the depths of the unspeakable lands, which was the dark skyless world. A full 7 days passed. Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived at the source of the Styx. At a glance, the sound of rushing river water could be heard in front of them. Thick gray fog shrouded the world. It was even thicker than the fog from before. The mighty Styx surged. The dark matter contained in it was far more than in other places. Ahead is the end of the Styx. This is the end, and also the starting point of the source, Maluo said. Everyone looked over. A layer of translucent black light enveloped the area. I think that must be the ancient array that enveloped the source of the Styx, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Then, he saw what seemed to be a dark blue pearl in the middle of the formation. In the bead, there was a drop of pitch-black blood that was extremely deep. The mighty Styx was surging endlessly because of the bead. That is the source of the Styx's power, the Tianming divine bead. The thing you want is in that bead, Maluo said. Nara's breathing couldn't help but quicken. He could feel that every cell in his body seemed to be calling for that drop of blood. Ancient memories surged into his mind again. It was a feeling of the same bloodline. Nara had no doubt that if he could get that drop of blood, there would be a real qualitative change. It was a complete transformation from the body to the soul. The power of the evil god Orochi and the dark devil monarch would be completely stimulated, at that time, not to mention Jun Xiaoyao alone. He was confident that he could completely suppress the six kings. Nara's heart was beating wildly. He slowly walked toward the ancient array. The rest of the people were all watching carefully. Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohe didn't doubt that Nara was the dark devil monarch at all. And they happened to be on the right side. Maluo had a trace of doubt. Because Nara's previous performance was a bit unbearable, his first impression of him was lowered. However, if Nara could really merge with the black blood, he would naturally acknowledge Nara's status as the monarch. As for Kagura, she was very nervous. She was praying that Nara wouldn't succeed. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao would be in real trouble. Su Hongyi was expressionless from beginning to end. Whether Nara was the dark devil monarch or not, she would always be loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was the most relaxed among the six kings. He didn't feel any pressure at all. But that didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao was right. He began to silently activate the drop of black blood in his inner universe. Suddenly, the drop of black blood in the heavenly netherworld orb that had been silent all this time suddenly trembled. It began to wriggle and churn as if it had a consciousness of its own. There's a reaction. Yun Xiaohei's eyes narrowed. He really is the dark devil monarch, Zhu Yi said. Nara's eyes were bloodshot. He was so nervous and excited that he almost stopped breathing. Finally, he came to the edge of the ancient array. The drop of black blood in the heavenly netherworld orb seemed to have some kind of resonance. It stopped inside the orb and shot toward Nara. Come, join me and let the dark devil monarch awaken in this world again. Nara opened his arms and welcomed the black blood. But, that drop of black blood shot towards Nara's direction and then brushed past her. In the end, it floated in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao put one hand behind his back and slowly lifted the drop of black blood with his other hand, allowing it to hover above his palm. Extremely indifferent words came out of his mouth. I don't want to become a monarch, but fate has given me. Nara, you can say your last words now. The atmosphere between the heavens and the earth fell into an extremely strange deathly silence. No one came back to their senses. They just stared blankly at the drop of black blood floating in front of Jun Xiaoyao. What's going on? Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohe were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were broken, and they couldn't understand the scene in front of them at all. Mo Holuo also had a very surprised look in his eyes. As for Kagura, after a short daze, her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme surprise and joy. To be honest, she really didn't expect this. She wondered why Jun Xiaoyao had been so calm and nonchalant before. At that time, she didn't understand. Now, she understood. Because Jun Xiaoyao was the real dark devil monarch. As for Nara, his mind was blank. His face turned purple. His throat seemed to be strangled by a pair of invisible hands, making it difficult for him to breathe. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Blue veins popped out on Nara's temples. Wasn't he the dark devil monarch? He was the successor of Yamada. How can this be? Something must be wrong. I'm the dark devil monarch. I'm the real monarch. Nara shook his head frantically in disbelief. All of this was like a dream. From the beginning, it was the dark devil monarch's dream. Now, the dream was shattered and turned into a nightmare. Nara couldn't accept this difference. You're the dark devil monarch. Then why didn't the drop of black blood choose you? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. You must have used some special method. The black blood is mine. Nara roared angrily, the blue veins on his neck bulging. He directly rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao, wanting to snatch the black blood. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. He raised his palm and the chaotic giant palm slapped out, knocking Nara back. Although Nara was telling the truth. This drop of black blood resonated with the black blood of the firmament in his body, which was why it fell toward him. However, Jun Xiaoyao obviously could not say it out loud. What a surprise. I knew it. Dark Devil Monarch shouldn't be this weak. Mo Holua was enlightened, and he figured it out. Why was Jun Xiaoyao so strong and Nara so weak? In the end, Jun Xiaoyao was the real Dark Devil monarch. Hee, the first king's palace has really surprised Nunu once again. Kagura smiled sweetly. Now, she was completely relieved. On the other hand, Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei's expressions were extremely ugly. They were on the wrong side. Not only did he stand on the wrong side, but he also had a huge grudge against Jun Xiaoyao. But he's the first king. How can he be the Dark Devil monarch? Zhu Yi couldn't help but retort. Who said that the first king and the Dark Devil monarch couldn't be the same person? Did you decide that? Kagura retorted. Zhu Ye's throat was choked. He really couldn't say anything to refute. Because the records of the Dark Devil monarch were very vague. He hasn't really fused with the black blood yet. Yun Xiaohei stared at Jun Xiaoyao. He absolutely didn't want to see Jun Xiaoyao being the Dark Devil monarch. Who could stand letting their enemy be their leader's superior? A cold sneer appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Jun Xiaoyao directly slapped the drop of black blood into his body. Boom, in an instant. An extremely terrifying power filled Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao felt as if an endless tide of power was drowning him. Every cell in his body felt like it was about to explode. Only the real Dark Devil monarch could fuse with the black blood. Jun Xiaoyao knew that he wasn't the real Dark Devil monarch. He was just using the attraction of the black blood. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao had the chaotic physique. If it was any other physique, there was a 99% chance that he would explode. Rumble. Heaven and earth were overturned, the universe was churning, an unparalleled primitive power of darkness erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's body. The entire sky was covered by a black curtain. Endless dark clouds shrouded the Avacania land. This fluctuation also alarmed some of the ultimate monarch clan living beings in the Avacania lands. That aura, someone has fused with that drop of blood. The Dark Devil monarch has appeared as expected. Next, the skyless dark realm will open, and the ultimate disaster will return again. The end of the immortal realm will come. In the ancestral lands of some ultimate emperor clans, some ancient existences were muttering. At this moment, at the source of the river Styx, Yun Xiaohei was shocked beyond words. He had just said that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't truly fused with the black blood, but Jun Xiaoyao had absorbed the black blood into his body. This was a slap in the face. Impossible. If it's not the real Dark Devil monarch, he'll fall into madness at best, or explode and die at worst. I don't believe it. I'm the real Dark Devil monarch. Nara's eyes were as red as blood as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. With his ancient memories, he understood. He was indeed the real Dark Devil monarch. He didn't understand how Jun Xiaoyao could attract the black blood. But he believed that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't perfectly fuse with it. Kagura and Su Hongyi also stared at Jun Xiaoyao nervously. Whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we test it. Emo Holuo also looked at Jun Xiaoyao. If he could perfectly fuse with it, then Jun Xiaoyao would naturally be the Dark Devil monarch. If he couldn't fuse with it, there was probably something fishy going on. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was trying his best to control the power of the black blood. This power was far beyond Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. Although the drop of black blood could let Jun Xiaoyao enter the dark mode, he had never really used it. In other words, this was Jun Xiaoyao's first time fusing with the black blood. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that, although the power of the black blood was also very strong, it seemed to be weaker than the black blood. It was like diluted black blood. However, the dark matter contained in it was of the same origin. The power of chaos, the power of the Sumeru world, and the sovereign divine blood. Even the power of the universe's origin in the inner universe was used by Jun Xiaoyao to suppress the power of the black blood. However, all of a sudden, in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, where his primordial spirit was, suddenly, a gray fog surged and attacked. It wanted to drown Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. Could this be the truth behind why the dark matter can make living beings go crazy? He sensed that the gray mist was about to taint his soul. Jun Xiaoyao realized what was going on. Why would the gray fog make the living beings of the immortal realm go crazy? It turned out that this gray fog had an extremely strong corrosive effect on the primordial spirit. When the primordial spirit was corroded, it would naturally go crazy. Jun Xiaoyao was even more curious about the origin of the dark matter and the black blood. Right now, in his mind, the three primordial spirits released endless light. The past, present, and future primordial spirits appeared. They were like three gods sitting cross-legged, releasing a dazzling soul light. If the three primordial spirits weren't complete, it might be a little troublesome, but now, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid at all. The three primordial spirits appeared in the past, present, and future. They were neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Even something as strange as the dark matter couldn't taint Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. It was even more impossible for it to make him go crazy. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao also felt that part of the power of the black blood was gathering towards his eyes. It was as if some terrifying and strange change was brewing in the outside world. Everyone was looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was wrapped in a thick black fog. Why is there no movement? Kagura was a little anxious. Haha, did you see that? This is the result of trying to fuse with the black blood. Nara couldn't help but laugh. Is there really something fishy? Holuo also looked suspicious. But at this moment, rumble, in the black fog, there seemed to be thunder rolling, and a terrifying and boundless aura was emitted. Soon after, the black fog dispersed. Jun Xiaoyao's figure slowly appeared. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao was different from before. His black hair had turned as white as snow. 3,000 strands of white hair fluttered in the air, his eyes were tightly shut. His figure was slender, and his clothes were whiter than snow. He was like a god with his eyes closed. There was an indescribable sense of evil in his holiness. This strange feeling made the hearts of Nara, Zhu Yi, Yun Xiaohe, and the others skip a beat. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. Did the first seat lords successfully merge with the black blood? Kagura was also watching anxiously. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was unfathomable. No one knew what state he was in, or how strong he was. Something is wrong with Gongzi's aura. Su Hongyi, who had always been taciturn, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Kagura was confused. I feel that his aura is different. It doesn't seem like Gongzi. Su Hongyi said hesitantly. It doesn't seem like the first seat lords. How is that possible? Did the black blood affect the first seat lords? Kagura's expression changed slightly. What's going on? Did he succeed? Meluo was also very curious. Just as everyone's thoughts were running wild, Jun Xiaoyao's tightly shut eyes finally opened slowly. As he opened his eyes, the entire world was trembling. The Avicania lands had special rules, and the ground was extremely sturdy. Ordinary supremes would have a hard time cracking it. But now, the ground around Jun Xiaoyao was trembling, cracking, and sinking. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. That was because Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light in the depths of his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Ancient, mysterious, and deep. And unusually cold, he was like an ancient demon monarch, looking down on all living beings like ants. That's the eye of denouement. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glowing with a faint purple light, Holuo was so excited that he couldn't help but tremble. It's rumored that when the eye of denouement opens, it's the beginning of the world's destruction. The eye of denouement will bring about the end of the celestial region. Subordinate Mohuruo pays his respects to Dark Devil Monarch. Holuo shouted excitedly and knelt down before Jun Xiaoyao. The outlawed skypride of the Demon Dawn clan was kneeling before the others. This was simply unimaginable, but now, it had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. How is this possible? Is he really the Dark Devil Monarch? Zhu Ye's and Yin Xiaohei's faces turned pale. Jun Xiaoyao had really fused with the power of the black blood. It even gave birth to the Eye of Denouement, which only the Dark Devil Monarch could possess. Although they didn't know, Holuo must know more than them. Subordinate Kagura greets the Dark Devil Monarch. Kagura's expression was also extremely excited. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to really be the Dark Devil Monarch. She also knelt before Jun Xiaoyao. Su Hongyi naturally knelt before Jun Xiaoyao as well. No, this is impossible, completely impossible. How can you be the dark devil monarch? There must be something wrong here. Nara's face was pale as if he had lost his soul. He was babbling nonsense. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand at all. Ignoring the others, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand. Is this the power of the black blood? It's indeed intoxicating. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold and evil smile. Su Hongyi said that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was different from before. That was indeed the case. If Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was otherworldly like a banished immortal before, then the current Jun Xiaoyao was like the dark devil monarch sitting in the depths of hell, dominating the life and death of all living beings. Cold, evil, and handsome. It was as if he could make everyone willingly perish in his hands and turn them into bones. This was after obtaining the power of the black blood. The demonic version of Jun Xiaoyao. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Nai Luo with his eyes glowing with purple light. In fact, the moment Jun Xiaoyao signed in the black blood, Nara's fate was already decided. I don't believe it, Yu Xiaoyao, what method did you use? I am the successor of the Yamada demon god, I am the real dark devil monarch. Nara shouted and fell into madness. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, and his face was distorted to the extreme. Jun Xiaoyao ignored him. With a flip of his hand, the god's weeping halberd fell into his hand. He didn't know if it was because of the power of the black blood. Even the surface of the god's weeping halberd was flowing with purple and blood-colored evil light. The halberd blade was trembling slightly, emitting an unprecedented cold light. If I don't kill you in one move, I'll commit suicide on the spot. His clanging words resounded through heaven and earth, setting off a storm in the universe. Haha, you want to kill me? Dream on. I have the evil god's armor and an invincible defense. Who can kill me? Nara roared and activated all his potential, completely activating the evil power of the Yamada demon god in his body. A terrifying might erupted from Nara's body. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't do anything to him. Now, it was still the same. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes bloomed with a faint purple light. One of the abilities of the Eye of Denouement was to find the weakness of all existences. That's right, all existences. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say a word and slashed out with his halberd. The sky darkened, and all things sank, the galaxy reversed, and the universe was destroyed. It was as if 3,000 worlds had been destroyed, and the universe began to collapse. The monstrous power of darkness overturned the vast universe. Only a snow-white halberd light cut through the universe, as if it could kill 100,000 gods and Buddhas in the heavens. One strike, it landed on Nara's body. Crack, the evil god's armor shattered. It turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions, piercing through the netherworld's void. Nara's body was instantly torn apart. He didn't even have time to feel fear. His body had already been torn into the most primitive particles, returning to heaven and earth. Dead silence, complete and utter dead silence. The entire land at the source of the Nether River was torn apart. In the sky, a huge crack spanning 100,000 miles stretched across the sky like a pitch-black abyss. The expressions of the other kings who witnessed this scene froze, and their scalps exploded. Someone as powerful as Nara, coupled with the invincible defense of the evil god's armor, was actually destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao's halberd. Not a piece of bone, not a piece of flesh was left behind. It turned into the most basic particles and scattered into heaven and earth. Is this the power of the dark devil monarch? Mo Holuo knelt down, his body trembling. Even though he was from the ultimate monarch tribe, he was terrified at this moment. Yun Xiaohei and Zhu Ye's legs turned to jelly, and they fell to the ground with a plop. It was as if all the energy in their bodies had been sucked out. Kagura was so excited that her cheeks turned red, and her entire body trembled with excitement. Her legs were tightly clamped together. The current demonized Jun Xiaoyao was extremely domineering. Young master. Su Hongyi was also a little infatuated. Although the current Jun Xiaoyao had a different aura from the past, he had a different aura. However, this demonic aura also had a unique charm. Jun Xiaoyao slowly put away his halberd and scanned everyone. Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei both lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Jun Xiaoyao. They didn't even dare to imagine how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was now. Let me teach you what it means to be a monarch and what it means to be a subject. I am the monarch, and you are my subjects. If you don't agree, die. An awe-inspiring and domineering voice resounded in all directions. At this moment, no one refuted. Suhongi and Kagura naturally wouldn't refute. Mo Holuo had long been conquered by Jun Xiaoyao's performance. As for Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei, now they were like two trembling mice. Not to mention resisting. They didn't even dare to say a no. If Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill Nero, it was only natural that he could do the same to them. Kagura greets the monarch. Suhongi greets the monarch. Mo Holuo greets the monarch. When Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei saw this, their expressions looked as if they had eaten shit. Finally, Zhu Yi's teeth were clenched to pieces, and he knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Zhu Yi greets the monarch. When Yun Xiaohei saw the situation, he also completely gave up. Now, he only hoped that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't kill him. Yun Xiaohei greets the monarch. The 5 kings of destruction were destined to become great figures. Now, they all knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the 5 people kneeling in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold and indifferent. Although the dark matter didn't corrode Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit and make him crazy, but it did slightly affect Jun Xiaoyao's temperament. It made him even colder and more ruthless. He regarded life as a game. He regarded living beings as ants. Of course, this was also under Jun Xiaoyao's control. As long as he suppressed the power of the black blood, he would naturally withdraw from the demonized state. Just this drop of black blood alone gives me such power. If I fuse with the dark blood and enter the dark mode, how strong will I be? Jun Xiaoyao now had no doubts. Not to mention a lesser heavenly venerable, even a greater heavenly venerable would be torn apart in front of him. This was the power of the black blood. And now, it was only the beginning of the fusion. Jun Xiaoyao still suppressed a part of the black blood power. Otherwise, he would really be unable to control himself. Your Highness, what should we do next? Moda Luo sounded a bit cautious. Although his background was very deep. However, the Dark Devil Monarch who possessed the Eye of Denuma would only surpass the Ultimate Monarch clan in the future. It could be said that the Dark Devil Monarch was a direct descendant of the Ultimate Disaster. If one were to say that his background was the Moshi clan. The background of the Dark Devil Monarch was the Ultimate Disaster, therefore, even though he had the backing of the Moshi clan, Mo Holuo did not dare to be disrespectful to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao remained indifferent. He did not say anything and directly stepped into the ancient array. He held the heavenly netherworld divine orb in his hand. The power of the Nether River was immediately reduced by more than half. The heavenly netherworld divine pearl was the source of the Nether River. Of course, the underworld river that lost its black blood couldn't pollute the foreign realm anymore. Even though the foreign realm had already been contaminated by the dark matter to the bone marrow. You guys go first. I still have something to do for the time being. I'll look for you directly when the time comes. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold. Yes, then you can go to my clan first, and then head straight to the dark skyless world, said Maoluo. Kagura and Suhongi nodded slightly. As for Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei, they were rather disheartened. They knew that they had been completely defeated. Even their lives were in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Soon, Mo Holuo left with the others. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he took out a jade slip and slowly crushed it. This jade slip belonged to Luo Xiongling. She was worried about Jun Xiaoyao, so she gave him this jade slip. If Jun Xiaoyao was in danger at any time, he could crush it, and she would immediately know. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to use this opportunity to summon Luo Xiongling and give her the heavenly netherworld divine pearl. The heavenly netherworld divine pearl was the source of the Nether River's power. It was very important to Luo Xiangling's cultivation. Luo Xiongling was already one of them. Her cultivation was a bit stronger, and it would be good for Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao crushed the jade scroll. Nether River Continent, Ares Academy. Inside the residence in the purple bamboo forest. Luo Xiongling, who was cultivating, immediately sensed the message. This is. Did something happen to Xiaoyao? Luo Xiangling's smooth and beautiful face showed a hint of surprise. She had been paying attention to Jun Xiaoyao's news. She had heard that Jun Xiaoyao had caused a stir in the Nether River Continent and the chaotic Demon Sea. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had crushed the jade slip, did something happen? Luo Xiangling did not hesitate at all. In a flash, she broke through the void. A quasi-immortal level cultivator could cross endless space with a single thought. At the same time, on the other side, Fufeng of Gojoseon's seclusion ground. The Luo King's aura has disappeared. Where did she go? Fufeng of Gojoseon's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Previously, when he heard that Jun Xiaoyao and the Tushan five beauties were going to marry, Fufeng of Gojoseon temporarily put down his target. He thought that Jun Xiaoyao would not have a chance to come into contact with the Luo King. In the end, what happened next gave Fufeng of Gojoseon a hard slap in the face. Luo Xiangling became even closer to Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, Fufeng of Gojoseon was very concerned about Luo Xiangling's movements. Did she go to find that kid again? Fufeng of Gojoseon's face was a little ugly. He left the seclusion ground and was about to quietly follow Luo Xiangling to find out what was going on. At this moment, an old voice sounded in Fufeng of Gojoseon's mind. Fufeng of Gojoseon, come here. This voice made Fufeng of Gojoseon's face instantly reveal a look of surprise. Xianxia Beach? Fufeng of Gojoseon was surprised. He did not expect the Xianxia Beach to summon him. One had to know that the Xianxia Beach was an ancient supreme with the highest status in Ares Academy. Moreover, his strength should be at the highest level. Even if he was a quasi-immortal, he did not dare to be negligent. Soon, Fufeng of Gojoseon arrived at the grotto heaven in the deepest part of the academy. I'm here to pay my respects to the Xianxia Beach. Fufeng of Gojoseon cupped his hands in front of the grotto heaven. Even he had to address himself as a junior in front of the extremely ancient Xianxia Beach. Enter. Xianxia Beach's voice sounded. Fufeng of Gojoseon entered the grotto heaven. Soon, he saw the Xianxia Beach, who was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the grotto heaven. The Xianxia Beach had a tortoise shell on his back. His sideburns were white and his forehead was bald. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, Fufeng of Gojoseon did not dare to be negligent. He knew that the Xianxia Beach's strength was unfathomable. Senior, what's the matter? Fufeng of Gojoseon asked. Follow me. The Xianxia Beach was expressionless. He turned around and walked into the depths of the grotto heaven. Fufeng of Gojoseon was puzzled. However, he did not suspect anything and followed behind the Xianxia Beach. The two of them arrived at the deepest part of the grotto heaven. It was misty as if it was in the midst of chaos. Senior, this. Fufeng of Gojoseon was still puzzled. Master, I've brought him. The Xianxia Beach suddenly cupped his hands towards the misty depths. What, the Xianxia Beach, you? Fufeng of Gojoseon was extremely shocked. What surprised him was not that there were other creatures in the depths of the grotto heaven. Instead, the Xianxia Beach actually called another being master. What did this mean? Fufeng of Gojoseon could not think. He did not understand what was going on. Rumble, right at this moment, in the depths of the misty depths, a terrifying hand made of intertwined precepts reached out. It was as if it covered the entire universe and pressed down on Fufeng of Gojoseon. Who is it? Fufeng of Gojoseon felt goosebumps all over his body. He shouted and his quasi-immortal level aura was about to explode, however, he was caught by the giant hand and was wrapped in it. The terrifying precepts of Great Tao turned into a furnace and sealed Fufeng of Gojoseon inside. He could not release any aura at all. A quasi-immortal level expert was suppressed in one move. If an outsider were to see what was happening in the underground Blessed Enclave, they would definitely be horrified to the point that their scalps would tingle. Fufeng of Gojoseon, compared to the ancient supreme beings, seemed a little young. However, his pseudo-immortal realm strength was genuine. Although he couldn't be compared to those peak quasi-immortals who had passed 8 or even 9 calamities, he was still a quasi-immortal. However, he was still a quasi-undying giant. How weak could he be? But now, the mysterious being in the mist had suppressed King Fufeng to the point where he couldn't fight back at all with just one move. This was enough to make people shocked. Rumble, the hand of law transformed into a great Tao furnace, suppressing Fufeng of Gojoseon inside. Xianxia Beach had already set up a backup plan, isolating the fluctuations in this place. Xianxia Beach, what's going on? Fufeng of Gojoseon shouted, his quasi-immortal laws vibrating. trying to break open the furnace. But it was futile. The mysterious being's strength was definitely far above his. Xianxia's beached skinny face showed a fake smile, indifferent. Fufeng of Gojosian saw this, and his heart sank. He turned to the depths of the fog again and said, "May I know who this senior is? Have I offended you?" Fufeng of Gojosian stared at the fog. He could only vaguely see a blurry figure in white, as if sitting in the center of the universe. It had the terrifying power of the king of gods. This shocked Fufeng of Gojosian. When did he offend such a terrifying person? However, the figure didn't say anything. It was as if Fufeng of Gojosian wasn't qualified to talk to him at all. He also wasn't interested in talking to Fufeng of Gojosian. Suppress. It was a simple word, but it was like an oracle. It was as if everything in the world had to follow his orders. His words were the command of God. Rumble. As soon as the word was spoken, the great Tao furnace roared. A terrifying power suppressed Fufeng of Gojosian, forcing him to reveal his true form. A blue sky rock. As an immemorial demon species, the blue sky rock's strength was beyond doubt. But at this moment, the blue sky rock that was supposed to soar into the sky. However, he felt as if he had become a sparrow that was locked in a cage. Endless chains of order condensed into a collar, binding the blue sky rock's neck. Fufeng of Gojosian didn't doubt that the mysterious being could kill him with a thought. "Senior, please spare my life." Fufeng of Gojosian. It wasn't that he didn't have the dignity of a quasi-immortal. It was that the higher the cultivation, the more. After all, he had painstakingly cultivated until now, but he was going to die after just a few days of being at the top. Who could accept this? At this moment, the divine Turtle King said, "Lord, it's impossible to let him out again. How should we deal with him?" After a long while, the mysterious existence spoke. "Just treat it as a greeting gift." Upon hearing this, the Xianxia of Beach smiled bitterly and shook his head. Capturing a quasi-undying as a gift. There was no one else who could do such a thing. Not many people in the two realms had such courage. However, the situation will change soon, the Xianxia of Beach thought. The Avicania lands, at the source of the Nether River. Jun Xiaoyao had been waiting. During this period of time, he finally managed to suppress the power of the black blood for the time being. The eye of denouement, which was suffused with a faint purple light, disappeared. His white hair also turned back to black. Just fusing with this drop of black blood is already such a great test for my soul. If I really fuse with the dark blood and enter the dark mode, I really don't know what will happen then. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Also, it's time to make some arrangements. Those who are willing to follow me, I'll find a way to send them to the immortal region. There's still no news about my father's whereabouts, but I keep feeling that he's waiting for something. Could it be that he's waiting for the moment the skyless dark world opens? But why? There were still some mysteries in Jun Xiaoyao's heart that could only be solved after entering the skyless dark world. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. The void above the Nether River in front of him broke open. A beautiful woman walked over on the waves. Her sash fluttered in the wind. Her long blue hair was as smooth as water ripples. Her face was as delicate and flawless as white jade. There was not a single flaw to be found. She really looked like the goddess Luo in the legends. Who else could it be other than Luo Xiangling? Although the foggy area was a dangerous place, it did not have much power to stop an undying level powerhouse. At this moment, Luo Xiangling's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao standing there waiting for her, her uneasy mood temporarily calmed down. She took a step and appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Then, her jade-like hands groped Jun Xiaoyao's body, moving up and down. "Xiangling, you," Jun Xiaoyao was speechless for a moment. "Are you hurt anywhere? What happened? What danger did you encounter?" Luo Xiangling glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Her concern was overflowing with words. It had to be said that being older had its advantages. It didn't mean that she was good at living, but that she was considerate and knew how to take care of people. Now Jun Xiaoyao understood what it meant to be 3 years older than you. Although Luo Xiangling was more than 3 years older than him. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I asked you to come here because I want to give this to you." Jun Xiaoyao took out the heavenly netherworld divine pearl. Luo Xiangling immediately felt that the heavenly netherworld divine pearl had a fatal attraction to her. This was a supreme treasure that could assist her in her cultivation. How did you get it, and what happened? Luo Xiangling asked. Although she had been asking about Jun Xiaoyao. After coming to the Avacania lands, it was obviously impossible for any more news to spread. Jun Xiaoyao chose to tell Luo Xiangling some things. He naturally wouldn't tell Luo Xiangling about the secrets of the Innerverse and the Azure Black Blood. What? You're too impulsive. Do you know how dangerous it is to fuse with the Black Blood? And you're from the Immortal region. When Luo Xiangling heard that Jun Xiaoyao had done such a dangerous thing, her heart was very uneasy. Jun Xiaoyao knew that this was Luo Xiangling's concern for him, so he didn't mind. Luo Xiangling looked at Jun Xiaoyao's smiling expression. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao didn't listen to her at all. But even in such a situation, Jun Xiaoyao still thought of her and wanted to get the heavenly netherworld divine pearl to help her break through. There was no need to say anything more about this favor. The dignified Luo King leaned directly on Jun Xiaoyao and nestled in his arms. Although her current cultivation was far higher than Jun Xiaoyao's. But a sense of security wasn't something that could be brought by cultivation alone. Jun Xiaoyao paused and patted Luo Xiangling's jade back. Next, I'm going to the Skyless Dark Realm, Jun Xiaoyao said. Luo Xiangling looked up at Jun Xiaoyao. Although she didn't know much about the Avacania lands. But as a quasi-immortal, she knew some secrets. She knew very well what kind of place the Skyless Dark Realm was. That was an absolute forbidden land for the foreign creatures. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao was from the Immortal region. I know. You'll go no matter what I say, right? Luo Xiangling smiled sadly. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao smiled as well. Don't worry. If you're in any danger, I'll rush in to find you. Luo Xiangling stared at Jun Xiaoyao. She knew Jun Xiaoyao's personality. He wouldn't be swayed by anyone. And he wouldn't be swayed by her. As a woman, the only thing she could do was to support him. We might encounter the legendary ultimate disaster inside. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He didn't want Luo Xiangling to take the risk for him. He would naturally think of a way to escape. However, Luo Xiangling was like a young girl as she stubbornly shook her head. No calamity can separate us. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. Luo Xiangling, this simple and honest woman, seemed to have fallen in love with him. To be loved by such a peerless woman was a blessing that no man could ask for. Thank you, but you have other tasks this time. Jun Xiaoyao began to arrange the follow-up plan. Tuoba Yu and the others, as well as some of his followers, needed to be properly arranged. Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't have the time, so he could only leave it to Luo Xiangling. He also believed that with Luo Xiangling's ability, it was more than enough to complete these tasks. But Luo Xiangling was still worried about Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sighed helplessly in his heart, then hugged Luo Xiangling. His lips approached Luo Xiangling's sparkling earlobe, and he said gently, "Don't worry, I promise you that I will be safe and sound. When the time comes, we will return to the Immortal region together." These gentle words made Luo Xiangling's delicate body go soft. Jun Xiaoyao's personality was usually indifferent, and there were rarely times when he was gentle. But when he was really gentle, it was very fatal. Understood, Luo Xiangling didn't say anything else, just quietly leaned on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. After some small talk, Jun Xiaoyao and Luo Xiangling separated. Luo Xiangling began to prepare the follow-up plan. She was going to unify those who were loyal to Jun Xiaoyao, such as Tuoba Yu, Fei Qingxue, and the others. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he went to the ancestral land of the Moshi clan. He would adjust his breath there, and then go to the skyless dark world with the other kings. One day later, Jun Xiaoyao came to the ancestral land of the Moshi clan. Looking around, there were many dark palaces floating in the void. There were many powerful auras hibernating in them. There was even an aura that made Jun Xiaoyao's heart palpitate. Calamity level immortal? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. That kind of forbidden powerhouse was called a calamity. Any one of them could bring great pressure to the immortal region. If there weren't any supreme experts to defend against it, even the border would have been destroyed. However, Jun Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that. The most terrifying auras seemed to be in a dormant state and were not active. This was good news. Your Highness. Milord. In the distance, several figures appeared. They were none other than Kagura, Maluo, and the other kings. They sensed Jun Xiaoyao's aura and came to greet him. Even Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohei braced themselves and came. However, his expression was unnatural and somewhat stiff. Of course, they weren't willing to come. However, if they didn't come, they might be accused of disrespecting the monarch. Right now, they didn't dare to offend Jun Xiaoyao. Is this the Dark Devil Monarch? What a young hero. There were also a few elders who appeared. All of them had powerful auras and were at least mystique venerable rank. There were also some divine masters and Dao masters. They all looked at Jun Xiaoyao with deep eyes, as if they wanted to find some clues. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm and composed. Even in the face of a group of experts, he was neither arrogant nor impatient. He didn't panic. As expected of the Dark Devil Monarch. There seems to be an invisible force that has buried all of his karma. Nonsense. The Dark Devil Monarch is the direct descendant of the Great Calamity. Of course, it's not so easy for others to find clues. The experts of the Moshi clan were talking. In their minds, they were even more certain that Jun Xiaoyao was the Dark Devil Monarch. Lord Monarch, when shall we depart? My key is ready. As Maluo spoke, he also took out his apocalyptic forbidden weapon. It was a 9-story dark pagoda. 10,000 demons pagoda. This time, all 6 apocalyptic forbidden weapons were gathered. Jun Xiaoyao's God Sweep halberd. Kagura's demonic sword Heaven Sweep. Su Hongyi's Mahakala mirror. Maluo's 10,000 demons pagoda. Zhu Ye's torch dragon lantern. Yun Xiaohei's 10-tailed sky destroying plate. No rush. Everyone, take a rest first. After you are fully prepared, we will enter the skyless dark realm, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes. Maluo nodded. Then, the Moshi clan gave Jun Xiaoyao a good cultivation place. Jun Xiaoyao sat alone. Next, he would enter the skyless dark realm. This was definitely a life and death test for Jun Xiaoyao. A cultivator from the immortal realm entered the skyless dark realm deep in the Avacania lands. This was definitely a feat that few people could achieve since ancient times. The ghost-masked woman might be one. Because the mother of the red spider lily once said that the ghost-masked woman had also entered the skyless dark realm. Success or failure depends on this trip. If I succeed, I will be able to completely understand the secrets of the foreign realm. This will be of great strategic importance in the war between the two realms. In addition, there is also a chance to sign in. I wonder what good things I can sign in for. Jun Xiaoyao pondered while looking inside. In his inner universe, the mighty power of faith was as big as a star field. It was like a boundless golden sea. And in the center, the seed of faith was as bright as the sun. Countless chanting and sacrificial sounds rang out. Jun Xiaoyao roughly sensed it. The number of believers of the god of fate and creation had reached 10 billion. In a short period of time, it had expanded 100 times. This was an extremely terrifying speed. Of course, Tuoba Yu's role as a missionary tool was also indispensable. He was truly a prodigy at preaching. 10 billion believers sounded like a lot, and it was indeed a lot. If the powerhouses of the Western sect and the Holy Orchid sect were to know of this, they would definitely be jealous. 10 billion believers, even if they wanted to spread it, it would take a long time. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had directly developed in this short period of time in the foreign realm. Fortunately, the foreign realm didn't have any religious forces. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have developed so smoothly. Although 10 billion believers are a lot, it's nothing compared to the trillions of enslaved creatures in the foreign realm. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The power of faith of 10 billion believers was absorbed into the seed of faith. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that the seed of faith was beating like a golden heart. Vaguely, it seemed to be brewing some shocking transcendent existence. This can be used as a trump card. After returning to the celestial realm, I will also vigorously develop my believers. Jun Xiaoyao decided in his heart. In the foreign realm, he could only rely on his own plans. But if he returned to the celestial realm, he could use the Jun family's influence to promote the Church of Fate. And at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had a faint feeling. This feeling came from the distant heavenly tomb. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of joy. In the distant heavenly tomb state. In the eternal forbidden land, the heavenly tomb. In a dark valley. There was a rumbling sound, and heaven and earth were shaking. Countless great Tao divine laws circulated around the dark valley. At the same time, there was a majestic qi and blood surging. It even turned into a golden qi and blood dragon that also surrounded the valley. Inside the valley, endless dazzling brilliance surged. There were tens of thousands of runes that were imprinted in the void. At the same time, dong, dong, the sound of drums that were like thunder on the ground rang out. Every sound seemed to shatter the void. There was something in this valley. It was Jun Xiaoyao's other physical body, which was also his fundamental body. Sacred body of the ancients. No, it should be said that it was the quasi-innate sacred body Tao embryo. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao set up a shocking trap and deceived the heavens. Not only did he win the game against the heavens, but he also made the hidden branch of the Jun family return to the main branch. The only price Jun Xiaoyao paid was the collapse of his physical body. Even the sacred body of the ancients could not withstand it. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao signed in for 10 consecutive draws. He integrated the 8-star reward, the origin of the Tao, into the sacred body of the ancients. It allowed him to transform into a quasi-innate sacred body. In addition, he also integrated the 9 immortal life-reversing pill and the elixir of 3 lives. It could be said that without these supreme-grade pills and elixirs, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body would definitely take countless years to recover. Although the chaotic physique created by the Qing Emperor's 33th grade chaotic green lotus was also extremely heaven-defying. But only a child would make a choice. Jun Xiaoyao wanted them all. These 2 physical bodies both belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. There was no better or worse. They were both heaven-defying treasured bodies. The 2 could even be superimposed and fused. Jun Xiaoyao could not imagine how strong he would be after the fusion. Now, the entire dark valley was filled with the sound of the great path. It was obvious. This physical body that had been brewing for a long time was finally going to be completely restored. Not only that, but it would be stronger than the sacred body of the ancients alone, the mystic region, Jiutian Immortal Academy. In a majestic palace that was like a heavenly palace. Many sage-like elders sat there cross-legged. They were all elders of the Jiutian Immortal Academy. The elder sitting on the main seat said with a solemn expression, "I'm sure everyone knows that the 6 kings of the foreign realm have gathered." Many of the elders' expressions changed when they heard this. You should know what the gathering of the 6 kings will bring. It's not just about the legend of the 6 kings destroying the world. It's more about the true horror of the foreign realm that has never been known by anyone since ancient times. The ultimate catastrophe. The words of the first elder made the atmosphere of the entire palace suffocate. Yes, the mystic region also knew about the existence of the ultimate catastrophe. But it was only limited to some of the older generation and high-level experts. After all, this kind of thing was useless even if ordinary people knew about it. On the contrary, it would only increase panic. What exactly is that ultimate calamity? An elder asked. I don't know, I fear that not even the other side understands. If we knew what it was, we wouldn't be so passive. The first elder shook his head slightly. In his opinion, this should be a permanent secret. This was something not even the other side could understand. How could anyone from the celestial realm possibly understand? However, I seem to have heard that in the bygone era, there was a taboo existence of the Jun family that fought against the ultimate calamity. There were also some elders who spoke in a secretive manner. This matter is too old. Even some of the forces of the Xianxia and the Archean royalty said that it was just a rumor. No one knows the truth. The first elder shook his head. This matter was very old, and even the Jun family might not be able to understand it. Together with the Xianxia and the Archean royalty refuting the rumors, as time passed, no one paid it much attention. Sigh, what a pity, in the desolate border battlefield, no one could kill that primal chaos body, to the extent where more than 10 seed heavenly talents were killed by that primal chaos body. One of the elders sighed deeply, exasperated at the failure to meet his expectations. That desolate border training could be said to be the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy's humiliation. They were completely suppressed by War God Academy. Strictly speaking, they were suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao alone. Even the Big Dipper Great Emperor couldn't kill that primal chaos body. With just my academy's little fellas, do you think they can do it? An elder said with a bitter smile. When they thought of this scene, many elders' expressions became serious. The hidden dangers of the world destruction's 6 kings, together with the hidden dangers of the ultimate calamity. After this great war between 2 worlds, the future of the celestial realm really was in imminent danger. Right at this time, an elder came to seek an audience. What is it? When he saw that elder, the first elder said calmly. Reporting to first elder, the Jun family has made a big move, that elder said excitedly. Oh, didn't you hear about it before? The first elder raised his eyebrows. It's different this time. Not only did the Jun family mobilize an army, but many Jun family ancestors and ancient ancestors also appeared. There are even great emperors who have appeared. What? How is this possible? In the entire hall, all the elders couldn't help but stand up. The first elder's eyes trembled. Up until now, although there were many conflicts between the celestial realm and the foreign realm, they were all limited to a certain scale. That was because no true great emperor-level figure took action. Even the foreign realm's Scarlet Owl King, the immortal realm's Big Dipper Great Emperor, and the others only did so for some purpose. But now, the great emperor of the Jun family appeared, so the situation was definitely different from before. No, because of the archaic Treaty of Alliance, how many great emperors are there? In the celestial realm? How can the Jun family still have great emperors? The first elder said. In this era, great emperors rarely appeared, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The reason was because of the archaic Treaty of Alliance. No matter how deep the Jun family hid, how many great emperors did they have? It's the hidden branch, the Jun family's hidden branch, and there are still great emperors, said the elder. The first elder was speechless. He almost forgot that the Jun family's hidden branch had already returned to the main branch. Before, he only counted the strength of the Jun family's main branch. On the side, an elder said, First elder, is the Jun family making such a big fuss this time to stop the world-destroying 6 kings and the ultimate disaster? The first elder pondered for a moment and said, it's not impossible. Pass down the order, my 9 Heavens Immortal Academy will also mobilize. This time, all the geniuses will be sent out to gain experience. This is a rare baptism, and they might even be able to witness a battle between great emperors. This kind of war between the 2 realms' influence was much greater than the undying battle, and it was a good experience for the younger generation. Yes. The elders left, preparing to mobilize. The first elder's eyes were deep in thought. What is the Jun family trying to do, making such a big fuss? Do they really want to start the decisive battle ahead of time and bring the war between the 2 realms to an end? The first elder didn't believe that they were trying to stop the disaster. No matter how strong the Jun family was, it was impossible for them to kill their way into the Avacania lands. Those ultimate emperor clans in the Avacania lands were not incompetent. The first elder of the Immortal Academy really couldn't figure out the Jun family's intentions. After that, the entire 9 Heavens Immortal Academy was mobilized. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, Feather King, Long Yao Ji Qingyi, Princess Longji, Yan Ruming, Yu Chanwan, and the others were all preparing to set off. There were also some new seedlings who were going to set off. In addition, Jiang Luoli was going to set off as well. Some time ago, Jiang Luoli also ended her solo training and joined the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. Now, her strength was no longer the same as before. Her physique had evolved from the Yuan Spirit Tao body to the Yuan Spirit Immortal body. She even obtained the broken Yuan Spirit world. Her strength could be ranked among the top of the younger generation. However, compared to before, the current Jiang Luoli was much quieter. She also rarely smiled. This was because she learned that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen in the world of divine ruins. Although she didn't believe it in her heart, waiting was always torturous. Her original lively and playful personality had become much more reserved. The 9 Heavens Immortal Academy wasn't the only one who received this news. The supreme Xianting, the Archean royalty, the underworld king bloodline, the ancient orchid sect, the western paradise sect, and the various remote antiquity families all received this news. In the beginning, because there was no leader, no immortal forces dared to charge at the front and take the lead. Even the Xianting temporarily chose not to make a move. But now, the Jun family suddenly took the lead, and even the emperor-level figure of the hidden bloodline appeared. With the Jun family at the front, the other immortal forces were naturally willing to follow. Perhaps they could even get a share of the pie. Therefore, they all agreed to mobilize. It seemed that the final battle of the two worlds was about to arrive. And the commotion on the immortal realm side obviously couldn't be hidden from the other side. In the Avacania lands, the various Ultimate Emperor clans all received the news. On the Moshi clan side, Jun Xiaoyao also received the news from Imoholuo. The family also took action. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao was thinking in his heart, and thought of a certain possibility. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Soon, he called Imoholuo. "Sir, what's the matter?" Imoholuo said respectfully. "It's time, prepare to go to the skyless dark world." Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeve and ordered, his gaze sharp like a sword. "Yes, this." Subordinate obeys. Imoholuo revealed an extremely excited expression. The door to the skyless dark world was finally about to open. Immortal Domain's Jun family's power was extremely great. Pulling one together would move the entire body. As the Jun family took action, Xianting and the other great powers also took action. The mighty group of experts headed for the border. These movements were naturally long known by the foreign great emperor clans. In an instant, the foreign immortal emperor clans also began to move. Infernal Emperor Clan, Magia Emperor Clan, Amlin Emperor Clan, Jiming Clan, Huido Clan, Blood Demon Clan, the top king clans, 100 great king clans and others all began to move. The creatures of both worlds were a bit nervous, knowing that a true great storm was about to arrive. At the same time, the Ultimate Emperor clans in unspeakable lands clearly also moved. Within Demon Dawn Clan. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others were preparing to set out for Skyless Dark Realm. Within a dark palace in the depths of Demon Dawn Clan. Many powerful divine wills were communicating. Among them, the weakest were half undying. There were even true undying existences. Could it be that Immortal Domain is really going to launch an all-out attack? This is nothing more than a deathbed struggle. This time, let us Ultimate Emperor Clan Kings take action. That's right. Even though the ancestors are all in a state of slumber, as long as the great calamity wakes up, the ancestors will also wake up and bring disaster to Immortal Domain. Since that's the case, then let's go meet those Immortal Domain great emperors and see just how strong they are. The ones who spoke were all Demon Dawn Clan's most powerful experts. Even though their voices were arrogant, they indeed had the ability to do so. After all, the Ultimate Emperor clans had watched the eras change, the rise and fall of tens of thousands of eras. Their foundations were unimaginably deep. There was nothing that could threaten their existence. Even if heaven and earth withered, all things withered away, they could still exist in the darkness of eternity. This was the source of their confidence. However, there were also undying existences who maintained a cautious attitude. It's still better to be a bit more cautious. I keep feeling that Immortal Domain's Jun family's actions this time seem to be plotting something. That's right. Another undying existence spoke up. If it was Xianting leading this time, then I wouldn't be afraid. They were defeated by us before, split into 9 great immortal inheritances. But the Jun family is different. Don't forget what happened before. Shoo, keep quiet. An undying said coldly. This was a past buried in history that no one was willing to uncover. Alright, let's not talk about things that have already become history. What is the Jun family plotting this time? Are they plotting against the kings of the ultimate great imperial clans? Make some preparations, and then head to the desolate border. After that, wait for the calamity to descend. The dark palace fell silent. The aura within disappeared. It wasn't just the Demon Dawn clan. The other Ultimate Emperor clans in the Avacania lands also had powerful auras vanish from their ancestral lands. They tore through the void, heading towards desolate border, wishing to carry out a shocking confrontation with Immortal Domain, on this side, Jun Xiaoyao and the others had already left the Demon Dawn clan. Jun Xiaoyao sensed something and turned around. He could sense that many powerful auras within the Demon Dawn clan had vanished. As expected. A thoughtful look flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Then, he looked at Mo Holuo and said, Mo Holuo, you should know the exact location. You should take the lead. Yes. Mo Holuo cupped his hands, unable to hide his excitement. The younger generation of the ultimate great imperial clans had been influenced since they were young, and they worshipped the ultimate calamity. Now that they might be able to see the true calamity, he naturally couldn't suppress his excitement. Jun Xiaoyao and the others continued to go deeper into the Avacania lands. The entire Avacania lands was extremely large. It was much larger than a state in the foreign realm. Even Jun Xiaoyao and the others were almost at the supreme being level. It was also very difficult to cross it. Because the deeper they went into the Avacania lands, the stronger the laws of heaven and earth. Towards the end, it was difficult for others to break through space with their supreme being level cultivation. Only Jun Xiaoyao still had the ability to break through space. The reason was simple. He had the Book of Space. With his ultimate control of the Tao of space, even in the depths of the Avacania lands, Jun Xiaoyao could still come and go as he pleased. Of course, he didn't manifest it. There was nothing wrong with hiding it. Moreover, if he manifested it, the others wouldn't be able to keep up with him. After about 10 days, Jun Xiaoyao and the others finally arrived at the depths of the Avacania lands. In front of them was a dark land, like an eternal night. But it wasn't without any light, it was just very dim, surrounded by grayish-black fog all year round. On the ground, there were small puddles of black water. Jun Xiaoyao carefully sensed it. He found that it was actually a gathering of dense dark matter. From this, it could be seen how dense the dark matter was in this dark land. This is the skyless dark world? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Mohuruo. That's right. Mohuruo nodded slightly. Where's the gate, where's the gate? Kagura asked curiously. Didn't they say that the 6 kings together could open the gate to the skyless dark world, but now there was no gate? You go over and give it a try. Mohuruo smiled slightly. Kagura looked at Mohuruo suspiciously. You're not using me to test the water, are you? Don't worry, although I haven't been in, there won't be any fatal danger here. Moreover, without you, we can't enter the skyless dark world. Mohuruo smiled. Kagura hesitated for a moment, raised her jade foot, and stepped into the dark land ahead. Whoosh, but in an instant. Kagura's figure appeared in the same place again, as if she hadn't moved at all. Kagura was a little confused. The skyless dark world has ancient rules. Without permission, almost no one can enter it. Mohuruo smiled. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Mohuruo used the word almost. That meant that there were still people who could enter it. For example, the demon-masked woman. Okay, don't talk nonsense, let's get started, Kagura said. Everyone took out their apocalyptic forbidden artifacts. God's Weeping War Halberd, Demon Sword Heaven's Weep, Mahakala Mirror, 10,000 Demons Tower, Torch Dragon Lantern, 10-tailed Heaven Annihilation Plate. 6 apocalyptic forbidden artifacts appeared at the same time. Then, the dark hexagram mark on Jun Xiaoyao and the others released a faint light again. 6 faint black beams of light shot into the sky, as thick as pillars supporting the sky. The dense black light gathered and turned into a giant dark hexagram mark. Almost the entire Avacania lands, and even the 10 foreign states, could see it clearly. Then, the 6 apocalyptic forbidden artifacts landed on the 6 corners of the dark hexagram. It was as if 6 keys had landed on 6 keyholes. In an instant, black fog surged in the dark land ahead. The sky changed color, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled, as if the door to hell had opened. Endless black fog surged out from it, and the scene inside also changed. There were all kinds of stars falling, the universe drying up, time and space breaking, and terrifying illusions of the destruction of all worlds emerging from it. The pressure that surged in an instant directly pressed Mohuruo, Zhu Yi, and Yun Xiaohe to the ground. As for Kagura and Su Hongyi, they wisely hid on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's white clothes fluttered in the wind. The pressure was so strong that even his chaotic physique was under great pressure, and his bones were cracking. The door to the skyless dark realm is finally open. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. At the same time, deep in the Ares Academy, in the underground paradise, all of a sudden, a great fog surged up from that misty place. The figure that had been sitting cross-legged finally stood up slowly. It's about time. Sir, are we going directly to the skyless dark realm? Xianxia of Beach asked. No, before that, there is one more thing to do, the voice said. What is it? Xianxia of Beach was confused. Kill Qi Xiao. The great barbarian state. It was a red desert that stretched for thousands of miles. This place was the ancestral land of the Scarlet Owl race, a quasi-emperor race whose name shook the foreign lands recently. The Crimson Owl clan was not considered too famous in the first place. It was also not considered especially outstanding among the top 10 royal clans. However, it was because his clan's old ancestor, Scarlet Owl King, forcefully corroborated the Tao, becoming an undying king. All of a sudden, their entire clan ascended and became a quasi-emperor clan. Afterwards, the Scarlet Owl King even fought against the immortal Domain Jun family's white-clothed divine king in the desolate lands. This battle could be said to be the battle that made the Crimson Owl King famous. After all, the battle prowess of the white-robed divine king of the Jun family was obvious to all. Later on, there were even clansmen of the Scarlet Owl clan who spread the news. The white-clothed divine king of the Jun family had gone missing because he had been severely injured by the Scarlet Owl King. This was undoubtedly a form of propaganda. It allowed the Crimson Owl King and the entire Crimson Owl clan's reputation to rise another level. And now, in the depths of the Scarlet Owl clan's ancestral land, at the peak of a blazing mountain, a red-robed old man with red eyebrows was sitting cross-legged in the void. There was a pair of crimson wings on his back that were branded with countless ancient runes. A sea of fire rose and fell around him, and endless fire runes appeared. Behind him, there seemed to be countless living beings rising and falling in the sea of hellfire. This was practically the ultimate evolution of the Tao of Fire. The old man sat cross-legged in the center of heaven and earth. He was like the ancestor of all flames, capable of incinerating the heavens of the universe. This red-browed old man was an undying of the Scarlet Owl clan, Scarlet Owl King. At this moment, beneath the Crimson Owl throne, there was a handsome man in pure gold armor listening to the Tao voice and comprehending the great Tao of Fire. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely recognize this person. It was Qi Hongyu. He was also the last disciple of the Scarlet Owl King. Previously, at the Tushan matchmaking event, Qi Hongyu had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Even his soul book had been snatched away. It could be said that he was the representative of the word tragic. Has the door finally opened? In the void, the Crimson Owl King was like a great sun, the light of blazing flames illuminating the vast expanse. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two small suns as he stared into the distance. The black hexagram mark was reflected in the sky above the Avacania lands. It's him, Yu Xiaoyao. Qi Hongyu, who was below, also sensed something. His face instantly turned grave. What happened at the matchmaking convention was like a nightmare that he could not wake up from. Jun Xiaoyao had become his inner demon. And now, the gap between him and Jun Xiaoyao was getting bigger and bigger. One was the Dark Devil Monarch. One was a loser who had lost the halo of a prodigy and was ridiculed by everyone. Hongyu, your heart isn't calm, the Scarlet Owl King said coolly. I'm sorry, master. I'm just thinking about that Yu Xiaoyao, and I can't calm down. Now, there's even news that he's the Dark Devil Monarch. Qi Hongyu's expression was ferocious. That junior has a special status now, so it's inconvenient to touch him. But later, you have to personally retrieve the soul book. The Crimson Owl King's tone was still indifferent. Although the soul book was precious, he couldn't drop his status and go get it himself. Of course, he was also wary of the Xianxia Beach and the others behind Jun Xiaoyao. Master, can I still catch up to you, Xiaoyao? Qi Hongyu's face was ashen, and his inner demon was very strong. The Scarlet Owl King frowned slightly and said, Hongyu, this is just a small obstacle on the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. When you become a supreme powerhouse like me, you'll realize that your opponents in the past are no longer in your eyes. Qi Hongyu's eyes lit up. He said with admiration, "Indeed, I'm ashamed. I'm not like you, master. You proved your Tao with great power, and you can easily enter the divine king of the Jun family in the immortal region." Qi Hongyu's eyes were filled with admiration as he said that. His master, the Scarlet Owl King, was his belief. Although Qi Hongyu had developed an inner demon in his heart, as long as he had the belief of the Scarlet Owl King, he was still confident. That's right. If I can prove my Tao, I'll increase the chances of conquering the immortal region. The Scarlet Owl King accepted Qi Hongyu's compliments and admiration. Master, can you tell me more about the battle with the divine king of the Jun family? I want to understand, worship, and comprehend the true essence of being a powerhouse. Qi Hongyu's eyes were filled with admiration. There's no need for that. A powerhouse won't be obsessed with past achievements. The battle with Jun Wuhui was just a boring battle. The Scarlet Owl King shook his head slightly. His tone was indifferent, showing the supreme grace of an immortal king. It could be said that he was acting cool to the max. Master, you're so mighty. Qi Hongyu's eyes were filled with fanatical admiration. However, at this moment, the Scarlet Owl King suddenly felt something and looked at the void in front of him. He could vaguely feel an extremely majestic force breaking through the space and descending on this area. Rumble, heaven and earth resonated. The endless void cracked open, and a powerful pressure poured down. In the ancestral land of the Scarlet Owl clan, a huge earthquake occurred, and the earth cracked. Oh my God, what's going on? Is some big shot here? Don't worry, our ancestor is here. What's there to be afraid of? Many members of the Scarlet Owl clan were alarmed. There were even a few quasi-immortal level beings who were awakened from their cultivation. Their eyes were filled with anger. How dare you come to our Scarlet Owl clan to be so presumptuous? Aren't you afraid that our king will punish you? Some quasi-immortal level beings shouted. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked to find a huge figure blocking out the sunlight. That figure was like a moving continent. Even the sky was covered by it. That's a turtle? Some members of the Scarlet Owl clan were stunned. No, it looks like a dragon head, someone else said. At this moment, the Scarlet Owl King's voice was heard. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Xianxia Beach from the Aries Academy. Why did you come to our clan in such a big way? What? It's the Xianxia Beach from the Aries Academy? Hearing the Scarlet Owl King's voice, many members of the Scarlet Owl clan were shocked. The divine turtle was a primordial mutant with the shape of a turtle and the body of a dragon. In the ancient legends, when the sky collapsed, Nuwa cut off the legs of the divine turtle and set the four extremes. This was referring to primordial mutants like the divine turtle. The Scarlet Owl King's words did not make the Xianxia Beach move at all. Instead, another voice sounded. No reason. I'm just here to take your life. This voice was like thousands of sharp swords, blooming with sharpness and resounding through the void. Golden spears and armored horses. Heaven and earth were suddenly filled with a majestic battle intent, as if it was going to tear the world apart, and the members of the Scarlet Owl clan who heard this were all stunned. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Did they hear wrongly? Someone actually said that they wanted to take the Scarlet Owl King's life, under countless shocked gazes. A slender figure in white slowly stepped out from the divine turtle's head. His face was blurry, and immortal light filled the air. There were also the sounds of people praying and gods chanting. Behind that white-cloaked figure, there seemed to be 3,000 god kingdoms. And he was like the king of gods, his aura suppressing the heavens for all eternity, like a deity who created the heavens. How is this possible? It's you, the Scarlet Owl King's pupils suddenly constricted. A sea of fire overturned, engulfing the heavens. He could not control his aura. That figure appeared in the radiance, perfectly straight and slender, like a backbone that supported the heavens. A corner of white clothes fluttered. It was the nightmare of countless foreign creatures. Jun family, Jun Wuhui. The awe-inspiring voice resounded through the vast expanse. The three words Jun Wuhui were like thunder, exploding in the ears of all Scarlet Owl clan creatures. Pucci, most of the Scarlet Owl clan creatures immediately spat out blood, collapsing onto the ground. They actually couldn't withstand that awe-inspiring voice. Within the endless divine radiance, Jun Wuhui's figure appeared. White clothes purer than snow, handsome like jade. His eyes were like the sun and moon, seeing through the boundless world. There was endless vicissitudes within, as if he had experienced 10,000 battles. 3,000 divine kingdoms surrounded his body, chanting Sanskrit songs. This was the special phenomenon and ability of the divine king physique, the Jin dynasty worshipped, respected by the world. The invincible Jun family divine king finally revealed his true body, deathly silence, an unprecedented deathly silence. Countless Scarlet Owl clan creatures felt their throats being choked, unable to breathe. Jun Wuhui. This was definitely the most famous immortal domain supreme expert in the foreign realm. After all, Jun Wuhui was one of the 3 pure ones, overseeing the foreign realm's desolate border all year round. No one didn't know him. A magnificent army avoided a white robe. This wasn't just a description. It was also precisely because of Jun Wuhui's reputation. Only then could Scarlet Owl King become a deity in that battle. But now, Jun Wuhui actually appeared openly in the Scarlet Owl clan's ancestral land. This was inconceivable. How many immortal domain figures could act so openly in the foreign realm? Even immortal domain's great emperors wouldn't casually enter the foreign realm, fearing that they would be surrounded and killed. But Jun Wuhui appeared just like that, surprising everyone. However, when they thought of Scarlet Owl King's battle accomplishments, many Scarlet Owl clan creatures' hearts calmed down. So what if it was Jun Wuhui? Didn't he still lose to their old ancestor? A quasi-undying from the Scarlet Owl clan looked at Jun Wuhui, saying coldly, "Jun Wuhui, did you come to seek revenge? Then you're wrong. With my clan's old ancestor here, how dare you act so impudently?" This quasi-undying berated. Jun Wuhui's expression didn't change in the slightest. His eyes, which were as cold as the sun and moon, were deep and boundless, without any extra emotions. Just like the king of gods, he would not be affected by the clamor of ants. In the next moment, Jun Wuhui stretched out his hand. Endless divine power precepts shrouded and transformed into a giant hand. In that 1/10,000th of an instant, he caught hold of that quasi-undying. Then, Pucci, pinch him to death. Drops of quasi-immortal blood fell to the ground, creating deep craters. The hearts of all the Scarlet Owl clan living beings seemed to have been frozen, stopping beating. One move, it was only one move. In the eyes of the world, he was a high and mighty quasi-undying. He was crushed to death like an ant. What kind of supreme power was this? Damn it, Jun Wuhui, you! The Scarlet Owl King was enraged. Heaven and earth burned with raging flames. Even he could not react in time. Jun Wuhui had acted so decisively, leaving no time for others to react. On the back of Xianxia Beach, a small green bird appeared. Perhaps no one would have thought that it was the quasi-immortal of Ares Academy, Fufeng of Gojosian. At this moment, Fufeng of Gojosian looked at the quasi-immortal of the Scarlet Owl clan who was crushed into blood and bones. Cold sweat broke out on its back. It hurriedly used its little wings to wipe the non-existent sweat on its head. It began to feel lucky. Lucky that it admitted defeat. How is this possible? Qi Hongyu's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and his scalp was about to explode. A quasi-immortal was killed in seconds just like that. Qi Hongyu's Dao heart was trembling. The impact on him was too great. However, Qi Hongyu looked at Jun Wuhui, and he had an inexplicable feeling. There seemed to be a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, Qi Hongyu shook his head after a second thought. He looked at the Scarlet Owl King with infinite confidence in his eyes. Although Jun Wuhui's strength was terrifying, with his master, the Scarlet Owl King, there was no problem. Jun Wuhui, he was just a loser. Qi Hongyu was not the only one who thought so. The other living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan thought so too. Ancestor, please kill Jun Wuhui. That's right, avenge our quasi-immortal. Ancestor, please do it. Many living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan were screaming. The Scarlet Owl King was their last support. However, the Scarlet Owl King's fiery red eyebrows were tightly knitted. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. Jun Wuhui, you took advantage of the situation and killed our quasi-immortal. This is not considered a big wave. However, if you take another step forward, the world will be turned upside down. The Scarlet Owl King's words were sharp, and he seemed extremely domineering. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would realize. The Scarlet Owl King did not want to attack. Instead, he wanted Jun Wuhui to take the initiative to retreat. Master, Qi Hongyu's expression changed slightly. If the Scarlet Owl King said that, wouldn't that quasi-immortal die in vain? When Jun Wuhui heard that, he looked at the Scarlet Owl King and said indifferently. Scarlet Owl King, looks like the Battle of the Desolate Border gave you an illusion that you have the strength to contend with me. However, in my eyes, you're inferior to a bug. To see an immortal king as a bug. Just ask, who else? Impudent, a king cannot be humiliated. The Scarlet Owl King's eyes spewed flames, his anger surging to the sky, heaven and earth changed color. He also did not hold back anymore and attacked directly. The mighty fire rule appeared, burning the sky. The temperature between heaven and earth rose sharply. Heaven and earth were burned down, the scene was shocking. The other living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan hurriedly hid in the ancestral land and raised the clan protection formation. Otherwise, just the aftermath was enough to kill all living beings. Myriad Dao Fire Lotus. The Scarlet Owl King raised his hand, myriad flames gathered, transforming into a colorful fire lotus. This was the ultimate move that the Scarlet Owl King cultivated from collecting myriad flames. Once the fire lotus appeared, the vast ocean would evaporate instantly. Facing Jun Wuhui, the Scarlet Owl King did not dare to hold back in the slightest. Feeling that destructive undulation emitted, the Xianxia beach directly made a move. The immortal rule manifested, condensing into a tortoise-shell-like light screen, directly enveloping the entire Scarlet Owl clan's ancestral land, preventing the aftermath of the battle from leaking out. What is the Xianxia beach doing? The quasi-immortal of the Scarlet Owl clan frowned, faintly having an ominous premonition. Facing the Scarlet Owl King's powerful move, Jun Wuhui's expression was indifferent, only his white clothes and black hair fluttering. He casually pinched and pressed forward, a large seal collapsing to void in front. That large seal was suffused with a vast divine radiance, as if the seal of a deity fell from the 9 heavens. The surrounding firmament of thousands of miles was collapsing, tens of thousands of divine chains of order were instantly destroyed. Divine King Fallen Immortal Seal. This was also an extremely terrifying ultimate move. Rumble. The godly King Fallen Immortal Seal and the Myriad Dao Fire Lotus collided, as if two universes collided, bursting forth shocking waves. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned upside down, the universe poured down, and countless galaxies outside the sky were shaken down. The Milky Way falling 9 heavens, this was a true battle between the strongest. If this battle continued, a star field would be easily destroyed. If it were not for the Xianxia beach and the Scarlet Owl clan's protective formation blocking, this area would be instantly destroyed, and at this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the collision. Inside, it was as if countless universes were being born and destroyed. The power of destruction was so strong that it was impossible to look directly at it. Humph! In the void, a muffled groan suddenly sounded. One of the figures was repelled. When they saw that figure clearly, all the Scarlet Owl clan being stopped breathing. Grand Elder? All of the Scarlet Owl clan members' hearts instantly twitched, their faces turning stiff to the extreme. Their clan's invincible old ancestor, the Scarlet Owl King, was repelled. This was unimaginable, their minds about to break, hard to think. Master? Qi Hongyu's complexion instantly turned deathly pale, every drop of blood in his body seemingly about to freeze. In the desolate border battle, wasn't it the Scarlet Owl King suppressing Jun Wuhui? Just now, the Scarlet Owl King even said that that battle was a boring crushing. But now, the one who was repelled was actually the Scarlet Owl King. What on earth was going on? Damn it, Jun Wuhui, you clearly haven't taken that step yet. How can you possibly be my match? The Scarlet Owl King was roaring fiercely. Originally, reaching his realm, emotions could be easily controlled. But now, the Scarlet Owl King lost composure. He was repelled in front of all of his clansmen. This kind of invisible humiliation made him even more shocked and furious. Facing the Scarlet Owl King's questioning, Jun Wuhui's expression was calm and collected. Realm is meaningless to me. Killing you is nothing difficult. Jun Wuhui took a step forward, the space millions of feet under his feet seemed to instantly shrink to a point. He instantly swept in front of the Scarlet Owl King, raising his palm and smacking it out. Vast divine energy surged, immortal divine splendor blossoming, as if the myriad worlds were illuminated by this divine splendor. Feel free to come and give it a try. I, Scarlet Owl, corroborated my Tao in this era, seizing a generation's destiny. Who can suppress me, and who can defeat me? The Scarlet Owl King shouted fiercely, his voice shaking the world. At the same time, he brought out his emperor weapon. A Scarlet King Furnace. The Scarlet King Furnace was incomparably hot, divine flames coiling around its entire body, like the core of a sun. This was the exclusive emperor weapon that the Scarlet Owl King expended painstaking effort to refine. Even though he did not refine great emperors and immortal kings before. He had refined quasi-emperors and quasi-immortal kings before, but he had refined quasi-emperors and quasi-immortal kings before. The Scarlet King Furnace was brought out, monstrous divine flames gushing out from the furnace opening. A sea of fire overturned all directions, the void burned until it distorted and collapsed, all tangible matter was burning. Light appeared on the surface of Jun Wuhui's body, ancient characters appearing one after another, carrying a transcendent divinity. Those were divine characters. Jun Wuhui activated the ultimate defensive move of his God King physique. The blessings of the gods, the immortal radiance formed by the many divine characters seemed to have separated eternity. Even if the sea of fire was overturned and annihilated in all directions. Jun Wuhui was also standing tall in the sky, unaffected by any of it. Divine King physique. The corners of the Scarlet Owl King's eyes twitched slightly. This was also a heaven-defying physique. It was said that when one cultivated it to the end, one could become a true deity, eternal and indestructible. Jun Wuhui's technique was untouchable by any technique. He instantly flashed in front of the Scarlet Owl King. His fist imprint blasted out, directly collapsing everything in front of him. The Scarlet Owl King used the Scarlet King Furnace to block. A clang was heard. Jun Wuhui's fists collided with the monarch weapon, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sound dispersed the layers of clouds in the sky, and the endless sandstorm was swept away. Following this, Jun Wuhui and the Crimson Owl King unfolded a world-shocking great battle. The essence of heaven and earth boiled, and the mighty principles rose and fell like a vast ocean. A battle of this level was definitely rare. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. Patriarch, the living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan were all trembling, and they were nervous. Originally, they thought that the battle should be one-sided. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Could it be that Master is bragging? When Qi Hongyu thought of this, his face immediately turned incomparably pale. His mind was already cracked because of Jun Xiaoyao in the first place. The Scarlet Owl King was his only faith. Now, if his faith collapsed, Qi Hongyu's Tao heart would definitely be shattered. No, I don't believe it. Master is invincible. Qi Hongyu clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Above the universe, the wind and clouds changed color. Void cracks that were like abysses appeared one after another, as if they were reflecting the other worlds. This was extremely terrifying. It meant that the laws of this world were somewhat unstable. This showed how terrifying a true monarch battle was. Boom, another earth-shattering collision. The Scarlet Owl King was blasted back again, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Patriarch is injured. Some of the living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan were stunned and in disbelief. Jun Wuhui, you can't kill me. If you continue to drag this out, you won't be able to escape death. The Scarlet Owl King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were extremely sinister. As he breathed in and out, the injuries in his body began to heal rapidly. This was the strength of an immortal king. It was possible to suppress or even defeat him. However, to kill him would definitely be several times more difficult. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. As soon as Jun Wuhui's voice fell, he stomped his foot. Rumble, behind him, 3,000 divine kingdoms lined up, forming a vast domain that covered the entire ancestral land of the Scarlet Owl clan. It was as if there were 3,000 gods sitting cross-legged in the void, chanting. As for Jun Wuhui, he stood in the middle of the 3,000 gods, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He was the only one who was supreme, a powerful aura that could overwhelm the heavens and earth appeared. Who could compete with a peerless God King? God Legion Paradise. When Jun Wuhui raised his hand, it was as if the power of 3,000 gods was augmented. Endless divine light gathered, turning into an eternal radiance that illuminated the universe. This was the God King physique's taboo great art, ultimate phenomenon. Boom. The Scarlet Owl King was suppressed in an instant, as if 100,000 universes were pressing down on his shoulders. All of his aura, cultivation base, and strength were suppressed. I'm the king of the current era. Who can press down on my shoulders? One had to admit that the Scarlet Owl King was worthy of being an immortal king. He was also sufficiently powerful. He was furious. Endless flames spread out, as if wanting to turn the world into scorched earth. All life of the three realms, Buddhist hell of fire. The Scarlet Owl King manifested the Scarlet Owl clan's ultimate art. The entire heaven and earth turned scarlet red. The entire mortal realm seemed to be burning up. All living beings could not escape the torment of being burned. This kind of taboo great art was powerful to the extreme. Furthermore, it was an area of effect divine ability. Heaven and earth that the Scarlet Owl King's magic power reached were all enveloped within. Even a quasi-immortal could only be imprisoned within, hopelessly reduced to ashes. My clan's ancestor is invincible. Inside the clan protecting Grand Array, the Scarlet Owl clan's living beings were shouting loudly. However, facing this move, Jun Wuhui's expression was very indifferent. He who had experienced countless battles, what bizarre and terrifying move had he not seen before? Jun Wuhui slowly raised his hand, as if the authority of the gods was grasped in his hand. The current Jun Wuhui was like the king of the gods who controlled heaven's secrets, operating the creation of life and death, and was about to send down tribulation punishment. Dusk of the gods. Jun Wuhui deployed the taboo great art. Instantly, heaven and earth were dusky yellow, with the setting sun shining. The 3,000 gods all seemed to be burning their divine power. Boundless dusk light shone on the Scarlet Owl King's body. The Scarlet Owl King instantly sensed the smell of death. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, the Scarlet Owl King flapped his wings, wanting to escape. As for his clansmen or whatnot, it did not matter. He painstakingly corroborated his Tao in the present era. How could he be willing to perish like this? Can you escape? Jun Wuhui said indifferently. The domain of the God Legion Paradise imprisoned the four extremes of heaven and earth, and even the void was imprisoned. It was impossible to break through. Damn it, how can this king perish here? Xianxia of Beach, what is your position? The Scarlet Owl King urged the immortal law in his body and the Scarlet King furnace to resist the power of Jun Wuhui's ultimate move. He shouted at the Xianxia of Beach. As the king of the foreign war god Collegium, the Xianxia of Beach logically should be on his side. Now, he was mixed up with Jun Wuhui, which was puzzling. The Scarlet Owl King hoped that the Xianxia of Beach could change his mind and help him escape. However, the Xianxia of Beach's main body spoke in human language and said coldly, from the beginning to the end, this king has always been a member of the Jun family. What? The Scarlet Owl King was stunned. The Xianxia of Beach was a member of the Jun family? What was going on? If he was a spy, then it had been too long, spanning across many epochs. And what was the cause and effect of this? It's over, Jun Wuhui said. The eternal dusk descended, like the final song that buried the immortal king. In the light of the dusk, the Scarlet Owl King's physical body began to disintegrate, and the great Tao law that was released poured out in all directions. The Tao that had been proven dissipated in the end, returning to heaven and earth. Even the primordial spirit could not escape the end of the dusk. Even the Tao-proving weapon, the Scarlet King furnace, disintegrated, and countless fragments flew in all directions. All the living beings in the ancestral land of the Scarlet Owl clan were stunned. The quasi-immortal level Scarlet Owl's minds buzzed, and they lost their souls. As for Qi Hongyu, his mind was buzzing, and his face was pale. His body was like a piece of wood, and his heart was like dead ashes. The faith in his heart had collapsed. Facing these living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan, Jun Wuhui's expression was still indifferent. Being merciful to you is being cruel to all living beings in the celestial realm. Jun Wuhui had the heart to protect the world, but it was only limited to all living beings in the celestial realm. Jun Wuhui would never be soft-hearted to his enemies. The dusk of the gods shone on the ancestral land of the Scarlet Owl clan. The living beings of the Scarlet Owl clan, including the quasi-immortal level ones, were being destroyed and turned into ashes. They had no power to resist at all. As for Qi Hongyu, his body was also disintegrating, turning into ashes inch by inch. His heart was already dead. However, unintentionally, Qi Hongyu raised his head again and looked at the white-robed divine king of the Jun family standing in the sky with boundless power. For a moment, an electric current flashed through his mind. Then, his pupils began to tremble, his body also began to tremble. Jun Wuhui, Yu Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao. Qi Hongyu understood. He completely understood. The person who killed his younger brother was once right in front of him, even the entire foreign realm was being toyed within the palm of his hand. Qi Hongyu's heart was trembling, shivering, and chilling. It was not because of the might of Jun Wuhui's divine king in front of him. It was because of his only son. The son of God of the Jun family who was so intelligent that he deceived the entire foreign realm, Jun Xiaoyao. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was already the Dark Devil monarch, and he was even deeper into the foreign realm's greatest secret, the Dark Sky realm. Connecting the causes and effects, Qi Hongyu's heart turned cold. What kind of shocking situation was Jun Xiaoyao trying to create in the foreign realm? However, was there any meaning in discovering this secret now? An extremely bitter smile appeared on the corner of Qi Hongyu's lips. Not only the Scarlet Owl clan, but Qi Hongyu also felt that the entire foreign realm might be destroyed by this father and son pair. Unfortunately, Qi Hongyu could no longer send out any news. Under the illumination of the dusk of the gods, Qi Hongyu turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. The foreign realm's quasi-emperor clan, the Scarlet Owl clan. Their entire clan was wiped out. Thousands of miles of wind and sand rustled. The ancestral land of the Scarlet Owl clan no longer existed. All the creatures of the Scarlet Owl clan, the clan guarding formation, and everything else. They were all annihilated under the illumination of the twilight of the gods. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. It was as if the Scarlet Owl clan had never existed in this place. The abyss-like spatial crack in the sky could not be closed for a long time. There were also deep pits on the ground where countless meteorites fell. This was the true battle of the strongest. Fortunately, the Xianxia of Beach had sealed it off. Otherwise, there would have been a huge commotion in the entire great barbarian state. Jun Wuhui, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back and his white robe fluttering. Annihilating a quasi-emperor clan was definitely a great achievement. However, Jun Wuhui was still calm. There was not the slightest ripple in his eyes that were as deep as the sun and moon. He did not seek fame or benefits. He only wanted to protect the prosperous immortal region and pass on the Jun family's eternal flame. The student has surpassed the master. Your strength should be close to our benefactors. The Xianxia of Beach spoke with a hint of respect in his tone. He was respectful to Jun Wuhui before only because Jun Wuhui was the divine king of the Jun family. When his benefactor saved him, the Xianxia of Beach had already sworn that he would be loyal to the Jun family for the rest of his life. But now, after seeing Jun Wuhui's true strength, the Xianxia of Beach respected Jun Wuhui from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, one should not forget that Jun Wuhui's one qi into 3 pure ones suppressed the 3 mysterious lands, the burial ground, and the realm sea. In other words, the current Jun Wuhui was only one of the 3 pure ones' doppelgangers. Although the one qi into 3 pure ones was very heaven-defying, the 3 doppelgangers were not inferior to the original body's strength and could each cultivate independently. However, it could also be seen that this was not Jun Wuhui's full strength. If the 3 pure ones' doppelgangers gathered and merged, how strong would Jun Wuhui be? That's not the case. My current strength is still a certain distance away from distant ancestor. But, if the plan goes smoothly, I might be able to catch up. Jun Wuhui smiled faintly, his eyes deep. If not for the arrangement of the plan, he would have long killed that arrogant Scarlet Owl king in Desolate Border. Why would he need to put on an act? From beginning to end, the Crimson Owl king merely became a passive actor cooperating with Jun Wuhui. Hearing this, the Xianxia of Beach sighed. The Jun family is really full of monsters. The benefactor who saved him first was the Jun family's emperor. Later on, an invincible white-clothed god king appeared. And now, there was the son of God, Jun Xiaoyao. That was right. It was because of Jun Wuhui's reminder that the Xianxia of Beach knew the real identity of Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, he would not have taken such good care of Jun Xiaoyao. It was to the extent where even War God Academy's dragon vein was directly given to Jun Xiaoyao. Sir, shouldn't we leave? After all, this is the other side, there are still dangers. The Xianxia of Beach said. Jun Wuhui shook his head slightly and said, there is no need to worry. Right now, most of the other side's attention is on Desolate Border. The Ultimate Emperor clan's most powerful individual should have already headed to Desolate Border. The Skyless Dark Realm's Great Gate has already opened, this is the best opportunity. Jun Wuhui said. But sir, if you enter the Skyless Dark Realm alone, what if there really is a disaster? The Xianxia of Beach wanted to say something, but then hesitated. As a Jun family spy who had been hiding in the other side for many great eras, the Xianxia of Beach knew just how mysterious and terrifying the ultimate disaster was. Even though Jun Wuhui's strength was heaven-defying, even able to kill undying kings. However, the ultimate disaster was an unspeakable, unknowable, indescribable existence. Even undying kings had to bow down and offer sacrifices. Even Xiaoyao dares to enter, then as his father, how could I be scared? If there is fear in my heart, then I am not worthy of being called Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui revealed a faint smile. Fear, this word. In the dictionaries of Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao, this pair of father and son, it didn't seem to exist. The Xianxia of Beach was helpless. This pair of father and son really were anomalies between heaven and earth. Incomprehensible freaks. It could only carry Jun Wuhui into the Skyless Dark Realm. This was a dusky and lifeless region. Thick black mists curled about year-round. This place was an eternal night, incomparably dusky, one couldn't see the end of it. It was as if they arrived at the depths of the cosmos, a land of chaos. It was to the extent where there wasn't even the slightest bit of sound, nor were there any signs of life. Meanwhile, it was precisely in this type of lifeless strangeness. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard, breaking the silence of the ancient times. In the darkness in the distance, several figures appeared. It was Jun Xiaoyao's group of 6. After opening the door to the Skyless Dark Realm, they continued to go deeper. The Skyless Dark Realm's power of rules was stronger than the outside world. They couldn't break through the void, so they could only advance on foot in the most primitive way. Jun Xiaoyao was sizing up this mysterious place. Except for the 6 of them, there didn't seem to be any vitality. But in the depths of the Skyless Dark Realm, Jun Xiaoyao could feel a chilling aura. Everyone, be careful when you go deeper. Rumor has it that the Skyless Dark Realm is not only filled with chaotic space cracks, but also time cracks. If you accidentally step in, you may instantly age 10,000 years. Mohuru warned everyone. As a creature of the Moshi clan, he knew more about the Skyless Dark Realm than anyone else. What, so terrifying? A layer of goosebumps appeared on Kagura's snow-white skin. What women were most afraid of was undoubtedly aging. Although as a cultivator, they couldn't protect their appearance, but the baptism of time was unavoidable. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you, Jun Xiaoyao said. The last secret hadn't been solved yet. Before that, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't let anything happen to them. Of course, after the secret was solved, it was hard to say. The first king's palace still cares about slaves. Kagura smiled. We believe that Lord Monarch can lead us to rise. Mohuru was also respectful. Only Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei's expressions were unnatural. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. They were afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would do something bad to them. Next, Jun Xiaoyao activated the majestic divine sense of the 3 lives primordial spirit. All kinds of strange places with murderous intent, space, and time cracks, were avoided by them. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a powerful aura fluctuation coming from ahead. What's that? The others also sensed it. Could it be? Mohuru seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up with surprise. The opportunity for the 6 kings is here. Mohuru's words surprised everyone. Then, they moved forward. In front of them was a giant lake surrounded by mist. The skeleton of an unknown creature fell into it. It hadn't been damaged after several eras, and it emitted a supreme immortal aura. Jun Xiaoyao and the others stepped forward and took a closer look. He discovered that the lingering fog was not real fog, but fragments of broken laws. Not only that, even the lake water in the lake was made of broken law fragments, and it emitted an aura of the great Tao. Even the knowledgeable Jun Xiaoyao was surprised when he sensed the unimaginable majestic energy in it. This should be the Tao transforming lake. It's a supreme treasure land passed down from ancient times to the present. Mohuruo's voice trembled with excitement. Tao transformation lake? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the lake filled with law fragments, and his eyes flashed. Meluo continued, everyone should know that when an ultimate master dies, the laws and great Taos in his body will dissipate and return to heaven and earth. But the skyless dark world is the residence of the great calamity. It has its own world with its own rules and is not governed by the rules of heaven and earth outside. And the Tao transformation lake has always been recorded in ancient books. Every time an elite is about to die or is close to death, they will come to the Tao transformation lake to pass away. They will dissolve their energy in the lake. This is a kind of inheritance, and the treasure land formed will bless future generations. Maluo's eyes were red with desire, and his breathing became rapid. But isn't the skyless dark world always in a closed state? Shenlu asked. Yes, but as I said before, the skyless dark world has its own rules, and it doesn't block all creatures. A long time ago, the calamity-level immortals of the Ultimate Emperor clans obtained many opportunities from the skyless dark world, Meluo said. This was the truth. Because the Moshi clan he belonged to was one of the Ultimate Emperor clans, he naturally knew some things. I see. Shenlu understood. She also looked at the Tao transformation lake with some desire. The essence of many ancient and powerful beings was gathered in it, and there was probably no one who wouldn't covet it. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very, very bright. He knew how difficult it was to get law fragments. Now, in his body, only the fruits produced by the celestial tree contained law fragments. Of course, the power of the world tree and other treasures could also replace law fragments. But in general, Jun Xiaoyao lacked cultivation resources. Because he didn't just want to condense one law. He wanted to condense at least 9 to become an ultimate supreme. If he wanted to do it, he would do it to the extreme. Although 1 or 2 laws could continue to break through. But after breaking through, his strength would be mediocre. Just like the little heavenly master of the blue hurricane lily. Jun Xiaoyao could kill him when he was a supreme. The difference between an ordinary supreme and an ultimate supreme was like a chasm. This was not a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. The appearance of the Tao transformation lake was undoubtedly a boon for Jun Xiaoyao. Give me a pillow when I'm sleepy. I reckon the other side would never have expected that their unmatched precious land would be used by me, someone from the immortal domain. Jun Xiaoyao sneered inwardly. Without hesitation, he was the first one to enter the Tao transformation lake. There were all sorts of skeletons in the lake, and they were all branded with profound runes of the great Tao. Even though he might have been dead for several eras, he still exuded a terrifying immortal pressure. It's comfortable. Jun Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed the power of law that was so dense that it seemed like it was about to overflow. This was simply an opportunity that was tailor-made for him. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao entering the Tao transformation lake, the remaining 5 exchanged glances with each other, but none of them dared to make a move. Imperceptibly, Jun Xiaoyao's authority had been placed first and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Without Jun Xiaoyao's permission, they didn't even dare to enter the Tao transformation lake directly. Hongyi, come here. Jun Xiaoyao said. Su Hongyi was wholeheartedly loyal to him, so Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't mistreat his own people. Thank you, young master. Su Hongyi smiled sweetly at Jun Xiaoyao. She was incomparably cold to others, but she would only smile at Jun Xiaoyao. First King's Palace, Kagura cast an innocent look at Jun Xiaoyao, and her tone had a touch of coquettishness that made one's body and mind go numb. You come too. Kagura's loyalty couldn't be compared to Su Hongyi's. However, she had also passed on a lot of information to Jun Xiaoyao. Although she wasn't completely devoted to him, at least she treated him with sincerity. The 2 women quickly sat on Jun Xiaoyao's side. The remaining 3 men were very awkward. In particular, Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohe were envious. The feeling of not being able to get a mountain of gold in front of them was too uncomfortable. You also find a place to sit. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Mohuruo. Thank you, master. Mohuruo cupped his hands slightly and entered the Dao transformation lake. Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohe were left clenching their fists tightly. They had a grudge with Jun Xiaoyao. Well, master, although they were going to lose all their face. Compared to improving their strength, losing face was nothing. On the side, Mohuruo hesitated for a moment and said, Master, why don't we let them in too? After all, if 2 of the 6 kings are lacking in strength, it will be disadvantageous for the future development. Each of the 6 kings played an important role. Then let them in. Although Jun Xiaoyao said so, the corners of his lips curled up. Letting them in was letting them in. But whether they could get energy was another matter. In terms of refining, Jun Xiaoyao had mastered the devouring law and the devouring god demonic art. He had also killed the prince of the God-Eater clan and obtained the devouring great divine power of the God-Eater insect clan. Xianyu, on the other hand, told Jun Xiaoyao about the devouring divine art that the mother of the red spider lily had taught her. The devouring law, the devouring god demonic art, the devouring great divine power, and the devouring divine art. 4 types of devouring power gathered in one body. In terms of devouring power, if Jun Xiaoyao said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Then, the cultivation began. A huge black hole suddenly appeared above Jun Xiaoyao's head. It was like the entrance to the abyss of the universe, devouring and refining everything. This was the only black hole that Jun Xiaoyao had created by combining the devouring law, the devouring god demonic art, the devouring great divine power, and the devouring divine art. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have become the embodiment of heaven and earth, embracing everything and nothing. The entire giant Dao transformation lake instantly set off monstrous ripples, countless runes of the law were branded, the scene was extremely shocking. What the F***ck, Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohe were dumbfounded. They could not hold back their emotions. Were they here to be bystanders? On the other side, Su Hongyi also began to cultivate and took out her trump card. A terrifying 8-armed demon god appeared, like a Buddha, half demon and half Buddha, mysterious and powerful. It was Mo Haitian that the Haitian clan could condense. Mo Haitian opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Endless power of the law flowed into Su Hongyi's body. Although its devouring and refining ability was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao's black hole, it was still extremely shocking. Even Kagura was shocked when she saw this. These 2 were too terrifying. They were simply robbing. She hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Mo Holuo, Zhu Yi, and Yin Xiaohe also quickly calmed their hearts and seized the opportunity. However, Jun Xiaoyao's training was simply too grand and extravagant. Except for Su Hongyi, everyone else was affected. Kagura was still alright, as Jun Xiaoyao had taken care of her in secret and didn't try to steal the fragments of laws in her area. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not going to be polite to the other 3. It would belong to whoever could compete. As Jun Xiaoyao devoured, the law in his body was quickly condensing. The law fragments in the Dao melting lake were left behind by the immortals after their Dao melting. Therefore, they were very pure and powerful. As for the dark matter contained in them, with the heavenly black blood, it did not affect Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation at all. Soon, a new law was born in Jun Xiaoyao's body, with a mysterious and ethereal reincarnation will. The reincarnation immortal chi condensed into the reincarnation law. Jun Xiaoyao's body had an additional law aura. So fast? On the other side, Mo Holuo sensed the change in Jun Xiaoyao's aura and could not help but change his expression. However, when he remembered that Jun Xiaoyao was the Dark Devil Monarch, he felt relieved. The Dark Devil Monarch should be stronger than the World Destroyer Monarch. Not long after, another dark yellow law condensed in Jun Xiaoyao's body. The law of all creation chi, Jun Xiaoyao continued to cultivate. To Jun Xiaoyao, reaching the paramount stage with 9 laws was no longer his goal. What he wanted was to surpass the paramount stage. In terms of cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao had always liked to break the limit. From the very beginning, Jun Xiaoyao had been breaking the records of the ancients. Later, he condensed an unprecedented 13 strands of immortal energy, which was even more shocking. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was in the supremacy realm, and he was also ambitious. Reaching the supremacy realm with 9 laws was no longer his goal. Surpassing the supremacy realm was what he should do. With my monstrous talent and the system, if I can't walk a path that no one has ever walked before, I will never be satisfied. Jun Xiaoyao was determined in his heart and continued to devour the power in the Dao Transformation Lake with the only black hole. A storm was set off in the Dao Transformation Lake. The only black hole could devour all matter. It could even easily devour and refine the laws. And under Jun Xiaoyao's fierce devouring and refining, the laws in his body were also rapidly condensing. The void laws, the sin laws, the heavens laws, the laws that would have taken endless time to condense. But in this short period of time, they were condensed quickly. It was because the energy in the Dao Transformation Lake was too majestic. And it was all the law energy left behind by the strongest immortal. It could be said that if others cultivated like this, they wouldn't be able to contain this energy at all, and their bodies would have exploded long ago. How would they have the extra strength to condense the laws, but Jun Xiaoyao's body could completely withstand it. Don't forget, he still had 3,000 summer worlds to cultivate. The overflowing energy was directly absorbed into the cells to cultivate the summer worlds. So Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the endurance of his body at all. Instead, he cared about whether the Dao Transformation Lake would be sucked dry. And compared to Jun Xiaoyao's crazy devouring, the others weren't so good. Su Hongyi and Kagura were fine and weren't affected much. The speed depended on their own refining ability. But Mo Holuo, Zhu Yi, and Yin Xiaohei were greatly affected and couldn't cultivate at all. If one were to say that Jun Xiaoyao was eating meat, then they weren't even drinking soup. They were just licking the few drops of spilled meat juice. And what was even more unbearable was, Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohei couldn't say anything about Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had already given them a wide berth by allowing them to enter the lake to cultivate. Even though they knew that Jun Xiaoyao might have done it on purpose, they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on the surface. Needless to say, this kind of grievance was unbearable. Jun Xiaoyao naturally did not care about their feelings. To put it bluntly, their names had already been recorded in Jun Xiaoyao's death notebook. Now, they were only able to live a moment longer because of Jun Xiaoyao's mercy. In the eternal silence of the skyless dark world, even the concept of time became blurry. No one knew how long they had been cultivating in the Dao Transformation Lake. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, all the pores on his body seemed to be gushing with the divine light of laws. Inside his body, the laws were incomparably resplendent, as if they were inscribed with the great Tao of heaven and earth. How many laws are there in his body? Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohei felt Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying aura, and their hearts skipped a beat. This Dao Transformation Lake was simply a seesaw for Jun Xiaoyao to take off. Boom! Finally, at a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was enveloped in divine light, and the radiance of the great Tao shone brightly. It illuminated this dark vast expanse, as if it was the only light. His realm aura rose again, breaking through to the great perfection supremacy. He was only one step away from the heavenly venerable realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not choose to break through. Feeling the surging power in his body like a river, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were bright and resplendent. 10 laws, in his body, a total of 10 laws had condensed: physical laws, soul laws, all things laws, reincarnation laws, void laws, sin laws, heavenly laws, devouring laws, great Tao laws, and life and death laws. Some of these laws were obtained by Jun Xiaoyao later, such as the soul laws. Some were obtained through the condensation of immortal qi. However, without exception, they were all extremely powerful. It could be said that as long as Jun Xiaoyao was willing, he could step into the heavenly venerable realm now. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not do so. The reason was simple. He could still condense more laws, however, the energy in his body seemed to have been saturated at the moment. To be able to condense so many laws in such a short period of time was already something that no one had ever done before. If word got out, it would shock everyone. 10 laws, I have already broken through to the supreme supremacy and reached a new realm. Perhaps I can be called the supreme anomaly? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself in his heart. What was an anomaly? Something that should not exist in this world was called an anomaly. Condensing 9 laws was called the supreme supremacy, also known as the supreme supremacy. And breaking through the supreme supremacy of 9 was an anomaly. Previously, even the heavenly Tao thought that Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly and sent down the 7 rebellious sovereigns to erase this anomaly. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao defied the heavens. Now, he defied the heavens once again. Although my current cultivation realm is still at the supreme supremacy realm, ordinary heavenly venerables are no longer a deterrent to me. Sensing the surging power of laws in his body, Jun Xiaoyao was very confident. Previously, when he only had 2 or 3 laws, he had already killed a lesser heavenly venerable. Now that he had condensed 10 laws, it could be said that he could even kill an extremely powerful lesser heavenly venerable. Ordinary great heavenly venerables were not much of a deterrent to him. In addition, the Sumeru world in Jun Xiaoyao's body was also due to the nomological energy of the Tao transformation lake. It directly broke through from 520 to 2000. In an instant, it reached 2/3. That majestic power of the world made the void around Jun Xiaoyao tremble as if it was about to split open. It should be known that this was the skyless dark realm, where the laws of heaven and earth were different from the outside world and were incomparably firm. To be able to make the space here tremble, it was obvious how strong Jun Xiaoyao's Sumeru world was. It was equivalent to the power of 2000 worlds superimposed on Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that although Jun Xiaoyao's realm had only advanced by 1 step, from the small perfection to the great perfection, compared to before, his real combat strength had definitely improved by more than a little. It was 100 million points. At this moment, the Tao transformation lake was surging. Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged, was like a white-robed god, exuding an unparalleled pressure. It even alarmed the 5 kings who were cultivating around him, and they were all shocked. How is this possible? His realm clearly hasn't broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. Why does he give me a feeling that I can't contend with him at all? Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohei looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was gushing with nomological energy like a god, with shock written all over their faces. Previously, they had thought that although Jun Xiaoyao was strong, they could at least exchange a few moves with him. But now, Jun Xiaoyao gave them the feeling that he could completely crush them in 1 move. This momentum, as expected of Lord Monarch. Could it be that Lord Monarch has condensed 9 nomological laws in his body and become an extreme supremacy? Emma Luo's face was full of admiration. What, extreme supremacy? Hearing this, Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohei felt as if their hearts had been hit by a hammer. An extreme supremacy with 9 nomological laws. This was an absolute monstrous talent. He was almost invincible in the same realm, but they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao's true talent was far beyond the so-called extreme supremacy. First Lord Palace's talent is too monstrous. He's an ultimate supreme. Kagura exclaimed. The 6 kings of Armageddon were also monstrously talented. However, it was still difficult to condense 9 laws. It wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Su Hongyi didn't exclaim. She was almost a fanatical believer of Jun Xiaoyao. She wouldn't be surprised if Jun Xiaoyao achieved anything. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's body was flowing with immortal light, and his white robe was flawless. Every pore on his body was gushing with the power of laws. Although the energy in his body was temporarily saturated, Jun Xiaoyao didn't stop absorbing the power of laws. He continued to devour and integrate the power of laws into his inner universe. He used it to nurture the celestial tree and the world tree. Little E, the divine demon ant, was also in his inner universe. After devouring the God-Devourer Emperor's son, the God-Devourer bug, the ant turned into a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. The rich power of laws was also integrated into the cocoon. Jun Xiaoyao used the remaining energy to strengthen and expand his inner universe. He even integrated it into his body and stored it. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was the epitome of plunder. If it weren't for the fact that the Tao Transformation Lake could only exist in the skyless dark realm and couldn't be moved. He even wanted to pack up the entire Tao Transformation Lake and take it away. Apart from him, Su Hongyi also gained a lot. Her body emitted a powerful aura of laws. It could be said that among the Supremes, except for Jun Xiaoyao, Su Hongyi wasn't afraid of any other Supremes. She could even easily crush most of the seed-level prodigies in the immortal region. Among Jun Xiaoyao's followers, Su Hongyi's strength was one of the best. In addition, Kagura also gained a lot. Her aura had become much stronger, and she had also condensed more than one law during this time. Mo Holuo also gained a little. Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei were a little sad. They had been affected by Jun Xiaoyao. Although they had some improvements, they obviously didn't enjoy the real benefits of the Dao Transformation Lake. Everyone, it's about time. Let's go deeper. Jun Xiaoyao said. It was not a suggestion, but an order. Yes, sir. There should be more inheritances that belong to us 6 kings in the depths of the skyless dark world, said Mohuruo. The Dao Transformation Lake was only one of the great opportunities in the dark skyless realm. Any living being that could enter could enjoy it. However, the reason why the 6 kings had opened the skyless dark world was to receive the inheritance of the world extermination era. Once they had fully matured in the future, they would be able to destroy the immortal realm. The true inheritance of the 6 annihilation kings? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes also showed a hint of interest. If it wasn't for the inheritance, Jun Xiaoyao would have killed these people long ago. Next, the 6 of them left the Dao Transformation Lake and continued to venture deeper into the skyless dark world. Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei were extremely reluctant to leave. They didn't want to leave at all. But there was nothing he could do. The situation was beyond his control. The deathly silent skyless dark world was like an eternally cold and boundless universe. The heavens and the earth were dim and shrouded in mist. It was deathly silent. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the invisible pressure. It was as if there was an indescribable existence spying on them in the dark. That kind of invisible pressure was enough to make anyone confused and even fall into madness. Fortunately, the 6 kings were not ordinary characters. The dark hexagram on their bodies flickered slightly with black light. This was a kind of protection from their identity. If other living beings rashly entered here, they would have encountered some kind of disaster long ago. Suddenly, there were 6 vague shadows in front of them, towering into the dark starry sky. What is that? Kagura's beautiful eyes narrowed. Could it be? Mohuruo thought of something, and his eyes lit up. They approached. They found that there were 6 dark pagodas. They were incomparably ancient, towering into the sky. Mohuruo, this is... Jun Xiaoyao looked at Mohuruo. As a member of the Moshi clan, he should be the most clear about this situation. This should be the inheritance cultivation pagoda that belongs to us 6 kings. As everyone knows, as long as the immortal realm is not destroyed, the fate of the 6 kings will not stop, and it will be reincarnated generation after generation. And how to make the 6 kings of destruction grow quickly depends on the inheritance cultivation pagoda in the dark skyless realm. There is a great opportunity that belongs to us 6 kings. Mohuruo was very excited. If the Dao Transformation Lake was an opportunity that all living beings who entered it could enjoy, then these 6 inheritance cultivation pagodas were the opportunities that belonged to the 6 kings. I see, is the inheritance that can make the 6 kings destroy the immortal realm in it? Jun Xiaoyao asked. It should be, but in the past, the 6 kings have never completely gathered. So even though there are several kings of destruction who have obtained the ultimate inheritance in each generation, they have never been able to truly destroy the immortal realm. Mohuruo's tone could not hide his excitement. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Although those kings of destruction did not destroy the immortal realm, the damage they caused was not small. The gap in the border of the ruins of God should be the contribution of the kings of destruction. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to find out what the ultimate inheritance was that could make the 6 kings of destruction destroy the immortal realm. Without hesitation, the 6 of them each entered a cultivation pagoda. When they entered the cultivation pagoda, the dark hexagram mark on their bodies lit up slightly. It was like a key. Without this, they could not enter. As soon as they entered the cultivation pagoda, Jun Xiaoyao sensed the biggest change. The flow of time is different. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised to find out. The flow of time in the cultivation pagoda was different from the outside world. It was much slower. In other words, in the cultivation pagoda, one could obtain more time to cultivate. Of course, anything that involved the existence of time was definitely a big deal. As for Zhu Ye's power of time, it was like a child's play. In addition, the laws and spiritual energy in the Cultivation Pagoda were also extremely rich, almost not much weaker than the Tao Transformation Lake. No wonder, with such a cultivation treasure land, it would be difficult for the six kings not to grow. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking this, suddenly, light and shadow gathered in front of him, and a powerful imprint appeared. That was a foreign young powerhouse, but from the looks of it, he should not be a heavenly talent of this generation. That young powerhouse's imprint directly rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao slapped out with his palm. With the power of 10 laws, he had surpassed the supreme realm. This palm strike directly annihilated the imprint. In the void, a ball of light appeared. It was a precious immortal medicine. So that's how it is. Jun Xiaoyao understood. Inside the Cultivation Pagoda, there would be many imprints of foreign powerhouses from ancient times to the present for the six kings to cultivate. If they could kill them, they could obtain different rewards and then ascend to the next level. In this case, the ultimate inheritance that can allow the six kings to destroy the celestial realm should be at the top of the pagoda. After understanding this point, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes became firm. An ultimate inheritance that could destroy the celestial realm, just thinking about it, one would know that it was not that simple. It was definitely an ultimate technique with unimaginable power, the rarest divine ability in the world. And this technique, one person could not activate it. It required the combined power of six kings. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with light. His ambition was not limited to this. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to control the ultimate technique of the six kings by himself. With a target, Jun Xiaoyao's speed increased. Even though the flow of time in the Inheritance Cultivation Pagoda was far slower than the outside world. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't plan on staying in the Inheritance Cultivation Pagoda for too long either. Soon after, Jun Xiaoyao ascended to the first level. Another figure appeared. These figures that appeared were all the most shocking existences in the foreign realm since ancient times. They weren't weaker than Immortal Domain's seed-level figures who woke up from their slumber, perhaps even surpassing them. However, when facing these, Jun Xiaoyao still sent a palm smashing over. Chaotic energy curled about, carrying the power of 2,000 Sumeru worlds. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even need to display any divine abilities, just relying on the power of his physical body to directly wipe out that void imprint. In the void, another sphere of light appeared, landing in front of Jun Xiaoyao. The light scattered. That was a fist-sized piece of metal. It was entirely dark light pervading the air, as deep as the universe. However, there were specks of light, star-like patterns adorning it, appearing extremely deep. This is Dark Universe Profound Gold? Jun Xiaoyao's background was extraordinary, so his horizons were naturally great as well, recognizing the origins of this metal with a single glance. Dark Universe Profound Gold was an immortal gold divine material on par with Divine Scar Purple Gold, Dragon-Patterned Black Gold, and others. It was a material that could be used to forge emperor weapons and even immortal artifacts. It could be said that a fingernail-sized piece was a priceless treasure. This piece of Dark Universe Profound Gold was the size of a fist. Moreover, this was only the second level, yet there was such a supreme treasure. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. This Inheritance Cultivation Pagoda that belonged to the six kings really was a cultivation cheat. Jun Xiaoyao directly brought out the Everlasting Sword core, tapping on the Dark Universe Profound Gold. Soon, all of the Dark Universe Profound Gold's essence was absorbed by the Everlasting Sword core. The surface of the Everlasting Sword core shone with resplendent silver light. That flying immortal pattern seemed like it was going to come alive, scattering down a rain of light. With Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength, he actually didn't need any weapons. His fleshly body was his strongest weapon. However, Jun Xiaoyao also had two weapons. The Myriad Chi Cauldron and the Daluo Sword Embryo. Both of them were weapons that could grow and evolve. Monarch weapons were not their final destination. After absorbing the Dark Universe Profound Gold, the light of the Everlasting Sword Embryo became even more resplendent. Jun Xiaoyao felt that the Everlasting Sword Embryo should not be far from becoming a true imperial armament. As for the Myriad Chi Cauldron, Jun Xiaoyao intended to use it as a Tao-confirming artifact. In the future, when he attained his Tao, he would imprint all his great daos onto the myriad chi cauldron. In an instant, the myriad chi cauldron could be upgraded to an extremely high level. So normally, Jun Xiaoyao didn't feed it too much immortal gold and divine materials. Continue. Jun Xiaoyao did not waste any time and continued to ascend to the next floor. When Jun Xiaoyao was challenging the tower, the other 5 were naturally cultivating as well. However, their speed definitely could not keep up with Jun Xiaoyao's speed. The 6 kings stayed behind and cultivated in the Tower of Succession for the time being. However, it was clear that this was only a short trial. After all, they had not only come to the dark skyless world to search for inheritance opportunities. More importantly, they wanted to see the ultimate calamity. This was also Imaholua's goal. They would not stay here for too long. And just as the heavenless dark world was temporarily silent, in the distant desolate land, a shocking battle was erupting. Starry skies exploded one after another. Huge spatial cracks that stretched for tens of millions of miles could be seen everywhere, covering the sky. One after another, the stars were destroyed like dust in the midst of the battle between the utmost powerful beings. Even some huge ancient stars were easily destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. This was the battle that the 2 worlds had sent out the most experts in this era. It was also the battle that was the most massive. Compared to this battle, the previous conflicts were simply small skirmishes. Of course, everyone knew the reason for this. It was because the Jun family was leading the way, as an immortal clan of the ancients that had been passed down from the immortal region until now. If the Jun family really made a move, they would be extremely powerful. Not to mention that the Jun family's hidden branch had already returned to the main branch. This made the Jun family, which already had a deep foundation, even more powerful. In the void, there were many blurry figures standing there, fighting against the supreme experts of the other side. Some of the figures were not unfamiliar to him. For example, the Jun family's 6th forefather, Jun Taishan. Once, outside the starry sky, his sword fell on the Huangtian immortal region, destroying Hong State and completely erasing the Archean royalty, Zulong. There was also the 7th forefather, Jun Tea. He once fished for the star-swallowing ancient beast in the galaxy. When the overlord of the Overlord Ancestral Hall wanted to attack Jun Xiaoyao, he also intervened. These quasi-emperors and ancient ancestors of the Jun family, who originally ignored worldly affairs, all showed up and participated in this battle. It was only then that the forces of the immortal region realized how deep the Jun family's foundation was. Those buried in the Jun family's ancestral hall in the Emperor State were great ancestors of the 7th stage of the Supreme Realm. Above the great ancestors, there were quasi-emperors and ancient ancestors. Above the ancient ancestors, there were distant ancestors. Even the distant ancestors might not be the highest level and oldest existence in the Jun family. What was a foundation? This was called a foundation. In comparison, many of the other clans of the ancients in the immortal region might have risen in recent eras. Having 1 or 2 distant ancestors was already considered a good foundation. This was the reason why the Jun family could become the head of the 3 clans of the ancients. Of course, the main branch of the Jun family was not the only one participating in this battle. The hidden branch of the Jun family also showed up. For example, an old woman with white hair and a face as smooth as a baby's was also in the battle. She was a quasi-emperor ancient ancestor of the hidden branch of the Jun family. Her name was Jun Suihua. Previously, when news spread that Jun Bieli killed Jun Xiaoyao, the 7th ancestor, Jun Tai-yi, had even looked for Jun Bieli to settle the score. At that time, he was stopped by Jun Suihua. But now, they were on the same battlefield, fighting together for the Jun family. Jun family of the immortal region, who gave you the courage to provoke our world? In the depths of the universe, blurry figures of supreme experts also appeared. Each of them emitted a monstrous aura, and dark matter surged like a tide, engulfing the starry sky. There is no existence in the universe that my Jun family does not dare to provoke. The 6th ancestor, Jun Taishan, coldly rebuked, holding a simple peachwood sword in his hand. The sword swept across the sky, and sword chi spread for 30,000 miles, cutting down countless stars. A shocking battle erupted. In the end, on the other side, there were actually some demonic figures with even more terrifying might that appeared. Undying Kings, they are the Undying Kings of the Ultimate Emperor clan. When they sensed those blurry yet powerful auras, the eyelids of a few quasi-emperor experts on the immortal region's side jumped. The ultimate emperor clan, the most ancient and mysterious existence of the other side. And now, these ultimate emperor clan's kings appeared. Even though there weren't that many of them, every single one of them had heaven-shocking auras, simply able to crush the heavens. These ultimate emperor clan's kings reached out their hands, covering the sky and covering the sun. They actually directly slapped towards the border pass. Not good. The eyelids of the several quasi-emperors guarding the border all jumped. They took action, their quasi-emperor power surging, natural laws shocking the heavens, forming a sturdy barrier. However, it was no good. No matter how strong a quasi-emperor was, there was still an astonishing difference between them and a true emperor. Moreover, if they were at the same level, the other side's undying kings could mostly suppress the immortal region's great emperors. Pucci, the quasi-emperors guarding the border were covered in blood, unable to block a single palm from an undying king at all. When they saw this scene, the hearts of many immortal region creatures went cold. Some of the guards' pupils were trembling, their fighting spirit scattered. Who could stop the ultimate emperor clan's kings? What are you all doing? Brace yourselves for this, daddy. If the pass is destroyed, then the people will die. A linen-robed elder shouted fiercely. There were 4 scars on his face, and his entire body was filled with the aura of a primal chaos Tao sovereign. It was surprisingly that 4th Master Scar who had taken care of Xianxia in the original Emperor city. How can we lose the border pass our benefactor is guarding in our hands? 4th Master Scar's expression was cold as he looked at the immortal kings whose auras overflowed into the heavens in the distant starry space. His benefactor was precisely Jun Wuhui. Even though Jun Wuhui still hadn't returned. 4th Master Scar and the others believed that the white-clothed Divine King definitely wouldn't fall in the hands of the Scarlet Owl King. Therefore, 4th Master Scar vowed to protect with his life, waiting for Jun Wuhui's return, just as the situation at the border fell into extreme danger. On the immortal region's side, in the depths of the starry sky. Suddenly, the aura of an emperor pervaded the air. In the depths of immortal domain's cosmos, 7 stars gathered, incomparably resplendent, illuminating that part of the cosmos. An indistinct and aged stooped figure appeared from the endless starlight, his body engraved with countless symbols. Xiao, an arrow suffused with millions and millions of strands of emperor radiance shot over. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, turning into a pitch-black abyss. Hong, that arrow collided with an undying king's law hand, erupting with great waves. It's Big Dipper Emperor. When they saw that figure appear, on immortal domain's side, countless creatures were incomparably excited. Big Dipper Emperor had also appeared before. That time, it was to kill the primal chaos body, which was Jun Xiaoyao. Even though he failed, that was because the Xianxia beak stopped him. On immortal domain's side, no one looked down on Big Dipper Emperor because of this. He worked hard, his contributions great, also a hero of immortal domain. An emperor who entered this old one, if you can peacefully hole up, you might be able to live a bit longer. An ultimate emperor clan king said coldly. Even though I am old, my ambition is not. If I can drag down one of you with me, it wouldn't be a loss. Big Dipper Emperor smiled. Even though his face was old, his ravines crisscrossing, his figure stooped, he was still a great existence. He had a type of unrivaled boldness that could devour the world. Those who could corroborate the Tao and become emperors, which one of them was a simple individual? Laughable to the extreme. The foreign kings took action again, not paying Big Dipper Emperor any attention. It was difficult for an old and seriously injured emperor to even stop an undying king. Stopping all of them was practically a fantasy. What do we do? Could it be that our immortal domain only has a single great emperor? When immortal domain's creatures saw this scene, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm, their faces pale. Originally, at the same level, the foreign creatures already had overwhelming strength. If their numbers weren't enough, then would they still have any hope? Meanwhile, right when everyone was in a state of panic. In the depths of the starry sky, a giant crack suddenly appeared, a terrifying aura spreading. An incomparably indistinct imposing figure whose entire body was shrouded in Emperor Tao radiance walked out from the void. With every step he took, 10,000 Tao rumbled, the heavens shaking, heaven and earth seemed like it was going to be deconstructed, the universe collapsing. That unique bloodline reaction caused the expressions of all the Jun family members on the battlefield to shake. Soon after, their eyes were filled with ecstasy. The Jun family's great emperor has appeared. Some of the young warriors of the Jun family couldn't help but shout in excitement. The blurry figure was a man. His body was covered in silver armor, and his face was also covered with a helmet. His silver hair was as dazzling as the galaxy. The great Tao precepts and Emperor's Tao radiance swirled around them, emanating a terrifying pressure that could suppress the world. This was especially true for his vital energy and blood. It was extremely exuberant, surging like a sea of blood. He was far from being a heavily injured and declining monarch-tier expert like the Big Dipper Great Emperor. Is that the Jun family's emperor? Countless gazes fell on the silver-armored, silver-haired man. It wasn't just the other side that was paying attention, even Immortal Domain's side was paying attention to this. After all, many people wanted to figure out how deep the Jun family's background was. That doesn't seem to be from the main branch of the Jun family. Could it be a distant ancestor of some hidden branch? An old man asked in surprise. Before the fusion with the Jun family's main bloodline, the hidden bloodline had kept a low profile. Not to mention greater heavenly martial emperors, even quasi-emperors rarely appeared. Therefore, to a certain extent, the hidden lineage was hidden even deeper than the main lineage. Since the hidden lineage has merged with the main lineage, it's time for us to contribute something. The silver-armored man clenched his fist slightly, and the sound of his bones exploding was like thunder. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void. An axe that was suffused with endless immortal radiance appeared. Its sharp and heavy radiance seemed to be able to split the universe apart. It was the Jun family's quasi-immortal artifact, the Calamity Immortal Axe. This was the Jun family's main branch's quasi-immortal artifact. However, now that the main and hidden branches had merged, there was no distinction between them. Naturally, the quasi-immortal artifact was shared. Remember, my name is Jun Xinyu. Jun Xinyu, the great emperor of the divine universe, slashed out with his axe. Calamity Immortal Radiance surged, destroying the heavens within 100,000 miles. All laws were broken, and countless divine chains of order were broken. However, that wasn't all. In the void, two more blurry figures appeared, both of them emitting an unparalleled Emperor's Tao radiance. Every member of the Jun family felt their blood rumbling. Two more Jun family's emperors. The appearance of three Jun family's emperors at the same time shocked all living beings in the immortal domain. Many people were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. In this epoch where emperors were rare, three emperors from the same faction had appeared at the same time. What did that mean? It meant that the Jun family was on a completely different level from the other immortal factions and clans of the ancients. After all, any faction could be called an immortal faction as long as they had an emperor. The Jun family, on the other hand, had casually produced three venerables. Most importantly, the immemorial covenant also restricted the Jun family. In other words, the true experts of the Jun family were not in the nine heavens immortal realm. Even so, three emperors had still shown up. Many people felt their scalps turning numb. Both the living beings of the immortal domain and the living beings of the other realms were astonished. Even the emperors of the ultimate monarch tribes were astonished. Without the Jun family, our world would have a 50% chance of conquering the immortal domain, an immortal emperor murmured. In other words, in their eyes, the Jun family's strength was enough to dominate half of the immortal domain. It's fine. The 6 Armageddon emperors have awakened, and they have opened the gate to the skyless dark realm. As long as the great calamity awakens and awakens the slumbering ancestors of calamity, the Jun family is nothing. There were also immortal emperors who were confident. The 3 emperors, including the divine universe emperor, were like 3 primordial suns, illuminating the universe. The 3 of them had mighty emperor auras, and their voices shook the world. My Jun family will suppress all enemies. The emperors roared, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The 3 emperors of the Jun family took action, as if they were the strongest iron wall at the border. As expected of the Jun family, the Big Dipper emperor also shook his head with a bitter smile. There were strong and weak emperors. If they could continue to advance, they would be stronger than others. Even though he was seriously injured and old. Even at his peak state, he was still inferior to the 3 emperors of the Jun family. Especially the Divine Universe Emperor, who had already surpassed the level of ordinary emperors. He could be considered a giant among emperors. For example, the mother of the red spider lilies of the other realms. Although she was an immortal emperor, her strength was stronger than many immortal kings. As the 3 emperors of the Jun family joined the battle, the border had the strength to fight. Even so, the number of top experts on the immortal domain's side was still less than the foreign realms. At this moment, there was another mighty emperor aura. A figure shrouded in divine splendor held an ancient stone stele in his hand. It was Fuxi Immortal Legacy's quasi-immortal artifact, the Fuxi Dragon Stele. It's the Xianting's emperor. Another creature cried out in alarm. However, when they saw this scene, the Jun family's elders sneered and snorted. Waiting for my Jun family's emperor to appear? If my Jun family's emperor doesn't appear, the Xianting's emperor will probably never appear. The Jun family's elders sneered with mockery. The reason was simple. If the Jun family didn't send out an emperor, the Xianting might be surrounded by the foreign realm's immortal kings. If they died, it would definitely be a huge loss. Even if they were seriously injured, the Xianting couldn't accept it. Therefore, if the Jun family didn't send out an emperor, the Xianting definitely wouldn't send one. If the Jun family sent out an emperor, the Xianting would naturally be criticized by the various forces in the immortal realm. Therefore, it had to be said that the Xianting's plan was very shrewd. That was why the Xianting's emperor only appeared now. Not only the Jun family, but also some old antiques from other forces saw through it and couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. The current Xianting is no longer the supreme Xianting that was divided into 9 immortal legacies to protect the immortal realm. Only one emperor from the Xianting appeared, and it was from the Fuxi Immortal Legacy. As for the other immortal legacies, there was no movement. However, the immortal realm was vast and boundless, and the hidden forces and power were extremely shocking. Later, the projection of a great emperor appeared and was recognized by people. It came from an ancient clan with an ancient inheritance, but its name was hidden. There was also the Archean royalty, who had a terrifying aura. It was an ancient emperor. Although it was only a projection, the aura it emitted was enough to intimidate the heavens. However, the Archean royalty's ancient emperor didn't take action, looking more like he came to oversee the rear. However, regardless, Immortal Realm finally had the strength to retaliate. Even though the other side was strong, there was no way they could break through the border in a short period of time. Meanwhile, while these supreme beings were fighting, destroying the heavens in desolate border, the great armies of the 2 realms, as well as the young heavenly geniuses, were also fighting, tempering themselves in blood and flames. Compared to those supreme beings, the clashes of these young heavenly geniuses similarly drew attention. It was because they represented the future of the 2 realms. If this battle continues to be a stalemate, then the situation will change. Then it was clear that the fate of the 2 realms would fall into the hands of these youngsters. This great era was very special. It would give birth to an unprecedented powerhouse. And this kind of powerhouse would obviously be born among these geniuses. On the Immortal Region's side, the disciples of the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy were training and fighting. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, Feather King, Long Yaoer, Ji Qingyi, Princess Longji, Yan Ruming, Yu Chanwan, and so on. Many figures familiar to Jun Xiaoyao appeared on the battlefield at the border. Apart from them, the Jun family also appeared. The Jun family's main bloodline's human emperor physique Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and the others were all fighting. Their strength was also around that of a Jizuan, not lagging behind. After all, both the human emperor physique and Polychoria were unique physiques. They all had the bearing of a great emperor. Apart from them, there were also the Jun family sequences. Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, Jun Shuahuang, and Jun Zhangjian were also training on the battlefield. Although their realms couldn't catch up to Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and the others, they were still in the great sage and sacred Lord realm. Apart from them, there was also a dazzling existence on the battlefield. That was the Jun family's hidden bloodline's son of heaven, Jun Bieli. He was dressed in plain clothes, and his appearance was ordinary. Although he didn't have any special aura, he was one of the most unfathomable existences in the younger generation of the Jun family, apart from Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, this was because he had killed Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands. So, Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and the others didn't have any contact with Jun Bieli. Most of the Jun family's main bloodline didn't even acknowledge Jun Bieli. They were very cold to him. Jun Bieli didn't say anything about this. He already knew what kind of infamy he would have to bear. However, when he saw the beautiful woman in green beside him, he felt that it was all right. Jun Bieli felt that everything he had done was worth it. Beside Jun Bieli, that flowery woman had silky black hair, and her eyes were like flowers. She looked soft and weak, but her talent and strength were extremely terrifying. More than one supreme being from the other side had already fallen in her hands. Who was that woman beside the Jun family son of heaven? Why haven't I heard of her before? On the battlefield, some of the geniuses from the immortal realm stared at that woman with curiosity and bewilderment. Qing, you don't have to work so hard. Jun Bieli looked at the lady in green, who was Li Qing. His eyes were filled with love. This Li Qing was the woman that Jun Bieli had saved with the heavenly Dao crown. It was also because of the heavenly Dao crown that Li Qing had transformed from an ordinary tea gatherer into an expert who was strong enough to kill a paragon prodigy. Qing's life was exchanged with Big Brother Xiaoyao's life. Qing has to do something. Li Qing still felt guilty. I have a feeling that he will come back. Jun Bieli looked into the distance. Jun Xiaoyao had known about this plan from the very beginning. When Jun Bieli made his move to kill Jun Xiaoyao, what he saw was the calmness and confidence in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. If a person was really about to die, would he still show such calmness and confidence? Jun Bieli didn't believe it. So he had been waiting all along. Waiting for him to apologize and atone for his sins. Just as the entire desolate border battlefield was filled with intense killing, in the dark skyless world of the Avacania lands, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know how many floors he had ascended. The higher he went, the stronger the opponents he faced. In the beginning, Jun Xiaoyao annihilated them with a single palm strike. Later, he needed 2 or 3 palms. Jun Xiaoyao himself felt that the efficiency was low. However, this was only Jun Xiaoyao's opinion. In the other 5 inheritance cultivation towers, even Su Hongyi had to spend a lot of time to ascend to the first floor. Not to mention the others. Fortunately, the flow of time in the inheritance cultivation tower was different from the outside world. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to reach the top. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Jun Xiaoyao finally reached the top floor. He also encountered the most powerful opponent. That person might be one of the most monstrous existences in the history of the foreign realm. Jun Xiaoyao felt that this was very likely a young imprint of a certain calamity-level immortal in the foreign realm. His talent was even close to the variant level. Of course, there was still a gap between him and a true variant. At least for now, Jun Xiaoyao had seen someone who could reach the variant level. Only himself and that ghost-masked woman. Facing this existence, Jun Xiaoyao didn't underestimate him. He even used the power of the black blood. His black hair turned as white as snow. A pair of deep eyes emitted a faint purple light. Eye of Denouement, a great battle erupted. It had to be said that that imprint was really powerful. If it was in the celestial realm, it could almost sweep through most of the seed-level prodigies. No one would be a match for it. Unfortunately, it encountered Jun Xiaoyao. Although it experienced a battle, that imprint was still destroyed in the hands of the dark version of Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, a ball of black light suddenly appeared from the void, landing in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed light as he reached out to receive it. It was a pitch-black jade slip. He scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately held his breath. What was recorded inside was indeed an ultimate taboo technique. It was called the 6 burials of the heavens. What were 6 burials? Bury mountains and rivers, bury sun and moon, bury heaven and earth, bury all life, bury reincarnation, bury heavens. This was the 6 burials. It could be said that even one of them was an extremely powerful taboo technique. Any expert would covet it. And the most important thing was that these 6 taboo techniques could be combined into one ultimate move. This was the true power of the 6 burials of the heavens. Of course, there were gains and losses. Although the power of the 6 burials of the heavens was extremely great, there was one disadvantage. It was that the amount of energy needed was too great. It wasn't something a single person could use. To truly unleash the full power of the 6 burials of the heavens was not something a single person could do. No wonder, Xianxia suddenly realized what was going on. The apocalyptic 6 kings corresponded to the 6 burials of the heavens. If one person controlled one move and the 6 moves combined, they could bury all worlds. This was the ultimate technique of the apocalyptic 6 kings that destroyed the immortal realm. In the past, the 6 kings had never gathered, so it was impossible for them to use the complete version of the 6 burials of the heavens. Xianxia continued to comprehend. The move he had obtained was the last of the 6 moves, bury the heavens. This move alone could be Xianxia's ultimate move. Its power was indescribable. It's difficult for one person to use the 6 burials of the heavens, but I can. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had 2 great physiques, the quasi-connate sacred body, the Tao fetus, and the chaotic physique. Any one of these physiques had an almost limitless amount of energy. Moreover, the 2 bodies could be merged. If one had to find someone who could use the 6 burials of the heavens alone, it had to be Xianxia. If that's the case, I have to get the other 5 moves too. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He wouldn't go easy on the other kings. He left the inheritance cultivation pagoda. Outside the 6 inheritance cultivation towers, there were slight ripples in the void. Xianxia's figure appeared. After coming out of the tower, he felt that the flow of time had returned to normal. He clearly felt that countless time had passed in the tower. But when he came to the outside world, he realized that not much time had passed. Their speed is too slow. Xianxia frowned slightly. He couldn't wait that long. Because Mo. Holuo had told him before that a war had begun in the desolate border. The Jun family had also moved. No one knew how long they could delay. Xianxia needed to know the secret of the ultimate calamity as soon as possible. And he also wanted to know about his father who hadn't shown up yet. What kind of plan did he have? Thinking of this, Xianxia raised his hand. On his wrist, the dark 6-pointed star mark flickered slightly. Xianxia pondered about this mark. It wasn't just a symbol of the 6 kings. It could also be used to sense and communicate. In just a moment, 5 figures came out of the inheritance cultivation tower at the same time. When she saw Xianxia, Kagura showed a surprised expression and said, "First King's Palace, have you already?" "That's right, I've already cleared the level." Xianxia said lightly. "So fast?" Emo Holuo and the others were shocked. Compared to Xianxia, they were like pig teammates who dragged him down. "Sir, about the ultimate inheritance of the 6 kings. Emo Holuo asked tentatively. "I've already obtained it," Xianxia said. This time everyone was shocked again. But when they thought of Xianxia's talent and strength, they felt that it was normal. Then First King's Palace asked us to come out because... Kagura hesitated. "We don't have much time now. The war in the desolate border has already begun. No one knows if the immortal region has any backup plans. So we need to hurry and enter the depths of the dark realm to see if we can awaken the ultimate calamity. But before that, we must obtain the ultimate inheritance of the 6 kings. I will enter the 5 towers and help you obtain it." Xianxia's explanation was flawless. Zhu Yi and Yin Xiaohe opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. Instead, it was Maluo who nodded and said, "Indeed, we should hurry up and awaken the great calamity. But that inheritance..." Zhu Yi gritted his teeth and braced himself. "What? Do you think I'll monopolize the ultimate inheritance of the 6 kings? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "I wouldn't dare." Zhu Yi lowered his head slightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Xianxia sighed. In fact, they had guessed correctly. Xianxia wanted to monopolize the ultimate inheritance of the 6 kings. Of course, he obviously wouldn't say that out loud. After that, Xianxia continued to challenge the tower. The 5 kings waited outside. This was because the flow of time inside and outside was different. Therefore, they did not have to wait for too long. They saw Xianxia appear again and continue to ascend the next tower. Lord's strength is really unimaginable. With him leading us, we will definitely be able to complete the destiny of destroying the immortal region. Maluo's face was also filled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be the person he admired the most besides the ultimate calamity. The 5 kings watched as Jun Xiaoyao went in and out. It didn't take long for Jun Xiaoyao to clear all 5 inheritance cultivation towers. Of course, the inheritance cultivation tower was not just that. As they entered different realms, their opponents would also be different. Therefore, even if the 6 kings grew up in the future, they could still continue to enter it to cultivate. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had merely gotten his hands on the ultimate inheritance ahead of time. It seems that Lord has already obtained the complete ultimate inheritance, Meluo said with a smile. Well, there's no time to lose. Let's continue to go deeper into the dark skyless world. Jun Xiaoyao left with a single sentence before heading off into the distance. This, Meluo was slightly stunned, but he didn't think much about it. On the other hand, Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They always felt that Jun Xiaoyao was up to no good. But with their current strength and status, they couldn't resist at all. Forget it. If we can really see the calamity, there might be a chance. After all, we are all 6 kings. The calamity shouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, right? Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei were secretly communicating with their divine thoughts. They could only pin their hopes on the mysterious calamity. Jun Xiaoyao and the others continued to go deeper into the dark skyless world. In the depths of the dark skyless world. It was cold since ancient times. Time seemed to have died here. Everything was lifeless. Only the black mist that lingered all year round told of the mystery, ancient, strange, and ominous of this place. After many epochs had passed, there was a huge gap in time. Once again, someone stepped into the deepest part of the dark skyless world. Jun Xiaoyao and the others came here. That strange aura made them uneasy. Even if they were protected by their identities as 6 kings, they still felt a chill down their spines and their hair stood on end. Kagura and Suhongi subconsciously leaned their delicate bodies against Jun Xiaoyao. In such a strange place, only Jun Xiaoyao could give them a sense of security. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped in his tracks. In front of him, there was a silver light flashing, floating in the void like a fish. What's that? Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohei couldn't help but ask. After reaching the depths of the dark skyless world, everyone's minds were tense. The slightest change would make them become frightened birds. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, focused his eyes, and said in surprise, "This is sword energy?" What? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, everyone was a little confused. How could there be sword energy in the depths of the dark skyless world? And it's a sword energy that has been here for a long time. I don't know how many eras have passed, but it's still here, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. How is that possible? The dark skyless world is the dojo of the great disaster. Who can use force and leave sword energy here? Mo Holuo shook his head in disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything, but there was a look of contemplation in his eyes. Just now, he thought that the sword energy might have been left by the ghost-masked woman. But now, after carefully sensing it, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the sword energy gave him a vague sense of familiarity. Could it be, he associated it with the Jun family's attack at this time? Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have guessed the purpose of his father, Jun Wuhui's plan. It's really a good plan. Building one path in the open and another in the dark. Jun Xiaoyao figured everything out. In the void in front of them, there were many such sword energies lingering. Jun Xiaoyao and the others carefully avoided them. Although they didn't know how long these sword energies had been there, the sharp sword intent could still easily tear apart the body of an immortal. After going deeper for a while. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao and the others saw the ruins in front of them surrounded by endless black fog. Behind the ruins was the broken dark universe, riddled with holes. What's going on? Did a great battle happen here? Mo Holuo couldn't believe it. This was the dojo of the ultimate disaster. How could there be a battle? He naturally didn't know that some things had been erased from the history of the Ultimate Emperor clan. This was a memory they didn't want to uncover. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have reached the check-in location. Do you want to sign in? Jun Xiaoyao was shocked. The dark skyless world in the Avacania realm could be said to be one of the most mysterious and strange check-in locations. He was looking forward to what kind of treasure he could sign in for. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in 10-star reward, the 3 lives bronze coffin. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Xianxia immediately noticed it. In his inner verse, a simple and heavy ancient bronze coffin appeared. The entire ancient coffin was engraved with totems of the sun, moon, stars, plants, insects, fish, ancestors, and so on. It carried an ancient, vicissitude, and primitive aura. This ancient coffin was quietly floating in Xianxia's inner verse. There were no powerful fluctuations emanating from it. However, Xianxia felt that the level of this ancient coffin had surpassed that of an emperor weapon. An immortal artifact? Xianxia pondered in his heart. If it wasn't an immortal artifact, how could it reach the level of a 10-star reward? But if it was an immortal artifact, this 3 lives bronze coffin didn't emit too shocking an aura. There was also no phenomenon of immortal light lingering around it. First King's Palace? Kagura probed when she saw that Xianxia was frozen in place, seemingly lost in thought. Xianxia came back to his senses and said, "It's okay, let's move forward." Although Xianxia didn't know what this 3 lives bronze coffin was for now. But since it was a 10-star reward, it must have its value. Xianxia didn't dwell on it anymore. Everyone moved forward step by step. In front of them was a collapsed ancient ruin. It was like the ruined dojo of the ancient gods of the past. And behind the ruins was a vast and unfathomable universe. It was hard to imagine that in the depths of the Avacania lands in the skyless dark realm. It turned out to be such a broken picture of the universe. Countless dead stars had turned into ice-cold wreckage that had been frozen in this dark universe since time immemorial. There were also all kinds of unknown skeletons floating in the void. The remnant sword energy scattered in the universe like swimming fish. This is the deepest part of the skyless dark realm. Where is the great calamity? Holuo glanced around, his eyes were filled with excitement and confusion. Because very few people knew what the so-called calamity was. So they didn't know what kind of existence it was. Xianxia was also probing with his perception. However, he was able to faintly sense that formless and terrifying pressure. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at everything in the dark. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Armageddon forbidden artifacts in their hands suddenly reacted. God's weeping war halberd, devil blade heaven's weep, Mahakala mirror, myriad demons pagoda, torch dragon lamp, and 10 tails heaven annihilation plate. The 6 Armageddon forbidden artifacts floated in the air like 6 keys and fell into the universe deep in the ruins. Rumble, it was as if an ancient door had opened. That vast and boundless dark universe was actually shaking and twisting, countless stars and corpses were instantly shattered into dust. In an instant, the earth and sky shook, and the universe shook. This wave of shaking power left heavenless dark realm, left unspeakable lands, engulfing the foreign side's 10 great provinces. It even reached desolate border, crossing the border pass. All the worlds in the universe seemed to be trembling because of this power. Everything seemed to be announcing that the foreign side's ultimate disaster was about to descend. What's going on? In desolate border, countless creatures were shocked. This was especially the case with immortal domain's creatures. They sensed a wave of unmatched power sweeping over from the foreign side, shaking up 10,000 worlds. On the foreign side, many creatures were a bit stupefied as well. However, a few old monsters seemed to have thought of something, their expressions immediately carrying incomparable shock and pleasant surprise. Could it be that the calamity has awakened? The ultimate disaster, on immortal domain's side, could be considered a secret, only the higher-level experts knew about it. However, on the foreign side, many king clans and above knew about it. This could be said to be the foreign side's ultimate profound mystery, as well as the ultimate force. Not good, could it be? On immortal domain's side, the expression of 9 Heavens Immortal Academy's great elder who participated in the battle also immediately changed. This aura, it really did open. Jun family's Jun Taishan, Jun Tai, and the other ancient ancestors' expressions were also a bit grave. It's finally about to wake up, immortal domain's end is about to arrive. There were 4 undying kings who roared with laughter, their voices shaking the world. There were ultimate emperor clan kings who hadn't taken action yet. With a raise of their hands, divine might surged, natural laws interweaving, forming a giant screen of light, about to display the scene inside Heavenless Dark Realm. Even though Heavenless Dark Realm was extremely mysterious, there were ultimate emperor clan kings who had previously entered, obtaining the opportunities inside. It was also only these existences who had the ability to display the scene inside Heavenless Dark Realm. On Immortal Domain's side, no matter how powerful an existence was, there was no way they could pry into Heavenless Dark Realm. It was because Dark Realm had its own natural laws, only those ultimate emperor clan kings were permitted to be reflected. In the void, a boundless screen of light appeared. Black mist pervaded ruins and ruined cosmos were reflected. In Desolate Border and the Border Pass, many creatures couldn't help but stop fighting, raising their heads to look towards that boundless screen of light. They had a vague feeling that something huge was about to happen. This was especially the case with Immortal Domain's creatures, every single one of them feeling ill at ease, feeling a type of uneasy premonition. Meanwhile, on the foreign side, many creatures who knew the inside information all carried fanatical expressions. There were even more foreign creatures who roared out, wishing for Immortal Domain to witness the descent of the great calamity. At this moment, heaven and earth became deathly still. At this moment, not a sound could be heard. It was to the extent where not many people paid attention to the 6 kings figures on the screen of light. It was because compared to the 6 kings, everyone was more concerned about what exactly was in the depths of the darkness. Dong, dong, it was like the sound of footsteps, but also like the sound of a heartbeat. In the depths of the dark cosmos that had been silent since ancient times, the 6 world-destroying forbidden artifacts opened a great gate of nothingness. A black humanoid figure slowly walked out from within. It was displayed before everyone's eyes. It was a black figure that looked like a giant. His entire body was pitch black and rotten, black blood flowing out from time to time. As the humanoid creature breathed in and out, endless black mist engulfed the boundless cosmos. On his face was half a mask, revealing the other half of his face. It was handsome to the point of being a bit sinister. Handsome half of his face, the other half an ice-cold iron mask. His entire body was rotten, flowing with black blood. It was hard to imagine this type of strangeness. It made every drop of blood in one's body feel as if it was about to freeze. This is the ultimate disaster? In the depths of the skyless dark world, Xianxia and the other 5 looked at the figure that stepped out from the depths of the cosmos. Their breathing stopped for a moment. That figure was the source of the dark matter. However, Xianxia could feel that the humanoid creature's body was indeed filled with rich black blood energy. It was just that it had not reached the level of black blood. This made Xianxia secretly keep an eye on it. The truth of the matter might not be that simple. Greetings to the great disaster. Holuo suddenly shouted, kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with fanatical worship. Although this ultimate disaster's appearance was very strange and terrifying, it did not change its nature. Xianxia could not detect what realm the ultimate disaster was at. He was like the end of everything, and his realm had already reached an unimaginable realm. At least, when facing the immortal kings, Xianxia could imagine how strong he was. But now, looking at the ultimate disaster standing in the endless darkness of the broken cosmos, breathing in and out monstrous black mist, he could not imagine how strong the ultimate disaster was. Holua's shout made the ultimate disaster's gaze fall on Xianxia and the other 5. Those pitch-black and numb eyes were cold and still, without the slightest emotion. However, Holuo and the others were completely ignored. The ultimate disaster's gaze only fell on Xianxia. A familiar yet disgusting aura. Who are you? The sky covering black mist, the ice-cold and deathly still cosmos, the black-blooded humanoid creature. When all of these scenes appeared on the screen of light in Desolate Border's sky, everyone held their breaths. Forget about Immortal Domain. Even in the foreign realm, it could be said that 99% of the creatures had only heard of the name Ultimate Calamity, never knowing what it was exactly. But now, everyone saw it. The source of the foreign realm's darkness, the ultimate fear of all things, one of the world's destruction. Ultimate Calamity, it finally appeared in this world. The great calamity has descended. Immortal Domain's doomsday is also about to arrive. The foreign realm's undying kings roared angrily, their voices shaking the world, many great stars falling from their roars. Is that the calamity? This was the first time many foreign creatures saw it, their eyes carrying ecstasy within their shock. Meanwhile, in immortal domain, most of the creatures were at a loss. It was because they had never heard of it before. However, when they saw the scene on the screen of light, they could also sense that this was an existence whose strength was unimaginably powerful. Meanwhile, the expressions of Immortal Academy's Great Elder and the other Immortal Domain Old Monsters changed greatly, their pupils trembling. Those ordinary Immortal Domain cultivators might not understand what that black-blooded, black mist-covered creature represented. However, they knew. If the world-destroying six kings were to grow up, they might bring a world-destroying calamity to Immortal Domain. Then the ultimate calamity itself was one of Immortal Domain's greatest tribulations. Meanwhile, right at this time, everyone in Desolate Border heard the voice of the ultimate calamity. It was as if countless demonic voices overlapped, but also as if a demonic god was muttering. The ultimate calamity was questioning Xianxia. Even though it didn't deliberately release its aura, the pressure the ultimate calamity exerted was endless. Zhu Yi, Yun Xiaohe, and even Kagura all knelt down. Su Hongyi tightly clenched her teeth, standing behind Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't kneel, she didn't kneel either. Her master was Jun Xiaoyao, not the ultimate calamity. Heh, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly laughed. Even when facing this endless darkness, Jun Xiaoyao's body was still perfectly straight, his white clothes untainted by a speck of dust. Jun Xiaoyao had long anticipated this. His void fate physique, his heaven-stealing sun-swapping technique, perhaps he could deceive the foreign creatures. Even undying kings might find it hard to grasp his karma. However, what kind of existence was the ultimate calamity? Before his eyes, there were no mysteries. All secrets were no secrets. As such, Jun Xiaoyao had no hope of being able to hide from the ultimate disaster. His only goal was to find out the truth of the ultimate calamity and let the immortal region know. That was because an unknown opponent was the most frightening. Immortal Domain? Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense that there seemed to be some sort of power projecting the scene around him. If that was the case, it would fit Jun Xiaoyao's plan perfectly. Immortal and Immortal was the Immortal Immortal. Immortal, the ultimate calamity's voice was like countless demonic voices superimposed together, carrying a voice that echoed through the ages. At this moment, all the bones in Jun Xiaoyao's body were cracking. Even someone as strong as the primal chaos physique showed signs of cracking, his flesh about to collapse. One had to know that this was just a question from the ultimate calamity. Who am I? I am the one who came to uncover the truth, to let the world see that the so-called mysterious calamity is nothing more than this. Jun Xiaoyao shook his sleeves, looking down on the world, looking down on the universe, shock, extreme shock. The other kings were all stunned. He dared to speak to the ultimate calamity like this. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who did so. Lord, are you crazy? Mo Holuo shouted in disbelief, his eyeballs about to pop out of their sockets. Not only him, Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohe were also shocked. However, they had long had a premonition that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't quite right, as if he had some kind of premeditated plan. Towards this, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent, not explaining anything. He directly raised his hand, the power of 2,000 Sumeru worlds merging together. The terrifying power of 10 superimposed natural laws directly crushed towards the other kings. This scene was seen through the screen of light, landing in the eyes of countless creatures in Desolate Border. That person is the foreign chaotic physique that appeared in Desolate Border before. I heard Immortal Academy's elders say that the chaotic physique was one of the world destruction's 6 kings, but why is he taking action against his companions now? Desolate Border, many creatures from Immortal Domain saw this scene, all of them incredibly shocked. This was especially the case for Immortal Academy's Gutizi and the others. In the Battle of Desolate Border before, that foreign chaotic physique could be said to have left them with an incomparably deep lesson. On the battlefield that belonged to the two worlds' heavenly talents, there was a bright and beautiful figure who stared blankly at the white-clothed blurry figure in the screen of light, absent-minded. This woman had bright eyes and white teeth. Beautiful beyond compare, her supple fine black hair tied into twin ponytails. Who else could she be if not Jiang Luoli? Could it be? Jiang Luoli's voice was trembling slightly. Hong, the power of 20 similar worlds, the power condensed from 10 Dao laws. In addition, it was Jun Xiaoyao who suddenly took action. It could be said that he didn't give the other kings a way out at all. Zhu Yi and Yun Xiaohe, the two of them, were directly slapped to death by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Even in death, they didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's true identity. Meanwhile, Mo Holua was beaten until he was seriously injured, completely without the strength to resist. It was to the extent where even Kagura was affected. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her beautiful eyes looking at Jun Xiaoyao in disbelief. First King Palace, your respected self is, it could be said that everyone was stunned. It wasn't just Kagura and the others, in Desolate Border, the foreign creatures who were watching the screen of light were all stunned. Why did the World Destruction 6 kings start fighting amongst themselves? Could it be, an undying king from Demon Dawn clan seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing. At this moment, the creatures of the two worlds in Desolate Border all stopped fighting at the same time. Because the most important thing was the ultimate disaster. If the disaster happened, even the Great Emperor couldn't stop it, and the border would be destroyed. At that time, it would be the apocalypse of the immortal realm. My lord, you, Mo Holua's mouth was full of blood, and he stared at Jun Xiaoyao in a daze. He couldn't even process what was happening. Jun Xiaoyao had attacked them out of the blue. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold, and he directly pressed Mo Holua's body with his palm. Pucci, Mo Holua was dead, in just an instant. Of the World Destruction 6 kings, only Jun Xiaoyao, Su Hongyi, and Kagura were left. This move could be said to have stunned all the creatures. Kagura felt cold all over, and her blood was freezing, because Jun Xiaoyao was looking at her. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very unfamiliar, with a coldness that she had never seen before. He seemed to be thinking about whether to kill Kagura or not. First King's Majesty, what happened to you? Kagura fell to the ground with a thump, her beautiful eyes lost their spirit. She couldn't understand Jun Xiaoyao's actions. And the ultimate disaster, from beginning to end, just watched all of this without any expression. In his dark and numb eyes, there was no emotion that belonged to a living being. To him, the 6 kings were just chess pieces. Even if they died, they would continue to be reincarnated. As long as he didn't die, the real 6 kings wouldn't die. This disgusting aura. Perhaps, I know where you came from. Ultimate Calamity said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at the ultimate disaster. The chaotic fog around him, and the great stealing sky-swapping technique that had been hiding his aura, slowly dissipated. In the endless immortal light, Jun Xiaoyao's true appearance was completely revealed. White clothes whiter than snow, a prince like jade, who else in the world could have such a peerless demeanor? At this moment, the world was silent, from the desolate border to the border, countless creatures stopped breathing at this moment. Only I am in heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao. When the name Jun Xiaoyao was heard, the entire borderland, and even the border. The battlefield that was originally filled with awe-inspiring noises fell into a strange silence. Countless people's thoughts turned sluggish in that instant. On the other side, most of the creatures were shocked, furious, and confused. How could one of the 6 world-destroying kings be related to the Jun family of the immortal realm? On the other hand, countless cultivators on the immortal realm's side were filled with shock and disbelief. What did they just hear? A name they hadn't heard for a long time. A name that once shone brightly in the 9 heavens immortal realm, a name that was raised to the altar, but ended tragically in the end. It reappeared in this world. The transcendent figure in flawless white robes that was reflected in everyone's hearts appeared once again. And it was in an even more shocking manner. Rumble. At that moment, the sky of the immortal realm was shaking. Billions of lightning bolts were gathering. This was the wrath of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao had fooled the heavens of the immortal realm. He had won a round of the heavenly Tao with the body of a mortal. What was heaven-defying? This was heaven-defying. It's the son of God of the Jun family, Lord Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, the son of God. Young master. It's Xiaoyao, it's really him, he's still alive, he's not dead yet. From the border to the borderland, everyone who was related to Jun Xiaoyao felt their minds rumbling, their nerves trembling from the shock. Their minds were blank, filled with extreme joy. They even felt like they were dreaming. The elders of the Jun family were crying tears of joy. Many of them were thousands of years old, but their eyes were red at the moment, crying and laughing like children. Jun Xiaoyao was an existence similar to the heaven-abandoning monarch and the white-robed divine king in the Jun family's modern era. He was considered the hope of the Jun family to continue the era. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao sacrificed himself, using his body as a shackle to suppress the evil thoughts of the gods, and then sacrificed himself. It was undoubtedly the pain of the Jun family. Although some of the higher-ups of the Jun family always believed that Jun Xiaoyao shouldn't die like this. However, there was no news of Jun Xiaoyao for several years, which made many of the family members despair. But now, Jun Xiaoyao showed up. In an even more shocking manner. Where was he? The strangest and most mysterious place of the foreign realm, the dark sky realm. Since ancient times, how many people could make it there? The Son of God. The divine child of the Jun family can't be buried by the heavens and destroyed by the earth. At that moment, many of the young geniuses of the Jun family, as well as those in the sequence, began to yell at the top of their lungs to vent their frustrations. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao fall, many forces secretly thought that the Jun family would fall from prosperity to decline. But now, Jun's with the immortal realm. Lord Divine Child. The sequences of the Jun family were also agitated. Xiaoyao always likes to be like this. When he doesn't make a sound, he always amazes everyone. Lord Graham and Jun Lingsong were laughing loudly. It seemed that the three giants of the Jun family could be reunited again. I knew that the Lord must still be alive. Somewhere on the battlefield, Yu was extremely excited. He looked up to the sky and roared. Wang Chuan, Yan Qingying, goddess of eternal calamity, and the others were also crying tears of joy. Those who had a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. Yan Ruming, Yu Chanwan, Princess Longji, all of them were very excited and couldn't calm down. Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan bit her plump lips. She wanted to cry tears of joy. But as the young empress of the Xian Ting, she couldn't show it. However, the only thing she knew was. When she saw the familiar figure in the corner, she was very happy. She didn't know if this mood belonged to Ling Yan or Fairy Maiden Yuan. However, it didn't matter. Because now, she was Ling Yan, and also Fairy Maiden Yuan. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's eyes were also red and sparkling. She had always wanted to be strong and not cry. But now, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao's figure on the light screen again, she couldn't help but cry. Ling Long, Dice, and Hongdao, and Lovesickness, no, and her prayers day and night finally had an answer. That man was back. On the other hand, those geniuses who had conflicts with Jun Xiaoyao before. How is this possible? Even the heavens can't bury him. Gutizi was shocked and couldn't believe it. He even felt like he was dreaming. And what made Gutizi even more horrified was that Jun Xiaoyao was actually the alien chaotic body from the desolate border. From the sacred body of the ancients to the chaotic body, what on earth did Jun Xiaoyao go through? Gutizi's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was almost ferocious. In particular, he saw Ling Yan in the corner of his eye, and there seemed to be a trace of tears in his eyes. He knew that Ling Yan must have some connection with Jun Xiaoyao. No, if this continues, the only hope to compete with Jun Xiaoyao is the young king, Gutizi thought to himself. The young king he was thinking of was not Ling Yan, the current young king. Instead, it was an ancient young king who had been sleeping for many eras in the Xian Ting. It was said that his talent was beyond imagination. Damn it, Jun Xiaoyao, you should have been buried. But it doesn't matter. You may not be able to survive now. Gutizi clenched his fists, and his eyes were cold. What was Jun Xiaoyao's situation now, in front of the ancient ultimate disaster of the foreign realm? What were the odds of Jun Xiaoyao being able to survive? Bieli, is he my benefactor? On the battlefield, Li Qing'er was also surprised. She had been feeling guilty before, and now she finally had a chance to make up for it. Yes, I am also glad that he is alive, but now, we can't let our guard down. Jun Bieli's face was still serious. Jun Xiaoyao was in more than just a little bit of danger when faced with the ultimate catastrophe. Many people had thought of this. Everyone in the Jun family was a little nervous. Some forces in the mystic realm who had conflicts with the Jun family were watching the show coldly. As for the foreign realm, many creatures of the emperor family were furious. Damn it, we were fooled by that kid. It doesn't matter. If the great ultimate disaster really recovers, the 6 kings are just icing on the cake. Let's see how this kid falls. Some of the kings said coldly. In front of the ultimate disaster, even great emperors were extremely weak. There was even less of a need to talk about Xianxia. In front of the ultimate disaster, he was only at the supreme being realm. He was simply smaller than an ant, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Inside the heavenless dark world, Kagura was incomparably shocked. Mystic Realm's June family, how could this be? First King Palace, you. Kagura was absent-minded, her mind suffering a huge impact. As for Su Hongyi, even though she was surprised, her expression was still calm. No matter what Jun Xiaoyao's identity was, she wouldn't care. Her loyalty didn't waver in the slightest. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to Kagura, whose emotions were extremely complicated. He looked straight at the ultimate disaster. What was a bit unexpected was that the ultimate disaster was still calm. This was a type of calmness when facing an ant. Even though Jun Xiaoyao's identity as a member of the Jun family had caused him to feel a tinge of anger, overall, he was still very indifferent. You can hide from everything, but you can't hide from me. You are indeed a very interesting ant. The ultimate disaster said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled. To be praised by the ultimate disaster, the source of darkness, this Jun is not worthy of such praise. In the face of such a crisis, Jun Xiaoyao could still talk cheerfully. Even those foreign kings in the border pass sighed with emotion. The mystic realm really did produce a heaven-defying monster. Are these your last words? The ultimate disaster said. Let's make a bet, Jun Xiaoyao said. These words made the mystic realm people have strange expressions. They were reminded of Jun Xiaoyao's rule of winning every bet he made. In the game against the heavens, Jun Xiaoyao always won. Do you have the qualifications to make a bet with me? The ultimate disaster said. An existence who was once injured by my Jun family's ancestor and is in an incomplete state, do you really think of yourself as a high and mighty god? Jun Xiaoyao stood proudly with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with disdain. The ultimate disaster's aura shook slightly, and a dark storm rose in the dark universe. Jun Xiaoyao's words touched on the past he didn't want to recall. Regarding this, Jun Xiaoyao was still indifferent. Let's make a bet, let's bet, between me, Jun Xiaoyao, and you, the ultimate disaster, who will have the last laugh. One was the ultimate calamity who stood in the endless dark broken universe, known as the source of darkness, the beginning of calamity. The other was Jun Xiaoyao, whose white clothes were whiter than snow, whose cultivation was only at the supreme realm. Logically speaking, these two, not to mention opponents, they were not on the same level at all. This was no longer the difference between heaven and earth. It was the difference in the level of life forms. The ultimate calamity had already transcended the form of ordinary living beings. It was an unimaginably strange existence. A drop of black blood on his body could pollute a world. However, these two were existences that could not be placed on the same level at all. They were making a bet. Heh, hee hee, cold laughter rang out, like the rough and hoarse laughter of thousands of devils. The ultimate calamity actually laughed. He, who had never had any human emotions, let out a cold laugh. It could be seen that Jun Xiaoyao's actions, in his eyes, were childish and stupid. Betting with me, calamity, aunt, I admire your stupid courage. Since that's the case, then I'll grant you mercy once, how about it? The ultimate calamity slowly raised his hand, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Jun Xiaoyao. A finger, heaven and earth were destroyed, all things returned to the void. Before calamity, only nothingness can be seen. Wherever the finger passed, all matter turned into nothingness. Even the space that originally didn't have anything turned into nothingness. Even space itself didn't exist. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. Even the most primitive particles that built the world were decomposed into nothingness. Facing this finger, Jun Xiaoyao's expression also had a hint of solemnity. Then, boom, the void behind Jun Xiaoyao directly split open, a destructive aura surged in all directions, an incomparably majestic demonic shadow stepped out from within, a terrifying aura suppressed all the worlds in the universe. It was like the most powerful demon king of destruction, coming from the ancient era to the present. What's going on? In the desolate land, everyone held their breaths, staring at the scene on the light screen. That's the evil thoughts of the gods. There were great figures from immortal domain who cried out in alarm, their eyeballs about to pop out, unable to believe this. The one who stepped out from behind Jun Xiaoyao was the evil thought of the god that had been suppressed in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe by Emperor Qing. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao had actually unleashed the evil thoughts of the god right there and then. How is this possible? The son of god of the Jun family not only sealed the evil thoughts of the gods with his own body, but also controlled them? The big shots of the various forces in the immortal region couldn't help but exclaim. By the way, the son of god of the Jun family seemed to be using the identity of the alien chaotic body as a cover. Could it be? Many people thought of this. The azure the arch was a chaotic green lotus. There was only one possibility. Jun Xiaoyao had obtained the inheritance of the azure the arch. After understanding this point, many people understood the situation as well. Why was it possible for Jun Xiaoyao to survive? How could the inheritance of the myth monarch be ordinary? These people were partially right. But some of them were wrong. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed relied on the azure the arch to suppress the evil thoughts of the gods. But he couldn't control the evil thoughts of the gods. The evil thoughts of the gods didn't have any thoughts or rationality. They only knew how to kill and destroy. Whoever was in front of them, they would kill them. And now, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, the ultimate calamity was obviously more obvious. It was like the difference between the sun and a match. No one would pay attention to the ants at their feet first. Therefore, the evil thoughts of the gods were directly facing the ultimate calamity. Boom, the evil thoughts of the gods directly attacked, and their power shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Their demonic power shook the universe. This evil thoughts of the gods seemed to have walked out of the mythological era. That terrifying pressure was simply about to collapse the worlds. The obsession of a great emperor was enough to cause a catastrophe of the world and a river of blood for hundreds of millions of miles. Not to mention the evil thoughts of a myth monarch transformed into a god. That power was enough to annihilate the heavens. One had to know that in order to prevent the evil thoughts of the gods from destroying the world of the ruins of God, the immortal region had thought of many ways. But now, most of the cultivators of the immortal region actually hoped that the evil thoughts of the gods could win. Although the evil thoughts of the gods were once a great threat to the world of the ruins of God. But now, it was related to Jun Xiaoyao's life and death. Everyone naturally leaned towards the evil thoughts of the gods. The void was silently annihilated. The majestic energy of the evil thoughts of the gods melted like ice in spring when it encountered that finger. That wasn't a collision of the power of laws, but a suppression on a higher level. Bang, although the ultimate calamity's finger was blocked by the evil thoughts of the gods. More than half of the energy on the evil thoughts of the gods was also scattered. After all, he was an undying obsession left behind by the myth monarch, which had turned into an evil thoughts. Compared to a true myth monarch, it was completely incomparable. Perhaps facing a great emperor, the evil thoughts of the gods could easily crush him. But his opponent now wasn't a great emperor. Instead, it was the most ancient and most powerful existence in the foreign world. Is this what you're relying on? Isn't it a bit laughable? The ultimate calamity stretched out his finger again. Endless black blood power gathered, turning into a pitch-black beam of light that could destroy the world. Everything would wither and be destroyed under this black light. Roar, the blood-red light in the eyes of the evil thoughts of the gods surged as if it had gone berserk. He had no rationality, nor did he have the thoughts of a human. He only knew that the creature in front of him was provoking him and attacking him. Billowing chaos energy surged, and the terrifying evil thought's soul power swept through the universe, shattering countless stars. In the void, large cracks that spanned tens of millions of miles spread. When the evil thoughts of the gods were enraged, the world seemed to be about to be destroyed. This scene caused the eyelids of many cultivators in the celestial realm to twitch. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao had sealed the evil thoughts of the gods in the world of the ruins of God. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, countless cultivators respected Jun Xiaoyao even more. Even the older generation of cultivators was the same. Heroes didn't care about age, heroes were born young, and Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the dark skyless world, was surprised to discover that. In his inner universe, the power of faith was increasing again. However, the source of this power of faith wasn't the Destiny Church or the billions of believers in the foreign world. It came from the celestial realm. It seems that being a hero has its benefits. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was originally the person who was the least willing to be a hero. But in the end, he became a hero. It could only be said that fate played tricks on people. But now, the game isn't over yet. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still very solemn. Although the evil thoughts of the gods had temporarily blocked the ultimate calamity. But he didn't choose to escape. Because Jun Xiaoyao knew. As long as he was in the dark skyless world, the ultimate calamity wouldn't let him leave safely. Jun Xiaoyao, the ultimate calamity. Only one of the two could exist. Third finger. The ultimate calamity's tone was indifferent as he continued to extend his finger. With this finger, endless black blood gathered in the universe. Countless strange runes were imprinted all over the universe. This was a great power of destruction. The black blood invaded all worlds and corroded everything, even the evil thoughts of the gods roared crazily under this finger, somewhat powerless. Finally, there was a thunderous explosion. The evil thoughts of the gods were directly destroyed. Countless soul power scattered in all directions, and the roaring demonic sound shattered the boundless universe. 3 fingers, it was only 3 fingers, it destroyed the evil thoughts of the gods left behind by the myth emperor. At this moment, all the creatures of the immortal region felt a chill in their throats. The evil thoughts of the gods that could bring endless blood calamity to the immortal region. They were annihilated by the ultimate calamity's 3 fingers. All the cultivators of the immortal region finally understood. What kind of terrifying existence was the so-called ultimate calamity of the other realm? Next, it's you. The ultimate calamity was emotionless. His palm reached out towards Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if the dark universe was capsizing. The endless dark world, accompanied by a monstrous black fog, enveloped Jun Xiaoyao. This was a kind of crushing without any resistance. It was as if he was facing the end of the world's destruction and could only choose a desperate death, but Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. In his choice, there was no such thing as accepting fate. He wanted to give it his all, and at this moment, suddenly, the chanting of gods sounded. The light of dusk shone, it was as if the light of dawn struck, it dispelled this heavy darkness. A tall and slender figure clad in white stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao, blocking his path. The Divine King had no regrets. On the desolate border's screen of light, when everyone saw the ultimate disaster's 3 fingers annihilate the evil will of a deity. All of the creatures' fine hairs stood on end, incomparably terrified, shocked to the point where even their souls became sluggish. This was especially true for the creatures on Immortal Domain's side. They couldn't believe that the ultimate disaster was actually this powerful. Meanwhile, what made them feel even more suffocated was that the ultimate disaster continued to point towards Jun Xiaoyao. Lord Son of God. Young Master. Xiaoyao. On Immortal Domain's side, everyone related to Jun Xiaoyao had pale faces, their expressions horrified as they cried out. Jun Xiaoyao, who won against the heavens by half a step, who could even win against the heavens? Could it be that he was really going to fall under the ultimate disaster's hands? Many elders were so nervous that they almost suffocated. If Jun Xiaoyao really fell, that wouldn't just be a loss to the Jun family. It would be a loss to the entire Immortal Domain. It was because Immortal Domain's side would lose an unmatched existence who would suppress all worlds in the future. Big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli's voice was mournful like a cuckoo crying blood, her heart also seemed like it was going to stop beating. Right when the 2 realms, hundreds of millions of eyes were staring rigidly at the scene on the screen of light. An incomparably resplendent brilliance suddenly appeared in the dark universe. 3,000 divine kingdoms appeared in the void. It was as if there were 3,000 deities sitting cross-legged, chanting. In the void, an expanse of dim yellow light appeared, as if the dusk of the gods had arrived. Ancient divine texts were imprinted in the void. Boundless power was resisting the ultimate disaster's finger. At the same time, a majestic figure that seemed to support the heavens appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao, silent but firm. It was like the world's sturdiest barrier. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's temperament, he was still stunned at this moment, his mind momentarily blank. Although he had already expected that his father might appear, he had not expected his father to appear. After all, this was a trap set up by the Jun family to begin with. But now, when he truly saw this figure, Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. His emotions were complicated, all sorts of emotions. He had never seen his father since he was born. But now, he was standing in front of him, blocking the calamity. "Xiaoyao, get behind me." An indifferent but deep voice came from the white-robed figure in front of her. Jun Wuhui did not turn around. However, Jun Xiaoyao slowly clenched his fist. Before the ultimate calamity that could destroy the world. Who could stand up like this and say to him, stand behind him? Only his father, the white-cloaked God King, Jun Wuhui. "Father," Jun Xiaoyao finally spoke, although he was not used to it. "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, your father will hold it up." Jun Wuhui replied, although his tone was still calm. However, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be able to detect a trace of gratification in her voice. After all, Jun Wuhui cared about the world, but he had never truly taken care of his wife and children. This was a problem in Jun Wuhui's heart. However, as a real man, this Su country, it was difficult to return to the Su family. "That's Jun Wuhui. It's really the Jun family's white-cloaked God King, he's still alive." "Haha, I knew it, how could a mere Scarlet Owl King do anything to the Jun family's God King?" On the side of the desolate border, countless people also saw the figure standing in front of Jun Xiaoyao through the light screen. "It's Wu Hui." Seeing this scene, the Jun family's elders breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really the Wu Hui God King, that's great. It's our benefactor, I knew it, our benefactor couldn't be defeated, he is our immortal domain's invincible God King." At the border, the fourth Master Scar saw Jun Wuhui's figure and couldn't help but roar, his old eyes filled with tears. The white-cloaked God King, Jun Wuhui, could be said to be the faith of the border's gatekeepers. They had always believed. The God King was here, the border was here. At this moment, countless gatekeepers were shouting, roaring, and incomparably excited. "Welcome back, white-cloaked God King. The God King has returned, kill all enemies." Countless creatures in the immortal domain were praying and shouting, their hearts filled with faith. Although they were separated by millions of miles, Jun Wuhui couldn't hear them. However, they were still venting the excitement in their hearts. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Jun Wuhui's reputation in the Nine Heavens immortal domain was, one chi into three pure ones, one person suppressing three great forbidden lands. Since ancient times, how many people had such boldness? Only Jun Wuhui among the heroes of ancient times. Meanwhile, some of the foreign kings were watching coldly from the sidelines. So what if it's the white-cloaked god of war, in front of the great calamity, everything is nothing? That's right, we can let the great calamity get rid of this great trouble. The immortal king murmured with cold killing intent. In the depths of the skyless dark world. When he saw Jun Wuhui appear, the ultimate calamities and different emotions stirred up a small wave. Another member of the Jun family. Jun Wuhui's appearance took the ultimate calamity by surprise, but he remained calm. Undefeatable strength was the reason why the ultimate calamity looked down on everything. The source of the foreign realm's calamity is attacking a junior, isn't that a little too shameful? Jun Wuhui was as handsome as jade, with a dignified appearance, surrounded by 3,000 divine kingdoms. He was extremely aloof. He was like the king of gods worshipped by the gods. Even in the face of the ultimate calamity, he was still calm and unmoved. This was the peerless demeanor of a true god king. The moral standards of living creatures don't apply to me. Besides, I must eliminate the Jun family. When the Jun family was mentioned, the usually emotionless ultimate calamity had a slight fluctuation in its emotions. It was obvious that the relationship between the Jun family and the ultimate calamity was not that simple. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered when he realized this. He had guessed that Jun Wuhui's goal was to wait for the 6 kings to open the skyless dark world. But what was the reason behind this? Did Jun Wuhui have the ability to kill the ultimate calamity? Although he respected his father, Jun Xiaoyao didn't think that Jun Wuhui had this kind of ability. He was very strong. But the problem was that the current Jun Wuhui was only one of the 3 pure ones. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled, Jun Wuhui looked at the ultimate calamity and smiled indifferently. "I only came here to take back what belongs to my Jun family." Hearing these words, the indifferent ultimate calamity's pitch-black pupils released a terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, the heavens shook, black fog swept out, a large area of the universe collapsed. Did I poke your weak spot? Jun Wuhui stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. And, angering me will only make you die in more despair. The ultimate calamity still pointed out with a finger. The runes of the great Tao of darkness branded the universe, the power of black blood surged, the black fog swept out like an ocean, a large area of stars were shattered, destroyed, and turned into nothingness. Seeing this, Jun Wuhui's brows furrowed. Although his tone was indifferent, he didn't underestimate the ultimate calamity. Jun Wuhui pushed the God King body to the extreme, lines of runes branded the sky. Facing the ultimate calamity, ordinary moves were useless. The moment Jun Wuhui attacked, it was the dusk of the gods. Light shone, the gods fell. This was the terrifying move of the God King body, it wanted to pull everything into the dusk of destruction, unparalleled fluctuations swept out, the galaxy shattered, the universe was destroyed. The runes of the great Tao, the divine chains of order, they were all collapsing, it was as if this area was going to be completely erased into nothingness by the ultimate move. Lord God King. At the border, countless people's hearts tightened. The heroic spirit of the white-robed God King surged into the clouds, his spirit shaking through the ages. Did he have the ability to stop the ultimate calamity? Hung Longlong, heaven and earth seemed to have returned to primal chaos, all matter seemed to have been scattered back to its original state. This was an astonishing scene, representing a great clash of the most powerful. What void shattering! Before this type of clash, it was nothing more than child's play. Right now, the great battle and desolate border temporarily stopped. The experts of both sides had great tacit understanding. The battle on their side wasn't something that could end in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, what could truly decide the situation between the two realms was only the ultimate calamity. If the ultimate calamity truly revived, walking out from heavenless dark world, then immortal domain would face a great life and death calamity. At the very least, several immortal domains would collapse, millions and millions of lives would be bathed in blood, many undying powers would be wiped out. Meanwhile, if the ultimate calamity could be sealed or slumbered again, then immortal domain's calamity would temporarily be alleviated. As for killing the ultimate calamity, even immortal domain's creatures didn't dare imagine this. Under the eyes of countless creatures, in that region that was blasted into primal chaos, a muffled groan sounded. Jun Wuhui's figure appeared, blasted backwards, his chest shaking intensely, many of the divine runes on his body erased. A strand of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. Father! Jun Xiaoyao's pupils shook. It's fine. Xiaoyao, you should leave first. Jun Wuhui wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips, his back still perfectly straight. How is this possible? When they saw this scene, the foreign kings of desolate border were all stunned. They originally thought that Jun Wuhui would be killed by the ultimate calamity finger. After all, even something as powerful as a deity's evil will was wiped out by the ultimate calamity finger. No matter how strong Jun Wuhui was, he was still just one of the three pure ones. Even if this clone had strength that wasn't much different from the main bodies. Apart from this, the most important thing was Jun Wuhui's cultivation realm. He didn't take that step, that was the most horrifying part of it all. Jun Wuhui's strength really couldn't be measured with cultivation realm. He was also an existence that transcended normal reasoning. This person really is a monster, no wonder he could call himself a king in white, forever guarding the border pass. That's right. There are millions of heroes in the immortal realms, but only the God King left his name behind. Even though they were on the opposing side, some immortal kings were sighing emotionally. Jun Wuhui was indeed a headache-inducing, detestable, yet admirable opponent. Will Lord God King be able to block it? One of the gatekeepers was worried. You must believe in the God King. He is the protector of our immortal region. The fourth Master Scar shouted. His faith was firm. His benefactor, Jun Wuhui, was invincible and undefeatable. In my Jun family, only Wu Hui and Xiaoyao can follow in that person's footsteps, and even surpass him. Jun Xinyu, the great emperor of the Jun family's hidden branch, muttered to himself. although he and the one from the main branch of the Jun family were both called great emperors. However, he knew that the strength of that person had already surpassed the supreme martial monarch level. Within the heavenless dark world, Jun Wuhui's white robes fluttered in the wind. 3,000 divine kingdoms revolved around him, chanting Sanskrit. He was like a ray of light in the darkness, bringing a glimmer of hope to the despairing world. "Father, I won't leave." Jun Xiaoyao's tone was very firm. He wasn't the kind of person who would act on impulse. But now, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he should stay here. "Moreover, I still have a bet with the ultimate calamity. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Jun Xiaoyao was also quite carefree. Life and death were not in his eyes. "You, Jun." Wu Hui was silent, and then he smiled. He was proud of Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he died, the Jun family would still have Jun Xiaoyao as their hope. As long as Jun Xiaoyao was here, the Jun family would not be destroyed. "You have indeed exceeded my expectations." The ultimate calamity seemed to be a little surprised that Jun Wuhui could block his finger. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to fight against the calamity? "I, Jun Wuhui, have no regrets to have this battle." Jun Wuhui smiled carefreely. With Jun Xiaoyao, this Qilan's son, he could also fight to his heart's content. Divine King regeneration technique. Jun Wuhui's body was resplendent, imprinted with runes, shining. This was the Divine King physique's recovery technique. As long as one's foundation was not damaged, they could instantly recover. It was similar to the Divine Spirit indestructible technique that Jun Xiaoyao obtained from the Book of Life. In just a few moments, Jun Wuhui's injuries were healed. He leaped into the sky, directly arriving in front of the ultimate calamity, and struck out with a seal, Divine King seal of the fallen immortal. The white-clothed Divine King moved gracefully, fighting against the calamity. This scene was deeply engraved in the hearts of countless beings in the desolate border. Many of the women were even more stunned. Jun Wuhui, Jun Xiaoyao, this pair of father and son, was really enough to shock the world. Since ancient times, how many heroes could there be? Bang! In the void, great destruction erupted again. Facing this ultimate disaster that could bring despair to everyone, Jun Wuhui did not have the slightest hesitation or retreat. "You are his father?" This fearless courage of the ignorant comes from the same source. Facing the incoming Jun Wuhui, the ultimate calamity's expression was cold. Around him, black blood condensed into a barrier, imprinted with black runes. Jun Wuhui's seal did not break through the black blood barrier. The ultimate calamity continued to point out. He did not have any divine abilities. Perhaps, at his level, unless it was a true world-ending forbidden move, all other moves were superfluous. Simple, a finger, a palm, a fist, they were all supreme techniques. This was the ultimate calamity that brought endless fear and pollution to the world, an invincible existence. Even the battle with the white-clothed Divine King, in the eyes of the ultimate calamity, it was nothing more than a game of cat and mouse. Facing this almost hopeless battle, Jun Wuhui's eyes did not show any signs of dejection. God's judgment, fallen God's seal. In the 3,000 divine kingdoms, the 3,000 gods sitting cross-legged sent down their divine retribution at the same time. This was the God's judgment, it had unparalleled power. With the support of the 3,000 gods, it turned into the fallen God's seal. The void was crushed, even the Tao was destroyed by this seal. Bang, the black blood barrier shook violently. It's all useless. The black tide will destroy the world, the true black calamity will descend. I am one of the apocalypses for apocalypses. I will first bring calamity and despair to the world. Your resistance is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The ultimate calamity was indifferent from the beginning to the end. His demonic voice echoed through the ages, bringing endless despair to everyone. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He heard a key message from the ultimate calamity. Apocalypses for apocalypses. Regarding this, Jun Xiaoyao thought of a story from the Bible in his previous life. When the world-destroying calamity arrived, the apocalypse's 4 horsemen would descend and bring the final destruction to the world. The 4 horsemen represented war, famine, plague, and death. Of course, that was a story from the Bible in his previous life. But now, the apocalypses 4 apocalypses that the ultimate calamity mentioned made Jun Xiaoyao think of this. Black blood pollutes the endless world, all living beings that come into contact with it will fall into madness. Doesn't that correspond to the plague of the 4 apocalypses? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this. He felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that there are 3 more taboo existences like the ultimate calamity in this world? This made Jun Xiaoyao think of the great terrors of the world. The origin, the great calamity, the mysterious realm sea, the hidden existences of the burial realm, as well as the chaos of the darkness. It seems that behind all of these calamities, there are the shadows of the apocalypses. 4 apocalypses. They are the driving force behind the great calamity. The 4 apocalypses, what kind of existences are they? Were they created by some unimaginable existence, or were they the source of their own destruction? The waters of this world are too deep. Jun Xiaoyao's mood was a bit heavy. However, this also motivated him to obtain even more power. In the desolate border, many immortal domain beings saw the scene on the screen, their eyes dimming. What should we do? Even Lord Divine King can't break through the ultimate calamity's defense. That's right, Lord Divine King is already strong enough, but the opponent is the ultimate calamity. They couldn't even break through the defense. This gave them a feeling of despair. If it was anyone else, even a great emperor, facing this situation, they would be powerless, unable to do anything. But Jun Wuhui's expression was firm, his eyes shining. He continued to attack, his fighting spirit not decreasing at all. Foolish. The ultimate calamity's tone was cold. Bang, it was another world-shaking strike that could destroy the universe. Jun Wuhui was forced back again. This time, he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his white clothes red. Lord Divine King. At the border, countless people's hearts twitched. The 4th Master Scar even shouted, his old eyes trembling. Wuhui. The Jun family elders' hearts were also trembling. Is there really no other way? The immortal domain cultivators all felt despair. Even the faith in their hearts, Jun Wuhui, couldn't stop it. Who else could save this world? At this moment, the hearts of all the living beings in the immortal realm were filled with despair. The great emperors of the immortal realm were all silent. The Big Dipper Emperor let out an old sigh. Even he would definitely not be able to block the attack of the ultimate calamity. Jun Wuhui being able to fight the ultimate calamity to such an extent was already beyond many people's expectations. The white-robed Divine King lived up to his name, at this moment, in the skyless dark realm. Jun Wuhui's white clothes were stained with blood, and the blood on his chest bloomed like peach blossoms. Father, Jun Xiaoyao's pupils also trembled. He had been invincible since he was born and had dominated the world. He was in high spirits. But now, Jun Xiaoyao felt a rare sense of powerlessness. This was an emotion that he had never felt before. I'm still too weak. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Although he was invincible among the younger generation, even some of the older generation powerhouses weren't his match. But Jun Xiaoyao still felt that he was too weak. And at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly noticed that the seed of faith in his body seemed to be trembling slightly because of his emotions. It seemed to be brewing something. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao also noticed that the 10-star reward for signing in, the 3-world copper coffin, seemed to be trembling a little. Jun Xiaoyao's expression froze. At this moment, Jun Wuhui continued to make his move. Facing the ultimate calamity, he didn't hold back and directly used his forbidden move. Jun Wuhui activated the Divine King body's extreme divine power. At the same time, he patted his chest with his palm and sacrificed the blood of his heart. In order to use this move, he needed to sacrifice blood. Behind Jun Wuhui, 12 blurry lights gathered, and a terrifying aura swept across the vast universe. Each aura was incomparably shocking. Like 12 gods, behind Jun Wuhui, divine light illuminated the universe and shook the greater world. Ritian, Yuetian, Brahma, Earthly, Ishishan, Vaishyaman, Sakra, Wind, Fire, Water, Flame, and Rakshasa. The 12 gods appeared together, their might suppressing the universe and shaking the universe. God King Forbidden Technique, 12 gods heavenly hunt. Jun Wuhui shouted, and divine power erupted from his entire body. This was the terrifying forbidden technique of the God King physique, 12 gods heavenly hunt. Once the forbidden move was unleashed, heaven and earth collapsed, the universe was destroyed, and all living things fell silent. The power of the 12 heavenly deities was imbued into Jun Wuhui's body. and he unleashed a forbidden attack. It was as if he wanted to annihilate all existences. Hiss. In desolate border. Countless creatures saw this scene, their scalps turning numb. Is this the true strength of the Jun family's divine king? It's just too terrifying. Some of the utmost powerful beings sighed. This move was enough to kill a monarch. Ultimate Calamity also let out a soft sound of surprise. Then, he made his move. This time, it wasn't a finger, but a palm. From this, it could be seen that even Ultimate Calamity was surprised by this move and became slightly more serious. Bang, an indescribable collision erupted. Strangely, there was no sound. Because even the void was being annihilated soundlessly, there was no material existence, so naturally, no sound could be transmitted. Such a terrifying collision even blasted out the primal chaos energy. There seemed to be a gap in time, with a pu sound. Ultimate Calamity's black blood barrier was broken, then, Ultimate Calamity was forced back a step. It was precisely this step that made the pupils of the foreign king suddenly contract. How could this be? The mighty Calamity was actually forced back a step. Countless foreign creatures cried out in alarm, unable to believe this. What kind of existence was Ultimate Calamity? Even if it was just a single step back, it was enough to make countless people feel horrified. On the other hand, Jun Wuhui's divine king physique was crumbling, many bloody wounds appearing on the surface of his body. Cold and beautiful blood dyed the divine king's white clothes red. He was injured, to the extent where even his divine king source was injured a bit. After smashing apart many stars, only then did Jun Wuhui's figure stop, coughing out another mouthful of blood. Father! Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but speak out. At the same time, his eyes looked towards Ultimate Calamity, carrying endless coldness. He wasn't like Jun Wuhui, who cared about all living beings. He only cared about his family, his loved ones. And Jun Wuhui was precisely the existence with the deepest bloodline with him. That was why Jun Wuhui was also one of Jun Xiaoyao's reverse scales, one that couldn't be touched. You actually didn't die, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Ultimate Calamity looked at Jun Wuhui, who was covered in blood yet still standing, a bit surprised. The battle is far from over. Jun Wuhui's expression was resolute. 12 Gods' Heavenly Hunt was his divine king forbidden move. However, it only broke through Ultimate Calamity's black blood barrier, forcing him back a step. But truthfully speaking, this was an astonishing feat in itself. No one would look down on Jun Wuhui because of this, instead, they would feel even more admiration for him. Because not everyone could fight against the Ultimate Calamity to such an extent. In front of Calamity, even great emperors were incomparably weak as children. Jun Wuhui urged on his divine might again, using the Divine King regeneration technique. However, his Divine King source was injured, his recovery ability was greatly inferior to before. Meanwhile, right at this time, outside Skyless Dark Realm, there was actually undying aura that pervaded the air again. Those were some undying kings who were still in the foreign realm. Even though Desolate Border had gathered many top-level foreign realm forces. However, the foreign realm was vast, there were still undying kings who hadn't fought yet. Right now, several undying kings appeared outside Skyless Dark Realm, wishing to have an audience with Ultimate Calamity. Not good. On Desolate Border's side, when Immortal Domain's creatures saw this scene, their faces even more so became deathly pale. Just Ultimate Calamity alone was enough to make Jun Wuhui fall into a life-and-death situation. Now, several more undying kings appeared in this world. Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao, this father and son pair, apart from death, it seemed like they didn't have a second choice. Not good, we have to save them. There were Jun family elders who shouted. Calm down, it's too late to go now, we can only trust them, Wuhui isn't such a reckless person. Jun family's 8 ancestors, Jun Tianming coldly shouted. Even though this was the case, Jun Tianming's fists were still tightly clenched. This father and son pair were the Jun family's hope for tens of thousands of years, they definitely couldn't lose them. This is bad. The eyes of the Jun family's 3 great emperors, including Divine Universe. Great Emperor, became fierce at the same time, wishing to tear open the void, create a passage, head to the foreign realm. With their great emperor's methods, accomplishing this was naturally extremely easy. However, they were immediately stopped by the Foreign Realms Emperor clan kings. "Where are you all going? Isn't it better to just watch the show?" Ultimate Emperor clan's king sneered. "The consequences of angering my June family, can your foreign realm endure it?" Divine Universe Great Emperor was furious, his emperor might shaking heaven and earth. Meanwhile, on Skyless Dark Realm's side, a divine turtle that was the size of a continent turned into a bald elder with a tortoise's back. He stopped outside Skyless Dark Realm just like that. Xianxia Beach, what is the meaning of this? Those undying kings who wanted to meet the ultimate disaster saw Xianxia Beach, their expressions falling. "No one is allowed to enter," Xianxia Beach said coldly. Jun Wuhui didn't let him enter the depths of Dark Realm. Even though Xianxia Beach wasn't weak, when facing the ultimate disaster, he would only be weaker than Jun Wuhui. "Xianxia Beach, it seems like you want to betray my realm." The undying kings were furious. Xianxia Beach didn't say anything, his aura erupting. Words already had no meaning. Even if he was alone, he would rather die than let them enter and disturb Jun Wuhui. "I, Xianxia Beach, am willing to sacrifice my life for benefactor's family." Xianxia Beach's aura erupted, rushing into the 9 heavens, taking the initiative to attack those undying kings. That undying king, could it be? On the Jun family's side, there were ancient ancestors who saw Xianxia Beach through the screen of light, a hint of shock flashing past their eyes. Some ancient ancestors seemed to vaguely remember that in some vague records, that ancient ancestor had previously saved a divine turtle in a forbidden land. However, later on, there was no news of his whereabouts. They didn't expect him to actually hide in the foreign realm for several eras, even becoming a foreign undying king. However, just one will be enough to stop him. A Jun family elder was anxious. Right at this moment. On Dark Realm's side, Jun Xiaoyao also sensed that at the edge of Dark Realm, the auras of the clash of undying kings erupted. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly activating a red spider lily. At the same time, a red line appeared on his wrist. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. This time, let's see if you all can keep your promise. Jun Xiaoyao thought inwardly. Right now, it was an extremely dangerous moment. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. As Jun Xiaoyao took out the red spider lily, a large patch of scarlet red spider lilies suddenly bloomed in the void. A peerlessly beautiful and otherworldly figure stepped on the Permetha flower bridge and appeared. 3,000 strands of black hair scattered in the void, each strand crystal clear. It was the phantom of the red spider lily mother. Jun Xiaoyao had only used it once before. He killed a quasi-immortal of the Haki imperial family across the endless void. At this moment, the phantom of the red spider lily mother appeared again and rushed to the edge of the Dark Realm to join the battle. The red spider lily mother? Xianxia Beach was also surprised, but he quickly figured it out. Looks like it's the doing of that Mr. Xiaoyao, Xianxia Beach thought to himself. He couldn't help but sigh. Like father, like son. This pair of father and son were really monsters. Seeing the phantom of the red spider lily mother joining the battle, Jun Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had some hope that the real body of the red spider lily mother would appear. After all, it was the ghost-masked woman's reincarnation. There was no doubt about the strength of the red spider lily mother. She had already far surpassed the level of an ordinary immortal king. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't place his hopes on the red spider lily mother. If she came, it would be out of goodwill. If she didn't, it would be out of her duty. On the other side, in the void, an endless rain of flowers appeared. In the light, a beautiful, charming, and peerless figure appeared. Behind her, 9 snow-white foxtails fluttered, covered by endless runes. In terms of elegance, she wasn't much inferior to the red spider lily mother. It was the immortal king of Tushan, the 9-tailed king, consort Dafei. During the Tushan matchmaking convention, Jun Xiaoyao improved the Tushan's Love Dream Immortal Sutra. Therefore, the 9-tailed king promised Jun Xiaoyao a favor. Red spider lily mother, 9-tailed king, did the two of you betray our world? Seeing these two figures appear, the immortal king's faces became a bit more solemn. If it was just the Xianxia Beach, they could quickly suppress him if they attacked together. But with the red spider lily mother and 9-tailed king, they weren't confident. Nine-tailed king was fine. The red spider lily mother, even if it was just a phantom of the red spider lily mother. I didn't betray him. I only owe him a favor. Kings, please don't make things difficult for me. The nine-tailed king de Fei's soft body was shrouded in endless immortal light. Her face was blurry. A beach king, a beach king, a beach mother. Of a beach bay, a beach king mother lily mother of king mother a bay of her god. Do you know that you're helping someone from the June family of the immortal domain? This is betrayal, an immortal king questioned. Of. My of king. Nine-tailed king de Fei's voice also turned colder. Humph, then we can only fight. Those immortal kings attacked again. On the other side, the illusory figure of the red spider lily's mother, Xianxia of Beach, and the nine-tailed king also made their moves. Immediately, outside the skyless dark world, a chaotic battle between kings erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Although it wasn't as destructive as when the ultimate calamity attacked, it was still extremely terrifying. Waves surged in all directions, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down and the universe to tremble. Jun Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Needless to say, the red spider lily's mother, the nine-tailed king, had kept her promise even after knowing his true identity. This indeed made Jun Xiaoyao think highly of him. This way, for the time being, no one will be able to disturb us. However, the true danger isn't those immortal kings, but rather the ultimate disaster. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the battlefield again. Although Jun Wuhui stood upright, his white robes were stained with blood, like blooming peach blossoms. Boring battle, let's end it here. Ultimate calamity had clearly lost its patience. Jun Wuhui's strength was beyond his expectations. However, he was still an ant trying to shake a tree and overestimating his own strength. Ultimate calamity attacked again. This attack wasn't just aimed at Jun Wuhui. At the same time, it was aimed at Jun Xiaoyao, wanting to completely erase him. Gongzi. Su Hongyi's eyes, which were already bloodshot, started to bleed even more. Back off first. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves and pushed Su Hongyi out of this place. Kagura looked at all this with a complicated expression. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have time to care. At this moment, he was frowning. Waiting for death wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's style. Boom, Jun Wuhui once again blocked in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Terrifying dark runes and black blood surrounded Jun Wuhui, wanting to corrode him. Haha, I've changed my mind. I'll let the black blood corrode your mind and let you watch yourself fall into darkness. This feeling must be wonderful, right? He changed his mind and wanted to corrode Jun Wuhui's will. He wanted to turn the white-robed Divine King into a dark killing god. No, Divine King. Divine King is invincible. At the border, everyone who saw this scene was so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Fourth Master Scar's eyes were so wide that it seemed like they were about to explode. They could see that the black blood had surrounded Jun Wuhui, wanting to corrode him and dye his white robes black. This was something that none of the immortal region cultivators could accept. How could the Divine King of a generation die so sadly? Father. Jun Xiaoyao was also shocked. Chaotic aura surged all over his body, and his supreme divine blood surged. At the same time, he activated the black blood. His black hair turned white, and his eyes emitted a faint purple light. A terrifying power was brewing in Jun Xiaoyao's body. How can this be? You can actually control the power of the black blood? Ultimate Calamity looked at Jun Xiaoyao with incomparable surprise. His pitch-black and numb eyes instantly emitted a soul-stirring cold light. His emotional fluctuations this time were greater than before. Jun Xiaoyao was a creature of the immortal region. Not only did he not go crazy because of the black blood, but he could also control the power of the black blood. This was indeed out of Ultimate Calamity's expectations. Jun Xiaoyao attacked. His power was shocking as he attacked the black blood that surrounded Jun Wuhui. However, he was unable to break it. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had broken through the extreme realm and could be called a supreme being, in the end, he was still only a supreme being. He was still far from being able to contend against an existence like Ultimate Calamity. Interesting. Since that's the case, then I'll erase your consciousness and let you become the true Dark Devil Monarch. Ultimate Calamity stretched out his hand and reached out towards Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. He also wanted to completely corrupt him with the black blood. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength surprised Ultimate Calamity. If such a figure was killed directly, even Ultimate Calamity felt that it would be a pity. He felt that rather than killing Jun Xiaoyao, it would be better to let Jun Xiaoyao become the true Dark Devil Monarch. It was also a good choice. Looking at the dark hand that reached out, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was incomparably sharp. I, Jun Xiaoyao, would rather die than be used by you. Jun Xiaoyao's supreme being divine blood was burning and boiling, he wanted to go all out. He would not let this life down, however, just as everyone was nervously watching, a peerless figure silently tore through the void and appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She was dressed in a black dress that wrapped around her proud figure. She was peerless, graceful, and beautiful, her bare feet tapped on the void, and great Tao patterns spread out under her sparkling feet. Countless spider lilies bloomed around her, blooming all over the universe. They were gorgeous and withered, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth shook. This was the phenomenon of a supreme being. The person who appeared was actually the mother of the spider lilies. It was not an illusion like before, but her real body. The mother of the red spider lilies, a legendary powerhouse of the other side, her strength was unfathomable, far surpassing ordinary immortal kings. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao also knew that the mother of the red spider lilies was the ghost-masked woman's previous life. And who was the ghost-masked woman? She was an existence who walked through ancient history and the long river of time. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't determine what realm the ghost-masked woman was at. But from the situation when the ghost-masked woman entered the skyless dark world, the ultimate calamity shouldn't be able to do anything to the ghost-masked woman, even if the calamity might be in a sealed state at that time. Senior, you really came. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Although he had already expected it. But when he saw the mother of the red spider lilies appear, Jun Xiaoyao still secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that as the ghost-masked woman's previous life, the mother of the red spider lilies was indeed greatly influenced by her. The ghost-masked woman had left behind many contingencies to help Jun Xiaoyao grow. This time, Jun Xiaoyao encountered a life-and-death crisis. As the ghost-masked woman's previous life, the mother of the red spider lilies naturally couldn't remain indifferent. You are really reckless. The mother of the red spider lilies stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao and said indifferently. Obviously, she didn't understand Jun Xiaoyao's desperate actions. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the graceful back of the mother of the red spider lilies and sighed silently. He knew that this time, he had brought a lot of trouble to the mother of the red spider lilies. After all, if she had a choice, the mother of the red spider lilies definitely didn't want to provoke the ultimate calamity. I'm sorry, but I hope Senior can save my father. Jun Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. He didn't want to live off a woman. However, he was forced to do so. No matter how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to directly erupt and destroy the ultimate calamity. That was simply unrealistic and went against common sense. The mother of the red spider lilies didn't say anything. Reason told her that she shouldn't get involved in this matter. But there was always a voice in her mind that told her to save Jun Xiaoyao. Then she heard Jun Xiaoyao's request. The red spider lily's mother was slightly surprised. She knew very well just how prideful Jun Xiaoyao was and how sharp his spirit was. But now, he was willing to beg her like this. It could be seen that Jun Wuhui was very important to Jun Xiaoyao. The mother of the Permetha flower didn't say much. She waved her jade-like hand and a large number of Permetha flower petals appeared in the air, rushing towards Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui was wrapped in endless dark runes and black blood. The situation was extremely critical. However, the Hellflower Mother's attack didn't break through the layer of black blood. Ultimate Calamity's black and numb eyes looked at the red spider lily's mother, his gaze indifferent. A supreme being who hasn't reached the level of a god yet. He's even further away from the level of a mythical calamity. What qualifications do you have to resist me? Ultimate Calamity's palm pressed down on the red spider lily's mother. It was as if the pitch-black universe had enveloped it, wanting to melt the red spider lily's mother. The mother of the red spider lilies had a peerlessly beautiful face that was extremely cold. On her snow-white forehead, there was a red spider lily imprint that was exceptionally bright red. She raised her hand and endless great Tao runes appeared, gathering and finally forming a great Tao treasure bottle. As the bottle spun, it seemed to be able to swallow everything. This was a technique that belonged to the ghost-masked woman, Rumble. The void was twisted into pieces and the divine chains of order were broken. All matter seemed to be swallowed by the great Tao treasure bottle. But even so, the power of ultimate calamity was too strong. The majestic black blood that could destroy the universe poured into the great Tao treasure bottle. In the end, it actually directly exploded the great Tao treasure bottle. The terrifying energy exploded, causing this already broken universe to be even more riddled with holes. It could be said that if this wasn't the dark sky world, if it was in the outside world, the battle fluctuations would definitely be able to destroy the world. Humph, a faint groan sounded. The red spider lily's mother was forced back, her figure retreating. In the end, a figure appeared behind the red spider lily's mother, holding her shoulder. It was Jun Xiaoyao. Senior, if you really can't do it, let's leave first. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was calm. He finally thought it through. Although the red spider lily's mother was strong, it was still useless against ultimate calamity. Since that was the case, why sacrifice the innocent? The karma between them, father and son, let them face it personally. What's the use of saying all this now? The red spider lily's mother's voice was very cold, carrying a trace of anger, as if she was resentful towards Jun Xiaoyao for treating her like an outsider. Senior, Jun Xiaoyao was speechless for a moment. Everything should end. After you all fall, it will be the day of the celestial realm's destruction. Ultimate calamity had no patience. The game of cat and mouse should also end. Hearing these words, all the celestial realm cultivators in the desolate border turned deathly pale, without a trace of blood. A feeling called despair filled everyone's hearts. What should we do? The Divine King has been imprisoned, about to fall into darkness. Who can save him? Ultimate calamity is attacking, even the great emperors and ancient emperors can't stop it. Does our celestial realm still have hope? Many celestial realm cultivators cried out in grief, unable to accept this result. In the border pass, Fourth Master Scar and the other protectors were also furious, calling out the Divine King's name. It could be said that the entire celestial realm sank into a state of despair. Meanwhile, in contrast to the celestial realm, the foreign side was full of fighting spirit, morale surging like a rainbow. Haha, this golden age has indeed ushered in the final days of the celestial realm. In the great war between the two realms since ancient times, it was still our side that came out on top. The foreign side's undying emperor clans and ultimate emperor clans kings were all shouting, their voices grand. Hateful, if not for my Jun family's most powerful being not being here. The Jun family's old ancestors were all secretly clenching their fists. This was especially true for the 18th ancestor. He had watched Jun Xiaoyao grow up, treating him like his own grandson. He naturally couldn't accept that Jun Xiaoyao would fall under the ultimate calamity's hands. Don't be in such a rush, things haven't come to a conclusion yet, the result is still unknown. The Jun family's 8th ancestor, Jun Tianming, his eyes sunk. These old ancestors didn't know about the Jun family's plan this time. However, he vaguely knew a thing or two. Within the skyless dark realm, the ultimate calamity wanted to completely make Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao fall into darkness. Meanwhile, he was also going to directly eliminate the Permetha flower mother. Right when the ultimate calamity was about to take action, that Jun Wuhui who was wrapped in black blood suddenly didn't move at all. Previously, the black blood was still shaking, proving that Jun Wuhui was struggling, trying to break free from the black blood's imprisonment. However, now, there wasn't the slightest bit of movement. Oh, it ended so quickly? The ultimate calamity said indifferently. Father. Jun Xiaoyao's heart tightened. Normally, his temperament was indifferent, rarely caring about anyone. However, right now, Jun Xiaoyao really found it hard to calm down. He was scared that his father would become unfamiliar, that he would completely fall into darkness. Right at this time, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded. The black blood that was wrapped in it trembled intensely. This immediately made heaven and earth become silent. In the desolate border, countless creatures were holding their breaths. Could it be that there was still a turning point in this hopeless situation? After a short moment of deathly silence, accompanied by an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. An awe-inspiring voice sounded. I, Jun Wuhui, am willing to use this body to dispel the boundless darkness in this world. A cold voice resounded through the dark cosmos. It was like the dawn of dawn, erupting in the endless darkness. Dazzling radiance broke through the black blood shackles, a figure shrouded in boundless divine light emerged from the black blood that had been split open, black hair fluttered about, blood-soaked white clothes fluttering about, eyes like the sun and moon, releasing oppressive cold radiance. The divine king reappeared. Meanwhile, right now, Jun Wuhui's body already no longer had the 3,000 divine kingdoms' irregular scenes. It was because the 3,000 divine kingdoms were completely absorbed into his body. Jun Wuhui's divine king body once again broke through the limits, climbing to a new peak. That is, in Desolate Border, countless people were so excited they almost suffocated. Jun family's elders also temporarily released a breath of relief, saying, worthy of being Wuhui, the divine king body has already been used to perfection by him. Correct, the divine king body has another special characteristic, endless battle intent, becoming stronger the opponent. The stronger the enemy, the more the divine king body's potential can be stimulated, breaking through the limits of one's own strength, continuing to break through the peak, all the way until one surpasses the enemy. It wasn't just the Jun family. The other great figures, old antiques, living fossils, were all stupefied, sighing in amazement. Many people finally understood. Why was Jun Wuhui called the white-clothed divine king, an unmatched war god, born without fear, fighting to the end? This was a true exceptional war god. On the other side, the foreign kings all became silent. What else could they say? Jun Wuhui, haha, what a Jun Wuhui. Ultimate Emperor Clan's king said coldly. In the border pass, when Fourth Master Scar and the other protectors saw this scene, they were all so excited they couldn't help but roar out, their emotions surging. Benefactor, born as a king. Fourth Master Scar was overwhelmed with emotions, truly wishing he could stand at Jun Wuhui's side, face the boundless darkness together with him. Divine King Great One, please fight for my immortal domain. A protector roared towards the sky, kneeling down on one knee in skyless dark realm's direction. Divine King Great One, please fight for my immortal domain. The second protector's eyes were completely red, tears of blood flowing. He roared out, roaring in anger. Then, it was the third, fourth, fifth place. These gatekeepers had been guarding the border for countless generations. The prosperity of the immortal realms had nothing to do with them. What was the belief that he had been holding on to until now, other than protecting the safety of the immortal region? It was all because of Jun Wuhui. The white-clothed God King was the faith of all the guardians. Your Excellency, please fight for the immortal region. Fourth Master Scar let out a long howl as well. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. It was hard to imagine that a Chaos Dao sovereign would be so agitated and lose his composure. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, 100 spread to 1,000, 1,000 spread to 10,000, even the cultivators of the imperishable forces were yelling. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, it was the same, the quasi-emperors and ancient ancestors of the Jun family, and even the Divine Universe Emperor, were all facing the direction of the skyless dark world and cupping their hands. Wu Hui, please fight for the Jun family and the immortal region. Even the Xianting, the great emperor of Xianting who held the dragon monument of Fuxi, who was in competition with the Jun family. He also let out a sigh, and then cupped his hands in the direction of the skyless dark world. Jun Wuhui, please fight for the immortal region. Billions of creatures knelt down, the Supreme Emperor cupped his hands, countless voices converged into a shocking wave, shaking the heavens and the earth, surging with passion. It resounded throughout the border, it resounded throughout the desolate border, it resounded throughout the 9 heavens immortal region, it resounded throughout the heavens and realms. White-clothed God King, please fight for the immortal region. Who in the entire universe had such might and power? Who had such faith? Only the Jun family, the God King Wu Hui. Rumble, countless light dots rose and gathered in the desolate border, and even the 9 heavens immortal region. That's the power of faith. The experts of the Western sect and the Gulen sect were shocked when they saw this. Each light dot was the prayer and faith of a creature in the immortal region. They prayed, hoping that Jun Wuhui could continue to protect the border, protect the immortal region. the dense and endless light of faith rose from all over the immortal region, converging into a supreme tide of faith and surging toward the skyless dark world. A creature's faith and prayer might be as insignificant as a flame. However, 100, 1,000, 10,000, in the end, the faith power of countless creatures converged. It could turn into heaven's shocking power, engulf the darkness. That is. The foreign kings all felt like they were suffocating at this moment, their eyes revealing a hint of shock. The tide of faith formed from millions and millions of creatures left these foreign kings shocked to an indescribable degree. This is precisely the power of faith. Divine Universe, Great Emperor said softly. That flood of faith crossed the desolate border, pouring into the skyless dark world. How is this possible? So much faith power. Outside the dark world, the undying kings who were fighting were all shocked, speechless. So this is the true source of Great One's power? Xianxia of Beach was also incomparably shocked. In the past, he believed that Jun Wuhui was still a bit of a distance away from his benefactor. But now, only then did Xianxia of Beach discover something. Jun Wuhui wasn't weaker than the Jun family's eternal emperor in the slightest. The dark world that was like an eternal night was illuminated by the resplendent light of faith. Within Jun Wuhui's body, the sound of all living beings chanting could be heard. An endless flood of faith supported his body. It made Jun Wuhui's entire body surge with golden divine light. Jun Wuhui was like a god of war reborn from the flames, reborn from the faith of all living beings. What a terrifying power of faith! Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were shaken. Ever since he obtained the seed of faith, he had also been researching the power of faith, and established the Destiny Church. In the end, he even had the power of 10 billion believers. But even so, the power of faith enveloping Jun Wuhui's body still made Jun Xiaoyao sigh with emotion. He recalled that Jun Wuhui had once left him a protective talisman. There was a sentence engraved on it. A gentleman's life, no regrets. Perhaps this was the reason why Jun Wuhui could obtain the faith of all living beings. Only a true hero was worthy of the devout faith of all living beings. At this moment, Jun Wuhui's entire body burned with divine flames, his head of black hair turned into a dazzling golden color, enveloped in divine light. On his jade-like face that looked as if it was carved by a knife, mysterious golden divine patterns appeared, Jun Wuhui's pair of eyes that were as awe-inspiring as the sun and moon also turned into a mysterious and deep dark gold color. It was as if the eyes of a god were looking down on the world. At this moment, Jun Wuhui's godly king body had already reached a new peak under the support of all living beings' faith. Could that be the legendary ultimate transformation of the godly king body, the primordial godly king body? In the celestial realm, countless old antiques were shocked, their scalps tingling, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The godly king body was ranked very high among the 3,000 physiques. Since ancient times, there had been some stunning godly king bodies. But legend had it that there was an ultimate transformation of the godly king body called the primordial godly king body. However, this kind of transformation of the primordial godly king body was too rare. In the long era, there were not many godly king bodies that could reach this level. The only record was that in the Antiquity era, there was once a primordial godly king body. And the records about that primordial godly king body were also very simple. Tearing a true dragon apart with his bare hands and stepping on a divine phoenix, fighting desolate ancient sacred body, heaven-slaying tyrant body, he had even suppressed a current-era chaotic body. His battle record was so strong that it was a mess, but now, countless years had passed since then. Another primordial godly king had appeared in the world. At this moment, billions of living beings in the celestial realm were incomparably excited and cheered toward the sky. Jun Wuhui, who had transformed into the primordial godly king body, gave everyone hope. In the dark realm, the ultimate calamity that stood in the endless black tide looked indifferently at Jun Wuhui in front of him. There was a trace of surprise in his pitch-black eyes, but they were still as calm as dead water. Is this your true trump card? But, you still can't escape death. Although the primordial godly king body was extremely heaven-defying, what he was facing was the great terror of the world, the ultimate calamity. Jun Wuhui smiled, extremely carefree. His golden hair was dazzling, and the light of faith burned like divine flames. It made Jun Wuhui look like a supreme godly king bathed in golden divine flames. A real man is born between heaven and earth, there is no fear of life and death. If there is only darkness left in the world, then I am willing to be the only spark. If there are 10,000 sparks in the world, then I am willing to become the flame that burns the prairie. Suppress calamity on behalf of all living beings. His clear voice resounded throughout the universe. This scene was enough to be engraved in the hearts of all living beings in the celestial realm. The ultimate calamity's gaze focused on Jun Wuhui, his eyes as cold as an ice abyss. Since that's the case, then I will fulfill your benevolence and righteousness. The ultimate calamity changed his mind. He no longer wanted to pollute Jun Wuhui, but wanted to kill him directly. He raised his palm, and the vast black tide surged. The power of black blood surged, shaking the boundless universe. This was an invincible dark power. Seeing this, Jun Wuhui pushed his divine power to the limit. Every strand of hair seemed to be burning. The primordial godly king body exploded with unprecedented powerful divine power, shaking the heavens for thousands of miles, laughing proudly in all directions. Jun Wuhui's entire body shone brilliantly. In the end, his entire body seemed to be burning in the endless flames of faith, one person as a torch, dispelling the darkness of all worlds. Twilight of the gods, dawn of the human world. Incomparable light was emitted from Jun Wuhui's body. Everything was annihilated in this light. Dusk of the gods, this was the ultimate move of the divine king body. But now, what Jun Wuhui used was not only dusk of the gods. With the support of the power of faith of all living beings, Jun Wuhui had an even more terrifying move after dusk of the gods. Dawn of the human realm. After dusk of the gods, the dawn of the human realm would arrive. This was the ultimate mystery of the divine king body's ultimate move. Endless dim yellow light shone, but in the light of dusk, the first light of dawn appeared. That was the dawn of the human realm. It was this dawn that broke through the endless darkness. Even the hand of the law of darkness that the ultimate calamity reached out was pierced through. An indescribable collision was born and destroyed in this universe. Not even the slightest sound was emitted, because the medium that transmitted sound was destroyed. The universe was silently collapsing. All kinds of chaos energy and even space-time cracks were created. In this unimaginable collision, everyone was watching nervously. In the desolate land, the hearts of the creatures of the two worlds seemed to have stopped. They held their breaths and waited, watching the scene in the light screen. Even the entire light screen became unstable because of the impact of that energy. Lord Divine King, countless people were praying. This move is enough to be recorded in the history of the immortal realm. Divine Universe Emperor sighed. Regardless of whether this battle was successful or not, Jun Wuhui and this move of his was enough to be remembered for all eternity. In the universe of the dark realm, a trembling sound came. Everyone saw in shock. That was the ultimate calamity that had been invincible since its awakening, bringing endless killing to all living beings. But it was retreating. It retreated dozens of steps. The hand he reached out emitted a burnt smell. The golden light of faith of all living beings was like a flame, burning the darkness. The ultimate calamity spat out a small mouthful of black blood. His rotting body, which was covered in black blood, also had traces of being burned. The ultimate calamity was injured. At this moment, the world was deathly silent. The ultimate darkness that was known as all living beings, the great calamity of the foreign realm, was injured. This was simply something that all the foreign creatures could not imagine. It was as if his faith had collapsed. In their eyes, the invincible ultimate calamity was actually injured. No, this is impossible. How could the great calamity be injured? I don't believe it. There were foreign undying kings roaring, heaven and earth shaking. They couldn't believe their eyes. Great! Invincible God King. On immortal domain's side, all creatures were excited, roaring and roaring. The ultimate calamity that appeared in the world with an invincible stance was injured. This was of great significance. The fact that it could be injured meant that it was an ultimate calamity that could be suppressed or even eliminated. The ultimate calamity was not an eternally invincible existence. However, compared to the cheers of countless cultivators from the immortal region, the top experts of the immortal realms, Emperor Xinyu, Emperor Xianxia, Big Dipper Emperor, and the others didn't look too relaxed. They had witnessed the power of Jun Wuhui's move. It could be said that even great emperors could be easily killed. In fact, he could even slay stronger existences. However, this attack only managed to injure the ultimate calamity. It did not deal any fatal damage to it. Moreover, since the ultimate calamity was injured, then would Jun Wuhui be in a good state when he collided with it? Such worry caused many experts of the immortal realms to frown. Meanwhile, on Dark Realm's side, when Jun Xiaoyao saw the injured ultimate calamity, a dark light flashed past his eyes. That power of faith seems to have the effect of restraining the power of black blood. Jun Xiaoyao observed very carefully. He noticed. The power of faith was like a golden flame, burning the power of black blood. Although it wasn't a complete restraint, it could indeed deal effective damage to the ultimate calamity. Jun Xiaoyao immediately thought of his seed of faith. In his inner universe, the seed of faith that had been brewing for a long time, shining as brilliantly as the sun. It was time for it to blossom and bear fruit. However, father's condition, Jun Xiaoyao immediately looked towards the other side of the battlefield. He was a bit nervous, not knowing what Jun Wuhui's situation was. It wasn't just Jun Xiaoyao, everyone was paying attention. The Jun family's elders, old ancestors, and ancient ancestors all stared at the screen of light without blinking. In an expanse of chaotic and destroyed nothingness, a light appeared. A hazy figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Blood-dyed white clothes fluttered, his back perfectly straight. He had a head of brilliant golden hair, every strand translucent. It was precisely Jun Wuhui. And, how could this be? A cold and hoarse demonic voice echoed, shockingly coming from the ultimate calamity. The reason why he was so surprised was because Jun Wuhui didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. This scene shocked everyone's eyes. How could this be? The foreign kings were all stupefied, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even the ultimate calamity was injured, so how could Jun Wuhui be unscathed? Could it be that he is forcefully holding on? Just as the creatures of both realms were puzzled. Behind Jun Wuhui, a dazzling golden supreme decree appeared. That is, countless creatures were deathly silent, unable to make the slightest sound. There were some sharp-eyed supreme experts who saw some of the words on the golden decree, sucking in a breath of cold air. Then, the eyes of many great figures from immortal domain all landed on the Jun family. Could that be a decree left behind by that person from the Jun family? When many people thought of this, they all felt their scalps go numb. Inside Dark Realm, the golden decree surged with the wind, like a golden heavenly curtain, spreading towards the entire dark universe. Meanwhile, on that decree, there were 2 lines of words written like dragons and snakes. The heavenly Tao's coronation is nothing more than a burden. I corroborate the Tao, transcend 10,000 tribulations to become an immortal. Every single word was powerful enough to shake the heavens and crush the endless space and time. Jun family, heaven-abandoning great emperor's decree. Jun Wuhui patted his chest, coughing out blood from his heart, landing on the heaven-abandoning decree. Summon the ancestors' true spirit, join me in suppressing the darkness calamity. Jun Wuhui sacrificed his true spirit with blood. Some supreme experts could manifest part of their power if their descendants called them by their names. Not to mention now, there was the heaven-abandoning decree and Jun Wuhui's blood as a medium. An inexplicable vast power emerged from the heaven-abandoning decree. Every ancient word on the decree seemed to come alive, shining brilliantly like ancient stars. Then, a blurry figure quietly appeared. That figure carried a domineering aura that could suppress the heavens and trample all realms. It was like the Emperor of all realms, the Lord of all realms. Countless stars revolved around the blurry figure. Billions of galaxies were just a stream under his feet. The vast galaxy was just a pebble beside his feet. A power so vast that it was about to open up this universe was surging violently. The Jun family's heaven-abandoning emperor's true spirit had appeared. That's really the Jun family's heaven-abandoning emperor's true spirit. TSK, the Jun family's most glorious emperor in recent times. Although he's called an emperor, his true strength is unfathomable, far beyond the reach of ordinary emperors. No wonder. I said that no matter how brave Jun Wuhui is, he can't be so reckless as to face the ultimate calamity alone. So it turns out that Jun Wuhui has been hiding this trump card all along. When the heaven-abandoning emperor's true spirit appeared, the beings of both realms were in an uproar. Many people didn't expect that Jun Wuhui had already prepared for it. Heaven-abandoning emperor, the invincible ancestor who abandoned the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao was also shocked. The Jun family's most glorious emperor in history had manifested his true spirit to fight the ultimate calamity. what would the result be? Inside the skyless dark world, boundless power filled the universe. Although that blurry figure was only Qi Tiandi's true spirit, its power far exceeded that of a true great emperor. All emperors respected it, all creatures worshipped it. This was the Jun family's most stunning existence since ancient times. Vigorous energy swept out in all directions. The thick black fog was dispersed by this energy. The dark universe welcomed a brilliant dawn. Ultimate calamity looked towards Qi Tiandi's true spirit. A hint of seriousness appeared in those pitch-black and numb eyes for the first time. Just a true spirit. If your true body descends, I might be able to take you seriously. Ultimate calamity's tone was still cold. Black blood flowed on his body. The injuries from just now were also healing on their own. However, the faith energy of all living beings was like flames, burning Ultimate Calamity's body, preventing him from healing completely. After hearing Ultimate Calamity's words, the foreign kings in the desolate border couldn't help but feel shocked. One had to understand that Ultimate Calamity was absolutely invincible from the moment he appeared in the eyes of the world. No existence was worthy of Calamity's attention. But now, Ultimate Calamity said that if Qi Tiandi's true body descended, he would be worthy of being taken seriously. This was already an extremely high evaluation. It seems that the one from the Jun family is indeed a bit unimaginable. Some foreign kings' expressions were grave. Qi Tiandi, white-robed divine king, son of God, Jun Xiaoyao. Geniuses appear in every generation. How lucky is the Jun family? On the immortal domain's side, many undying forces' great figures sighed. 3 eras, 3 monsters. Any force that could obtain one was already extremely lucky. The Jun family, however, had one in every era. This undoubtedly made people's eyes turn red. However, now that the Jun family's Qi Tiandi's true spirit has appeared, will he be able to fight against Calamity? The creatures of both worlds were nervously watching. This was the greatest change. Skyless dark world, Ultimate Calamity stood in the boundless dark universe. His pitch-black eyes were filled with abyss-like coldness. He reached out a palm, covering the universe. Endless dark runes branded the sky. They were targeting Qi Tiandi's true spirit, Jun Wuhui, the mother of the red spider lilies, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others. The Ultimate Calamity actually wanted to wipe out everything. This time, Ultimate Calamity did not act like a cat toying with a mouse like before. He was truly going all out. That hand of the law of darkness swept across the universe. The boundless tide of black blood followed the hand of law and rushed towards Jun Wuhui and the others. Fight! Jun Wuhui's murderous voice burst forth from his mouth, like a golden spear and armored horse, shaking the heavens. At this moment, Jun Wuhui, who had transformed into the ultimate grand primordial god king body, had reached the peak of his strength again. A godly king forbidden technique was used, its might increased by 10 times. The light of absolute beginning surged, as if the entire universe was about to collapse. On the other hand, Qi Tiandi's true spirit was blurry like the ancestor of 10,000 emperors standing in the universe. Just like Ultimate Calamity. Qi Tiandi's true spirit didn't use any techniques or abilities. Instead, it was just as simple as a palm strike. For an expert at this level, ordinary abilities were just a burden. One fist and one palm strike, returning to the basics, was enough to destroy the heavens. Rumble. It was as if there were tens of thousands of universes pressing down together with Qi Tiandi's true spirit's palm strike. The heavens were destroyed, all things fell. The strength of Qi Tiandi's true spirit was beyond everyone's imagination. The mother of the red spider lilies also activated unparalleled power. However, her goal wasn't to fight against Ultimate Calamity. It was all done to ensure Jun Xiaoyao's safety. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had become a burden. His expression was cold. For the first time, Jun Xiaoyao, who had always been high and mighty and unrivaled, felt a little redundant. However, this was normal. After all, even a great emperor couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. If one interfered, they might become cannon fodder. Jun Xiaoyao was only a prime. The difference between them was indescribable. At this moment, no one in the immortal region would blame Jun Xiaoyao. How old was Jun Xiaoyao? He was only in his 20s or 30s, but he had already become the hero of the immortal region, sealing the evil intent of the gods with his own body. However, Jun Xiaoyao himself wasn't satisfied. He had high expectations for himself. He wasn't willing to just watch the show. At this moment, in Xianxia's inner universe, the seed of faith that was as bright as the sun continued to tremble. As the power of faith converged, it seemed that something incomparably powerful was about to be born. However, time waited for no man. Rumble, a destructive collision erupted. Everything seemed to have been sent back to the beginning of the universe. All kinds of spacetime cracks appeared, reflecting all kinds of scenes from the past and present. This scene was too shocking. Even a battle between great emperors wasn't as grand as this. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. The light screen in the desolate border was trembling violently. Apparently, it was disturbed. However, it was still barely visible. At this moment, the beings of both worlds held their breaths. They didn't know what would happen next. Could Xianxia's true spirit block the power of ultimate calamity? When the universe's chaotic mist scattered, the scene appeared. Xianxia's true spirit stepped on the great Tao, an endless world revolving around him. Boundless Emperor's radiance illuminated the heavens and 10,000 worlds. He blocked it. Xianxia's true spirit blocked calamity's full power palm. At this moment, countless immortal domain cultivators were shouting, their necks all red. They were incomparably excited. Immortal domain had hope. June family's people were also incomparably happy. At the same time, they felt proud. On the other hand, the expressions of the foreign experts all changed. When the invincible ultimate calamity was no longer so invincible, faith would begin to waver. The battle hasn't reached its end yet. We don't know what the result will be like. Exactly. The great calamity is indestructible. The immortal emperor race's experts said coldly, bracing themselves. However, it was clear that the confidence in their words wasn't as great as before. Skyless dark world. Xianxia's true spirit towered above the universe, Emperor's radiance illuminating everything. Jun Wuhui also stood in the void. Even though there was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, it wasn't a big problem. With the absolute beginning godly emperor body and the support of the faith of all living beings, his strength had reached the absolute peak. Ultimate calamity's pitch black and numb eyes flickered with unprecedented coldness upon seeing this. The light of a grain of rice dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon? Ultimate calamity reached out his hands. An incomparable tide of black blood swept over from every corner of the universe. It was like a pitch-black tide that was going to drown the boundless universe. It was a terrifying forbidden move, and also a move that could destroy the world. If it landed in the nine heavens immortal realm, it was easy to imagine what kind of calamity it would bring. Countless living beings would be stained by the black blood. They would fall into a frenzy of killing and chaos. The move covered everyone in the skyless dark world at the same time. Su Hongyi had long been knocked back by Jun Xiaoyao. Shen Lu had left too. Xianxia's true spirit and Jun Wuhui were able to resist the move. The red spider lily's mother unleashed her might to resist the force of calamity and protect Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. Cough, blood was flowing down from the red spider lily's lips. Even though her strength had greatly surpassed the immortal emperor's, she was still a little powerless against the force of calamity. She was injured. Senior, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glittered. The red spider lily's mother, whose black dress was stained with blood, looked extremely pitiful. I'm fine. The red spider lily's mother's voice sounded a little weak. Meanwhile, something in Jun Xiaoyao's space artifact shuddered. Is that? Jun Xiaoyao froze for a moment. He immediately took it out. It was the grimace mask that he had obtained from the bronze immortal palace. This bronze devil face mask was incomparably clumsy, looking like it was crying, but also laughing. However, it was something the devil-masked woman left behind in the bronze immortal palace. And now, this devil face mask suddenly trembled, releasing a wave of aura. That made one tremble. This cosmos seemed to have produced some type of resonance. Streak after streak of incomparably ancient and profound patterns appeared in the dark void. Great Tao patterns interweaved, divine chains of order colliding, interweaving with each other. In the end, they formed a great taboo formation that encompassed this world. Meanwhile, this great taboo formation's aura was completely incompatible with the ultimate disaster. In other words, this great taboo formation wasn't set up by the ultimate disaster. That is, a formation. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was stupefied. This was especially the case for the foreign kings. They knew that heavenless dark realm was the foreign side's eternal forbidden land. Apart from a few ultimate emperor clan kings, there were also the world eradication's 6 kings of the past who could enter. Other creatures couldn't enter at all. There was even less of a need to talk about setting up a formation. Yet now, there was this type of incomparably terrifying great taboo formation that appeared. This left all of the foreign creatures in disbelief. How could this be? Who set this up? An undying king inwardly clenched his teeth, unable to believe this. This was equivalent to unleashing a great move at the gates of one's home. Could it be the Jun family's doing? If it isn't the Jun family, could it be? There were foreign undying kings who thought of that stunning endless generations, that mysterious woman who no one dared to stop when she entered the foreign side. This is, inside heavenless dark realm, when he saw the great taboo formation appear, Jun Xiaoyao was also a bit stunned. He looked towards the devil face mask in his hands. Could it be that this is the key to activating the great taboo formation? This means that the devil-masked woman predicted that I might come to the foreign side and face the disaster? Jun Xiaoyao felt that this was a bit inconceivable. If this really was the case, then the devil-masked woman's arrangements were just too deep. This devil-masked woman who wandered through ancient history had previously left behind many contingencies. Each time, it would help Jun Xiaoyao at the crucial moment. In the Bronze Immortal Palace, Jun Xiaoyao obtained all life source energy, as well as the devil face mask. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even know the use of this devil face mask, only casually putting it away. But now, it had become the key to opening the forbidden formation in the depths of the dark world. It could only be said that the demon-masked woman had calculated every step accurately. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao recalled that the red spider lily's mother had once said that the ghost-masked woman had once entered the dark skyless world. Jun Xiaoyao thought that the demon-masked woman had met the ultimate calamity before. From the looks of it, the ultimate disaster should still be in a dormant and sealed state at that time. The ghost-masked woman took the opportunity to lay down a forbidden array. He believed that he could help Jun Xiaoyao in the future. This plan was simply a stroke of genius. That aura, ultimate disaster, looked at the ghost face mask in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. During the period of his slumber, he had vaguely sensed that a shocking aura had arrived at the skyless dark world. But in the end, he left silently. It would appear that the grand taboo formation had been set up at that time. At this moment, the forbidden grand formation was being activated. Red spider lilies bloomed in the void. At the same time, a misty river appeared, bringing with it the aura of time. It was the river of time. The formation of this forbidden grand formation had temporarily manifested the river of time. What kind of shocking technique was this? Even Qi Tiandi's true spirit was looking at the river of time. The beings of the two worlds in the desolate border were also staring. It could be said that no one had expected this unforeseen turn of events. The Jun family still has reinforcements? Someone was puzzled. Under the gazes of billions of people, a slender and beautiful figure appeared on the other side of the river of time. She was peerlessly beautiful, like a celestial flower blooming in ancient history. She also looked like a female celestial who had walked out of a painting. Her stunning appearance made countless people a little dazed. Many men were instantly captivated, worshipping her as a goddess in their hearts. Even some women were dazed. They didn't feel jealous at all. They only felt that she was extremely stunning and moved their hearts. The only pity was that the peerless woman was wearing a ghost face mask, so they couldn't see her face clearly. Who is that? Some people were puzzled. Some of the ancestors of the Jun family were a little enlightened. It's indeed that heaven-defying anomaly who has lived in many worlds. It seems that she has a deep karma with Xiaoyao. Some of the ancestors of the Jun family were also relieved. At first, they were still very cautious about this karma. But now, it seemed that this karma was beneficial to Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun family. Countless people were staring at the light screen. Now that the situation had changed, everyone was waiting to see how the ending would develop. As for the kings of the foreign lands, they somehow had a bad feeling in their hearts. Inside the dark skyless world, on the other side of the river of time, the ghost-masked woman's figure appeared. She stepped on thousands of daos and walked through time. Her true strength was also a mystery. However, she, who had lived in many worlds and traveled through ancient history, obviously couldn't be weak. "It's you," the mother of the red spider lilies looked at the ghost-masked woman. A peerless figure that was deeply engraved in her mind appeared. The ghost-masked woman looked past the mother of the red spider lilies and looked at Xianxia. 10,000 years in a glance, she just watched silently, not making a sound, not saying anything. She was like a silent peerless fairy. Humph. A cold snort shook the vast expanse. The ultimate calamity made its move again, wanting to destroy this forbidden formation. Setting up a formation in front of his home was already an extreme offense. The ghost-masked woman's peerless fairy appearance turned into a brilliant rain of light at this moment. The rain of light directly poured into the mother of the red spider lilies. In Xiaoya's hand, the ghost mask directly floated up and then fell towards the mother of the red spider lilies. The current mother of the red spider lilies was no longer just the mother of the red spider lilies. The ghost-masked woman manifested the river of time through the forbidden formation. Part of the power was transferred to the mother of the red spider lilies. Because the mother of the red spider lilies was originally the ghost-masked woman's body, there was no rejection when the power merged. The mother of the red spider lilies, now, it should be said that the ghost-masked woman raised her hand and put the ghost mask on her peerless and flawless face. Suddenly, boom, fragments of time danced, vast power surged, endless red spider lilies bloomed like fire in the dark universe. The surging aura was no weaker than Qi Tiandi's true spirit. Instantly, the auras of Qi Tiandi's true spirit and the ghost-masked woman burst out at the same time, shaking this part of the universe. Even the undefeatable aura of the ultimate calamity was suppressed. How is this possible? The ultimate calamity's expression turned serious. Although he seemed to be undefeatable now, he wasn't in his complete state. Qi Tiandi's true spirit was one thing. There was also the ghost-masked woman who came from the other side of the river of time. Even though he was undefeatable like the ultimate calamity, he still felt the vast and surging pressure sweeping toward him. It's time for an end. Jun Wuhui activated the absolute beginning godly king physique to the extreme. The power of faith of all living beings gathered and turned into a brilliant godly spear that could pierce through all worlds. This move, dawn of all living beings. Jun Wuhui threw out the brilliant godly spear. It pierced through the vast universe and dispelled the heavy darkness. Qi Tiandi's true spirit also moved. As he raised his palm, endless power gathered. This was a power that could make even the heavens tremble. Endless brilliant emperor tribulation light appeared. It was even more terrifying than the wrath of the heavens. A terrifying godly punishment descended. This was the power of Qi Tiandi. The ghost-masked woman who was borrowing the body of the red spider lilies also moved. An endless rain of petals swirled in the air, and each petal seemed to reflect a great world. In each great world, there was a peerless empress who stood at the peak of time. She was peerless and had an otherworldly aura. 100,000 great worlds, 100,000 bodies reflected, suppressing the vast darkness. This superpower was unparalleled in the past and present. With a thought, flowers bloom, the sovereign descends upon the world. The most pleasant voice came out of the ghost-masked woman's lips and teeth. It contained the most terrifying power in the world. Godly King Jun Wuhui, Qi Tiandi's true spirit, ghost-masked empress. The three supreme techniques suppressed the ultimate calamity together. It was hard to describe that type of terrifying fluctuation. It was simply as if all worlds were about to be destroyed. That wave of destructive power, even the great emperors were a bit shocked when they saw it. It could be called a great era confrontation. Jun Wuhui, who possessed the absolute beginning divine king physique, supported by the faith of all living beings. The Jun family's most stunning true spirit in recent times, Qi Tiandi. In addition, there was the ghost-faced empress who wandered through ancient history, her strength unimaginable. When the three great supreme powers joined together, it was enough to suppress everything. This dark universe seemed as if it was about to be destroyed. Even if the skyless dark world's order and laws were different from the outside world, extremely sturdy, right now, it still couldn't hold on, collapsing piece by piece. Jun Xiaoyao urged all of his divine might, resisting this wave of fluctuation, but he was still blasted back, the blood and qi in his chest surging. Even someone as freakish as Jun Xiaoyao was shaken when resisting this wave of aftershocks. One could imagine how terrifying this collision was. Even if a supreme being fell into it, they would be instantly torn apart, shattered into nothingness. Meanwhile, in the desolate border, that screen of light actually trembled intensely. In the end, with a pu sound, it was destroyed. Hurry, hurry, and show it. There were undying kings who shouted loudly. This was the most crucial moment, it might even decide the direction of the future great war between two worlds. Boom, several ultimate emperor race kings joined hands, their auras surging, reflecting the scene inside skyless dark world. In an instant, the gazes of millions and millions of creatures were drawn over. On celestial domain's side, countless people were also watching nervously. Dong, 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 between heaven and earth, sounds of vibration sounded. Those were the hearts of countless creatures of the two worlds, thumping loudly, extremely nervous. Under the gazes of millions and millions of people. On the screen of light, that dark universe that seemed to have turned into primal chaos finally slowly revealed itself. Countless time cracks, void vortexes, scattered in all directions. The entire universe was beaten into ruin. One had to understand that this was the Tao field of ultimate disaster, incomparably sturdy. Even a great emperor's full power attack would find it difficult to cause great damage. But now, it was like a broken house, teetering on the verge of collapse. Cough, endless demonic sounds sounded, carrying the sound of blood coughing. Everyone watched in horror as drop after drop of black blood fell from the primal chaos pervading nothingness. Every drop of it smashed through the void. This, could it be, all of the foreign creatures, including the kings, felt their hearts become a bit cold. Finally, the chaotic mist in the void dissipated. The figure of ultimate calamity was revealed. At this moment, his chest was pierced through by a dazzling golden divine spear. It was the spear of dawn of all beings that Jun Wuhui had condensed with the power of faith of all beings. In the destructive collision just now, abandoned Heavenly Emperor's true spirit and the ghost-masked woman had cancelled out the power of the ultimate calamity. Jun Wuhui's dawn of all beings spear pierced through ultimate calamity's chest. Cough. Cough. Ultimate calamity was coughing, its rotting body emitting sizzling sounds of burning, and white smoke was rising. The power of faith of all living beings had a certain degree of restraint on the power of black blood. His body seemed to be disintegrating. Pieces of rotten flesh fell to the ground. Black blood was also dripping down. The current ultimate calamity was very different from his previous invincible state. He was in a sorry state. No. How is that possible? Oh great calamity, how could this be? When they saw this scene, the eyes of the foreign creatures were about to pop out, crying out in horror, in disbelief. The ultimate calamity that brought a mortal domain, the ultimate calamity was actually going to end in such a sorry state. None of the foreign creatures were willing to believe this. Meanwhile, right at this time, the space around an ultimate emperor clan king rippled, actually wishing to return to the other side and provide assistance to ultimate calamity. Where do you all want to go? Divine Universe Great Emperor and the other Jun family's 3 emperors stepped out, stopping them. There was also Xianxia's Great Emperor who moved, locking onto the foreign undying kings. The other immortal domain's supreme experts also stared closely at the other side's movements, not allowing them to return and provide assistance. Jun family, you all are provoking the disaster of clan annihilation. Ultimate Emperor Clan's king's voice was cold to the extreme, carrying extreme killing intent. Heh. What goes around comes around, how similar is this scene? Divine Universe Great Emperor sneered. Just now, Jun Wuhui and the others were in a critical situation. They wanted to provide assistance, but they were stopped by the other side's kings. Now, the situation was completely reversed. They naturally wouldn't allow the other side to provide assistance. Right when Desolate Border's battle situation was sluggish. On Dark Realm's side, Jun Wuhui and the others took action again. Kill. The 3 great supreme beings took action again, wishing to press the advantage and completely end calamity. How could I have been defeated by ants like you all? Ultimate Calamity, who originally didn't have the slightest bit of emotion, finally produced a type of emotion called anger. He roared towards the sky, his demonic voice shaking through endless time. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this was more like a final howl of grief before death. Jun Wuhui's absolute beginning deity king body was activated to the extreme, supported by all life's faith. He was like an absolute beginning deity king, suppressing endless time. Qi Tiandi's true spirit, even though he didn't say a word from start to finish, erupted with power that made even the heavens tremble. The demon-masked woman was also powerful beyond compare, borrowing the Permitha flower mother's flesh to display the ultimate method, illuminating all worlds, all of them suppressing over. This type of battle was too terrifying. Order crumbled, great Tao obliterated. In the end, the three of them faced calamity, fighting until heaven and earth were destroyed. Even someone as powerful as Calamity was forced back repeatedly, unable to pull out the dawn of all life spear in his chest. His rotten flesh continued to disintegrate, black blood dripping down. In the end, one of Calamity's rotten arms fell off. Then, his legs also fell off. His chest was burned pitch black. His handsome face that was wearing half an iron mask was also twisted to the extreme, appearing eerie and sinister. In the end, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar of anger. Ultimate Calamity's physical body was completely destroyed by the three great supreme beings. Black blood and rotten flesh scattered in all directions like meteors, falling into the boundless shattered dark universe. The ultimate Calamity was defeated. His flesh scattered and disappeared into the universe. That terrifying destructive power exploded like a nuclear bomb, returning that area to the chaotic void. Heaven and earth rumbled with Tao sounds and became deathly silent. All sounds seemed to have disappeared in an instant. At this moment, in the desolate border, a rare absolute silence enveloped heaven and earth. There were clearly millions and millions of creatures gathered, yet no one released a sound. When the foreign creatures saw Calamity's body completely collapse, explode, their minds went blank. The mighty Calamity, the ultimate Calamity who brought endless calamity to a mortal domain, died just like that? Am I dreaming? No, all of this is fake. After a momentary deathly silence, clamoring sounds tore through the heavens. The foreign creatures were shouting, their faces deathly pale, their faces ashen. There were even more creatures who fell to the ground, in disbelief, directly fainting. How is this possible? Even some undying kings didn't dare believe this. Ultimate Calamity died just like that. It was completely different from the other side. Immortal Domain's creatures were so excited that they found it hard to control themselves. In the border pass, Fourth Master Scar and the others were shouting, incredibly excited. We won, we won. Immortal Domain's cultivators were all roaring towards the sky, venting their emotions. On the battlefield of heavenly talents, there were even more female cultivators who were moved to the point of shedding tears. This is too great, everything is over, big bro Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli was so happy she shed tears, her sparkling eyes overflowing with sparkling tears. The longing in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She really wanted to see Jun Xiaoyao. However, right when all of Immortal Domain's creatures were cheering from the joy of victory, Divine Universe Great Emperor and the other Jun family's three Great Emperors stood in the void with their hands behind their backs, their expressions not changing much. There were also the Jun family's ancient ancestors and Xian Ting's Great Emperors who were like this. There wasn't much joy on their faces. On the other hand, even though the other side was howling in grief, roaring out. However, those Ultimate Emperor Clan Kings' expressions were cold like ice, their eyes staring rigidly at the screen of light. Did they really think it would end just like this? An Ultimate Emperor Clan King who had once entered the heavenless dark world sneered. At this time, a few Immortal Domain creatures also noticed through the screen of light. Even though Ultimate Calamity was already defeated. However, Jun Wuhui and the other two still stood in the void, their expressions not relaxing in the slightest. Instead, there was a trace of seriousness. Could it be, a few Immortal Domain creatures suddenly had a terrifying guess in their hearts, heavenless dark realm. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Ultimate Calamity that had completely collapsed, his brows tightly furrowed. It ended just like this? Jun Xiaoyao kept feeling that something was wrong. Rumble, right at this moment, in the depths of heavenless dark realm, in the dark universe that was already riddled with holes. An unimaginably large shadow slowly appeared. The order of heaven and earth shattered, and even the great Tao was wailing. All existences seemed to be about to return to eternal silence in front of that enormous shadow. This was a type of indescribable feeling. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, a voice suddenly rang out. They instead welcomed this type of terrifying change. What is that thing? On the screen of light, the terrifying scene of heavenless dark world appeared. A shadow that was as massive as the universe slowly appeared from the darkness. All of the immortal domain cultivators stopped at this moment, horror appearing in their eyes. Wasn't the ultimate disaster already eliminated? What is that? Many immortal domain cultivators revealed expressions of fear. It was precisely the so-called, the unknown was the most terrifying. Forget about the immortal domain cultivators, even the foreign creatures were a bit stupefied, not snapping back to their senses, their minds completely blank. Just now, they were still howling in grief, in despair. They never expected the situation to change like this. Did the main character come? Divine Universe Great Emperor's eyes also became serious. Everyone was holding their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly, as if they were waiting for a nightmare to descend. In the depths of heavenless dark world, an indescribable aura spread, simply about to overturn everything. This was a type of power that could easily wipe out all life. Many heaven and earth great Tao were collapsing, the look in Xianxia's eyes sharpened as well. Just now, he already felt that something wasn't quite right. He felt like things weren't this simple. Now, it seemed like he indeed thought of the ultimate disaster too simply. Under the gaze of millions and millions of eyes, that shadow in the depths of heavenless dark world finally surfaced. Meanwhile, with a single look, everyone felt like they were about to suffocate. What kind of monster was that? What appeared before everyone's eyes was shockingly an eyeball that was as large as an ancient life star. That eyeball was like a dark red spark, but also like it was formed from countless pieces of rotten flesh. Thick black blood seeped out from the eyeball. In the eyeball's surroundings, there were countless tentacles, densely packed. Every single tentacle seemed to be able to extend into a world. There was also black blood flowing from the tentacles. It was as large as an ancient star, flowing with black blood, as if it was condensed from rotten flesh. There were also densely packed tentacles. This scene was enough to make one feel suffocated, their minds in chaos. There were even more so immortal domain female cultivators who were going crazy, vomiting crazily, feeling like their minds were going crazy. It was indescribable, they couldn't look straight at it, this was the true face of the ultimate disaster. What exactly is this thing? An immortal domain cultivator couldn't help but cry out, about to lose his rationality, even his soul about to be emptied. As expected, this is the true body of the ultimate calamity. The so-called ultimate calamity from before was merely a projection. The Divine Universe Emperor murmured, his expression turning extremely solemn. What? This is the true ultimate disaster? All the cultivators of the immortal region were dumbfounded. After such a difficult battle, what he had defeated was only a projection of the true ultimate calamity's power. Plop, many immortal domain cultivators felt their legs go weak, collapsing onto the ground, instantly having all of their strength sucked out. This was just too despairing. There wasn't even the slightest bit of hope. Meanwhile, on the other side, most of the creatures were also stupefied. They were all shocked. This was the first time they saw the true face of the ultimate disaster. And to be honest, it was a little disgusting. He couldn't look at it directly, and his mind was about to go crazy. It was completely different from the ultimate calamity that they had imagined to be like the god of darkness. This is the true face of my world's ultimate calamity. Ultimate Emperor Clan's king's voice even stirred up great waves, becoming a bit excited. Something's not right, on that eyeball, there is a sword? On Immortal Domain's side, a great figure spoke up. Ultimate Calamity's true body, this was just too shocking. That was why many people subconsciously overlooked it. On that planet-sized eyeball, there was actually a sword inserted into it. That sword was also incomparably massive, piercing through the eyeball. It swirled with resplendent murderous immortal light. Even though it had been inserted into the eyeball for endless time, it still revealed its sharpness, releasing intimidating immortal radiance. This made many immortal domain experts' pupils suddenly contract. Could that be the immortal killing sword? Many experts' scalps turned numb, sucking in a cold breath of air. Immortal killing sword, immortal domain's most famous murderous immortal weapon, its whereabouts always unknown. Yet now, it was inserted into the ultimate calamity's true body. Meanwhile, who was it that inserted the immortal killing sword into the ultimate calamity's body, forcing it into a sealed state? the eyes of many immortal domain undying powers experts all landed on a group of people. Jun family. Could it be that that legend is actually true? That the Jun family previously really had an unimaginable taboo existence, one that had previously entered the foreign realm, fighting against the ultimate calamity? Immortal Academy's great elder was also incomparably shocked. Previously, Immortal Domain had always had a rumor that in the bygone era, there was a Jun family taboo existence that fought against the ultimate calamity. However, this was proven false by Xian Ting, Archean royalty, and other powers, saying that it was a false rumor. Now, it seemed like this was the truth. That Jun family taboo existence should have used the immortal killing sword to suppress and seal the ultimate calamity, forcing it into a state of slumber. The ultimate calamity still hasn't truly recovered. When he saw that immortal killing sword, the ultimate Emperor Clan's king said coldly. However, even if it hadn't completely recovered, its power was still enough to destroy everything. On skyless dark worlds. Sighed. He looked at the planet-sized black blood eyeball with the immortal killing sword inserted into it. Jun Xiaoyao's eye was also extremely surprised. He never expected that the true ultimate calamity was actually just an eyeball. Then, whose eyeball did it belong to? However, Jun Xiaoyao understood the cause and effect. His Jun family's ancestor had used the immortal killing sword to suppress and seal the ultimate calamity. As for the ultimate calamity, it sealed itself in the heavenless dark world, recuperating and accumulating strength. Even the creatures of the foreign domain found it difficult to enter, let alone the creatures of immortal domain. The Jun family and Jun Wuhui's goal was the immortal killing sword. Previously, when Jun Wuhui appeared, he had also said this. He came here to retrieve something that belonged to the Jun family. The immortal killing sword actually belongs to my Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao also felt that it was inconceivable. The immortal killing sword was a supreme killing immortal artifact. It was also a peak existence among immortal artifacts. He also understood that the remnant sword energy he encountered before was actually left behind by the immortal killing sword. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao felt that the sword energy was a bit familiar was because the immortal killing sword originally belonged to the Jun family. Jun Wuhui came to the foreign domain to hide in order to wait for the 6 kings to open the heavenless dark world and then obtain the immortal killing sword. He completely understood the cause and effect. But there was only one thing that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't understand. Jun Wuhui wanted to retrieve the immortal killing sword, then what method would he use to deal with the ultimate disaster, just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. Endless demonic sounds rolled out. That huge eyeball that was stained with black blood like a planet, although it didn't have a mouth, it could directly emit a mighty sound. Do you really think that the Jun family seal can suppress me forever? Impossible, the endless black disaster will attack, cover the vast expanse, and collapse the celestial realm. The blood-stained eyeball, the true disaster, released an astonishing power, and endless black blood burst out. The immortal killing sword also bloomed with bright immortal light at the same time. It was simply like a true immortal descending to the world, killing everything. The immortal killing sword originally belonged to my Jun family. Today, I will retrieve it, but you will also die. Jun Wuhui said coldly. The blood in his heart directly fell on the immortal killing sword, and at the same time, his hands formed a seal. In an instant, the immortal killing sword seemed to have awakened. Extremely bright immortal light flowed on the blade, and endless light rain shone brightly. There was even a blurry humanoid figure that appeared. That was the immortal killing sword spirit, and it was actually awakened by Jun Wuhui. This was a method left behind by the Jun family's taboo existence. It's the Tongtian ancient emperor, he still left behind a backup plan? The ultimate disaster's voice was cold, and a monstrous power of darkness burst out, wanting to completely break free from the immortal killing sword's seal. The Tongtian ancient emperor? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He heard another name from the ultimate calamity. This reminded Jun Xiaoyao of the ancestor of the Jun family who had discussed the Tao with the Azure Emperor. The primeval ancient emperor, Jun Yuanchi. Primeval, Tongtian, could it be? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly remembered the so-called 3 pure ones. The primeval lord of heaven, the Tongtian sect leader, and Taisheng Lao Jun. Of course, this was just an instinctive association. There was no real connection. However, Jun Xiaoyao felt that these 3 should be the real big shots of the Jun family. They had set up an ancient scheme that spanned across epochs. Even the ultimate calamity was part of their scheme. However, the situation was still grim. The crisis had not been resolved. The Tongtian ancient emperor had left a backup plan in the immortal slaying sword. Even the sword spirit of the immortal slaying sword had been activated by Jun Wuhui. However, the ultimate calamity that had been sleeping for eternity had also accumulated a lot of power and recovered a lot of its strength. After all, as long as the black blood spread, the ultimate calamity could absorb energy from the polluted world. This was the terrifying part of the ultimate calamity. It was very difficult to destroy. Even someone as powerful as the Tongtian ancient emperor had only sealed the ultimate calamity with the immortal slaying sword. More importantly, the ultimate calamity was just an eyeball. If this eyeball belonged to a forbidden existence, it was simply unimaginable how powerful that existence would be. The immortal slaying sword was awakened, releasing a sword light that could shine for eternity. The blurry figure, the sword spirit of the immortal slaying sword, was also attacking. An immortal artifact had a spirit. In fact, the spirit of an immortal artifact was already strong enough to fight against an immortal. The boundless power produced by the collision seemed to have swept through billions of universes. All kinds of Daos were on the verge of collapse. Attack! Jun Wuhui attacked again. Qi Tiandi's true spirit and the ghost-masked woman also attacked. However, compared to before, their power had weakened. After all, one of them was a true spirit that had manifested, while the other had transferred part of his power to the mother of the hurricane lily through the river of time. Neither of them could fight for a long time. Now, the two of them were exhausting the last of their strength to injure the ultimate calamity. Another world-shaking battle broke out here. Other than Jun Wuhui's trio, the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal exterminating sword spirit also joined the battle to seal the ultimate calamity. The immortal slaying sword radiance surged, releasing billions of strands of immortal light. There was immortal Dao lightning that erupted in the void, flickering about, as if it was going to destroy the dark worlds. As a supreme killing weapon, the power of the immortal slaying sword shocked everyone. Only such an immortal artifact had the ability to seal the ultimate calamity. That's terrifying. So this is the power of the god-slaying sword. I didn't expect the Jun family to have such a powerful weapon. Although the immortal slaying sword is strong, I feel that the ultimate calamity is even more terrifying. The immortal slaying sword has been sealed for a long time, but it still hasn't been completely destroyed. What is this eyeball? Is it really the eye of some unimaginable taboo existence? Some people were guessing, and they felt their blood run cold. A single eyeball could be called the ultimate calamity, causing boundless darkness and calamity. If the eyeball really had an owner, what kind of existence would that owner be? Right now, Immortal Domain's people's minds were in chaos, extremely nervous as they stared at the screen of light. Meanwhile, the foreign realms' kings let out sighs of relief, their expressions calm. Since the calamity chose to awaken at this time, it means that it has accumulated enough power and is going to completely appear in this golden age. Countless creatures from both worlds were paying attention to this final battle. In the skyless dark world, all kinds of great destruction erupted. The void was beaten into primal chaos, and then the primal chaos returned to nothingness. The ultimate calamity's power was indescribable. Black blood flowed, turning into a long river that engulfed the heavens. At the same time, many tentacles were densely packed, like whips condensed from divine chains of order, viciously lashing at Jun Wuhui and the others. Space exploded from the lashing, endless dark runes splashing out. Cough, Jun Wuhui was forced back again, blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Even with the absolute beginning divine king body, he was also covered in wounds and couldn't hold on much longer. Qi Tiandi's true spirit dimmed a bit. After all, this was only a wisp of true spirit. There would come a time when its power was exhausted. As for the demon-faced woman, her delicate skin began to crack. That was the physical body of the Hurricane Lily Mother. It couldn't hold on much longer. After all, the demon-faced woman's power was still too strong for the Hurricane Lily Mother. In addition, she was clashing with the ultimate calamity. No matter how strong her physical body was, she couldn't hold on much longer. The fact that the Hurricane Lily Mother's physical body could hold on for so long was enough to prove her strength. No one can stop the ultimate calamity's attack. Everything will be drowned, and the epic will be destroyed. All of you are just mantises trying to stop a chariot. The ultimate calamity's demonic voice swept across the sky. It activated its most powerful technique, endless dark power surged. Then, under the shocked gazes of billions of creatures, many dark figures were reflected in the void. They were the Dark Emperors and undying beings who had been tainted by black blood, demonized, and fallen to the side of darkness. Each of them was extremely blurry. Black particles and dense black mist emanated from their bodies. They were extremely blurry. It wasn't just one figure or two. Instead, over 100 densely packed dark silhouettes were reflected in the light. All the cultivators in the celestial realm were about to suffocate. They felt as if their hearts were being squeezed tightly by a pair of invisible hands. Hundreds of dark emperors and undying kings. What kind of concept was that? Although they were just imprints and projections, they were still powerful enough to make one shudder. Roar! Hundreds of dark emperors and undying beings' projections rushed towards Jun Wuhui and the others. That kind of fluctuation was indescribable. It could easily tear apart the world. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, countless explosions sounded between heaven and earth. This was the ultimate calamity's most powerful technique. It could reflect the once contaminated emperors and undying beings. Cough, Jun Wuhui was once again forced back, besieged by more than a dozen Dark Emperors' projections. There were even Emperor's imprints that instantly self-destructed, injuring Jun Wuhui. On the other side, the Hurricane Lily Mother's body cracked like porcelain, and there were even bloody wounds. If the demon-faced woman continued to exert even more power, not only would she be unable to attack, but she would also directly cause the Hurricane Lily Mother's body to explode. A faint sigh fell from the corner of the demon-faced woman's lips. She had tried her best. She had transmitted power from the other side of the river of time. However, the Hurricane Lily Mother's body couldn't withstand all of the demon-faced woman's power. Now, if the demon-faced woman didn't stop, the Hurricane Lily Mother's body would directly collapse. Her power started to fade and disperse. The river of time appeared again. That peerlessly beautiful figure stood on the other side, gazing at Jun Xiaoyao. She seemed to be silently praying that he wouldn't die and survive this calamity. There was a loud bang. The river of time turned into light rain and dissipated. The Hurricane Lily Mother's consciousness returned. Her red lips spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt extremely weak and was about to disintegrate. On the other side of Qi Tiandi's true spirit, dozens of Dark Emperors and undying beings' projections surrounded him and then self-destructed. The power that exploded shook Qi Tiandi's true spirit. A true spirit being able to fight until now and unleash such terrifying power was enough to shock everyone. But now, Qi Tiandi's true spirit also sighed. Then, it disappeared like the moon in the water. The heaven-abandoning Dharma decree also lost its golden light and dimmed. When this scene appeared on the light screen in the desolate border, all the cultivators in the celestial region fell silent. Their bodies were like wood, and their hearts were dead. What was the most tragic thing in the world? It was the birth of hope and despair, and then the destruction of that hope would lead to even deeper despair. Rather than that, it was better to end everyone's hopes from the beginning. It's over. It's all over. At this moment, all the souls in the celestial region cried. They were all in despair and prepared to welcome the final destruction of darkness. Previously, when Jun Wuhui and the other two supreme experts destroyed the ultimate calamity, everyone was overjoyed. They thought that the calamity would be nipped in the bud, and the celestial domain would be fine. However, who would have thought that the ultimate calamity was just a projection of power? Now, the true ultimate calamity had appeared. It carried the terrifying pressure of an ultimate boss. That dark power was enough to make all living creatures despair. It was as if everything in the world was about to be pulled into eternal darkness by the ultimate calamity. Everything is over. When the ultimate calamity breaks free from the seal of the immortal slaying sword, it will be the time for the celestial domain to face the ultimate calamity. At that time, the foreign realm will invade. Billions of lives will be bathed in blood, and the ultimate calamity will come early. Many celestial domain cultivators were in despair. There were even some present-age geniuses who roared with unwillingness. No, how can it be like this? I don't believe it. This is a golden era. I haven't fully grown yet. How can I be willing to die like this? That's right, our era hasn't arrived yet. We haven't truly grown. The ending shouldn't be like this. Many peerless geniuses were shouting. They couldn't accept this result at all. This was a golden age. Geniuses rose and kings competed for supremacy. There was no lack of opportunities to prove their Tao. The reason why many seed-level geniuses went into hibernation was to wait for this golden era. Now, the black calamity struck, and all living creatures were about to be pulled into the darkness. Their future was cut off early, and they didn't have time to grow into supreme experts. This was undoubtedly the deepest despair. Many seed-level geniuses couldn't help but vomit blood, their expressions indignant. Is it really over? The Jun family ancestors clenched their fists tightly, unable to calm down. Although the Jun family had trump cards and could protect themselves, this wasn't the result that the Jun family wanted to see. Most importantly, Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao were in extreme danger. Jun Wuhui was still fine, as he was only one of the 3 pure ones. If Jun Xiaoyao died, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Jun family. If it really doesn't work, even if my Jun family has to sacrifice everything, we will slaughter our way into the foreign realm and save the father and son. Jun Taixin, Jun Taiye, and the other quasi-emperor ancient ancestors also had resolute and cold expressions on their faces. Xiaoyao Gij, in the desolate border, on the battlefield of the 2 worlds' geniuses. When Jiang Luoli saw the scene on the screen, her tears fell like rain. She hated him. She hated herself for being too weak and unable to help Jun Xiaoyao. She hated herself even more for not being able to stand by Jun Xiaoyao's side at his most critical moment. Even if they died together, Jiang Luoli would not regret it. Ling Yan silently watched the scene on the light screen. His heart was also clenched as if it was being torn apart. She knew that no matter what, Jun Xiaoyao had already been engraved in her heart and soul. She couldn't keep her heart as still as water and remain indifferent. It was not only Jiang Luoli and Ling Yan. Everyone else who was related to Jun Xiaoyao. His followers, his former friends, and even some of his enemies were all lamenting. Everything was over. Skyless dark world. Qi Tiandi's true spirit dissipated. The ghost-masked woman's power disappeared. The only ones left were Jun Wuhui, whose white robes were stained with blood, the heavily injured mother of Hurricane Lily, and Jun Xiaoyao. At most, they could add the power of the immortal slaying sword and its sword spirit. However, even if it was as powerful as the immortal slaying sword, without a supreme expert controlling it, it could not completely suppress the disaster. In other words, the situation was over. It was as if the outcome was already decided. No existence can trap me. The world will wait for eternal darkness to descend. The ultimate disaster demonic voice echoed. Endless black blood surged towards the immortal slaying sword. Even the sword body that was shining with immortal light started to spread inch by inch of darkness. The immortal slaying sword's body was hazy as it tried its best to resist. However, it was still not enough. The disaster had been sleeping for countless years, accumulating power. Since it had awakened, how could it be suppressed so easily? Seems like there's no other way. The Hellflower Mother sighed as well. Her delicate body was covered in a hazy light as she healed her injured body. Even someone as powerful as the Hurricane Lily Mother could not do anything about this situation. At this moment, Jun Wuhui's voice sounded. Xiaoyao, you should leave first. Father will stay here. Jun Wuhui stood in the void, his body burning with the divine flames of faith. His tone was very calm, without the slightest feeling of parting with life and death. This was just one of Jun Wuhui's 3 pure ones. Jun Wuhui had already thought it through. Even if his body was destroyed, he would protect Jun Xiaoyao and leave. Jun Xiaoyao heard this and shook his head silently. Xiaoyao, you are not an impulsive person. Jun Wuhui frowned slightly. Although he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. However, he had been paying attention to Jun Xiaoyao's news. Jun Xiaoyao was meticulous and calm. He was not the kind of person who would act on impulse. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao silently took out a protective talisman. This was left to him by Jun Wuhui. "Father, in the protective talisman you left me, it was engraved that a gentleman would have no regrets in his life. Now, you want me to leave like this? Sorry, I can't do it." In terms of benefits and losses, Jun Xiaoyao's best choice was naturally to escape. Jun Xiaoyao had always been a calm and rational person who prioritized benefits. But now, he did not want to think about these gains and losses. He did not want to think about the outcome. He only wanted to fight. Jun Wuhui fell silent. Then, he smiled again. This was his son. He was proud, rumble, the tentacles of the ultimate disaster lashed out. It did not give Jun Wuhui and the others time to recover. Jun Wuhui took a step forward, like an invincible divine king. He did not try to persuade Jun Xiaoyao. This was Jun Xiaoyao's own choice. The Hurricane Lily mother also made a move. She knew that there was the layer of karma from the demon-masked woman. She and Jun Xiaoyao were destined to be inextricably entangled, unable to completely separate. Look, the divine king is still fighting, he still hasn't admitted defeat. In Desolate Border, many dejected immortal domain cultivators raised their heads, seeing Jun Wuhui who was still fighting on the screen of light. Every single one of their eyes revealed moved expressions. Many people's eyes were completely red. It was to the extent where even the 7-foot-tall man had tears falling from the corners of his eyes, sighing for Jun Wuhui. For a mortal domain to have this type of hero, it was the blessing of all living things. Feudal resistance, is there any meaning to it? When the foreign kings saw this, they all felt great disdain, extremely cold and disdainful. This type of resistance, in their eyes, was stupid and laughable. They might as well directly accept their fate. Your Jun family really is stubborn. The ultimate disaster demonic voice echoed, carrying indifference and coldness. The immortal killing sword already gradually couldn't suppress it. Boundless darkness power seeped out from the ultimate disaster's body. Its tentacles lashed out at will, tearing apart great Tao order. Jun Wuhui was blasted back, his white clothes already dyed in blood. The Permetha flower mother also suffered damage to its foundation. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao watched all of this, his handsome and incomparably handsome face froze like iron. For the first time, this was the first time Jun Xiaoyao felt a bit powerless. However, he didn't want to experience this type of thing. He had an unrivaled Tao heart, an undying faith, unrivaled. This was the synonym for Jun Xiaoyao. No one could topple this, even if what Jun Xiaoyao was facing right now was the ultimate disaster. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao's unrivaled faith seemed to have stirred up the seed of faith in the inner universe. In an instant, that seed of faith that shone like a blazing sun suddenly erupted with millions and millions of strands of brilliance. A golden sea of faith surged. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was surrounded by resplendent golden light of faith. Behind him, the seed of faith turned into a blazing sun, floating in the air. Crack, that seed of faith that had been brewing for a long time finally completely cracked open. Following that, what was released was a monstrous power, accompanied by the chanting and praises of all living beings. The existence that had been brewing within finally revealed itself. A golden avatar that was tens of thousands of feet tall broke out of the cocoon of the seed of faith, standing tall within the heavenless dark world. It was as if a supreme deity had broken through the world and descended here, suppressing the darkness. In an instant, the heavens shook, and the darkness was dispelled. Countless gazes from both worlds landed on the golden avatar behind Jun Xiaoyao. Endless shock appeared in the eyes of all living beings. The minds of the billions of living beings in the two worlds went blank when they saw this scene. Their thoughts were broken. What did they see, in the boundless dark realm? A golden Dharma body stood in the dark universe. The god's body was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it was surrounded by the golden power of faith. It was as if billions of living beings surrounded the golden Dharma body, praising, worshipping, and praying. What's that? Are there more reinforcements? No. No, it looks like the son of God of the Jun family. Although the golden Dharma body was shrouded in mist and light. Even so, everyone was still able to see that his godlike appearance was exactly the same as Jun Xiaoyao's. In other words, this golden Dharma body was not a true spirit like Qi Tiandi. Instead, it was Jun Xiaoyao's own technique. Hiss, thinking of this, countless living beings in the two worlds felt their scalps go numb. They could not believe it. They could feel that the golden Dharma body was extremely powerful, The emperor's aura was vast and mighty, the god's aura filled the air. This was not a technique that a supreme being should be able to use. However, Jun Xiaoyao did it, not to mention others. Even Jun Xiaoyao himself was speechless. He did not expect the seed of faith to give birth to a Dharma body. Yes, this was not an ordinary Dharma body. It was a Dharma body formed by the power of faith of all living beings. Generally speaking, only gods could be worshipped. For example, the true Lord of Gulen of the Gulen sect and the one-armed Lord of Hades of the Hades bloodline were examples of supreme beings who became gods and were worshipped by all living beings. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that this Dharma body alone had the potential of a god. If there was enough power of faith, it would not be a dream for the Dharma body to become a god in the future. As expected of a 9-star reward. Jun Xiaoyao sighed secretly. When he got the seed of faith, he was curious about how it could reach the 9-star reward level. Now, he understood. The 9-star reward was a little low. At least, Jun Xiaoyao thought that the seed of faith was definitely worth 10 stars. At this moment, the golden godly spiritual body stood in the darkness like a giant torch, illuminating the darkness. Even Jun Wuhui and the red spider lily's mother were surprised by the surging power. Xiaoyao, Jun Wuhui didn't know what to say. Wasn't his son a little too heaven-defying? As expected, those who are chosen by her won't fall into such dire straits so easily. The red spider lily's mother muttered to herself. The blood-stained eyeball, which was the size of a planet, was the ultimate calamity. Its gaze carried a terrifying pressure as it landed on Jun Xiaoyao. To be honest, an existence like calamity was also a little unexpected. It could feel the surging power of faith contained in the golden godly celestial body. This might not be able to completely restrain the power of his black blood, but it would at least affect it to a certain extent. It's just an empty shell. Once the power of faith is exhausted, this Dharma body of yours will be completely useless. Ultimate Disaster's voice echoed throughout the universe. It had to be said that it had indeed seen through some things. Jun Xiaoyao's godly spiritual body was powered by the power of faith. It was precisely because of the support of 10 billion believers that the godly spiritual body could be used. Otherwise, why would Jun Xiaoyao need to cultivate? If he directly summoned the godly spiritual body, he could crush all the geniuses of the past and present with one finger. Even the great emperors couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. But that was unrealistic. There were gains and losses. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao had enough believers, hundreds of billions, trillions, hundreds of trillions. The power of the godly spiritual body would naturally increase exponentially. Whether it's useful or not, it's enough to suppress you now. Jun Xiaoyao's hair fluttered, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Previously, he could only watch from the side as his father and the others fought bloody battles, but he couldn't do anything. Now, he had the godly spiritual body. Jun Xiaoyao finally had the qualifications to join the battlefield. Fight. The word fight burst out from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Golden spears and armored horses, vast and mighty, swallowing tens of thousands of miles like a tiger, this was Jun Xiaoyao's suppressed anger bursting out. All the unwillingness from before was vented at this moment. Rumble, Jun Xiaoyao made a move, and the 10,000 feet godly spiritual body behind him also made a move at the same time, acting in unison with Jun Xiaoyao. The golden godly spiritual body stretched out a golden palm, covering the sky, and slapped down like the hand of an ancient god. The void within hundreds of millions of miles shook and resonated. The bright golden light of faith tore through the heavy darkness. Swoosh, the tentacles of ultimate disaster swung out and collided with the golden palm of the godly spiritual body. Monstrous waves burst out, the world trembled, and boundless chaotic energy surged. What made all the living beings' eyes dull was, Jun Xiaoyao's godly spiritual body blocked it. Hiss, Jun family son of God, what kind of method is that? It feels like some kind of godly spiritual body, but it is too powerful, on a completely different level from the Jun family's son of God. The desolate border was trembling. Countless immortal domain cultivators were pleasantly surprised by Jun Xiaoyao's performance. This father and son pair were truly monstrous and unparalleled. This method left even the foreign king shocked. Some immortal kings even felt a great sense of pressure from the godly spiritual body. On the Jun family's side, many geniuses were roaring, excited. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was simply stunning. Even Divine Universe Great Emperor was surprised. but his eyes were deep, seeing some clues. A supreme godly spiritual body with the power of faith as the foundation? However, the consumption is too great, it can't last long. It was indeed as divine universe great emperor thought. At this moment, every time the godly spiritual body attacked, it would consume a huge amount of power of faith. This power of faith was all collected by Jun Xiaoyao during the time he was in the foreign realm, establishing the Destiny sect. It wasn't too little. But it wasn't too much either. After all, the opponent of the godly spiritual body was the ultimate calamity, so the power of faith consumed was naturally more. I have to end the battle as soon as possible, but what should I do? Jun Xiaoyao's brows were tightly furrowed. The godly spiritual body only gave Jun Xiaoyao the qualifications to participate in the battle. But to say that it could directly kill the ultimate calamity was a bit of a stretch. But the power of faith couldn't support the consumption of the godly spiritual body for a long time. Therefore, the situation fell into a dilemma. Jun Wuhui and the mother of the spider lilies were also taking action, assisting the godly spiritual body and the immortal slaying sword to suppress the calamity. But this wasn't a long-term solution. However, on the desolate borders side, the Jun family's ancestor was shouting. Xiaoyao's godly spiritual body is activated by the power of faith. Let's chant together and support Xiaoyao with the power of faith. The Jun family's ancestors' words quickly resonated. At this moment, in the heavenless dark world, Jun Xiaoyao was the last hope, the last light. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao had used his body to suppress the evil thoughts of the gods and saved the border and the world of the godly ruins. He had also earned a wave of heroes' faith. So now, no one would reject him. At the border, the fourth master Scar shouted loudly, "A tiger father will not beget a dog son. The son of the godly king has also saved the world of the godly ruins and the border. He is the hero of the immortal realm." Immediately, the endless power of faith appeared again. That was the faith and prayers of all living beings in the immortal realm to Jun Xiaoyao. They prayed that Jun Xiaoyao could end this dark calamity. Just like before, Jun Wuhui had supported the power of faith of all living beings. At this moment, the endless golden light spots turned into a torrent, crossing the foreign realm and injecting into the godly spiritual body. The godly spiritual body, which was originally slightly dimmed, shone with a divine light. The power of faith seemed to have turned into golden flames, rising on the surface of the godly spiritual body. The power of the godly spiritual body increased by more than several times. Not enough, the power is not enough, Jun Xiaoyao's brows were tightly knitted. Although this power was strong enough, it was not enough to deal with the ultimate disaster. Right, a thought flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used. The heavenly black blood. This was a 10-star reward that was higher than the 9-star reward. If Jun Xiaoyao fused with it, he would be able to enter the dark state and his strength would skyrocket. But he had never had the chance to use it. Then, what would happen if he fused the heavenly black blood with the godly spiritual body? The god's Dharma body was already strong enough. Coupled with the power of faith of all living beings, its strength increased by several times. Then, what if it was stacked with the power of the dark blood? This was definitely a crazy idea. The dark blood of God was purer than the black blood of ultimate calamity. The power that it could add was naturally stronger. However, the only uncertain factor. After fusing with the dark blood and entering the dark state, it might not be able to control itself and fall into madness and chaos. It was probably the same for the god's Dharma body and would be affected. But now, looking at the ultimate calamity that was almost unstoppable and sweeping through everything. Did Jun Xiaoyao have a choice? There was no other choice at all. Even if the god's Dharma body would fall into darkness and madness and lose control, it was still better than being destroyed by ultimate calamity. Without any hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao directly took out the dark blood of God from the inner universe and landed it on the god's Dharma body. When the dark blood of God appeared, the entire dark and broken universe, all the black blood and black fog that filled the air seemed to have some kind of reaction and were boiling. Ultimate calamity's huge blood-red eyes were locked onto the dark blood of God. That is, impossible. How can you have that kind of blood? The demonic voice of ultimate calamity changed for the first time, which meant that its emotions had undergone a huge change. It was hard to imagine that ultimate calamity would lose its composure like this. That drop of blood, everyone present, whether it was Jun Wuhui or the mother of the red spider lilies, when they saw the drop of black blood that was as deep as the night. Their eyes were filled with extreme seriousness. They could feel a sense of foreboding. That was something purer than ultimate calamity's dark blood. It might even be the source of the true darkness. As for ultimate calamity in the form of an eyeball, it was just a disseminator of the dark blood, not the true source of the dark blood. The dark blood of God directly fused into the golden god's Dharma body. Instantly, it was like a drop of ink dripping into water. The entire dazzling golden Dharma body began to spread the power of the dark blood. It was like a god that began to gradually fall into darkness. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body also rushed into the god's Dharma body and fused with it. That way, he would be able to better control the godly spirit's Dharma body. A boundless dark energy emanated from the godly celestial body. In the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao, who had entered the body of the godly spirit's doppelganger. There was only darkness in front of him. Vaguely, he seemed to see a boundless dark demonic figure sitting on an ice-cold throne. It carried an aura of eternal loneliness. It was like the source of darkness, the ultimate destruction of everything. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao was shocked. This foreign land's ultimate disaster was nothing more than that dark demonic figure's eyeball. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Just how strong was that dark demonic shadow? The boundless darkness was eroding Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness. Originally, the corrosive power of the black blood was already strong enough to cause all living beings to fall into madness. And now, the true azure black blood had merged. That kind of corrosive power was indescribable. Even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao felt boundless darkness trying to drown his mind. Rumble, on the surface of the golden godly celestial body, dark runes were flowing. A dark energy that was far stronger than the ultimate disaster's black blood was flowing. Dark patterns spread out on the golden godly celestial body. It was like the combination of a god and a demon. For a moment, an extremely terrifying power was emitted from the godly celestial body. It was originally a godly celestial body with vast emperor's might and extremely strong pressure. At this moment, its power had increased by more than several times, the bright golden power of faith and the pitch-black power of the black blood. Originally, it should be the attributes of water and fire that were incompatible. But now, it was forcefully fused by Jun Xiaoyao. The power that erupted shook all the worlds in the universe. That kind of blood is not something that an ordinary person can fuse with. However, if I get it, an emotion appeared in the ultimate disaster. Greed. It could imagine that if it obtained that drop of dark blood, then, forget about breaking the seal of the immortal slaying sword. It could even recover to its peak and surpass its previous self. Rumble. The ultimate disaster made its move again. It reflected the figures of many dark emperors and immortals. They all suppressed the godly celestial body. Not good, Xiaoyao is putting himself in danger. Jun Wuhui's expression changed slightly. He knew the corrosive power of the black blood. And the drop of blood that Jun Xiaoyao sacrificed was purer than ordinary black blood, but it was also more terrifying. Hundreds of powerful projections surrounded the godly celestial body. They surrounded him so tightly that no one could get through. Even its 100,000 feet body was drowned by the power of the black blood. The atmosphere instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was silent. The border area was also deathly silent. Lord Son of God, everyone was nervous and uneasy. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be their last hope. If even he was defeated, then it was unimaginable who could block the terrifying ultimate disaster. Countless creatures from both worlds were paying attention. And it was under this kind of attention. Wisps of light were emitted from the center surrounded by the dark emperors. A terrifying and majestic power was brewing, gathering, and then erupting. Bang! A thunderous explosion shook the entire universe. Many dark emperors, phantoms and immortals were directly torn apart by this unparalleled power. All darkness was annihilated. Because there was a deeper level of darkness bursting out, everyone's eyes widened. They saw it. That golden godly celestial body was surrounded by black demonic patterns. It was like the combination of god and demon. A mighty voice came from the godly celestial body. The light of the three realms is bestowed by me. With the thought of darkness, the world will sink. The 100,000 feet godly celestial body raised its hands. With one hand, it controlled the supreme and bright golden power of faith. With one hand, it controlled the extremely deep and boundless power of the black blood. It was simply like the god of destruction and regeneration. Half of it was God, half of it was demon. Jun Xiaoyao used his infinite will and invincible Tao heart to control the power of the black blood. He was not controlled by it. The golden godly celestial body officially entered dark mode. With a thought of God and demon, it intimidated the eternal spacetime. How is this possible? Ultimate calamity lost its composure. In its anger, boundless waves burst out. The power of the black blood of the heavenly celestial body actually completely suppressed its black blood power. It was simply the feeling of a son facing his father. Ultimate calamity's black blood power and the black blood power of the heavenly celestial body were on a completely different level. Even though calamity's power was monstrous, the black blood was completely suppressed and did not have much effect. This was equivalent to cutting off one's own arm. Because its strongest method was the power of the black blood. Now that the power of the black blood was useless, ultimate calamity's situation was naturally not good. Ultimate calamity, you can't bring the end of the world to the immortal realm. Because today is your doomsday. The 100,000 feet godly celestial body, which was exactly the same as Jun Xiaoyao, opened its mouth and spoke. The divine voice was mighty and oppressive. An extremely simple ancient bronze coffin was brought out by the godly celestial body. The moment it appeared, an ancient, vast, and desolate aura was emitted, covering this universe. The ultimate calamity's blood-stained eyeballs saw this ancient coffin. He was instantly shocked and lost his composure. Countless tentacles were trembling. No, how could you have this thing? Ever since it appeared in the world, the ultimate calamity had been very indifferent. It had an invincible attitude that looked down on everything. Even when it was injured later on, the ultimate calamity was very calm. It thought that the outcome was already decided and that it was only a matter of time. But now, when it saw the ancient bronze coffin, the ultimate calamity, which had always been indifferent and without any human emotions, completely lost its composure. To put it simply, it couldn't hold it in anymore. This ancient bronze coffin was naturally the 10-star reward that Jun Xiaoyao received from signing in at the skyless dark world, the Three Worlds coffin. To be honest, at first, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what use this Three Worlds coffin had and why it could reach the 10-star reward. But later on, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that the Three Worlds coffin seemed to have some kind of reaction to the ultimate calamity. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao took out the Three Worlds coffin at this moment to see if it could suppress the ultimate calamity. Now that he saw the ultimate calamity's reaction, Jun Xiaoyao completely understood. The Three Worlds coffin and the source of the black blood were indeed related. In fact, it might even be related to the dark demonic shadow sitting on the cold throne that he saw earlier. The Three Worlds coffin was simple and heavy. The sun, moon, stars, grass, trees, insects, and fish were carved on it. It carried a desolate aura. Obviously, this was an extremely ancient item with a primitive aura. Its quality was obviously not something that an imperial weapon could compare to. When the Three Worlds coffin was taken out, the ultimate calamity couldn't suppress its emotions. All its tentacles lashed out at the god's Dharma body, and even the great Tao would instantly collapse. At this moment, the god's Dharma body that had entered the dark mode wasn't afraid at all. He controlled the power of faith in one hand and the power of black blood in the other. At the same time, he activated the Three Worlds coffin. The emperor's might shook the universe, and the heavens cried out in unison. The sky cracked, the unparalleled might directly pierced through this dark universe, many tentacles broke, and the universe collapsed. The ultimate calamity was forced back, letting out a boundless demonic roar. The Three Worlds coffin was like a towering demonic mountain, suppressing the ultimate calamity. The majestic force pressed down, restricting many of the ultimate calamity's powers. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao controlled the god's Dharma body to step forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the immortal slaying sword that pierced through the ultimate calamity. Clang! In an instant, billions of strands of sword light and immortal radiance bloomed, illuminating the boundless universe. Every strand of sword light seemed to be able to cut through the boundless universe and cleave apart the heavy darkness. The godly spirit Dharma body wielded the celestial slaying sword, its power skyrocketed. Originally, because the immortal extermination sword did not have a master to use it, the power it could unleash was limited. But now, the godly spirit Dharma body wielded the immortal slaying sword and activated its boundless power. It could sweep through time and space. There's something familiar about it, the blurry figure, which was the sword spirit of Zhu Xian, muttered to himself. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female. In reality, if it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to pull it out, let alone activate it. Only those with the purest bloodline of the Jun family had the right to control it. Damn it! I am the ultimate calamity, eternally indestructible. The ultimate disaster was shaking, bursting forth with power. A torrential black tide swept out. But it was useless. The three-world bronze coffin was like an eternal mountain that firmly suppressed the ultimate calamity. Jun Xiaoyao's Dharma body wielded the immortal killing sword. Boundless power poured into the immortal exterminating sword. Boundless immortal Dao patterns curled around the sword body. An indescribably resplendent sword radiance hacked out. It was millions and millions of li long, as if even the river of time could be severed. This sword directly cleaved the entire skyless dark world in half, completely breaking it apart. Then, the immortal Dao sword radiance descended, hacking towards the ultimate calamity, Qi La. At this moment, heaven and earth sunk, everything ceased to exist, only endless resplendent sword radiance could be seen, filling this heaven and earth universe. In the desolate border, that screen of light was shaking intensely. There was only the extremely resplendent sword radiance on it, making many people unable to open their eyes. The creatures of the two worlds were all endlessly shocked at this moment. Who would have thought that in the end, the ultimate calamity would be fought? It wasn't Jun Wu Hui, it wasn't Qi Tiandi's true spirit, it wasn't that mysterious ghost-masked woman. Instead, it was Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, who only had supreme being cultivation. The foreign kings were also shocked. They didn't expect an immortal domain genius who was like an ant in their eyes. He was actually the most crucial figure in this great battle. What exactly is the result? While looking at that resplendent sword radiance, countless people were nervous, their breathing hurried. This was a battle that affected the situation of the two worlds. Finally, that boundless sword radiance began to scatter. When the scene appeared, all of the foreign creatures felt like they were suffocating, their hearts instantly stopping. What did they see? That ultimate calamity that was the size of a giant ancient star was actually cleaved in half like a watermelon. Hiss! Countless foreign creatures sucked in a cold breath of air. They were completely stunned, even their souls seemingly frozen, all of their blood frozen, unable to flow. Ultimate calamity was cleaved in half. No, it still isn't over. There were some foreign undying kings who were still stubborn, not giving up. Damn it! In the ruined skyless dark world, the ultimate calamity that was cleaved in half released a heaven-overflowing roar. Even though it was cleaved in half, it didn't completely die. It was because it wasn't humanoid to begin with, but rather an eyeball that carried rotten flesh and black blood. Countless tentacles were hacked apart by the sword radiance. Only the blood-stained eyeball that was cleaved in half was still resisting, erupting with power. Even your Jun family ancestor couldn't bury me, an ant like you. What qualifications do you have? Ultimate calamity's black blood surged, countless flesh tendrils emerged from the torn wound, wishing to merge back together. That's right. The supreme being realm Jun Xiaoyao, in the eyes of calamity, was even less than an ant. If not for the divine avatar, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't have the qualifications to fight against calamity. However, Jun Xiaoyao only asked for the result, not the process. I already said, today is your doomsday. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent, his tone cold. The Jun family ancestor couldn't completely erase ultimate calamity. It was because heaven-reaching ancient emperor didn't have the heavenly black blood, nor did he have the three-world coffin. These were all the best methods to restrain ultimate calamity. Jun Xiaoyao's divine avatar attacked again. A sword hacked down, sword radiance boundless for millions of li, reflecting the scene of an immortal god's blood. The immortal slaying sword was said to be able to slay immortals, but its true power was far from this. Under the divine avatar's control, the sword radiance was incomparably dazzling and resplendent, illuminating the world. This was a glimmer of light that appeared after the darkness. Pucci, ultimate calamity was cut again, from 2 petals to 4 petals. It wanted to burst forth with endless black blood power. In the end, it was restrained by the black blood power. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was almost like Ultimate Calamity's natural enemy. All kinds of methods were used to restrain Calamity. Then, the three-world coffin also opened, and a gap appeared. Boundless aura surged, as if an ancient immortal god had awakened. The boundless and terrifying power was absorbing and devouring everything, burying everything within. The ultimate calamity that was cut in half by the immortal slaying sword was directly pulled into the three-world coffin. No, I'm unwilling, I'm the apocalypse, I'm the eternal extinction. The ultimate calamity's demonic voice reverberated. It had a premonition that if it was pulled in, it would definitely be killed and refined, without the slightest chance of survival. Because this ancient artifact was born to restrain black blood. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant ultimate calamity would fall to such a state? Its eyeball-like body was divided into 4 parts. It was even suppressed by the three-world coffin, about to be pulled in and completely destroyed. Ultimate calamity was unwilling, doing its best to resist. It was originally a cat toying with a mouse. Yet now, ultimate calamity became that mouse that was being toyed with. How ironic was this? No, this is impossible. There were some foreign supreme experts whose faces were pale, simply in disbelief. The unmatched ultimate calamity was going to be defeated? Hurry and return. Some of the ultimate emperor clan's kings were moved. If ultimate calamity completely broke through its seal, it would immediately awaken the ultimate emperor race's undying calamity. Then, they would bring calamity to immortal domain together. But now, ultimate calamity's situation was not good. It was unknown how long their ultimate emperor race's ancestors would have to sleep for before waking up. This was not what the foreign kings wanted to see. That was why they wanted to return to the foreign side. But how could immortal domain give the foreign side this chance? This emperor said that you all can only stay here. Divine Universe Emperor and the other Jun family's 3 emperors took action. The other immortal domain supreme experts also took action. No matter what, they had to delay the foreign king's footsteps. Meanwhile, in desolate border, the 2 armies were also in a stalemate. Before ultimate calamity was completely suppressed. There was no way immortal domain's great army would allow the foreign side's great army to leave safely. In that instant, everyone's eyes were on Skyless Darkworld's side. What was the result of ultimate calamity, on Darkworld's side? The Dark Universe was cut open by the immortal punishing sword Radiance, badly damaged. Jun Xiaoyao's 10,000 zhang tall divine body held the immortal punishing sword, the three-world coffin floating above its head. It towered in the boundless universe, golden radiance flickering, black patterns swirling. It was like the combination of a god and a devil. A single thought created the world, a single thought destroyed the world. Even though the divine body's radiance was much dimmer than before. But the remaining power was enough to last until the end of this great battle. Meanwhile, ultimate calamity was doing its best to resist the three-world coffin's power. It, who had always viewed everything as ants, was now experiencing the same thing. What was called life and death? Its life and death, it could not decide. Making an enemy of immortal domain, making an enemy of the Jun family, this is the result. Let's end it. Jun Xiaoyao's divine incarnation held the fairy-slaying sword in its hand, gathering all the energy in its body and swinging the sword at the ultimate disaster once more. He struck out with his sword. The entire universe seemed to have been annihilated. The resplendent sword immortal radiance suppressed everything. This sword could sever the river of time, it could destroy the heavens of all eternity. Pucci, the boundless immortal slaying sword's radiance continuously sliced the ultimate calamity's body into pieces, breaking it down. He couldn't even resist. The power of the heavenly black blood completely suppressed the power of the calamity's black blood, causing it to be unable to recover. The situation was hopeless, and the ultimate disaster was powerless to reverse the situation. Rumble, the three-world bronze coffin once again released a primordial and ancient mysterious aura. The corner of the coffin lid seemed to be about to bury the heavens. Ultimate calamity's severed eyeball body began to be sucked in. It also knew that it was finished. Even if I die, I won't let the Jun family off easy. Blood sacrifice, curse of calamity. The demonic sound of the ultimate calamity echoed. Its body began to explode and burn. The ultimate calamity was actually sacrificing itself and self-detonating inch by inch. Xiaoyao, destroy it. Jun Wuhui shouted. When he heard the curse of calamity, Jun Wuhui frowned slightly. This was an absolutely terrifying bloodline curse. It could easily destroy some of the undying families and families of the ancients with emperor bloodlines. As long as one person was cursed, all living beings related to that person's bloodline would also be cursed. This was a vicious move to exterminate a family. It was also a terrifying ability of the ultimate calamity's body. And now, the ultimate calamity was sacrificing itself and self-detonating. It wanted to use the curse of calamity to completely destroy the Jun family. Who has the ability to sever the supreme bloodline of my Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. His body attacked again. However, in the void, endless dark runes were branded. This wasn't something that Jun Xiaoyao could avoid just because he wanted to. Once the curse of calamity was unleashed, it would directly fall on everyone in the family that was cursed. Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt that dark matter appeared in his bloodline. It wanted to corrode his bloodline and completely destroy it. However, the Jun family's bloodline wasn't ordinary either. It emitted a bright light and resisted the curse of calamity. At the same time, Jun Wuhui and all the members of the Jun family in the wilderness. They immediately felt that the dark matter of the curse of calamity appeared in their bloodline. Immediately, some of the weaker cultivators of the Jun family turned pale. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. Even the powerful cultivators of the Jun family, who were 9th-level saints, turned pale. Their bodies trembled, and they fell from the sky. And the stronger one was, the stronger their resistance to the curse of calamity. The ancestors of the Jun family and the ancient ancestors only frowned and used their power to suppress the darkness in their bodies. The Divine Universe Emperor said coldly, "The curse of calamity is indeed powerful. It can easily destroy the Emperor bloodline. But the Jun family's bloodline isn't as simple as the Emperor bloodline. If any other clan of the ancients were to bear the curse of calamity, they would instantly die. No matter how many of them there were, they would all die. Their entire family would be wiped out. But when it fell on the Jun family, it only affected them a little. It wasn't particularly fatal. How is this possible? The ultimate calamity was stunned. His curse of calamity could easily destroy the clan of the ancients. But not many people in the Jun family died. If you can destroy the Jun family with just a curse, then what right does the Jun family have to stand for so long? Jun Xiaoyao didn't worry about this curse from the beginning to the end. There was even the power of the heavenly black blood flowing in his body. This curse of calamity didn't affect Jun Xiaoyao at all. He could completely ignore it. The ultimate calamity cursed him with loneliness. Damn it, the immortal bloodline, the ultimate calamity trembled unwillingly. It's completely over. Jun Xiaoyao's godly spirit Dharma body raised its sword. Endless surging power gathered. The godly spirit Dharma body slashed with this sword, slay the calamity. The sword radiance was bright and dazzling. Even the calamity collapsed in the end. It fell into disintegration. Although I am destroyed, the true calamity, the true darkness, will not disappear. When that wisp of darkness returns from the source, all worlds will be buried. The apocalypse's apocalypse isn't just me. The ultimate calamity let out a final roar. Then, all of its remains were sucked into the three-world coffin. In an instant, a thunderous sound came from the three-world coffin. The ultimate calamity was disintegrated, refined, and completely destroyed. It disappeared from the world. Heaven and earth returned to silence. Everything had come to an end. The foreign realm's calamity had come to an end. The godly spirit Dharma body that was tens of thousands of feet tall dimmed to the extreme. Fighting against the ultimate calamity consumed too much energy. All of the power of faith was used up. In the end, the godly spirit Dharma body quietly returned to Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. Only Jun Xiaoyao was left. His white robe fluttered as he stood in the endless broken universe. At this moment, the endless living beings of the two worlds were looking at the majestic white-robed figure. He was like a young king. Who would have thought the ultimate calamity would end in such a way? Even the ancestors of the Jun clan could only seal the ultimate calamity. They were unable to destroy it completely. But now, the ultimate calamity that had been unbeatable for thousands of years had fallen in the hands of a young nine. Heaven supreme. It could be said that this was something that none of the living beings in the two realms had expected. Even now, the desolate border was still in dead silence. Many people had yet to react. The son of God of the Jun clan killed the ultimate calamity? The cultivators of the immortal realms were stunned. They had yet to recover from the shock. That's right, he killed the ultimate calamity, not sealed it. The ultimate calamity will no longer exist in the foreign realm. The calamity has been eliminated. The cultivators of the immortal realms finally collected their thoughts. They let out joyful roars that shook the heavens and earth. The Son of God is unparalleled in the world. The Son of God of the Jun clan has saved the 9 heavens immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao will always be a god. The endless roars shook the world and overturned the sky. Everyone finally collected their thoughts. They were so happy that they almost went crazy. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyao did not let us down. There are talents in every generation, each leading the world for hundreds of years. In the next 10,000 years, Xiaoyao will be the only one to lead the Jun family. The elders, ancestors, and ancient ancestors of the Jun clan burst out laughing. So what if the Jun clan was cursed by the curse of calamity? As long as Jun Xiaoyao grew stronger, the Jun clan could continue to prosper. The eyes of the cultivators of the immortal realms were filled with admiration. Many geniuses reacted the same way. As for the geniuses of the factions that were against the Jun clan and Jun Xiaoyao, they were wearing complicated expressions with helplessness. Meanwhile, the female cultivators of the immortal realms were going crazy. That kind of fanatical longing could no longer be described as crazy. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli wore a brilliant smile, revealing her sparkling canine teeth. Her eyes were filled with tears of joy. It was unimaginable how happy she was. The man of her dreams. The hero who saved the immortal realms, since the ancient times, who could make all of immortal domain venerate and worship them, other than Jun Wuhui, there was only Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Compared to the cheers and joy of the immortal region, the faces of countless foreign creatures turned deathly white, in disbelief. Even the immortal king's bodies were trembling, on the verge of collapse, not daring to believe this. Their foreign realm's great unmatched calamity was actually destroyed by a young heaven's pride from immortal domain. Although there were many reasons behind it. But all of this was because of Jun Xiaoyao. He is only at Jizuan realm, but he already possesses so many means to suppress calamities. If he were to mature in the future, when many foreign undying kings thought of this, their hearts went cold. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, not to mention reaching the paramount realm. Even if it was just a breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm, it was still a great threat. If he corroborated the Tao and became an emperor, then that would be even more of a great disaster for the other side. Most importantly, it was fine if he only had strength and means. Jun Xiaoyao's schemes and shrewdness were still so deep. He turned into the primal chaos body, deceiving everyone in the other side. This was a heaven's pride who combined talent, strength, and wisdom. He was definitely the nightmare of the other side. No, we have to kill him. Ultimate Emperor Clan's king released heaven overflowing killing intent. It was because Jun Xiaoyao eliminated calamity. Their Ultimate Emperor Clan's disaster-level ancient ancestors wouldn't be able to wake up in a short amount of time. It could be said that the destruction of the ultimate calamity affected the other side too greatly. The foreign side's unbridled arrogance that greatly damaged their vitality, their momentum surging like a rainbow, was completely suppressed. For a short period of time, it would be difficult for the other side to pose any great threat to immortal domain. What kind of crooked thoughts are you all having? This battle hasn't ended yet. Divine Universe Great Emperor also released a bright laugh, his mood extremely good, directly taking action. There was no way they would allow the foreign realms kings to return to the other side and deal with Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Wuhui, and the others. A great battle erupted between the two realms again. Only, this time, immortal domain's momentum was like a rainbow, sweeping away their previous decline. Meanwhile, the originally belligerent foreign creatures instead lost all fighting spirit. On Skyless Dark World's side, everything returned to silence. The three-world coffin floated in the void. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, retrieving it. He immediately sensed an incomparably majestic wave of power within the three-world coffin. Could it be the energy left behind after killing and refining calamity? Jun Xiaoyao raised his brows. However, this was good as well. It just happened to bring Jun Xiaoyao cultivation resources. Even if the ultimate calamity died, he still had to squeeze out the last bit of its value. After completely eliminating the ultimate calamity, Jun Xiaoyao also released a sigh of relief. However, he didn't completely relax. After all, the true great calamity wasn't brought about by the ultimate calamity alone. The apocalypse had 4 heavenly revelations: plague, famine, war, and death. The ultimate calamity was merely one of them. This meant that in the future, there might be other great terrors that would appear. What Jun Xiaoyao cared about even more was what? It was the scene that appeared when the dark blood was fused. A dark demonic figure sat on an eternally cold throne. If it was really as Jun Xiaoyao thought, the ultimate calamity was merely an eyeball of that dark demonic figure. It was simply unimaginable how terrifying that existence was. Xiaoyao, although father had great expectations for you, your performance still made father incomparably happy. Jun Wuhui came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. Although his white clothes were stained with blood, it didn't change his majestic divine king appearance. Although father and son met before, because of the calamity, they didn't have time to exchange greetings. Now, looking at Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Wuhui was incomparably proud. He was even happier than when he personally killed the calamity. I used many methods, father is the true hero. Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. Indeed, whether it was the seed of faith that transformed into a god's dharma body, the 3-world bronze coffin, or the dark blood, they were all things that Jun Xiaoyao obtained from signing in. It could be said that it was effortless. As for Jun Wuhui, he had always relied on himself to suppress the 3 great forbidden lands. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao still respected Jun Wuhui from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry, father didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father. I've let you and your mother down. Jun Wuhui's eyes revealed an apologetic look. He was a hero and faith in the eyes of the world. However, he had let his family down. Since ancient times, it has been difficult for a country to have both sides. Father, mother, and I have never blamed you. We are proud of you. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. He was a transmigrator and didn't have the temperament of a child. Naturally, he wouldn't mind such a small matter. Jun Wuhui's eyes revealed a hint of relief. How lucky was a man to have such a wife and child. I almost forgot, this is the first time I've met you. Take this as a greeting gift. Jun Wuhui's heart moved. In the distance, a small green bird flapped its wings and flew over. There was a hint of panic in its eyes. Jun Xiaoyao looked over and was stunned at first, but after sensing its quasi-immortal aura, his face also revealed a hint of astonishment. This is Fufeng of Gojoseon? Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Fufeng of Gojoseon's true form was an ancient mutant, the Azure Sky Rock. But no matter what, he couldn't associate it with this small green bird in front of him. It was very strange. Fufeng of Gojoseon, which was the small green bird, flew to Jun Xiaoyao's side. He was also a little embarrassed, and his mood was extremely complicated. When he was at Ares Academy, Jun Xiaoyao was an absolute ant in his eyes. He could crush him with one finger. But now, Fufeng of Gojoseon never expected. It was fine that Jun Xiaoyao had such an amazing father. He was actually so amazing that he directly destroyed the ultimate calamity. Fufeng of Gojoseon, I trust you've been well since we last met. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Fufeng of Gojoseon calmly. That was then, and this was now. Who would have thought that it would be like this? However, Jun Xiaoyao also understood. It turned out that Jun Wuhui had been hiding in Ares Academy all this time. He was watching him silently from the dark. As for everything Fufeng of Gojoseon did, Jun Wuhui obviously saw it all. That was why he suppressed him. Oh right, father, Xianxia of Beach of Ares Academy is. Jun Xiaoyao asked curiously. He finally understood why Xianxia of Beach took care of him so much. It turned out that Jun Wuhui was the mastermind behind all this. Xianxia of Beach was once trapped in a forbidden area. He was saved by the distant ancestor, Qi Tiandi, and has been hiding in the foreign territory ever since, Jun Wuhui said. So he's someone from the same era as the distant ancestor. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. However, Xianxia of Beach seniority was there. He was definitely an antique in the foreign territory, a living fossil. I've already set up a restriction in his body. You can use the Jun family bloodline to activate it, and you can control his life and death. Although he's only a pseudo-immortal, it's not bad to use him as a mount, Jun Wuhui said. Hearing this, Fufeng of Gojoseon's heart twitched. A pseudo-immortal had to be used as a mount. Moreover, he had become the mount of Jun Xiaoyao, who he had once regarded as an aunt. Who could accept this? However, was there any use in resisting? In the end, it was a dead end. To Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao, there was no loss at all. At most, they would lose a mount. However, he would lose his life. Fufeng of Gojoseon was very sensible and also very timid. He cherished his life very much and did not want to die just like that. Do you still have any thoughts about Xiangling now? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Fufeng of Gojoseon with a playful tone. I don't dare. Fufeng of Gojoseon lowered his head. Although he was a pseudo-immortal ranked being, he did not have the courage to fight back against Jun Xiaoyao, who could kill an ultimate calamity. Your life and death is in my hands. Behave yourself and you can still live. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. Yes. Fufeng of Gojoseon completely admitted defeat. Jun Wuhui then took out a jade slip and handed it to Jun Xiaoyao. Father, this is... Jun Xiaoyao looked at the jade slip. This is the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. Consider it a gift from me to you, Jun Wuhui said. Jun Xiaoyao was shocked. The 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones could split into 3 bodies. Most importantly, each of them possessed strength that was not inferior to the main body. How heaven-defying was this? It also meant that the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones was definitely a supreme technique. Even in the Jun family, not many people could master it. Jun Wuhui handed it to him without hesitation. Thank you, father. Jun Xiaoyao accepted it. You and I are father and son. There's no need to thank me, Jun Wuhui said with a smile. By the way, father, part of the reason you came to the alien realm is for the fairy slaying sword, right? Jun Xiaoyao summoned the fairy slaying sword and handed it to Jun Wuhui. The fairy slaying sword was the Jun family's immortal weapon. Even if it fell into Jun Xiaoyao's hands, with his current strength, he could not unleash the power of the fairy slaying sword. It was better to give it to Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui did not refuse and accepted it. Indeed, I need the fairy slaying sword for the time being. But don't worry, when you grow up in the future and can unleash the power of the immortal weapon, I will find the 4 fairy slaying swords and give them to you, Jun Wuhui said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. It was as he expected. The 4 fairy slaying swords. The fairy slaying sword was only one of them. The Jun family's foundation was really unfathomable. However, judging from Jun Wuhui's words, it seemed that the other 3 swords were not in the Jun family. Alright, although the ultimate disaster has been eliminated, your identity has been exposed. You should return to the immortal realm as soon as possible, Jun Wuhui said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, then looked at the mother of the spider lilies on the other side. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. You should thank that person. The mother of the spider lilies' peerless face was very calm, and her tone was also as cold as usual. There was a hint of a queen's arrogance in her voice. Senior and I fought the disaster together. If you continue to stay in the alien realm in the future, you will probably be targeted, Jun Xiaoyao said. Hearing this, the mother of the spider lilies fell silent. Indeed. She had thought of this long ago. This was the price she had to pay to save Jun Xiaoyao. I wonder if Senior is willing to move the clan to the immortal realm. With the Jun family here, no one can target the Nirvana clan. Jun Xiaoyao sincerely invited. The mother of the spider lily's strength was unfathomable. If he could rope her in, she would definitely be a supreme fighting force. In addition, the Nirvana clan had very few people to begin with, so moving the clan was not difficult. Fellow cultivator, I will remember your help. If we go to the immortal realm, the Jun family will protect the safety of the Nirvana tribe, Jun Wuhui also said. Alright. The mother of the spider lilies sighed. Although the Nirvana clan was an immortal emperor clan in the alien realm, in fact, they did not have a deep connection with the alien realm. After the mother of the spider lilies agreed, Jun Xiaoyao was also relieved. If the Nirvana clan and the Emperor Royal Court formed an alliance, the Emperor Royal Court's strength would definitely skyrocket. It would not be comparable to the Jun family. At the very least, it would be far stronger than ordinary immortal forces. At this moment, an immortal aura swept over from the distance. It was the Xianxia Beach and the Nine-Tailed King. The immortal kings who were fighting with them had already run away when they saw the ultimate disaster fall. "Sir and young master, you are truly admirable." The Xianxia Beach sighed with emotion. In his heart, only his benefactor, Jun Qitian, was a hero of the ages. Now, Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao's performance also made him look at them in a different light. He was full of admiration. On the other side, the nine-tailed king consort Dafei's delicate body was shrouded in brilliance. 9 soft snow-white fox tails swayed behind her back. She was infinitely beautiful, with peerless charm and charm. "Jun Xiaoyao, your identity and strength are really beyond my expectations." Consort Dafei did not call Jun Xiaoyao little friend or little fellow. A person who could kill the ultimate disaster, even if it was through methods such as the godly Dharma body, was enough to make the immortal kings treat him as an equal. "I hid my identity before. I hope Senior Consort Dafei does not take offense. This time, thank you for being willing to keep your promise." Jun Xiaoyao also cupped his hand slightly at Consort Dafei. Consort Dafei being able to keep her promise was already beyond his expectations. "I did not do it for you, but for a promise. I, Tushan, never go back on my words." Consort Dafei giggled. "Senior, do you also plan to visit the deity region?" Jun Xiaoyao began to invite her again. However, Consort Dafei shook her head slightly and said, "My clan will not. Although I helped you once, it was only because of a favor. After the ultimate disaster was destroyed, no monarch clan will attack Tushan. It is a thankless task." Consort Dafei rejected. But thinking about it, it made sense. Consort Dafei and the red spider lily's mother were fundamentally different. The red spider lily's mother was completely on Jun Xiaoyao's side. After that, she would naturally be targeted by the foreign monarch clans. Consort Dafei, on the other hand, was only fulfilling a promise. At least there was a suitable reason for her to take action. "That's a pity." Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. "Yeah, I don't know what to do with the 5 little fellows of my clan. After all, they have already consummated their marriage with you." Consort Dafei said with a half-smile. Cough, Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. He could only say sorry to the Tushan 5 beauties. Consort Dafei suddenly said seriously, "Jun Xiaoyao, there is something I wonder if you can agree to?" "Senior, please speak," Jun Xiaoyao said. An undying king actually had a request for him. This left Jun Xiaoyao surprised. I am saying if, in the future, you really can completely sweep through my world, I hope you can let Tushan go." Consort Dafei's tone was extremely serious. Jun Xiaoyao was simply the most monstrous existence she had ever seen. He was an anomaly that couldn't be described with words. If it was anyone else who could destroy the foreign realm, Consort Dafei would definitely scoff at them. But if it was Jun Xiaoyao, she felt that it might really be possible. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he instead shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior is joking. Tushan and I can be considered to have some good karma, and the Tushan 5 beauties are all friends. In the future, Tushan will be fine no matter what. And then many thanks." Nine-tailed King Consort Dafei's peerlessly charming face revealed a city-toppling smile, faintly discernible in the radiance. She turned around and landed in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She actually reached out her jade-like hand and touched Jun Xiaoyao's face. Then, she turned around and broke through space to leave. She left behind a string of bell-like charming laughter and words. "What a pity. When I was born, you weren't. When you were born, I was already old. If it was thousands of years earlier, this king definitely wouldn't have let you go." Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He suddenly felt a slight chill coming from the beautiful red spider lily's mother at the side. That coquettish fox's personality really hasn't changed. The red spider lily's mother's expression was ice-cold. Jun Xiaoyao tactfully remained silent about the red spider lily mother's attitude. At this time, Su Hongyi also arrived, while Kagura nervously observed from behind. Hongyi, return to the celestial region with me, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes, Gongzi. Su Hongyi nodded firmly. Wherever Jun Xiaoyao was, she would be there. As for War God Academy's Mystic Moon, Fei Qingxue, Tuobayu, and the others, Luo Xiangling must have already made arrangements. She was still very capable. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Kagura again. Kagura's heart tightened, and her expression was complicated with a hint of nervousness. She now understood that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't the true first king at all. But after being together for a long time, Kagura realized. Perhaps what she liked wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the first king. Rather, it was him. Leave, I won't kill you, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Even the ultimate calamity had been destroyed. Kagura, a world destroyer king, obviously couldn't cause any trouble. Seeing that Kagura had helped him in the past and provided him with information, he decided not to kill Kagura. Kagura bit her red lips tightly. For some reason, at this moment, hearing Jun Xiaoyao's calm words, she felt like crying. Kagura left without looking back, not wanting Jun Xiaoyao to see her crying. You really like to hurt people. The red spider lily mother said calmly. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and said, I'm helping her. After all, she can't abandon her family. It's not good for her to be too involved with me. Then, the red spider lily mother also left. She was going to reorganize the Higgin family and move them. Now, all that was left was to wrap things up. 6 World Destroyer Forbidden Artifacts. Jun Xiaoyao still gave the Mahakala mirror to Su Hongyi. When Kagura left, she didn't even take Heaven's Wail with her. Obviously, after the ultimate calamity was destroyed, the so-called 6 World Destroyer King's destiny no longer existed. Kagura naturally didn't need to bear the title of World Destroyer anymore. Jun Xiaoyao thought for a moment, then threw the 5 Armageddon forbidden weapons into the myriad chi cauldron to refine. Although the god's weeping war halberd was easy to use, it still needed to absorb the power of his bloodline. Furthermore, with the myriad chi cauldron and the Daluo sword embryo, Jun Xiaoyao did not need any other weapons. As the 5 apocalyptic forbidden artifacts were thrown into the cauldron, the myriad chi cauldron, which was as heavy as a mountain, began to be refined. These 2 weapons could grow alongside Jun Xiaoyao. Alright, Xiaoyao, there's no time to lose. I'll send you out of the other side. Jun Wuhui raised his palm and tore through the void, creating a spatial tunnel. What about you, father? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Wuhui. He said that he would send Jun Xiaoyao back to the immortal domain. Clearly, he wouldn't be returning to the immortal domain himself. I still have things to deal with. I need to take that step. In addition, although the calamity is over, the great calamity is not over. This is not the end, but the beginning. It's very likely that greater turmoil is still to come. I need to become stronger so that I can protect all of you, the Jun family, and all living beings in the immortal domain. Jun Wuhui's eyes were resolute, and he didn't move or waver. A gentleman has no regrets in his life. This was his motto, and also his firm belief. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was grave when he heard this. He inexplicably thought of the fragment of the future that he saw when he condensed the 3 lives' primordial spirit. The world was in chaos, the heavens were in great calamity, the universe was filled with the corpses of quasi-emperors, and all living beings gathered in the river of blood. Xianxia stared at him with a sad and beautiful expression, and dug out his own heart with his own hands. Could it be that it wasn't an inner demon, but a sign of a true great calamity? And from the meaning of his father's words, it seemed that he was going to prove his Tao. It was hard to imagine how strong Jun Wuhui, who was already ridiculously strong, would be if he proved his Tao. Father, with your talent, you should have been able to prove your Tao long ago, right? Jun Xiaoyao raised his doubts. There was no doubt that Jun Wuhui's talent was monstrous. But he hadn't proved his Tao yet. Jun Wuhui smiled and said, proving my Tao is indeed not difficult for me. But being a great emperor is not my end, but my starting point. It's fine if I don't prove my Tao. If I do, I will surpass the past and present. At least, I can't be weaker than my ancestors. When Jun Wuhui mentioned this, his eyes revealed some pride and sharpness of a divine king. He had also said something before. There was no need to look for his ancestors. He would surpass them. That's my goal too. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Good. I'll wait for the time when you surpass me in the future. Jun Wuhui's eyes were filled with gratification. After exchanging pleasantries, the little green bird, which was Fufeng of Gojoseon, expanded in the wind and turned into a great azure sky rock. Its wings were like clouds in the sky. When it flapped its wings, the space was torn apart and shook violently. Although Fufeng of Gojoseon admitted defeat in front of the Jun father and son, he was still a great azure sky rock. However, he was a pseudo-immortal after all, his aura and strength were still powerful. Jun Xiaoyao brought Su Hongyi and stepped on the head of the great azure sky rock. As for those trusted aides who were still in Ares Academy, such as Xianyu, Fei Qingxue, Tuobayu, and the others, Jun Xiaoyao believed that Luo Xiangling would definitely make the appropriate arrangements and send them to the celestial realm. Young master, let this old man escort you back to the celestial realm. Xianao of Beach took the initiative to say. The ultimate calamity had been destroyed, and his identity had been exposed. There was naturally no point in staying in the foreign realm. Xianao of Beach also admired Jun Xiaoyao, who was able to destroy the calamity. He even thought that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely have the ability to grow to the same level as his benefactor, Qi Tiandi. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Xianao of Beach. Jun Xiaoyao was humble and appropriate. Xianao of Beach nodded with a smile. In front of the space crack, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the broken land one last time. The trip to the foreign realm had finally come to an end. He then looked at the white-clothed figure that was as handsome as jade. After making great contributions, Jun Wuhui did not choose to return to the celestial realm to be worshipped and admired by tens of thousands of people and enjoy glory. Instead, he continued to move forward alone to prove his Tao and prepare for the next great tribulation. Hiding his achievements and fame, this was a true hero. The Divine King had no regrets. Go. Jun Wuhui's eyes were filled with love. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The only thing he could do now was to make himself as strong as possible so that he could help Jun Wuhui share the pressure in the future. However, his main goal was not for the people of the celestial realm, but for his family, lovers, and family. Jun Xiaoyao, Su Hongyi, Xianao of Beach, and the others left. He looked at the slowly closing space crack. Jun Wuhui muttered to himself, it's easy to become an immortal, but difficult to be free and unfettered. Xiaoyao, I hope that in the future, you will be able to reach the peak and be free and unfettered in this world. The only thing Father can do is to support the sky for you to grow. Before that, no great calamity can end this golden era. Jun Wuhui's eyes instantly became sharp, and his aura shook the world. He stroked the blade of the immortal slaying sword with one hand, and the aura of the immortal Tao flowed. Jun Wuhui was going to take that step and reach the peak of the Emperor realm. With his own shoulders and backbone, he would support Jun Xiaoyao in a peaceful world. The trip to the foreign realm had come to an end. Jun Xiaoyao had successfully completed his mission on this trip. He had met his father, obtained the Book of Souls, and learned the truth about the ghost-masked woman. He had even eliminated the greatest threat, the ultimate calamity. Unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had become a hero of the immortal realm. Even though it was not his intention. I can finally return to the immortal realm. How are the people in the past? Jun Xiaoyao wore a faint smile as he recalled some people. They must be very sad when they learned that he had fallen. Now, he could finally go back and catch up with them. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with mischief. There's another group of people too. Your nightmare has returned. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao fell in the world of the ruins of God. In the immortal realm, the geniuses who were his enemies were living a comfortable life. Many of the seeds that had been buried deep in the ground were relieved too. The reason being that Jun Xiaoyao had dominated all the events that took place in the immortal realm. It was as if the whole world was his stage. Since his fall, the immortal realm had produced many geniuses. The seeds had broken through the soil, and the flowers had blossomed. The descendants of the ancient emperors. The successors of the ancient clans. The powerful chaos flesh sealed in the door of chaos. The sacred Gulen sect, the children of truth with billions of believers. There was also the mysterious young emperor of the Xian Ting, and so on. The geniuses with peerless geniuses with forbidden seeds began to show their potential. they were planning to control the world. However, when everyone was about to take the stage to compete for supremacy, they realized that the main character who had fallen from grace had returned. On top of that, he had returned in a more glorious and shocking manner. Some of the geniuses might have a mental breakdown, causing their Tao heart to become unstable. In the immortal realm, many people admired Xianxia. However, there were still quite a few who wanted him to disappear from the face of the earth. Now that Xianxia had returned, he would no doubt stir up a great disaster in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. In the sky of the desolated realm, the light barrier had already dissipated when the calamity fell. On the other side, all of the creatures felt like they were suffocating. Even those undying kings who could deduce karma and fate might not be able to think of this. This was how things would end. It was enough to make all living things fear and bring about the ultimate calamity to the aristocratic families. In the end, he actually died in the hands of a young paragon of the immortal realm. No one would have thought that he would die in such a way. Taking a step back, even if he died in the hands of Jun Wuhui and the others, it was still acceptable. But to die in the hands of a junior, what did that count as? The expressions of some of the Ultimate Emperor clan's kings turned extremely ugly. Although now, in terms of overall strength, the other side still had a great advantage. However, the most powerful existence, the ultimate calamity, had fallen. For the other side, this was too great of a blow. It was unknown how long they would have to wait before they could completely invade and destroy the celestial realm. Perhaps they would have to wait until the unprecedented Black Calamity struck. However, no one could say for sure when the Great Calamity would descend again. This time, even the other side's kings had thoughts of withdrawing. There was no point in continuing the fight. Right now, the only thing the other side could do was continue waiting for the Great Calamity to descend. Wait for the other apocalypses to descend. Meanwhile, on Immortal Realm's side, it was the exact opposite, their morale surging. They were precisely launching a counterattack. Kill, the other side is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Correct, after losing their greatest trump card, the other side is nothing more than a toothless tiger, completely lacking in intimidation. Many Immortal Realm cultivators previously held a breath of resentment. Now, they vented it all out. Of course, Immortal Realm's top experts were still extremely calm. Right now, it could only be said that the greatest hidden danger had already been removed. However, the threat of the other side as a whole was still extremely great. The ultimate calamity's destruction merely delayed the final two realms' great decisive battle. When those Ultimate Emperor clans' calamity level undying revived. At that time, the calamity wouldn't be any smaller than now. In desolate border, on the battlefield of the two realms' heavenly prides. Immortal Realm's heavenly prides were all incomparably excited. This great world wasn't extinguished, they still had a chance to continue growing. Kill those bastards from the other side. Victory has already been decided. These Immortal Realm heavenly pride's expressions were stirred up, high-spirited. Of course, there were also those with depressed expressions. For example, Gutizi's expression was extremely ugly. There was also Long Yaoer, her small face also bitter. Previously in desolate border, she was ravaged by the other realm chaotic body, even beaten back to her little girl form. It was only now that she realized that the detestable guy was actually Jun Xiaoyao. There were those who didn't want to see Jun Xiaoyao return to the immortal realm. Naturally, there were also those who wished for Jun Xiaoyao to return to the immortal realm. Jiang Luoli was also on the battlefield. She was extremely excited, crying tears of joy. After obtaining the damaged elemental spirit world, her current strength couldn't be underestimated. Among the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm's heavenly prides, she was also ranked at the forefront. At this moment, Jiang Luoli was also fighting. She wanted to let Jun Xiaoyao know. She was no longer the little girl who needed to be relied on. Even though her height didn't change at all. This already makes you all so happy? The outcome of the battle between the two realms hasn't been decided yet. A monarch prince of an immortal emperor race from another realm said coldly. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, our realm hasn't lost. We've only temporarily lost some advantage. A skybride whose entire body was shrouded in black mist said coldly. His aura was extremely powerful, and his demonic might was surging. He was a young peak Nine Heavens Supreme. It's the darkness seed of the Moshi clan. On the immortal realm's side, the heavenly prides had serious expressions. The so-called darkness seed was a seed-level genius of the ultimate monarch race. His strength was even stronger than some of the seed-level geniuses on the immortal realm's side. Previously, this darkness seed of the Moshi clan had already killed several seed-level geniuses of the immortal realm. From the looks of it, you must have a deep relationship with that Jun Xiaoyao. If that's the case, then die. The darkness seed of the Moshi clan said coldly. This was because he had seen on the light screen that Jun Xiaoyao had casually killed Moshi Luo of the Moshi clan. It could be said that almost all the creatures of the other realm hated Jun Xiaoyao bitterly. The darkness seed of the Moshi clan took action. His peak 9 heaven's supreme cultivation erupted, and a large hand of darkness pressed down on Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's snow-white face didn't have the slightest trace of fear. Her large black eyes were calm and collected. She also urged her own strength, and the majestic power of her world erupted. It could be said that within the 9 heaven's supreme realm, there were almost no geniuses who could cultivate their own world. Jun Xiaoyao was originally an anomaly. He couldn't be viewed with common sense. As for Jiang Luoli, she had obtained a broken primordial spirit world from the Gate of Life and Death on the buried Emperor Star. It allowed her to have her own world. The power of the collision shook the void. At this time, 2 more darkness seeds rushed over. Now, anyone who had anything to do with Jun Xiaoyao would be seen as a thorn in their side. At least, before the other realm retreated, they wanted to kill as many as they could. Facing this situation, Jiang Luoli didn't have the slightest fear. Not far away, the Jun family's geniuses saw this and wanted to help, but they were stopped. Just as the 3 darkness seeds of the other realm were about to join forces to kill Jiang Luoli, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. Then, it was accompanied by a loud and clear cry. A huge azure skyrock appeared. As it spread its wings, it covered the battlefield of geniuses in the desolate border, an incomparably majestic aura pressed down. It's a pseudo-immortal level foreign cultivator. Some immortal realm geniuses shouted, trembling in fear. Why would a pseudo-immortal level foreign cultivator suddenly descend on this battlefield? Wait, look, there seems to be someone standing on the rock's head? Some geniuses couldn't help but exclaim. With a pseudo-immortal level cultivator as a mount, who could have such a shocking display, the geniuses of the 2 realms looked over and instantly held their breaths. An otherworldly figure dressed in white stood on the head of the azure sky rock. It was as if a king had returned, ruling over the 9 heavens immortal realm. His clothes were whiter than snow, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His aura shook the world as he laughed proudly in the skies. Beneath his feet was a quasi-immortal level azure rock. As soon as he appeared, his aura swept through the entire battlefield. No one dared not raise their eyebrows, no one wasn't shocked. When Jiang Luoli saw that figure she hadn't seen in a long time, her vision instantly blurred. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't stop her tears. This was joy, excitement, and even more so, a burst of longing brewed from a long time ago. Big brother Xiaoyao, with a sobbing tone, a sweet voice that evoked pity came from Jiang Luoli's small mouth. There was no need to say who came. He came. At this moment, the countless immortal domain heavens prides on the battlefield all had different feelings. They were paying homage to a legend that had fallen. A king had returned. Jun Xiaoyao. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, the Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed's eyes were first filled with astonishment. Then, he erupted with a monstrous rage. Jun Xiaoyao had played the entire Demon Dawn clan like fools. He had even directly killed one of the 6 world destruction kings, Maoluo. This caused the Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed's eyes to fill with cold killing intent. They all knew this. The reason Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill the calamity was mainly because of that golden avatar as well as the 3-world coffin and other external forces. Everyone also saw that after that avatar's power of faith was exhausted, it couldn't be used. Thus, the Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed didn't fear Jun Xiaoyao too much. He could feel that Jun Xiaoyao was also at the peak of the supreme realm like him. He hadn't broken through to the Empyrean realm yet. Die. Without any hesitation, the Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed attacked. Boundless demonic energy gathered into a black spear. It seemed as if it could pierce through the heavens as it shot towards Jun Xiaoyao. Now, if anyone could kill Jun Xiaoyao, That would absolutely become the supreme glory of the foreign domain. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. After experiencing the ultimate calamity battle. Now, in his eyes, the battles of the younger generation were simply children playing house. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his heart. Rumble, Xianxia simply pressed down with his palm. Primal chaos Qi surged between his fingers and palms. Every strand could crush the heavens. Sensing this terrifying strength, the Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed's complexion changed. He was right. He and Xianxia were indeed at the utmost exalted stage. However, there were also differences in the supreme realm. An ordinary supreme being and an ultimate supreme being who controlled 9 laws were clearly incomparable. What about Xianxia? He was a supreme divergent who had grasped 10 laws of nature and surpassed the limits of the extreme realm, not to mention that this was not Xianxia's limit. The Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed was also very strong. It had cultivated a total of 6 laws. However, in front of Xianxia, the supreme anomaly, they were still as weak as ants. The chaos palm came crashing down like an ancient demonic mountain. It crushed down on the Demon Dawn clan's darkness seed, destroying it in body and soul. Seeing this scene, the other 2 darkness seeds were horrified and hurriedly wanted to escape. Xianxia also raised his hand and slapped down. 1 palm, 1 child. In just a moment, the 3 foreign darkness seeds that were slaughtering in all directions on the battlefield of geniuses were all annihilated. Gulp, some immortal domain geniuses swallowed hard. This was not Xianxia borrowing the power of his god spirit Dharma body. It was his own strength. Killing ordinary supreme beings like ants, countless gazes looked at the figure standing on the azure sky rock as if they were looking at a miracle. Lord Xiaoyao has returned. The Son of God is unparalleled. The king of my immortal domain's younger generation has finally returned. To be able to win against the heavens, who else can do this? Many immortal domain geniuses roared, incomparably excited. Although Xiaoyao had many opponents in the immortal domain, there were even more people who worshipped him. Especially after Xiaoyao killed the ultimate calamity, this worship was close to brainless and crazy. Playing against the heavens. Suppressing the evil thoughts of the gods, saving the border. Suppressing the ultimate calamity. Any one of these things would be enough for all living beings to prostrate themselves in worship and reverence. And all of this was done by Xiaoyao alone. If he wasn't put on the altar, who should be? Big brother Xiaoyao. A beautiful figure rushed towards Xiaoyao like a swallow returning to its nest, throwing herself into his arms. It was Jiang Luoli. After not seeing her for a long time, Jiang Luoli didn't change much except for her height. She was still short. However, her temperament had changed a little. If Jiang Luoli in the past was as cunning as a fairy, lively and beautiful, then the current her was a little more mature and quiet. Her appearance was beautiful and exquisite, and her pretty face was fair and lustrous. Obviously, this was inseparable from her years of experience. Even if she was the beloved daughter of the Jiang family, after leaving the greenhouse, she should have grown up. Especially after hearing that Xiaoyao had died. Jiang Luoli seemed to have grown up overnight and understood the taste of loss. Now, seeing the familiar person of her dreams, she couldn't help but throw herself into Xiaoyao's arms, not caring whether they were on the battlefield or not. The feeling of regaining what she had lost was too precious. He looked at Jiang Luoli, who was curled up in his arms. She clearly wanted to cry, but she was holding back her tears. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Xiaoyao also sighed slightly. All these years, he had been cultivating wholeheartedly, becoming stronger, and exploring the truth of the world. He had indeed neglected a lot. He had neglected the people around him. It wasn't just Jiang Luoli. There was also Xianxia, the woman who had been silently contributing behind his back but had never asked for anything from him. He thought of the fragment of the future again. The world was in chaos, and Xianxia looked at him with a blood-stained smile. Xiaoyao felt that it was time to give her a solemn promise. He was afraid that if he missed it, he might not have another chance in the future. Xiaoyao kept this matter in his heart. He reached out and lifted Jiang Luoli's pretty face. Perhaps it was a longing that couldn't be obtained. It made Jiang Luoli's delicate eyebrows look a little haggard. Brother Xiaoyao, I knew it. How could you leave us without saying a word? You're not that kind of person. Jiang Luoli's voice was a little sobbing, but there was a teary smile on her face. This kind of feeling was extremely complicated. There was joy, excitement, lingering fear, and a little grievance. I'm sorry to have worried you. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what to say. Brother Xiaoyao, it's good that you're back. Jiang Luoli's eyes were red, and there was a trace of tears in her smile. You've really grown up. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Brother Xiaoyao, have you finally noticed that I've grown taller? It's not the height. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on Jiang Luoli's chest. Although Jiang Luoli's height hadn't changed, some parts of her body had developed very well. It had become a great humiliation to a child's face. Brother Xiaoyao. You. Jiang Luoli blushed and punched Jun Xiaoyao's chest with her small fists. She didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would tease her like this after they were almost separated by life and death. It's good that you're smiling. This is the lowly Jiang I remember. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Jiang Luoli was stunned, and then her little nose twitched. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She hugged Jun Xiaoyao with her jade-like arms and buried her little face in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. It was still that familiar gentleness. It hadn't changed. Jun Xiaoyao patted Jiang Luoli's back. However, he sensed an extremely complicated gaze with a hint of envy secretly looking at him. Princess Ling Yan. Jiang Luoli could publicly throw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's embrace and pour out her heart. But Ling Yan couldn't. She was the Empress of Empress was immortal lineage, the young Empress of Xianting. And this time, the Jun family was flourishing in dealing with the other side. They had the feeling that they were splitting half of the immortal realm with Xianting. Therefore, from her standpoint, Ling Yan couldn't give Jun Xiaoyao any indication. Not to mention hugging him like Jiang Luoli. It was impossible for her to even say you're back in public. But Ling Yan wasn't just Ling Yan. She had also fused with Fairy Yuan's soul. Therefore, Ling Yan's gaze was extremely complicated. She looked at Jiang Luoli with envy. As if sensing Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, Ling Yan hurriedly looked away. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Even if it was for Fairy Yuan's sake, he couldn't do anything to Ling Yan. However, he did have to look for Ling Yan later. Because he had to obtain the immortal tribulation sword art, one of the 5 great divine arts, from her. This way, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to gather the 5 great sword Dao divine arts. He might be able to completely comprehend the sword Dao and the laws of the sword. Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, there were many princes and princesses of the emperor race, as well as the dark seeds of the ultimate emperor race. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao with resentment and a hint of fear. This was a terrifying guy who had deceived all the creatures of the other side and even killed the ultimate calamity. Are you still going to resist stubbornly? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept across the group of foreign geniuses with a cold expression. Although he had stayed in the other side for a long time and had friendly relations with some foreign geniuses, such as the Tushan 5 beauties. But this didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao's opinion of the other side had changed. Invaders would always be invaders. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to make a move. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A giant hand of laws, exuding majestic immortal power, pressed down on the battlefield. He actually wanted to slap Jun Xiaoyao to death. It was clear that Jun Xiaoyao's appearance stirred up the foreign Undying King's killing intent. Jun Xiaoyao looked indifferent and did not move. In the next moment, an aged voice rang out. I would like to see who dares to make a move. An old man with a turtle shell quietly appeared in the void. He was the Xianxia beach. Boom, immortal fluctuations burst out, shaking heaven and earth. The prodigies from the 2 realms were speechless when they saw this. With a pseudo-immortal as his mount and a true immortal king as his protector. What kind of treatment was this? One word. Grandeur. There were also other Undying Kings, and even the ultimate Emperor clan's king. They all knew that Jun Xiaoyao had returned from the other realm. They wanted to vent their anger and kill Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, they were still stopped by Divine Universe Emperor and the others. Your momentum has already been lost. What is the point of continuing the war? Divine Universe Emperor said coldly. If the ultimate disaster was still there, then the other realm would indeed have the absolute advantage. But now, the disaster was already eliminated. Even if the other realm wanted to invade the Nine Heavens immortal domain with full force, they would still lose. Even if they killed 1,000 enemies, they would still suffer 800 casualties. Not to mention how many trump cards the immortal domain still had. Even the foreign realm's true calamity-grade immortals were still asleep, not waking up. That was why now was not the time for the final great battle between the two realms. Jun family, don't be happy too early. The curse of disaster will continue to corrode your bloodline as time goes on. I hope you can hold on until the true final battle between the two realms arrives. The Ultimate Emperor clan's king's tone was cold and fierce. Heh, is this considered incompetent rage? Divine Universe Emperor also sneered. The curse of disaster might have some effect on the Jun family. But as time went on, they naturally had a way to get rid of this curse. After all, the Jun family's bloodline was not ordinary. We will retreat. The foreign realms' kings all retreated. There was no way this type of great battle would end. As for killing Jun Xiaoyao, even though they really wanted to, Immortal Domain's side clearly wouldn't allow them to do so. On Desolate Border's side, as the foreign realms' kings retreated, the various clans' heavenly geniuses, including the foreign army, also began to withdraw. With this retreat, at least for a short period of time, the foreign realm wouldn't be able to launch a large-scale attack. They might return to their previous state of fighting on a small scale. Time stood on Immortal Domain's side. Many people believed that as long as they waited for Jun Xiaoyao to completely grow up, he would become Immortal Domain's sea-stabilizing divine needle. The foreign realm's great army withdrew like a tide. Compared to their surging battle intent when they came, when they left, their figures seemed a bit more miserable. We won, we won. Immortal Domain was defended. Long live the Jun family, long live the Divine King, long live Xiaoya Son of God. Countless Immortal Domain cultivators cheered, chanting the names of the Jun family and Jun Wuhui's father and son. After all, everyone could see that the ones who stopped the foreign realm's disaster were mainly the Jun family and Jun Wuhui's father and son. It wasn't that the other powers didn't contribute, but compared to the Jun family, they seemed dim and lackluster. Xianting's great emperor frowned slightly. Although he had a trace of admiration for Jun Wuhui, he still had a trace of admiration for him. However, from the perspective of their faction, this type of situation wasn't what Xianting wanted to see. On the desolate border battlefield, all of Immortal Domain's heavenly geniuses let out a sigh of relief. Big brother Xiaoyao, you are a great hero. Jiang Luoli looked at Jun Xiaoyao affectionately. The one she loved was a matchless hero. Hero? Jun Xiaoyao declined to comment. All he did was complete his plan. Saving the people of the world wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's goal. Of course, if he could use this to gather the power of faith, then Jun Xiaoyao would be happy to do so. Then, regardless of whether it was the people of the desolate border or the border pass, they all returned to the original imperial city. For a short period of time, Immortal Domain should remain calm. There was no need to worry about any great calamity. All of Immortal Domain's creatures let out a sigh of relief, incomparably happy. Meanwhile, everyone, even the cultivators who didn't go to the battlefield, gathered towards the original imperial city. It was because they wanted to see the great heroes who protected Immortal Domain this time. Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao. The original imperial city, supported by the Black Tortoise Corpse, towered in the universe. The city walls were majestic, as tall as heavenly towers, stretching for countless li, with no end in sight. Imperial City, which was the size of a continent, was currently filled with people, rubbing shoulders. Countless cultivators surged towards the original imperial city. Meanwhile, at this time, the teleportation formation inside the original imperial city lit up, a large number of Immortal Domain troops returning. There were also experts from various clans, young heavenly geniuses, and others. Everyone was looking forward to it. Everyone from the Jun family was also waiting here. Soon, in the void, a brilliance appeared. A blue sky rock spread its wings, emitting the aura of a quasi-immortal, which was the aura of a quasi-emperor. That's a quasi-emperor level creature. It's the Jun family's son of God who has returned. He has returned to Immortal Domain. When they saw the white-robed figure standing on the head of the blue sky rock, The entire original imperial city was in an uproar. At this moment, the sky suddenly rumbled. Divine thunder exploded, millions of lightning bolts, as if the heavens were furious. What's going on? Countless immortal domain cultivators were incomparably stunned. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint sneer as he raised his head to look at the sky. Previously, he was in the desolate border, not belonging to immortal domain. Now, he had returned to the original imperial city, which was also the land of immortal domain. The will of immortal domain had personally appointed the 7 emperors to kill Jun Xiaoyao, this anomaly. In the end, they were played by Jun Xiaoyao, and even the heavenly Dao crown was given for nothing. Did the heavens not want face? At this moment, when Jun Xiaoyao returned to immortal domain, the heavens were furious, and the lightning tribulation surged. Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the sky, his white robe fluttering, his black hair dancing in the wind. Heavens, you're just a defeated opponent. Over and over again, I, Jun Xiaoyao, don't mind defeating you again. Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent voice spread throughout the original imperial city. Ever since he stepped onto the ultimate ancient road, the 7 rebellious sovereigns had descended from the heavens. It was a game between Jun Xiaoyao and the heavens of the immortal realm. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao set up a trap and completely deceived the heavens. It was only then that everyone realized. They realized that Jun Bieli's attack on Jun Xiaoyao was part of the plan. The heavens had appointed Jun Bieli as one of the 7 sovereigns because they wanted to see the Jun family kill each other. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao beat them at their own game and played the will of the immortal realm. Only Jun Xiaoyao can beat the heavens. Countless exclamations sounded in the original imperial city. Young master, you've really exceeded our expectations. The 4th master Scar and the others arrived and were overjoyed. At the same time, he looked at the void behind him and probed, young master, may I ask if our benefactor, father? He still has his own things to do and hasn't returned yet, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Hearing this, the 4th master Scar and all the gatekeepers' bloodlines, as well as countless cultivators in the original imperial city, fell silent. Then, their eyes were filled with unprecedented admiration. He left after the deed was done, hiding his achievements and fame. Jun Wuhui deserved everyone's respect. Haha, Xiaoyao, this plan of yours really gave us a fright. The Jun family's great ancestors appeared, as well as many elders and clansmen. These were the great ancestors who usually stayed in the ancestral temple and held high positions. At this moment, when they saw Jun Xiaoyao, they were extremely amiable and smiling. Xiaoyao greets the ancestors. I'm sorry for making you all worry. Jun Xiaoyao came down from the azure sky rock and cupped his hands at the great ancestors. Xiaoyao, the scene when you were just born still appears in my mind. I didn't expect you to be no weaker than us old guys now. Even the ultimate disaster was eliminated. The 18th ancestor was also there. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao, he was extremely emotional. Jun Xiaoyao was only a few years old, yet he had already caught up to them. Moreover, he had such achievements. It could be said that he was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Grandpa Qijing, you must be joking. Without the protection of you and your family, how could Xiaoyao grow up safely? Jun Xiaoyao also revealed a gentle smile. It was the 18th ancestor who personally taught and guided him in the beginning of his path of cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao was deeply moved. Ha ha ha. When you return, Warsky will probably be overjoyed, 16th ancestor said with a chuckle. The Jun family had sent some powerful cultivators to lead the war of the 2 realms. As for Jun Zhantian and the others, they did not come. However, if they knew that Jun Xiaoyao had returned, they would definitely be overjoyed. Xiaoyao, you really didn't let us down. Another voice came from the void. They were Jun Taixin, Jun Taya, and the other ancient ancestors. Xiaoyao greets the ancient ancestors. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly. He knew that although these ancient ancestors were rarely seen, they were still able to see each other. However, at critical moments, they were the stabilizing force of the Jun family. During the immortal battle, Jun Taixin destroyed Zulong with a single sword strike. During the battle with the Tyrant Body, there were powerful cultivators from the Tyrant Body Ancestral Hall who wanted to intervene. It was also Jun Taya who secretly helped. Therefore, he was still very respectful to these ancient ancestors. Is this the son of God of the main lineage? He is indeed quite impressive. A gray-haired old woman took a good look at Jun Xiaoyao. She was the quasi-emperor ancient ancestor of the hidden lineage, Jun Suihua. At this time, Jun Bieli and the other geniuses of the hidden lineage were also present. Now, everyone knew that this was actually a show co-directed by Jun Bieli and Jun Xiaoyao. The funny thing was that during this period of time, Jun Bieli was also criticized and scolded by many people and bore a lot of pressure. It was Xiaoyao who made the hidden lineage completely return to the main lineage. After that, there was no distinction. Jun Taixian smiled slightly. He didn't want there to be a gap between the younger generation of the Jun family. Of course. Jun Suihua also nodded. Alright, let's leave some time for these young people. Jun Tae smiled and shook his head. Then, the ancient ancestors and old ancestors of the Jun family left. Although the battle had ended, they still had important matters to attend to. For example, the curse of calamity couldn't destroy the Jun family. However, if they didn't deal with it properly, there would still be some trouble and it would drag the Jun family down. As the powerful cultivators of the Jun family left, the geniuses and young clansmen of the Jun family were completely relaxed and then cheered. Son of God is awesome. He is the role model of our generation. If a person can have 1,000th of the glory of the Son of God in their lifetime, they would have no regrets in their life. Haha, what kind of monsters are they? They only dare to be arrogant when the Son of God is temporarily secluded. Let's see how many people in the immortal realm dare to be arrogant now. The young people of the Jun family were very excited and proud. You've really fooled all of us. Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm walked over. Once, the three big shots of the Jun family were famous on the ancient road. Now, they were reunited again. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Looking at the sincere smiles of the two, Jun Xiaoyao also smiled slightly. We said that we would grow and improve together. In the end, you killed the ultimate calamity alone. Even Jun Lingsong, who was usually serious, teased at this moment. You just relied on external objects. In terms of strength, you are not inferior at all. After not seeing each other for a long time, Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm's cultivation did not lag behind. They were both in the supreme stage. However, one of them had polychoria, and the other had the emperor physique. It was normal for them to have such strength. In addition to them, Jun Mulan, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the other sequences of the Jun family were also there. However, compared to Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm, they were a little reserved. After all, the gap between Jun Xiaoyao and them was too big now. They didn't feel like they were of the same generation. It was more like they were facing an extraordinarily powerful elder. What's wrong, Mulan? You weren't like this when you faced me in the past. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Mulan. Her red hair was tied into a ponytail. Her face was valiant, and her figure was hot and curvy. She was famous for being a tomboy in the Jun family. In the past, even in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she referred to herself as an elder sister. However, she didn't dare to do that now. She smiled bitterly and said, Lord Son of God, you must be joking. You don't have to be like this. I'm still me. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. However, he also understood that in many cases, strength did indeed widen the gap between people. At this moment, a group of people walked over. When they saw them, Jun Lingsong and the others, as well as the sequences of the Jun family's main bloodline, restrained their smiles. The people who came were Jun Bieli and the other geniuses of the hidden bloodlines. Beside Jun Bieli stood a pure and beautiful woman dressed in green. In addition, Jun Yin Huang, Jun Qingyan, Jun Lanqi, and the other geniuses of the hidden bloodlines followed closely behind. When Jun Bieli saw Jun Xiaoyao, he immediately bowed 90 degrees and saluted him. The woman in green, Li Qing'er, did the same. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. To put it bluntly, this was part of the deal and the plan. Therefore, he didn't have any hostility toward Jun Bieli. However, when he looked at Li Qing'er, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Could it be? He felt the aura of the great path of the heavens surging from Li Qing'er. Jun Xiaoyao immediately understood the cause and effect. I will never forget Brother Xiaoyao's kindness. I am willing to do anything to repay you, Li Qing'er said sincerely. I see. I get it now. Jun Xiaoyao took one look at Li Qing'er and immediately understood what had happened. It turned out that Jun Bieli didn't want the heavenly crown for himself. It was for his lover. Jun Xiaoyao understood the situation as well. From another perspective, if Jiang Xingyi was in danger and needed the heavenly crown to save him, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't hesitate. If that were the case, Jun Xiaoyao would not hesitate to do whatever he could to get his hands on it, no matter the cost. I, Jun Bieli, am willing to follow the lead of the Son of God. Jun Bieli was very sincere. Being able to save Li Qing'er made up for the biggest regret of his life. And it was all because of Jun Xiaoyao that he could do this. You don't have to do this. You are the son of the Jun family. Just work hard for the Jun family in the future. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and helped Jun Bieli up. Jun Bieli was grateful, but at the same time, he was surprised. When they were in the world of God, Jun Xiaoyao was strong, but not unfathomable. At that time, Jun Bieli was confident that he could fight with Jun Xiaoyao. But now, facing Jun Xiaoyao, even someone as strong as Jun Bieli couldn't figure him out. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had grown a lot during the time they were in the foreign realm. Even Jun Bieli couldn't figure him out. At this time, Jun Yinhuang, who had been silent, suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. I'm sorry, Son of God. It was my fault for being hostile to the Son of God. Please punish me, Son of God. Jun Yinhuang lowered his head and knelt down in front of everyone. Jun Qingyan, who was watching from the side, sighed as well. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Get up. I don't care. The Jun family doesn't have a main or hidden branch now. Jun Xiaoyao was not the kind of person to be petty. The main thing was that Jun Yinhuang didn't cause him any losses. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao did not mind being magnanimous for once. Thank you, Son of God, for your magnanimity. Jun Yinking felt even more ashamed. At this point, the matter between the main branch and the hidden branch of the Jun family had been completely resolved, and everything was harmonious. In the future, the Jun family would only unite against outsiders. With the help of the hidden lineage, the Jun family and the Xianting naturally had a greater chance of competing for power in the immortal region. Young Master. Yan Qingying, River of Forgetfulness, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and the other followers had also arrived. There was also Princess Longji, Yan Ruming, Yu Chanwan, Taiyin Jade Hair, Xiao Maxian, and the others. All of them looked at Jun Xiaoyao with excitement written all over their faces. This was especially true for the women, who were either filled with longing, or resentment. This made Jiang Luoli very jealous. Her big brother Xiaoyao was really too popular. Especially after killing the ultimate calamity. Jun Xiaoyao would only have more and more fangirls. It made Jiang Luoli feel a little threatened. Alright, everyone, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a place to rest first, Jun Xiaoyao said. Young Master, please follow this old man. The fourth Master Scar immediately spoke and helped Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrange a place to stay. Jun Xiaoyao did not immediately leave the original imperial city. Because he still had to wait for someone to come. Soon, the fourth Master Scar arranged a good palace in the original imperial city for Jun Xiaoyao and the others to rest. Next, they naturally had a chat about the past. Jun Xiaoyao also told everyone some things about the foreign realm. Of course, he spoke selectively. There were some things that were better left unknown. For example, the calamity of the immortal region had not completely ended. The ultimate calamity was just the beginning. After that, Jun Xiaoyao released the little divine demon ant. As the descendant of a divine demon emperor and a rare primordial divine demon ant, the little divine demon ant naturally caused a commotion. However, the little divine demon ant stared straight at Yan Ruming. What are you looking at? Yan Ruming felt a little uneasy from being stared at. What species are you? The little divine demon ant asked casually. Some primordial divine demons could sense each other. That was why the divine Silkworm Valley's Silkworm Daozi coveted Yan Ruming so much. Yan Ruming's true form was the Skydream Butterfly, a primordial variant like the Primordial Emperor. Butterfly and the cracked demonic butterfly. What do you mean by what species? Yan Ruming gritted her teeth in anger. She was a great beauty with long legs, but she was being asked what species she was. This was too insulting. Everyone laughed heartily. The atmosphere was very harmonious. A few days passed quickly. Countless cultivators in the original imperial city were still discussing the Battle of Calamity. Jun Wuhui and his father, Jun Xiaoyao, were undoubtedly placed on the altar. At this moment, however, a group of beings came to the palace where Jun Xiaoyao and the others were. Their expressions were cold. Are those creatures of the Archean royalty? Many people were surprised when they saw this group of creatures. They knew that the Archean royalty and other factions were not on good terms with the Jun family. But why were they looking for Jun Xiaoyao now? By the way, have you forgotten? When we were training in the barren borderlands, some disciples of the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy said. Previously, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy had organized a training in the barren borderlands to fight against the foreign god of war Academy. At that time, the foreign god of war chaotic body killed 10 seed-level prodigies in a row. Those were the seeds of the Archean royalty. And now, the truth was revealed. That chaotic body of the god of war was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Didn't that mean that Jun Xiaoyao was the one who killed the Archean royalty's seed? It was reasonable for them to come looking for him. Jun Xiaoyao, come out. Among the Archean royalty, a man in a feathered robe with the aura of a heavenly venerable shouted coldly. He was an elder of the Demon Phoenix Ancient Cave. One of the seed-level prodigies of the Demon Phoenix Ancient Cave, the Phoenix Girl, died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao when they were training in the barren borderlands. Jun Xiaoyao, it's one thing for you to hide in the foreign realm, but why did you kill our prodigy so cruelly? The creatures of the Dragon King Palace also spoke. The seed-level prodigy of the Dragon King Palace, Xianxia, also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. In addition, the creatures of the Sun God Mountain, Nine Phantom Mountain, and Divine Silkworm Valley also came. After that, the Netherworld King Bloodline and the Holy Spirit Island also came. This was because the seed-level prodigy of the Netherworld King Bloodline, Holy Yama, and the White Bone Prince of the Holy Spirit Island also died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao when they were training in the barren borderlands. What are you all arguing about? At this moment, an impatient and cold voice rang out. A man with green wings on his back and a powerful aura walked out. It was the Fufeng of Gojoseon. As a quasi-immortal level prodigy, he was now being treated as a mount. He was very angry. However, at this moment, some ignorant people came to provoke him. Wouldn't they become the Fufeng of Gojoseon's punching bag? Splat. As a quasi-immortal level prodigy, the Fufeng of Gojoseon was a quasi-immortal level prodigy. Even if it was just a wisp of his aura, it was enough to send a group of Archean royalty beings flying, causing them to vomit blood. Hiss. Treating a quasi-immortal level prodigy as a mount and making him guard the door, the countless spectating immortal region cultivators were all speechless. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was simply too impressive. Only at this moment did Jun Xiaoyao and the others appear. He glanced at the group of Archean royalty beings who were swaying left and right. His eyes were incomparably cold. I didn't find you, but you came to find me first, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao, what do you mean? Are you letting the foreign beings bully us? An elder of the Divine Silkworm Valley shouted angrily. Don't play these tricks. I'm a spy in the foreign realm, so I know more than anyone else. Don't you know how those primeval geniuses of the primeval theocrats were able to track me down? Or do you want me to say in public that your Archean royalty is secretly related to the foreign monarch races and might even pass on information? Jun Xiaoyao's cold words exploded in the original imperial city. What are you talking about? That's right, don't slander us. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, these Archean royalty creatures who came to denounce him all opened their mouths to rebuke him coldly. However, there was a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. Slander me? Back then, when I was in the foreign realm, I was also a thorn in the side of some people, such as the Fufeng of Gojoseon. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and glanced at the Fufeng of Gojoseon. The Fufeng of Gojoseon's expression was filled with embarrassment. However, he still braced himself and said, That's right, that's indeed the case. Back then, I didn't like Jun Xiaoyao, no, master, so I ordered some emperors to target master in the desolate border. Jun Xiaoyao took over the conversation right away. However, those emperors couldn't target me openly because of my identity as the god of war. Therefore, I secretly contacted your Archean royalty seed prodigies, Xianxia, the Phoenix Girl, the Golden Crow Young Sacred King, and the others, wanting to kill me with a borrowed knife. If that's the case, then should I stretch out my neck and wait for them to kill me? Xiaoyao's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave in the original imperial city. Now that the foreign realm's calamity had just ended, this news spread. If it was true, then it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Archean royalty's prestige. It might even be spurned by all living beings and go down in history as a byword. Nonsense, you don't know what you're talking about at all. That's right, you're just making up an excuse to absolve yourself. Your hands are stained with the blood of our Archean royalty seed. This is an indisputable fact. The Archean royalty creatures all shouted coldly. Some of them really didn't know what was going on. However, regardless of whether they knew or not, they obviously wouldn't admit it. So, your purpose of coming here is just to denounce me? Xiaoyao's expression was very calm from the beginning to the end. He did not expect to rely on this bit of information to overturn the Archean royalty. That was simply unrealistic. The Archean royalty had existed in the immortal realms for countless eras. The inheritances and foundations of the various royal clans were all extremely ancient. Xiaoyao's words alone could not cause any substantial harm to the Archean royalty. However, even if it was just a blow to his reputation, that would be enough. After starting to cultivate the power of faith, Xiaoyao finally understood just how important was prestige. Those with a good reputation would be worshipped by all living beings and blessed by the faith of all living beings, just like the Jun family. As for those with bad reputations, they would be spurned by all living beings. Unknowingly, they would also have bad luck and disasters. At least on this level, Xiaoyao had caused a loss to the Archean royalty. You've eradicated the calamity, so you can be considered to have redeemed yourself. My Archean royalty is naturally not that petty. How about this, you take out that drop of black blood and the ancient coffin that suppressed the calamity for everyone to study. The elder of the demon phoenix ancient cave said in a muffled voice. Xiaoyao smiled. There was a hint of coldness in his smile. It turned out that the Archean royalty had their eyes on the black blood and the three-world coffin. It had to be said that the extent of their shamelessness was beyond Xiaoyao's imagination. I've never seen such shameless people. Jiang Luoli shouted angrily. Her beautiful eyes were wide open and her long, shapely eyebrows were furrowed. What kind of people were these? Xiaoyao had made great contributions to the immortal realms. In the end, these Archean royalty creatures wanted to take it from Xiaoyao under the excuse of killing a seed-level prodigy. No matter how thick-skinned a person was, he would not do such a thing. It was not only the people around Xiaoyao who were angry. Even the surrounding spectators had looks of disdain on their faces. What kind of thing is this group of people? When Jun Wuhui and Xiaoyao were fighting the calamity for the immortal realms, where were they? That's right. The Archean royalty didn't do anything at all. Even if the Archean emperor appeared, it was just an illusion. Moreover, he didn't make a move. He was just guarding the rear. I really think that what the son of God of the Jun family said might be true. These royal families might really have some kind of deal with the foreign realms. Countless voices of discussion sounded. There were even more hot-tempered people who directly cursed, "They're just a bunch of idiots." It was a simple insult, but it was the ultimate enjoyment. The surrounding crowd all praised. Who's the one who's cursing? The Archean royalty creatures' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot as they berated. No one dared to insult the Archean royalty in public. However, there were too many people who were cursing. They came from all directions and were hiding. This made the Archean royalty creatures feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a dead fly. Impudent! Who dares to criticize the young master? The fourth master Scar and the other gatekeepers came with a threatening aura. When he heard that the Archean royalty were looking for trouble with Xiaoyao, he immediately appeared. Fourth master Scar, this has nothing to do with you. An elder of Nine Phantom Mountain said coldly. Nine Phantom Mountain was an ancient great vicious beast, the Nine Phantom Python bloodline. This bloodline was definitely the strongest among the vicious beasts. One of the successors of Jiuyou Mountain had also fallen at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao during the desolate border war. Is this how you treat the heroes of the immortal realms? Are you trying to chill the hearts of the people of the world? The fourth master Scar glared angrily. Heroes are created by circumstances. Without Jun Xiaoyao, there might be others, the creature of the Dragon King Palace sneered. You, the fourth master Scar was furious. If it weren't for the fact that the Archean royalty was too powerful, he really wanted to suppress them with a palm strike. Alright, Jun Xiaoyao, we're already magnanimous enough to not pursue the matter of you killing a descendant of our royal family. Hand over the things. To be honest, the Archean royalty really coveted Jun Xiaoyao's heavenly black blood and 3-world bronze coffin. After all, these were the means to suppress calamities. If the Archean royalty could control them, it would be an invincible trump card. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't angry. He still had a slight smile on his face. The old ancestors and ancient ancestors of the Jun family left the original imperial city. That was why the Archean royalty were so arrogant. At this moment, a vast emperor's aura suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Hiss. Which emperor has arrived? The entire original imperial city was in an uproar. After the war between the two realms ended, those emperor-level powerhouses left and disappeared. After all, that kind of existence couldn't casually appear in the world. Moreover, because of the Archean Treaty of Alliance, emperor-level powerhouses couldn't casually appear in the immortal realm. This terrifying emperor's aura directly pressed the group of immemorial theocrats to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and who knew how many of their ribs were broken? Could it be the divine universe emperor of the Jun family? Cultivators from all directions focused their attention. The appearance of the 3 emperors of the Jun family shocked everyone in the immortal realm. Above the universe, starlight shone, and a stooped old man appeared from the brilliance of the 7 stars. It was the Big Dipper Emperor. What shocked everyone even more was that, the Big Dipper Emperor cupped his hands and said to Jun Xiaoyao. I'm sorry, Xiaoyao. I attacked you in the desolate border before. This old man apologizes. His words immediately silenced the entire original imperial city. A great emperor cupped his hands and apologized to Jun Xiaoyao. This shocked countless people so much that their scalps went numb. What kind of figure was a great emperor? He ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths and intimidated the eternal spacetime. He controlled the great Tao and karma. With a thought, heaven and earth collapsed and the universe shattered. He overlooked billions of living beings and watched the vicissitudes of life. Such a figure was too extraordinary. To a great emperor, right and wrong no longer had any meaning. Because their words were the truth, right and wrong, but now, the Big Dipper Great Emperor cupped his hands and apologized to a junior. This was absolutely unimaginable. Big Dipper Great Emperor, why do you have to do this? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly and cupped his hands at the Big Dipper Great Emperor. Senior Big Dipper, you must be joking. At that time I had the alien chaotic body. It's understandable that Senior wanted to make a move to eliminate future troubles. What's wrong with that? Jun Xiaoyao still had some respect for this Big Dipper Great Emperor. In the past, he had made great contributions to guard the border, causing him to be injured all over. Now, even though he was seriously ill and old, he was still emitting the last light and heat for the celestial region. Compared to those Archean royalty ancient emperors who only appeared as phantoms and didn't even make a move, the Big Dipper Great Emperor was simply loyal and righteous. Jun Xiaoyao's carefree attitude made the Big Dipper Great Emperor feel even more guilty. He sighed. Fortunately, Shanao of Beach stopped me at that time. Otherwise, I would have been a sinner of the celestial region for eternity. At that time, if the Big Dipper Great Emperor had really killed Jun Xiaoyao. Now, the ultimate calamity was naturally unstoppable. If he took another step back, even if he could stop it, the celestial region would have to pay an immeasurable price. Senior's sincerity to the celestial region has moved me, Jun Xiaoyao said. The Big Dipper Great Emperor sighed. With such a hero in the celestial region, why would they worry about the calamity in the future? Then, he looked at the Archean royalty who were pressed to the ground with an incomparably cold gaze. The powerful emperor's pressure continued to pour down. The bodies of those Archean royalty beings exploded one by one. The eyes of the elder of the demon phoenix ancient cave were about to split open, and he was extremely regretful. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. Our little ancestor will definitely not let you off. My Holy Spirit Island's little stone emperor is the same. The creatures of the Holy Spirit Island also roared. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of explosions could be heard. If you're not convinced, you far ancient theocrats can come and find me for punishment. The Big Dipper Emperors. Was he big great emperor? After all, who would dare to cause trouble for the great emperor? Even if there was an ancient emperor among the Archean royalty. However, it was impossible for experts of this level to start a war so easily. It was even more impossible for them to fight to the death. That would not benefit anyone. Therefore, these primordial theocrats were basically here to deliver their heads to him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. Even if the Big Dipper Emperor did not make a move, these Archean royalty would not cause him any trouble. The little ancestor of the demon phoenix ancient cave? The venomous roar of that elder from the demonic phoenix ancient cave before he died made Jun Xiaoyao smirk. Big brother Xiaoyao, you don't know, but after you died, many freaks appeared in the celestial realm. They want to replace Big brother Xiaoyao. The little ancestor of the demon phoenix ancient cave is called Huang Yedao. He is a direct descendant of the immortal ancient emperor. Jiang Luoli said. Direct descendant of the immortal ancient emperor? Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. These direct descendants were not to be underestimated. For example, Little Li the divine demon ant was a direct descendant of the divine demon emperor. This kind of prodigy had the bloodline of an ancient emperor or an emperor. Their future was limitless. But to Jun Xiaoyao, it was still not enough to make him waver. Presumably, the little stone emperor from the Holy Spirit Island was a similar character. You only dared to stand on the stage and fight for the heavenly fate after I died. Now that I am back, there is no place for you in this world. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself with a sneer in his eyes. Then, he looked at the Big Dipper Emperor in the sky and cupped his hands. Thank you for your help, Senior Big Dipper. If you don't mind, I am willing to do my best to heal your injuries. The Big Dipper Emperor did not have any family or faction behind him. He was a loner who only wanted to prove his Tao. He was somewhat similar to the ancient Chaos Emperor. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to help, he and the Jun family could really help the Big Dipper Emperor. Haha, what else do you have in mind? The Big Dipper Emperor seemed to have seen through Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts. Jun Xiaoyao was neither servile nor overbearing. He said generously, I wonder if you are interested in joining the Emperor Hall? Although the Emperor Hall was flourishing now. But there was still a lack of a pillar of support. After that, Jun Xiaoyao tried to rope in the Nirvana tribe. However, the Nirvana tribe could only maintain a cooperative relationship with the Emperor Hall. It was impossible for them to completely merge with the Emperor Hall in a short time. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao hoped to rope in more powerhouses for the Emperor Hall. The Big Dipper Emperor smiled. He was not angry. My apologies. This old man is used to being a wild crane. I have been alone all my life. Jun Xiaoyao expected the Big Dipper Emperor's rejection. He said, even so, I still welcome you to be a guest of the Jun family. Senior, you have done your best for the immortal region. You should not die so sadly. Jun Xiaoyao's words were so sincere that everyone present was slightly moved. This was the so-called hero cherishing another hero. The Big Dipper Emperor looked at Jun Xiaoyao deeply and finally smiled. Although I am not used to joining any force, I don't mind if it is just a title of guest elder. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled when he heard that. The surrounding people were even more surprised. He said that it was a title of guest elder. But in fact, it didn't seem to be much different from joining. If anyone wanted to touch the Emperor Hall, they had to consider the Big Dipper Emperor. Thank you, Senior. Jun Xiaoyao was happy. Then, the Big Dipper Emperor left. Jun Xiaoyao would naturally arrange for the Jun family to think of a way to deal with his injuries. The small storm ended just like that. However, Jun Xiaoyao knew that the Archean royalty, the Holy Spirit Island, and the Nether King bloodline must have hated him to the core. Not to mention, the Archean royalty was not the only thing he killed in the desolate border. There were also the successors of the Xianting's immortal lineages. Song Li, Yao Qing, and Xing Lu all died in his hands. However, the Xianting did not immediately come to find him. This showed the Xianting's wisdom. It was indeed more restrained than the Archean royalty. In a short period of time, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was too great, and it was not easy to provoke him. However, the Xianting would not forget this debt. Just as the matter came to an end, suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in the crowd. She stared at Jun Xiaoyao with mixed feelings. Her face was filled with joy, but there was also a complicated expression. Jun Xiaoyao noticed the beautiful woman. Yu Yunchang, behind her was a handsome man with a head full of silver hair. It was the Ascendant King. Yu Yunchang was still as beautiful as before. She was graceful and elegant. At this moment, she looked at Jun Xiaoyao with joy and mixed feelings. She also looked a little haggard. She hesitated for a bit before slowly making her way to Jun Xiaoyao. "What are you doing here?" Everyone around Jun Xiaoyao, including Jiang Luoli, looked at Yu Yunchang coldly. To be precise, the person they hated was not Yu Yunchang. It was Yu Yunchang's brother, Ascendant King. There was no problem if it was just an enemy. However, an enemy who pretended to be a friend was very disgusting. Ascendant King also stepped forward. Many people's expressions changed subtly when they saw the scene. Ascendant King was one of the 7 defiant emperors. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had already won the game of the heavenly path, his identity as one of the 7 defiant emperors was still there. Long Yaoer and the others did not dare to appear in front of Jun Xiaoyao at all. They were just afraid of Jun Xiaoyao taking revenge. Previously, I felt that something was wrong in the desolate border. Now that I think about it, it was indeed you. Ascendant King was wearing a snow-white crane cloak. Even his shoes and socks were white. He had an extremely handsome face. His silver hair was loose and even his eyebrows were silver white. His aura was extraordinary. He was one of the few people who could catch up to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of appearance. Before this, the friendship between these two people was also a legend. However, the truth was revealed later. Ascendant King was one of the 7 defiant emperors. From the beginning to the end, this was a trap. You actually dare to appear in front of brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli frowned and reprimanded. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and then looked at Ascendant King. "I'm curious. How can you appear in front of me so calmly?" Jun Xiaoyao was indeed cold to Ascendant King. However, he had noticed it from the beginning. Therefore, he was not deceived by Ascendant King. Hearing this, the Ascension King chuckled. There was a trace of bitterness and helplessness in his laughter. At some point, he really thought that he would become friends with Jun Xiaoyao. But unfortunately, I was unwilling and wanted to fight for the heaven's will, but in the end, I became the abandoned child of the heavenly Tao. How ironic. Ascension King laughed at himself. "Looks like you're prepared," Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. "Young Master Jun, please don't." Yu Yunchang bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth, her eyes turning red. Ever since Feather King betrayed Jun Xiaoyao, Yu Yunchang and him had never returned to the intimate sibling relationship they had before. However, no matter what, the Ascendant King was still her elder brother. It was impossible for her to watch the Ascendant King die. Plop. The girl who was as proud as a phoenix when they first met was now kneeling in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Yunchang, you, the Ascension King's eyes were also filled with shock. "I hope that young Master Jun can spare my elder brother's life. Yunshang knows that this request might be too much, but he is still my elder brother. Yunshang is willing to serve young Master Jun as a slave. Do you think you're worthy to be brother Xiaoya's slave?" Jiang Luoli's eyes were spitting fire as she interrupted Yu Yunchang's words. Yu Yunchang continued to kneel, her mouth filled with bitterness. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw the scene. The princess of the Ascension Jin dynasty was kneeling in front of everyone like a slave. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyao was now powerful enough that even the immortal Jin dynasty wouldn't dare to offend him. "Brother Jun, kill me if you want. I'm willing to do this." "The Ascension Jin dynasty won't interfere," the Ascension King said calmly. It was the biggest mistake he had made in this life. It was betraying Jun Xiaoyao. If he could do it all over again, what would he choose? Perhaps, fighting for the heavenly mandate couldn't be compared to having a friend. Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. Then, he pointed his finger at the Ascension King's forehead. Young Master Jun. Yu Yuncheng's face was pale and bloodless. That ray of light condensed at the Ascension King's forehead, but the Ascension King didn't have any intention to resist. Jun Xiaoyao slowly retracted his hand. You're already dead. Whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and was about to leave. The Ascension King was stunned as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back. He suddenly opened his mouth and condensed his voice into a line, sending it to Jun Xiaoyao through telepathy. The 7 defiant emperors have failed, but it doesn't mean that the heavenly Tao is willing to lose this round. We're just a bunch of abandoned pawns that were played. Be careful of the 8 sons of heaven and the Grey Clan. Hearing the Ascension King's message, Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. 8 sons of heaven, Grey Clan. Jun Xiaoyao silently remembered it in his heart and left without turning back. The will of the immortal region is still unwilling after losing this round? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He had never heard of the so-called Grey Clan. However, the Ascension King shouldn't lie to him anymore. When he returned to the Jun family, he would naturally investigate it from the ancient books. As for the 8 sons of heaven, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't worried at all. All the geniuses were just stepping stones and leaks in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao returned to his residence. He still hadn't left the original imperial city. Many people were confused. Now that the foreign domain's calamity had temporarily ended, they didn't know why Jun Xiaoyao was still here. A few days later, another old man came to look for Jun Xiaoyao excitedly. Grand Elder, why are you here? Jiang Luoli and the others were surprised. The person who came was the Grand Elder of the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. I'm here to take a look at the Qilin Sun of the Immortal Region. I expected little friend to be very busy, so I came to visit now. Immortal Academy's Grand Elder's attitude was very amiable. He sized up Jun Xiaoyao, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Haha, I didn't expect the War God of the Foreign Domain's War God Academy to become a pillar of our immortal region. You flatter me, senior. Jun Xiaoyao smiled politely. He also roughly guessed the purpose of Immortal Academy's Grand Elder's visit. Little friend, are you interested in joining the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy? Immortal Academy's Grand Elder's eyes were bright as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. 9 Heavens Immortal Academy was the Immortal Region's supreme academy, gathering heroes from all over the world. Jun Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, the absolute pillar and representative of the organization. If Jun Xiaoyao joined 9 Heavens Immortal Academy, then Immortal Academy's reputation would definitely skyrocket. Jun Xiaoyao was a bit hesitant. After all, he also joined the War God Academy in the foreign domain. Moreover, with his comprehension ability, it seemed like he didn't need anyone to teach him. As for resources, the Jun family's resources were obviously not inferior to Immortal Academies. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't find a reason to go to Immortal Academy. As for Jiang Luoli, Yan Ruming, Yu Chanwan, and the others, they hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would go. After all, many of them were disciples of Immortal Academy. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's hesitation, Immortal Academy's Grand Elder secretly gritted his teeth. He knew that it was impossible to get something for nothing without offering some benefits. Little friend, you should know that Immortal Academy has great opportunities. The outlawed Skyprides who joined before have all obtained them. However, Immortal Academy still has an ultimate land of opportunity that hasn't been opened. There might be a supreme treasure that even the Jun family might not be able to take out. Immortal Academy's Grand Elder went all out. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. If there were benefits, then everything was negotiable. One wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. Jun Xiaoyao was always too lazy to do things that didn't bring him benefits. Immortal Academy's Great Elder continued, that ultimate natural luck land is called Void Sky World, not far from the Endless Sea. Rumor has it that during the chaos of the ancient times, when the divine wills of the most powerful clashed, a wondrous place was produced. Only primordial spirits can enter Void Sky World. However, there are many supreme treasures inside that cannot be found in the outside world, their value definitely not inferior to immortal level natural luck. When he heard Immortal Academy's great elder's words, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes became even brighter. Only primordial spirits could enter, then wouldn't his three-world primordial spirits be unmatched? Of course, Void Sky World isn't without danger. After all, it is a chaotic place produced from the clash of the most powerful divine wills in the ancient times. Moreover, it is close to the realm sea, so there might be many places of spacetime chaos, to the extent where there might even be passages leading to other unknown realms. Of course, you can also let a portion of primordial spirits enter. This way, you can at least guarantee your safety. Immortal Academy's great elder said. I understand. In that case, what's the harm in making a trip to Immortal Academy? Jun Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Haha, that's good. This old one will wait for little friend's arrival in Immortal Academy. Immortal Academy's great elder laughed, and then left. So Immortal Academy actually had an ultimate natural luck land, that old man actually hid it from us. Jiang Luoli wrinkled her jade-like nose slightly. Following Jun Xiaoyao's return, Jiang Luoli's personality seemed to have recovered a bit of cheerfulness and liveliness. Whatever, I'll go take a look when the time comes. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Later on, Jun Xiaoyao always stayed in the original Emperor city. Meanwhile, his legend had just spread through the Nine Heavens Immortal Domain. Even though there were many Immortal Domain cultivators who witnessed the Battle of Calamity back then. However, compared to the entire Immortal Domain's creatures, they were still an extremely small portion. Roughly half a month's time passed. That day, an alarm sounded at the border pass again. Not good, a large group of creatures have been discovered, they seem to be foreign cultivators. What? How long has it been, the foreign site already? There were movements at the border pass again. Previously, many people thought that after the War of the Two Realms, there would not be any major movements for a long time. Who would have thought that in just over half a month, there would be movement again? Don't panic, right now, the other side doesn't have the qualifications to launch a large-scale attack. The appearance of the Fourth Master Scar calmed everyone down. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Quasi-Emperor? Fourth Master Scar's gaze was fixed on the depths of space beyond the border. Suddenly, a white-robed figure appeared in the void at the border. Everyone, please calm down. The newcomer spoke indifferently, his voice as light as the clouds and wind. So it's the Son of God. Greetings, Lord Son of God. The person who appeared was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. Upon seeing him, all the gatekeepers cupped their fists respectfully. Their attitudes were very respectful. We're on the same side. Don't be nervous. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. What? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, all the gatekeepers present were dumbfounded. Fourth Master Scar was also confused. Outside the border, a large group of living beings appeared. The one in the lead was a woman with long blue hair and a peerlessly beautiful appearance. Who else could it be other than Luo Xiangling? There were many figures at her side, including Xianyu, Fei Qingxue, Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Lan, and others. Even the Ice Spirit royal family and other foreign royal families had migrated over. Before Jun Xiaoyao entered the skyless dark world, he had already asked Luo Xiangling to make arrangements for the follow-up matters. Xiaoyao. When she saw Jun Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling also could not hold back. With light steps, she rushed in front of Jun Xiaoyao and then gently hugged Jun Xiaoyao. Only the heavens knew how worried she was after Jun Xiaoyao entered the skyless dark world. After all, that was the dojo of the ultimate disaster. But now, seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was safe and that the ultimate disaster was eliminated. While Luo Xiangling was happy, she also felt proud of Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this scene, Fourth Master Scar and the others were dumbfounded. That was a quasi-immortal level expert, which was the equivalent of a quasi-emperor expert in the immortal region. But now, she was in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. This shocked the Fourth Master Scar quite a bit. Luo Xiangling seemed to have sensed the gazes around her. Her jade-like pretty face flushed red, and she loosened her embrace. I brought everyone here, including the one you instructed, Luo Xiangling said. Behind him, there was a figure covered in a black cloak, standing there silently. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her and nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Xiangling. It's nothing. Luo Xiangling smiled faintly. To be able to help the person she loved was a very happy thing for her. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Fourth Master Scar and said, although they are creatures of the foreign domain, they are all loyal to me. You don't have to worry. Of course, please go ahead, young master. Fourth Master Scar and the others released the restrictions, allowing Luo Xiangling and the others to enter the border. If it were anyone else, these gatekeepers would naturally not let them go so easily. But Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was now needless to say. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao led Luo Xiangling and the others back to the residence in the palace. Looking at their departing backs, Fourth Master Scar sighed. As expected of young master. Amazing, admirable. Defeating foreign experts isn't much. Only those who can subdue foreign women are true men. Many gatekeepers and great knights sighed in admiration. They were extremely envious. Little did they know that Luo Xiangling was not the only foreign woman conquered by Jun Xiaoyao. After returning to the palace, Jiang Luoli and the others immediately appeared, staring at Luo Xiangling. As women, their instincts made them wary of Luo Xiangling. Brother Xiaoyao, who is this sister? Jiang Luoli's beautiful face revealed a sweet smile, and her delicate body leaned against Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not know what to say for a moment. Should he say that she was the one he hugged, or that she was the one who lived off him? It did not feel right. This was Jun Xiaoyao's dark history in the foreign domain, so it was better not to expose it. Looking at Jiang Luoli's intimate appearance with Jun Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling's expression did not change. She also knew that an outstanding man like Jun Xiaoyao would definitely be very popular with girls in the immortal realm. Luo Xiangling's original body was just the river spirit of a river. It was Jun Xiaoyao who made her acknowledge her value as a human. Therefore, Luo Xiangling's only hope was to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. This was the pure thought of a river spirit. Ahem, you guys chat first. I'll go arrange other things. Jun Xiaoyao left directly. Seeing this, Jiang Luoli ground her sparkling canine teeth. If Sister Xingyi finds out, then, on the other side, Jun Xiaoyao came to a hall. Xianyu, Fei Qingxue, Tuobayu, and the others were all here. There were also the Ice Spirit royal family and the other royal families who believed in the god of fate and creation. In addition, there was a figure shrouded in a black cloak. He had no aura and stood in place. Now that you know my true identity, what do you think? Jun Xiaoyao looked at everyone. Xianyu already knew. He was telling it to the rest of them. Tuobayu was the first to speak. It was Sir who gave us the chance to change our fate. We will naturally be forever loyal to Sir, to the god of fate and creation. Tuobayu was the first to cultivate the Dao Heart demonic seed art, and he was also the beneficiary of the Dao Heart demonic seed art. Therefore, he was the most affected by Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was a cultivator of the immortal realm, Tuobayu's faith in him would not weaken in the slightest. Very good. I want you to know that no matter who I am, as long as you believe in the god of fate and creation, even if the world falls and all living beings perish in the future, you will be able to protect your true souls. Jun Xiaoyao's words were dignified. These weren't empty words. If he collected enough power of faith, the god's Dharma body could really transform into a supreme god. At that time, as long as he chanted the name of the god of fate and creation, his projection would then manifest in the myriad worlds of the universe. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had also signed in the ability to illuminate the heavens. We are willing to believe in the god of fate and creation forever. We are willing to believe in the Lord forever. Tuobayu, Fei Qingxue, and the others said devoutly. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Tuobayu was indeed a prodigy. He wasn't willing to lose such a talent. That's right. Next, your goal is to continue spreading faith in the celestial realm and establish the Church of Fate. Although the 10 billion believers of the foreign realm have been lost, it doesn't matter. The celestial realm is even vaster. Those believers of the foreign realm were like tools to begin with. To the current Jun Xiaoyao, they were no longer existences that he could do without. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation in the celestial realm was even greater now. He could almost catch up to his father, Jun Wuhui. At all times, there was a massive amount of power of faith pouring into the innerverse and the god's Dharma body. In the previous battle against the calamity, the god's Dharma body had almost exhausted all of its power of faith. Now, it was sitting cross-legged in the golden sea of faith in the inner verse, recuperating. If there was enough power of faith, the god's Dharma body could unleash extremely terrifying power. However, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't rely on the god's Dharma body now. To Jun Xiaoyao, his own realm and strength were the most important. The god's Dharma body could only be said to play an important role at critical moments. Next, let the god's Dharma body quietly accumulate the power of faith. It won't be used easily. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He always felt that there would be an even greater disaster in the future. Therefore, the god's Dharma body could only be activated when the true calamity descended. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Not to mention, if the accumulated power of faith was insufficient, even if he activated the godly celestial body, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for too long, and he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. However, this is only temporary. In the future, billions of worlds and universes will devoutly believe in my name. When the time comes, the god's Dharma body will have inexhaustible supreme divine power, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. To achieve this goal, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to obey you, Fei Qingxue, and the others to continue spreading the faith of the Church of Destiny. Next, after Jun Xiaoyao made some arrangements, everyone left. Only the figure in the black cloak was left standing silently on the spot. After everyone had left, Jun Xiaoyao approached the black-cloaked figure. With a faint smile on his face, he took off his black cloak. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of light shone brightly. A majestic and unmoving figure appeared. Even if he did not move, just his aura alone was enough to cause cracks to appear in the surrounding void. At the same time, there were countless runes of the great path surrounding him. If Jun Xiaoyao hadn't isolated the aura of the palace, this astonishing aura would have alarmed the entire original imperial city. Has the transformation finally succeeded? Quasi-innate sacred body of Tao. Looking at the body in front of him that was exactly the same as his, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. This was the sacred body of the ancients that had been transformed in the heavenly tomb. No, it should be called the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao now. It was also what Jun Xiaoyao had asked Luo Xiongling to bring. The world thinks that when my sacred body collapsed in the world of divine ruins, I relied on the inheritance of Emperor Qing to rebuild the chaotic body. But they don't know that my sacred body of the ancients didn't perish. Instead, it transformed into the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao. The reason why he added the word quasi-innate in front was that this was not a perfected sacred body of Tao. It was formed after the sacred body of the ancients merged with the origin of Tao. Strictly speaking, it was a bit like the difference between the innate chaotic body and the acquired chaotic body. Just the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao has such power. How strong is the real innate sacred body of Tao? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. He couldn't help but think of the most famous innate sacred body of Tao. Emperor without end, he was a supreme existence who fought against the dark turmoil by himself. He was a peerless hero. The sad love story between him and the Queen Mother of the West was still circulating in the mystic realm. It just so happens that my father gave me the one chi into three pure ones. Both the chaotic body and the quasi-innate sacred body of Tao can become one of the three pure ones. Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to make plans for his future cultivation. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao activated the divine power of laws. His two bodies were glowing, and in the end they fused together amidst the dazzling brilliance. Boom, it was as if heaven and earth were splitting, and also as if two powerful universes were colliding. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao had made a little arrangement before, so the aura didn't leak out. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's body was revealed. Golden chi and blood like a dragon, the great path divine law surrounded his body, the chaotic mist surged, the unparalleled power caused the ground where he stood to collapse. The two great constitutions merged. Jun Xiaoyao could almost enter the celestial lord realm at any time. But he didn't do so. Because he still had laws that he hadn't condensed. 10 laws were far from Jun Xiaoyao's limit. Phew, this power, Jun Xiaoyao exhaled softly. Even he himself was rather shocked by what he saw. Now, the Xianting ancient young emperor, the chaotic body, the 8 sons of heaven, and the legitimate son of the ancient emperor. In his eyes, they were all trash. It's time to go to the Jiutian Immortal Academy. But before that, I need to go back to the Jun family in the Huangtian mystic realm. Since stepping on the Emperor Road, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't returned to the Jun family. He also wanted to go back and visit his family. And about the Grey Clan, Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to go to the family library to investigate. A few days later, the mother of the red spider lilies led a group of Nirvana Emperor family creatures over. There weren't many Nirvana Emperor family creatures, so there weren't many people. As for the blue-red spider lilies, they were a branch. The mother of the red spider lilies didn't care at all and let them live and die. The arrival of the Nirvana Emperor family was relatively low-key and didn't cause much of a stir. The immortal realm also saw how the mother of the red spider lilies helped Jun Xiaoyao to fight against the disaster. Therefore, the fourth master Scar and the others didn't stop them at all and let them enter the border. Jun Xiaoyao naturally had to meet them and then exchange greetings. Senior, if you don't mind, you can let the Nirvana Emperor family take root in the Huangtian mystic realm. That is the headquarters of the Jun family. No forces will disturb the Nirvana Emperor family, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Okay, you can arrange it. The mother of the red spider lilies looked indifferent. She didn't care about these mundane things. I'm a little curious about when you meet that person in the future, the mother of the red spider lilies said. She was too deeply influenced by the ghost-masked woman. Perhaps, when the ghost-masked woman really met Jun Xiaoyao and untied this obsession, she would be free. Jun Xiaoyao was silent. He felt that it wouldn't be that easy to meet the real ghost-masked woman. After all, her strength had reached an unimaginable level. However, Jun Xiaoyao was also confident that he could definitely reach the peak. What he lacked now was only time. At this time, behind the mother of the red spider lilies, a beautiful woman leaned out and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Her skin was crystal clear like mutton fat jade, and her eyes were lively and brilliant. She was wearing a white gauze dress, and she was ethereal and agile like a fairy under the moon. She had a detached temperament that stood aloof from worldly affairs. I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances, young Master Jun. This woman was naturally the Nirvana Heavenly Maiden, Meng Nu. To be honest, Meng Nu was also very emotional. The last time she saw Jun Xiaoyao, it was in the Permetha state. Jun Xiaoyao came to see the mother of the Permetha flower. At that time, he was still the war god of the foreign realm, the first of the 6 world-destroying kings. Many creatures of the foreign realm thought that he was the hope of the foreign realm to destroy the immortal realm. In the end, how long had it been, everything had undergone a drastic change. This made Meng Nu sigh with emotion. It could be said that fate was playing with people. At that time, out of helplessness, I could only hide my identity. I hope Miss Meng doesn't take offense. Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. How could I dare? In the future, in the immortal realm, I still have to rely on young Master Jun's protection. After all, this is your territory. Meng Nu said with a sweet smile. Jun Xiaoyao blushed with shame. Why did it feel like Meng Nu treated him as the lord of the immortal realm, although the Jun family did have the strength? After that, Jun Xiaoyao also arranged for some of the Jun family members. He prepared to properly arrange for the Permetha clan to go to the Huangtian immortal realm to take root. The matter was more or less settled. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also left the original imperial city. As for the other geniuses, most of them had already returned to the Immortal Academy. When they left, including the 4th Master Scar, all the guardian families and countless guardians all cupped their hands to Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, there were even majestic figures appearing in the starry sky. They were the quasi-emperors guarding the border. They also cupped their hands to Jun Xiaoyao from afar. The son of God of the Jun family destroyed the disaster, guarded the border and the immortal realm. His name will be recorded in history, and his glory will shine for generations to come. Countless cultivators were cheering, giving Jun Xiaoyao absolute worship. Vast power of faith poured into the sea of faith in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. You are worthy of respect, generation after generation of guardians of the border. I, Jun Xiaoyao, thank you all for using your flesh and blood to build an indestructible border. Jun Xiaoyao also cupped his hands to the soldiers of the original imperial city and the border. A long song in times of prosperity, a hero in troubled times. Those who were truly worthy of respect had never been those people from all walks of life. Instead, it was these border soldiers who silently guarded the border and sacrificed their blood and sweat selflessly. They deserved Jun Xiaoyao's respect. Fourth Master Scar and the others had tears in their eyes. Previously, they respected Jun Xiaoyao because he was Jun Wuhui's son. At the moment, Jun Xiaoyao's charisma was enough to make everyone submit to him. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation in the border area soared. He was no longer any weaker than the white-robed God King Jun Wuhui. The two of them were the faith of the border. It could be said that in the future, Jun Xiaoyao only needed to say a word. These gatekeepers were absolutely willing to fight for Jun Xiaoyao. This was what the people wanted. Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the original imperial city. They followed the final ancient road back to the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Looking at the ancient road along the way, even Jun Xiaoyao felt emotional. Although it had only been less than 10 years. It felt extremely long. And he had just stepped on the ancient road. With Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, he was more than enough to become a saint ancestor. With the cultivation of a supreme, he was enough to be the patriarch of a force. The problem was that Jun Xiaoyao was only in his 30s. In the thousands of years of cultivators, 30 years old could no longer be described as young. Jun Xiaoyao and the others walked through the ancient road along the teleportation array. Among them, when they passed by the desolate star and the Naga clan's planet, Jun Xiaoyao took a look. He found that the desolate ancient sacred palace and the Naga clan were no longer there. They must have been brought back to the Huangtian immortal realm by the emperor's court. However, this was also good. Jun Xiaoyao would definitely return to the Huangtian immortal realm to see his old friends. It didn't take long for Jun Xiaoyao and the others to arrive at the immortal realm. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was also located in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, but it was not in any of the realms. Instead, it was located on an immortal island. Brother Xiaoyao, where are you going now? Jiang Luoli asked. Most of them were disciples of the Immortal Academy, so many of them should be returning to the Immortal Academy directly. Of course, there might be some who wanted to return to the Huangtian Immortal Realm first. You all can leave first. I still have something to do. I will go to the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy later, Jun Xiaoyao said. Hearing this, everyone present nodded slightly. Those who went to the Immortal Academy went to the Immortal Academy, and those who returned to the Immortal Realm went to the Immortal Realm. Xiaoyao, you, Luo Xiangling looked at Jun Xiaoyao. She didn't want to be separated from Jun Xiaoyao. Previously, in the foreign realm, she was the Luo King and had the Ares Academy as her shelter. But now, she was alone in the immortal realm. She had no relatives and no power. It could be said that she was a stranger. The only one she had was Jun Xiaoyao. You can go to the Immortal Academy first. The Immortal Academy is similar to the Ares Academy. Of course, if you want to go to the Jun family in the future, I can take you there later. The place Jun Xiaoyao was going to now was not suitable for Luo Xiangling. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Luo Xiangling's face turned slightly red. Was he going to meet the parents? She nodded her head slightly, but still agreed. Jiang Luoli and the other girls just looked on jealously. They knew that the beautiful woman in front of them was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was a quasi-emperor powerhouse that couldn't be provoked. Even if Jiang Luoli was jealous, she didn't dare to do anything out of line to Luo Xiangling. Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the azure sky rock and tore through the sky. However, not long after, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped and shook his head helplessly. Why are you following me again? Behind him, Linglong's beautiful figure appeared. It was Jiang Luoli who was secretly following behind. I know where big brother Xiaoyao is going. Jiang Luoli had bright eyes and white teeth, and there was a wisp of light on her snow-white forehead. She was also a little clever. Where? Jun Xiaoyao asked. You're going to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to find Sister Xingyi, right? That's why you don't dare to bring that beautiful auntie with you, Jiang Luoli said playfully. What auntie? Jun Xiaoyao reached out and knocked Jiang Luoli's little head. Big brother Xiaoyao, you're casting a net to catch fish. When I see Sister Xingyi later, I'm going to complain. Jiang Luoli held her forehead and harumphed. Since Jun Xiaoyao returned, she had regained her liveliness, as if she had been reborn. She could only regain her naive and playful personality when she was with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly when he saw that. It felt like an old father spoiling his daughter. Jun Xiaoyao brought Jiang Luoli to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was located in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. A long time ago, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was a reputable immortal faction in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. During the era of the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's reputation reached its peak. However, after the death of the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground experienced a few calamities. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had also declined and was no longer as strong as before. Even so, its reputation still remained. It was still a reputable faction in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli arrived in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm. The place was peaceful as usual. Everything was in harmony. Even though the desolate borderland was full of battles, it did not affect the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. As for the news about the border, including Jun Xiaoyao's appearance and how he had killed the ultimate calamity, etc. Even though the news had spread to the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, it did not spread widely. Besides, many factions did not want the news to spread. They purposely delayed the news to prevent the Jun clan's reputation from spreading further. As such, not many people in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm knew about the situation at the border. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli landed in a human town. Fufeng of Gojoseon withdrew his aura to avoid alerting anyone. He could easily find the location of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground by asking around. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao heard a lot of conversations in the town. I wonder how long the Jade Lake Sacred Ground can last. That's right. Even the entrance has been blocked. To think that a dignified sacred ground would end up in such a state. How pitiful. Aren't those creatures a little too full of themselves? Do they really dare to bully the Jade Lake? Aren't they afraid of the saintess of the Jade Lake, the goddess of the Jiang clan? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered when he heard the conversation. Was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground in trouble? Many cultivators were discussing the incident at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground in the inns and teahouses in the town. It was the biggest incident in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm in recent times. Speaking of which, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground used to be so prosperous. It was the strongest faction in the All-Heaven Immortal Realm during the reign of the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, it's so lonely now. Someone even forced them to block the entrance. I heard that the goddess of the Jiang clan is in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Aren't those people afraid of her? Yeah, the goddess of the Jiang clan isn't relying on the Jiang clan of the Desolate Land, but the one from the Jun clan. Didn't the one from the Jun clan die a long time ago? The border was separated from the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm by the Ancient Road of Ultimate and the Emperor Road. As such, it would take some time for the news to reach the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. The people of the All-Heaven Immortal Realm had no idea what was happening at the border. They had no idea what was going on with Jun Xiaoyao. As these cultivators were talking, a man and a woman silently stood behind them at an unknown time. What happened at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground? An indifferent voice rang out, causing some of the cultivators present to quiver. They turned around and saw a beautiful girl with a delicate face. There was also a handsome man in a white robe. The cultivators were dumbfounded, but they still spoke up. Young Master, the Immortal Faction, the Sacred Spirit Island, has visited the Jade Lake Sacred Ground recently. It seems like they are asking for something from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Even though the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was once glorious, it has fallen into decline. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, the Sacred Spirit Island, huh? What do they want? I'm not sure, but it seems like it's related to the goddess of the Jiang clan. As soon as the cultivator finished his sentence, in an instant, he felt the temperature of the surroundings plummet. The cultivators could not help but shiver. When they turned around, they found that the man and woman had already left silently. This inexplicable scene left many cultivators dumbfounded. I bet they are just some experts who are here to watch the show. Many cultivators shook their heads. It went without saying that there would be some spectators since something so serious had happened at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. There were even some forces that were waiting for the Holy Spirit Island to clash with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground before they could take a share of the loot. That's not right. Suddenly, one of the cultivators seemed to be lost in thought. The other cultivators glanced at that cultivator. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? This young cultivator was a skypride of a major force and had once walked the Emperor Road. Suddenly, the young cultivator seemed to have thought of something and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and astonishment. What's wrong? Why do you look like you're making a fuss? The son of God of the Jun family. The young cultivator screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he got up and left. He wanted to go to the Jade Lake Holy Land to take a look. As soon as he said that, all the other cultivators were stunned. How is that possible? Isn't the Jun family son of God? A cultivator smiled and was about to say something. Then, she remembered that the handsome man in white just now was indeed exactly the same as the rumored divine child of the Jun family, no matter how she looked at him. Suddenly, countless cultivators in the entire city rose into the air and turned into streams of light, flying toward the Jade Lake sacred ground. Something big was about to happen today. The return of the Jun family son of God was definitely more shocking than what had happened at the Jade Lake and the Holy Spirit Island, in the void. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli stood on the azure sky rock and flew through the void. The Holy Spirit Island has gone too far. Even if the Jade Lake sacred ground has declined, Sister Xingyi is still the divine lady of the Jiang family. Jiang Luoli ground her teeth in anger. The Jiang family kept a low profile and was not as powerful as the Jun family, who could even compete with the Xianting. However, they were still a family of the clan of the ancients. They had a strong foundation and were one of the 3 imperial families of the clan of the ancients. The Holy Spirit Island's actions showed that they did not take the Jiang family seriously. Not to mention, who was Jiang Xingyi's subordinate, she was Jun Xiaoyao's woman. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's return had not yet spread in the all-heaven celestial realm. But at least Jiang Xingyi was related to the Jun family. I think I know what the Holy Spirit Island wants from Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao smiled coldly. He remembered that on the ancient roads buried Emperor Star, Jiang Xingyi had obtained the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. One of the treasures was the 9-orifice stone embryo. Rumor had it that it was a sacred spirit embryo, which might give birth to an invincible sacred spirit in the future. However, the Holy Spirit Island is indeed a little too bold. In that case, let's use the Holy Spirit Island to establish our dominance. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He had just returned to the celestial realm, so he naturally had to do something to establish his dominance. Coincidentally, the Holy Spirit Island jumped out at this time, which was undoubtedly Jun Xiaoyao's aim. The Jade Lake sacred ground was located in a large prefecture in the all-heaven celestial realm. Looking around, there were thousands of spirit mountains, palaces, jade grass, and strange flowers everywhere. Old herbs grew in mountain streams, and spirit birds and beasts roamed freely. The silver waterfall poured down like a waterfall. This was definitely a pure land in the mortal world, an existence like a paradise. It was worthy of the name Jade Lake. But now, the pure land had fallen into chaos. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered outside the Jade Lake sacred ground to watch the show. Many of the major forces of the all-heaven celestial realm were also there to watch the tigers fight. The Jade Lake sacred ground has gotten into big trouble this time. It seems that the Holy Spirit Island is determined to get the 9-orifice Saint Spirit embryo. A group of cultivators in golden robes stood on one side and observed the situation. They were from the vast sun sacred ground, which was also a powerful force in the all-heaven celestial realm. It's a pity that the Jade Lake has declined since the era of the Queen Mother of the West. If they hadn't made Jiang Xingyi, the goddess of the Jiang family, their situation would have been even worse. On the other side, in a great power called the Supreme Profound Sect, a sect master-level figure was shaking his head slightly. That's right. Rather than saying that the Jade Lake sacred ground personally appointed Jiang Xingyi as the saintess, the Jade Lake sacred ground is actually the saintess. Or rather, it was Jiang Xingyi who helped the Jade Lake sacred ground. Putting aside the fact that she's from the Jiang family of the ancients, don't forget who the man behind her is. An elder from one of the major forces in the all-heaven celestial domain, Xianxia Paradise, spoke with fervor and assurance. Hearing this, the experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the vast sun sacred ground felt a chill in their hearts. Although Jun Xiaoyao had already fallen, his influence still lingered. Relying on the relationship between the Jiang family of the ancients and Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Xingyi was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. Although the Holy Spirit Island is a top immortal force, it's not good to offend Xianxia like this, right? The elder from the vast sun's sacred ground was puzzled. Seeing this, the elder from Xianxia paradise pretended to be mysterious and smiled. I've heard some rumors. It seems that the one who's targeting Xianxia this time is a seed-level prodigy from the Holy Spirit Island called the Little Stone Emperor. He's the son of a greater success sacred spirit from the Holy Spirit Island. Hearing the elder from Xianxia paradise, the experts from the vast sun sacred ground and the supreme mystery sect couldn't help but gasp. What kind of concept was a greater success sacred spirit? It was an existence that was on par with the great emperors and the ancient emperors. Not to mention, greater success sacred spirits had the advantage of physical strength when they were at the same level. This was because they were sacred spirits who had attained the Tao through the stone embryo. Although a large success Holy Spirit was an immortal gold stone embryo. But at that level, it had already achieved a transformation in the level of life. Its physical body could change between immortal gold stone embryo and flesh at will. Therefore, it could naturally give birth to a descendant. As for the Little Stone Emperor, as a direct descendant of a large success Holy Spirit, there was no doubt about his talent and strength. He was definitely a top existence in the celestial realm. No wonder he has the guts. So he's the descendant of a large success Holy Spirit. The sect master of the Supreme Mystery sect sighed. Not to mention the foundation of the Holy Spirit Island itself. Just the identity of a large success Holy Spirit's descendant alone was enough for not many people in the celestial realm to provoke the Little Stone Emperor. This way, there's a show to watch. How will the Jade Lake Sacred Land deal with it? Yes, if it weren't for Xianxia, the beings of the Holy Spirit Island would have already barged into the Jade Lake. This proves that they still have some scruples. Just as many forces in the all-heaven celestial realm were discussing. On the Jade Lake side, a large group of beings surrounded the Jade Lake's mountain gate. At a glance, there were all kinds of immortal gold stone spirits. The Holy Spirit Island was an extremely strange force. They were all holy spirits, and their strength was also quite powerful. In particular, it was rumored that there was more than one large success Holy Spirit buried in the Holy Spirit Island. There were even living fossils that had witnessed the ancient history of an era. In addition, because of the special identity of holy spirits, therefore, they never lacked immortal gold divine materials. The Holy Spirit Island had more emperor weapons than other immortal forces. Because of all these reasons, even among the immortal forces, no one dared to provoke the Holy Spirit Island. And at this moment, among this group of beings, a beautiful woman with skin as pale as paper, extremely slender bones, and a beautiful face shouted coldly at the Jade Lake's mountain gate. Jade Lake Sacred Land, haven't you thought about it? My master's patience is limited. If you hand over the 9 Aperture Holy Spirit Stone Embryo, we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving the Jade Lake Sacred Land face. The woman who spoke was called Bone Lady. Speaking of which, she was similar to the seed of the Holy Spirit Island, the White Bone Prince. They were both holy spirits born from the fusion of immortal gold and the remains of ancient powerhouses. And the master that Bone Lady spoke of was naturally the Little Stone Emperor. She was also a follower of the Little Stone Emperor, and her strength was not weaker than an ordinary seed-level prodigy. With a seed-level prodigy as his follower, the Little Stone Emperor's talent and strength were evident. Your Holy Spirit Island is going overboard. On the Jade Lake Sacred Land side, a group of women in fluttering clothes also came out. In the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, there were only women and no men. The leader was a beautiful woman dressed in a palace robe. Back on the buried Emperor Star, it was also her who had invited Xianxia to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She was the great elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, a supreme mystique venerable. Logically speaking, this level of strength was already very high. However, the Jade Lake's great elder still had a grave expression on her face. With a sweep of her gaze, she sensed the living beings on the Holy Spirit Island. There was more than one mystique venerable rank powerhouse. Even the purple gold sacred Qilin, who was at the end, had a restrained aura. She could not detect the cultivation level of the purple gold sacred Qilin. This made the Jade Lake's great elder's face turn ugly. We just want to take back what belongs to our Holy Spirit Island. What's wrong with that? The bone lady wore a cold smile on her fair and beautiful face. With the little stone emperor supporting her, she was not afraid of anyone. What do you mean it belongs to you? The 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone is something that the Jade Lake has worshipped since ancient times. Even if we give it to you, you won't be able to nurture it into a sacred spirit with self-awareness, the Jade Lake's great elder said coldly. The Jade Lake had put in a lot of effort to nurture the strange stone with all kinds of spiritual liquids and precious blood. Since when did it belong to the Holy Spirit Island? Didn't that mean all the immortal gold and godly materials in the 9 heavens immortal realm belonged to the Holy Spirit Island? The bone lady's expression remained unchanged. Then you don't have to worry about it. Even if it can't nurture a living being, the 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone is still very useful to my master. The bone lady was honest. The little stone emperor needed the 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone, so he had asked them to come and get it. They did not care. The 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone belonged to Xianxia. Xianxia also needed the 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone if he wanted to evolve his 12 orifices immortal heart. The little stone emperor, the women of the Jade Lake were startled. Since Xianxia's performance in the Great Era ended, the little stone emperor, a descendant of a sacred spirit with great success, was regarded as one of the geniuses who had the best chance of becoming the main character. If he were to obtain the 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone, it was hard to imagine how much the little stone emperor would evolve. We can't let the little stone emperor get the 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone. At this moment, all of the people from the Jade Lake were thinking the same thing. Humph, enough with the nonsense. The Jade Lake sacred ground is no longer as glorious as it was in ancient times, nor is it the era of the Queen Mother of the West. I'm afraid there isn't a single martial monarch in the Jade Lake sacred ground. There are only boundary martial monarchs at most, and they are all in seclusion. A mystique highness sacred spirit from the Holy Spirit Island stepped forward and revealed the truth. The Jade Lake's great elder and the others were startled. It seemed that the Holy Spirit Island had secretly investigated the situation of the Jade Lake sacred ground before coming here. Enter the Jade Lake sacred ground directly, capture Xianxia, the goddess of the Jiang clan, and snatch the 9 orifices sacred spirit embryo stone, another creature from the Holy Spirit Island said coldly. Aren't you afraid of the Jiang clan? The Jade Lake's great elder shouted. Back then, the reason they wanted Xianxia to be the Jade Lake sacred ground saint, other than the fact that she had an innate Taoist embryo stone and received the inheritance of the Queen Mother of the West. Most importantly, Xianxia's background in the Jiang clan and her relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. The mystique highness sacred spirit from the Holy Spirit Island said coldly, so what if she's from the Jiang clan? We're not going to kill Xianxia. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Island isn't afraid of the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan's intimidation alone was not enough to make the Holy Spirit Island back down. Then don't you care about the Jun clan? Don't you care about Jun Xiaoyao? As soon as he said that, the entire world fell silent for a moment, a rare moment. The Jun clan. No matter where this clan was mentioned, it was enough to make countless people fall silent. Although the Jiang clan was also an extremely powerful clan of the ancients, in everyone's eyes, there was still a gap between them and the Jun clan. The Jun clan, with the strength of a single clan, was on par with the Xian Ting, making the foreign lands wary. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was a name that used to be incomparably glorious. However, after a short moment of dead silence, the bone lady said coldly, Jun Xiaoyao, huh? A name that has already passed away. Perhaps he used to be glorious, but that was because my master was not born yet. If my master was born earlier, how could he have Jun Xiaoyao's reputation of being invincible? The bone girl worshipped her master, the little stone emperor, to the core. At this moment, a heavenly voice that contained an incomparably cold murderous intent slowly rang out like the sound of nature. Do you have the guts to say that again? Under countless gazes, a beautiful figure with hair as white as snow stepped out from the depths of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Xianxia. In the depths of the jade pool, there was a dense immortal mist and thousands of rays of light. A peerlessly beautiful woman in a fluttering snow-white robe slowly stepped out. Her hair was as white as snow, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was peerlessly beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her figure was graceful and slender, like a snow lotus from the heavenly mountain. Every inch of her skin was like the best mutton fat jade, glowing with a smooth and delicate luster. Just her appearance alone was difficult to describe. But the most striking thing about her wasn't her appearance, but her refined temperament that was like the glow of a new moon and a jade tree piled up with snow. She was holy and beautiful, peerless and otherworldly. The surrounding great Tao resonated, and auspicious signs descended from the sky. Countless ancient and mysterious great Tao runes automatically appeared between heaven and earth. It's the Jiang family's goddess, who is also the current Jade Pool Saintess. She has appeared. SSS. Such a shocking great Tao phenomenon. To what extent has the Jiang family's goddess cultivated the Kane Tao embryo? She obtained the Queen Mother's inheritance on the buried Emperor star. Xianxia's appearance caused an uproar among the cultivators who were watching the show. It could be said that the source of this conflict was the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo that Xianxia had obtained. Of course, Xianxia was not at fault. It was all Little Stone Emperor's greed. At that moment, Xianxia appeared and looked at Bone Lady. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold. Do you dare to say that again? Xianxia's state of mind would not be affected by anything, even if the Sacred Spirit Island came and forced her to hand over the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo. However, she would not allow or tolerate anyone's contempt and nonsense toward Jun Xiaoyao. Bone Lady trampled on Jun Xiaoyao and praised Little Stone Emperor. She had undoubtedly touched Xianxia's reverse scale. Bone Lady was still sneering when she heard that, but there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Yes, Xianxia's appearance, figure, and temperament made her jealous. Although she was also very beautiful, she could not be compared to Xianxia. No, there was no comparison at all. What? Am I wrong? My master is the son of a great success sacred spirit. He is destined to be a king the moment he is born. Jun Xiaoyao. He has become a thing of the past. His glory. As Bone Lady's voice. In an instant, they were overwhelmed with shock. Unknowingly, Xianxia had already passed through the void and appeared in front of her as if she had shrunk the ground. Slap, a resounding slap landed on Bone Lady's face. Slap. 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 Slap, a series of slaps. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Finally, there was a loud smack. Bone Lady's head was slapped off. A mystique venerable rank Holy Spirit tried to stop him. However, 2 more figures appeared on the Jade Lake side. They were Jiangxi's master, Yu Qingning, and the current Jade Lake Sacred Leader. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader was dressed in a white robe. She pushed the mystique venerable sacred spirit back. Chaos Tao Lord, the mystique venerable sacred spirit who was pushed back had a serious look in his eyes. On the other side, Xianxia had safely returned to Jade Lake's camp. Her snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. Her skin was fair, and she looked otherworldly. No one could tell that she had just slapped someone. Bone Lady was furious. Her head flew back on its own and landed on her neck. She was a sacred spirit formed by combining immortal metal and bones, so it did not matter if her head fell off. However, this was an absolute humiliation to her. Her beautiful face was almost disfigured. It was covered in cracks. Sacred spirits had strong recovery abilities. Bone Lady activated the divine power in her body, trying to recover. However, she realized that she could not heal. The injury on her face was not an ordinary injury. It was a great Tao injury. In other words, this was a disfigurement of the natural order. It was almost impossible to heal. Jiangxia, what did you do to me? Bone Lady's face, which was already disfigured, became even more distorted. She was Little Stone Emperor's follower. She was also a high and mighty seed-level prodigy. Now, her face had been disfigured in front of everyone. Even her head had been slapped away. This drove her crazy. This is the price for speaking rudely. Xiaoyao is not someone you have the right to judge. Jiangxi's thick eyelashes drooped, but her tone was unquestionable. She had been in closed-door cultivation. Yu Qingning, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader, and the others did not tell Jiangxi about Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jiangxi could vaguely sense it. However, she would not believe it. She would not believe that Xianxia would die just like that. He's just a dead man. Bone Lady's face was distorted. Xianxia looked at Bone Lady. Her eyes were extremely cold. It was as if there was a snowstorm between her brows. Bone Lady instantly woke up and shuddered. She felt that she was on the verge of death. You're just an ant in my eyes. I didn't kill you because I want you to know how stupid and ignorant your so-called master is. Even Xianxia would not back down when facing Little Stone Emperor, let alone Jun Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, many of the spectating cultivators took a deep breath. Is the current goddess of the Jiang family so powerful that she can treat seed-level prodigies like ants? But she's really beautiful and valiant. Such a domineering beauty. I love her. The Jade Lake sacred leader, who was dressed in a white robe, stepped out and said coldly, "You can still leave now. This farce should end." End? Impossible. Bone Lady's voice was sharp and filled with hatred. This was the mission given to them by Little Stone Emperor. How could they leave without accomplishing anything? At that moment, the purple gold sacred Qilin stepped out from the group of Sacred Spirit Island cultivators. Its entire body was shining with purple divine light. It was extremely dazzling, and its immortal light was overflowing. Divine mark purple gold. Seeing the purple gold sacred Qilin, the vast sun sacred ground, supreme mystery sect, and Xianxia grotto heaven cultivators' breathing quickened. The entire purple gold sacred Qilin was made of divine mark purple gold. This was a sacred spirit that had evolved from divine mark purple gold. Its aura was even more shocking. It had reached the perfected Tao sovereign level and was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. This purple gold Saint Qilin seems to be the Little Stone Emperor's father, the Saint Spirit Beast of the Saint Spirit Island. Companion Sacred Spirit. Beasts were sacred spirits that were born beside the most powerful sacred spirit stone embryos. After being nourished by the sacred spirit stone for a long time, their talent and strength were definitely not weak. Hand over the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo. Otherwise, the Jade Lake sacred ground will be turned upside down today. The purple gold sacred Qilin's tone was extremely cold. It had followed a sacred spirit for a long time and had already developed a high and mighty personality. This time, it had personally come to obtain the 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo for its young master, Little Stone Emperor. The purple gold sacred Qilin exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. The Jade Lake sacred leader's expression was a little ugly. Although they were both chaotic Tao sovereigns, the purple gold sacred Qilin was obviously more powerful than her. Not to mention that holy spirits had an advantage over humans of the same cultivation level. As for Yu Qingning, although she was once the Jade Lake Sacred Ground sect master, she had just reconstructed her body and her strength was far from her peak. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground also had a quasi-emperor, but he was also in seclusion. If they were to awaken him, they would have to pay a certain price. It could be said that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had really been forced into a dead end by the Sacred Spirit Island. At this moment, Xianxia stepped out lightly. Her beautiful face was as calm as water. "Master, sacred leader, this matter started because of Xingyi. Let me settle it alone." "How can you do that?" The Jade Lake sacred leader, first elder, and the others all spoke up to stop her. The Jade Lake was already lucky to be able to recruit Xianxia. How could they let her face all this? Xianxia shook her head slightly. Her eyes were as calm as still water. She stepped forward and said, "I will never hand over the 9-orifice stone embryo. If you want it, come and get it." Xianxia was not afraid at all, even in the face of a supreme expert like the purple gold sacred Qilin. "Are you trying to use the Jiang family to pressure us?" the purple gold sacred Qilin said coldly. Xianxia was only relying on the Jiang family. "Let me do it." On the Sacred Spirit Island side, a lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit stepped forward. Its entire body was as bright as silver. It was a sacred spirit transformed from a piece of deep-sea heavy silver. This lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit directly attacked Xianxia. "Humph, let's see how you struggle this time." The Bone Lady's face twisted with satisfaction. She could not defeat Xianxia, but that did not mean that no one could subdue her. Xianxia's eyebrows were piercingly cold. Her hair danced in the wind like a furious fairy. However, at that moment, a terrifying hand of laws suddenly appeared in the sky. It was entwined with a thick chaotic aura. It was as if the sky was collapsing as it pressed down on the lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit. With a loud bang, the earth split apart. The lesser heavenly venerate sacred spirit was directly smashed into the ground. No one knew if it was dead or alive. Sacred Spirit Island, do you want to be exterminated? An extremely cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the area. Many people were still in a daze. Xianxia's delicate body suddenly trembled when she heard this voice. Her usual holiness and aloofness were gone. Tears welled up in her eyes. No matter how much time had passed, she could always recognize this voice immediately. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the vast sun-sacred ground, the Supreme Mystery Sect, or Xianxia Grotto Heaven. They were all from the Sacred Spirit Island. All of them were in a state of shock. A lesser heavenly venerable was defeated with a single palm strike. What was even more shocking was the voice that came from there. It asked if the Sacred Spirit Island wanted to be exterminated. This was simply shocking and unbelievable. The Sacred Spirit Island was a top immortal force. Even ordinary clan of the ancients, supreme clans, and immortal dynasties did not dare to provoke the Sacred Spirit Island. This was no longer domineering. It was simply insufferably arrogant and did not take the Sacred Spirit Island, a top force, seriously at all. The purple gold sacred Qilan's eyes were cold as it looked into the distance. Which senior dares to speak so arrogantly? The Bone Lady also spoke with a frown. In her opinion, to be able to suppress a lesser heavenly venerable with a single palm strike, it should be at least a mystique venerable. Suddenly, a huge shadow was cast down from the sky. It was like a supreme giant hand, blocking out the light of the sky. Everyone looked over in shock. They suddenly realized that it was just a pair of wings. Its wings were like clouds that covered the sky, covering the light. Is that a great rock? Many people were surprised and doubtful. No, there's someone standing on it. The sect master of the Supreme Mystery Sect said. A man and a woman stood on the head of the great rock like a pair of immortals. Radiance surged, and chaotic mist filled the air. That person is, at this moment, everyone's eyes widened. The Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Grand Elder, Yu Qingning, and the others were even more shocked. Am I seeing things? Is that Jun Xiaoyao? The Jade Lake Grand Elder was shocked. When she received Xianxia on the buried Emperor Star, she had seen Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, the figure standing on the head of the azure sky rock, looking like a deity in white robes, was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. What? It's the son of God of the Jun family. How is this possible? Didn't the son of God of the Jun family die in the world of divine ruins? He's still alive? Countless voices rang out. They were filled with shock and shock. They simply couldn't believe it. Jun Xiaoyao? How is this possible? The Bone Lady froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. She had even said that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen and that his glory days were long gone. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had appeared in front of them alive and well. If not for the fact that everyone saw it, Bone Lady would have thought that she was hallucinating. But more importantly, it was a different story. What was Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level now? He was actually able to knock down a junior Empyrean powerhouse with a single palm. The Bone Lady girl's mind Jun Xiaoyao completely ignored the countless shocked and astonished gazes. At this moment, there was only one heavens. Xiaoyao, Jiangxingyi's eyes were moist. She, who was usually cold in front of others, had tears in her eyes at this moment. She lady she sect she her heart she how could she Jun's, not to mention that the long separation and longing caused Jiangxing's clothes to gradually become loose and he became haggard. I miss you when you look at each other, and I miss you when you look at each other. But now, the moment she saw Jun Xiaoyao, all of the suffering, all of the loneliness, was gone. Everything was worth it. However, now was clearly not the time to reminisce. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at the group of living beings from the Holy Spirit Island, his eyes filled with unprecedented coldness. Holy Spirit Island, are you tired of living? Jun Xiaoyao didn't have many reverse scales, and Jiangxingyi happened to be one of them. These creatures wanted to force Xianxia to hand over the 9 apertures Saint Spirit embryo stone. This would obviously have a great impact on her path of cultivation. If Jun Xiaoyao hadn't come, Xianxia would have been in a lot of trouble today. Jun Xiaoyao, how is this possible? Haven't you already fallen? The bone lady shrieked in disbelief. In her eyes, Little Stone Emperor was the top prodigy of this era. But now, seeing the powerful Jun Xiaoyao, her faith was shaken. Jun Xiaoyao, even you don't have the right to stop the Holy Spirit Island. The mystique venerable rank creature shouted coldly. Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant and domineering tone made him very unhappy. He didn't know that the Holy Spirit Island had treated the Jade Lake sacred ground with the same attitude just now. Boom, the mystique venerable rank creature casually threw a palm at Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't know how Jun Xiaoyao had survived and appeared here. But Jun Xiaoyao couldn't stop them from obtaining the 9 apertures Saint Spirit embryo stone. Of course, he didn't want to kill Jun Xiaoyao. He just wanted to force him to retreat. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold as he also threw a palm at him. It didn't just contain chaotic energy. Inside, there was also the power of the quasi-connate sacred being's embryo. Jun Xiaoyao had both the chaotic physique and the quasi-connate sacred being's embryo. Even a supreme mystique venerable rank would not be able to easily suppress him. Boom, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Jun Xiaoyao stood where he was, unmoving. The mystique venerable rank creature was stunned. He was a mystique venerable rank creature. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, he should only be able to dominate the younger generation. Moreover, he could sense that Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation aura was only at the honorable rank. He wasn't the only one. Everyone present was stunned. What's the cultivation level of the Jun family's son of God? How could he block a mystique venerable rank attack so effortlessly? How old is he? How can he fight a mystique venerable rank? The cultivators from the vast sun sacred ground, Supreme Mystery Sect, Xianxia Grotto, and the other all heaven immortal domains all gasped. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was unbelievable. Xiaoyao's aura, Xianxia had an innate Taoist embryo. She keenly sensed that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have a power that she was familiar with. It wasn't the sacred body of the ancients. It was the innate saint body of the innate Taoist embryo. How is this possible? Bone Lady felt as if she was struck by lightning when she saw this. Even her master, the Little Stone Emperor, might not be able to do this. She recalled how she had slandered Jun Xiaoyao before. Now, Bone Lady's face had been slapped hard. No, she had already been slapped in the face. At this moment, the purple gold sacred Qilin stepped out and said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao, don't try to be mysterious. Although the Jun family is strong, the Sacred Spirit Island is no pushover. Today, I must get the 9-hold Sacred Spirit embryo stone. A sacred spirit close to the level of a boundary emperor spoke. There was no doubt that it was intimidating. On the Jade Lake side, the Jade Lake sacred leader, Yu Qingning, and the Great Elder all looked worried. Although Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was surprising. Now, there was a sacred spirit close to the level of a boundary emperor. If he forcefully took the 9-hold sacred spirit embryo stone, no one present could stop him. However, before Jun Xiaoyao could say anything, the Azure Sky Rock spoke in human language. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense in front of my master? With a cold shout, the Azure Sky Rock spread its wings and unleashed its aura. Between heaven and earth, wild winds swept across and wreaked havoc in the sky. Even the void was torn apart, an incomparably violent boundary emperor aura surged out and shook the heavens and earth. Fufeng of Gojoseon's aura erupted and his boundary emperor cultivation suppressed everyone present. This aura. Why do I feel that it's even more powerful than the purple gold Qilin? A boundary emperor. It's a boundary emperor, the sect master of the Supreme Mystery Sect exclaimed in shock. The Azure Sky Rock under Jun Xiaoyao's feet was actually a boundary emperor. The cultivators and factions of the Daluotian celestial realm were so shocked that their scalps went numb, a boundary emperor as a mount. This was simply unimaginable. Even the Jun family couldn't afford to be so extravagant. It should be known that quasi-emperors were the absolute pillars of an immortal force and could be said to be in existence with a deep foundation. No boundary emperor would lower their status like this. As if sensing everyone's shocked gazes, the Fuji emperor said in order to save some face. Fufeng King explained coldly, what is this? My master even killed the ultimate disaster of the foreign realm. That is an existence much more powerful than the great emperors. As long as my master is strong enough, I won't lose face as a mount. This was the logic of the Fufeng of Gojosian. There was nothing wrong with it. What? The ultimate calamity of the foreign realm? Even though most of the cultivators were confused, Qi Nan still had a blank expression on his face. However, they at least heard that it was an existence that was far more powerful than a great emperor. How could Jun Xiaoyao kill an existence that was more powerful than a great emperor? As for the cultivators of the vast sun sacred ground, supreme mystery sect, and Xianxia grotto heaven, their expressions changed drastically. As higher-ups, they knew a little about the details. What's going on? The son of God of the Jun family killed the ultimate calamity? The minds of the cultivators of the major factions were blank. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. They didn't think that a boundary emperor would lie. On the Jade Lake side, the Jade Lake sacred leader opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. The Jade Lake's foundation was only that of a boundary emperor. As it turned out, Jun Xiaoyao's mount was a quasi-emperor. This disparity left one speechless. A sacred ground couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao alone. On the sacred spirit island side, the bone lady was already numb from shock. Let's not talk about the ultimate calamity. With a boundary emperor as his mount, he could even block a mystique venerable one's attack. After seeing it for herself, she finally understood how foolish and laughable her previous thoughts were. As for the purple gold sacred Qilin, it was no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Its eyes were filled with bewilderment, and it spoke with a fierce expression, you shouldn't be a member of the Jun family. As a quasi-emperor, why would you lower yourself? Although the purple gold sacred Qilin was at the peak of the Chaos Dao Master realm, it was only one step away from the quasi-emperor realm. However, even if it was just a single step, it was still the difference between heaven and earth. Even though it had the body of a divine spirit, it could barely fight against a quasi-emperor. However, he could only be suppressed throughout the entire process. Cut the crap and offend my master. You have no way out. Fufeng of Gojosian was very decisive. He immediately made his move. His life was now at the mercy of Jun Xiaoyao's whims. Therefore, when it was time to perform, it was natural to perform well and express one's loyalty. Fufeng of Gojosian finally understood. Since he could not resist, he might as well enjoy it. Moreover, after Jun Xiaoyao killed the ultimate calamity, Fufeng of Gojosian actually felt that it would not be too embarrassing to be Jun Xiaoyao's mount in the future. There was even a possibility that he could ascend to heaven. Fufeng of Gojosian made his move. He directly pulled the purple gold sacred Qilin and soared into the sky to fight. This was because if they fought on the ground, the entire Jade Lake sacred ground would probably be destroyed. After all, this was a battle between quasi-emperors. Rumble, a great battle broke out in the starry sky. The rumbling sound was like the wrath of the heavens. Many large stars were shaken and were shaken down. Fufeng of Gojosian had been acting very cowardly all this time. However, that was because he was facing Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wuhui. How could he not be cowardly, now that there was finally a soft persimmon to bully? The Fufeng of Gojosian naturally wanted to vent his anger. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao indifferently glanced at the people of the sacred spirit island. The bone lady, who had been stubborn and sharp-tongued before, was now pale. Her originally pale face was without a trace of blood. She actually felt that even if the Little Stone Emperor was present, he would not be able to protect them. The Little Stone Emperor was already domineering enough. In order to get what he wanted, he was willing to send people to force a sacred ground into a dead end. However, Jun Xiaoyao was even more domineering than the Little Stone Emperor. Everyone from the Jade Lake sacred ground, are you still not going to make a move? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. But the Jade Lake Great Elder and the others were still hesitating. After all, the sacred spirit island was too powerful for the Jade Lake sacred ground to provoke. It doesn't matter. I will bear any trouble alone. I would like to see if the sacred spirit island has the guts to settle the score with me. Jun Xiaoyao waved his big sleeve in a domineering manner. This scene caused many people to click their tongues and sigh. this domineering manner had an underlying meaning. He was indeed the Son of God of the Jun family. Since the Son of God has spoken, why should we continue to endure? The Jade Lake sacred leader said. She was the first to make a move. The Jade Lake sacred ground had been angered by the sacred spirit island for a long time. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had spoken and had his support, the Jade Lake sacred ground did not have to worry about anything. With Jiangxingyi's relationship, Jun Xiaoyao would not let anything happen to the Jade Lake sacred ground. As the Jade Lake sacred leader, Yu Qingning, and the others made a move, the situation became one-sided. Without the purple gold sacred Qilin, the Jade Lake sacred leader alone could deal with the powerful cultivators from the sacred spirit island. I didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also appeared in front of everyone in an even more glorious and shocking manner. A beautiful and slender woman stood beside Jiangxingyi. The 9 divine halos behind her shone brightly, faintly discernible. She was the Princess Divine Silkworm of the Divine Silkworm Valley. Back on the ancient final path, Princess Divine Silkworm was also a famous 9 transformations celestial silkworm. However, after being tortured by Jun Xiaoyao on the buried Emperor Star, she had been thrown to Jiangxingyi as a maid. Now that she saw Jun Xiaoyao again, Princess Divine Silkworm was undoubtedly reminded of her nightmare. I always knew that Xiaoyao would never disappoint. Jiangxingyi's red lips curled up into a smile. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes flashed when she saw this. She was a little surprised. Although Jiangxingyi was not usually as cold as an iceberg, she was still aloof and rarely smiled. She only focused on cultivating. Only when she mentioned Jun Xiaoyao would Jiangxingyi's lips curl into a knowing smile. It was as if she had turned into a woman in love. However, when she saw the peerlessly handsome man standing in the sky with his white robes fluttering in the wind, Princess Divine Silkworm actually felt a little envious of Jiangxingyi. Jiangxingyi was peerless and 1 in 10,000. However, Jun Xiaoyao was even more unparalleled. It was difficult for anyone to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The two of them were indeed a perfect match. Boom! At this moment, there seemed to be a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The purple gold sacred Qilin fell from the sky and was severely injured. Obviously, it was still a little lacking when compared to a boundary emperor. My lord! Bone Lady felt a chill all over her body and her eyes were filled with fear. Even the purple gold sacred Qilin had been defeated. They were probably in danger this time. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao directly raised his hand and took out the myriad qi cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles and was incomparably heavy. The Xianhuang mother qi floated up and down. Such a good material can't be wasted. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. In his eyes, the living beings on the sacred spirit island had always been materials. Where could he find such a large piece of divine mark purple gold? Only the bodies of these sacred spirits could reach such a level. Therefore, in ancient times, there were also some great emperors who liked to suppress the troublemaking sacred spirits in order to obtain their bodies and refine them into emperor weapons. Of course, the sacred spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were not competent, many of them would have died. The purple gold sacred Qilin was covered in cracks, and all sorts of great Tao laws were collapsing. Although it was a complete chaos Tao lord, it was still not strong enough to face a true quasi-emperor. As long as it was close to the word emperor, even if it was just a quasi-emperor, its strength was far beyond that of a 7th stage supreme. Fufeng of Gojoseon was also very considerate. He only severely injured the purple gold sacred Qilin but did not kill it. This was because he knew that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely want to deal with the purple gold sacred Qilin personally. At this moment, the purple gold sacred Qilin was severely injured by Fufeng of Gojoseon and naturally had no power to resist. Jun Xiaoyao took out the universal qi cauldron, and a fierce suction force erupted, trying to pull the purple gold sacred Qilin into it to suppress and refine it. Impossible. I am the sacred spirit beast of Lord Stone Emperor. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to destroy me? The purple gold sacred Qilin roared. Its master was the Stone Emperor, a great success sacred spirit of the sacred spirit island. A long time ago, it had followed the Stone Emperor and witnessed how the Stone Emperor was invincible in the universe. Even the great emperor of the human race had been torn apart by the Stone Emperor. But now, it was about to be suppressed by a junior of the human race. This was a humiliation that the purple gold sacred Qilin could not accept. But now, the Stone Emperor was still in a deep sleep. It was only because of the birth of the little Stone Emperor that the purple gold sacred Qilin woke up in advance to protect its young master. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? The purple gold sacred Qilin struggled with all its might, trying to escape. But in the end, many green sword feathers came down from the sky and pierced the purple gold sacred Qilin's body. "It's your fortune to be refined by my master," Fufeng of Gojoseon said coldly as he stood in the sky. Splat, the great Tao laws and the purple gold sacred Qilin's body collapsed again and was finally suppressed into the universal Qi cauldron. Suddenly, the universal Qi cauldron flashed with brilliance. The mountains, rivers, seas, plants, insects, and fish carved on the cauldron seemed to light up. The purple gold sacred Qilin itself was a large piece of rare divine mark purple gold. In addition, it had transformed into a sacred spirit and had integrated many great Tao laws into its body. Therefore, to the myriad Qi cauldron, it was a great supplement, a big mouthful of delicious meat. It's not far from transforming into an actual imperial armament. Jun Xiaoyao sensed the changes in the myriad Qi cauldron. The cauldron had become even heavier. With one cauldron, it could simply crush mountains and rivers. If I were to refine the Stone Emperor too, Jun Xiaoyao inexplicably had this thought in his mind. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Who was the Stone Emperor? He was an invincible Holy Spirit of his generation, and he was one of the most powerful beings on the Holy Spirit Island. Even the great emperor of the human race had been slain by the Stone Emperor. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to refine the Stone Emperor. However, he believed that if he could really refine the Stone Emperor, his two weapons, the myriad Qi cauldron and the Daluo sword embryo, should be able to become true monarch weapons. It's really been refined. That's the Holy Spirit beast of the Stone Emperor, yet it was suppressed and refined just like that? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbstruck. Then, the crowd completely exploded. Jun Xiaoyao really had no scruples. He had directly refined the Stone Emperor's Holy Spirit beast. As the saying went, even if you don't look at the monk, you have to look at the Buddha's face. Jun Xiaoyao's move was practically equivalent to slapping the Stone Emperor's face. Bone Lady was even more stunned. Her eyes widened, and she was incomparably terrified. She actually felt that this peerless white-robed man in front of her was actually even more domineering and insufferably arrogant than her master. Next, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and brought out the Daluo sword embryo. He fed the myriad Qi cauldron once. Naturally, he also had to feed the Daluo sword embryo. The remaining beings on the Holy Spirit Island were also all kinds of immortal materials and divine metals. Although they were not as nourishing as the purple gold sacred Qilin, they could not be wasted. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, these were all fat leeks that could be harvested. In Jun Xiaoyao's hand, the Daluo sword embryo slashed horizontally. Almost no one below the heavenly venerable level could block Jun Xiaoyao's sword. Even a lesser heavenly venerable could not block a few moves from Jun Xiaoyao. This was the power that Jun Xiaoyao had not activated his quasi-innate sage physique Tao embryo. He had only relied on his chaotic physique. How is this possible? How can there be someone stronger than my master? Bone Lady stared blankly at the scene before her. Her heart was cold to the bones. The battle prowess that Jun Xiaoyao displayed could no longer be described as stunning. It was almost beyond the age limit. Then, Bone Lady suddenly shuddered. Because Jun Xiaoyao's gaze landed on her. Bone Lady was just about to say something when Jun Xiaoyao casually swept his sword across. Don't worry, you will be able to see your master soon. After that sword strike, Bone Lady lost all consciousness. Her body and soul were destroyed, and her soul returned to the outside world. Xianxia did not kill Bone Lady because he wanted her to witness the little Stone Emperor's defeat. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. Why should he care about the opinion of an ant? Moreover, to him, anyone who dared to provoke Xianxia would be disadvantageous to her. There was only one way out, and there was no other way. Soon, the battle was over. All the living beings from the Holy Spirit Island who came to the Jade Lake sacred ground to force Jun Xiaoyao to abdicate were killed. Moreover, not only were they killed, but they were also used by Jun Xiaoyao to refine the myriad Qi cauldron and the Daluo sword embryo. It could be said that even if they were dead, they would still be used. There was no waste. Jun Xiaoyao's two weapons had also taken a big step forward and were not far from being real emperor weapons. Today, I have witnessed the name of the Jun family's son of God with my own eyes. The surrounding cultivators of the all-heaven celestial domain were extremely emotional. Previously, they had only heard of Jun Xiaoyao's various deeds, but seeing it with their own eyes was still a different feeling. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. He suddenly looked at the vast sun sacred ground, supreme mystery sect, Xianxia grotto heaven, and other major forces of the all-heaven celestial domain. The powerhouses of the three major forces were all shocked, and then they all cupped their hands at Jun Xiaoyao. Greetings, son of God. Jun Xiaoyao looked at them playfully and said, "Are you just here to watch the show?" The powerhouses of the three major forces felt their hearts skip a beat, and they all smiled apologetically. Of course. Although we want to help, the Sacred Spirit Island is too powerful. We don't dare to. Is that so? I thought you were waiting for the Sacred Spirit Island to break through the Jade Lake sacred ground so you could take a share of the loot. As soon as these words came out, the powerhouses of the three major forces were so scared that their legs almost gave out and they collapsed to the ground. The sect master of the Supreme Mystery sect hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Son of God, you misunderstand. How would we dare to have such thoughts?" That's right, that's right. The Jade Lake sacred ground is also a major force of the all-heaven celestial domain. We have always lived in harmony and did not interfere with each other's business. The elder of the vast sun sacred ground broke out in cold sweat. In the beginning, they might have had such thoughts. However, with the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao, their thoughts had completely disappeared. What a joke. One word from Jun Xiaoyao aside, and the Jun family could easily wipe out the three forces. Even if it was just the boundary emperor by Jun Xiaoyao's side, it would be enough to make the three major forces suffer. That's good. I hope that the Jade Lake sacred ground can stand tall in the all-heaven celestial domain forever. Anyone who dares to offend us will be killed without mercy. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like the judgment of a god. All the cultivators of the all-heaven celestial domain were shocked. They knew that the Jade Lake sacred ground would not be in any danger now. Jun Xiaoyao's words were the golden rule. Unless Jun Xiaoyao died and the Jun family was destroyed. However, was that possible, not to mention that the news of the desolate border had not reached them yet? If they knew about it, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. The Jade Lake sacred leader, the great elder, and the others were overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted? Xianxia was the Jade Lake sacred ground's lucky star. He could help the Jade Lake sacred ground rise again. Xianxia also had a sweet smile on his face. The feeling of being protected by the person he loved was really good. End of chapter. The Jade Lake sacred ground regained its peace. Who would have thought that the Holy Spirit Island, which came with great momentum, would end up in such a tragedy? Not only did they die, but they were also used as materials to be refined. For the Holy Spirit Island, this was the most aggrieved way to die. And Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only that peerless beauty in snow-white robes who was incomparably beautiful. Xiaoyao, a smile appeared on Xianxi's smooth and pretty face. A smile blossomed, it was the sweetness brewed from a long time of longing. That was because she had always believed that Jun Xiaoyao would never leave without saying a word. Bai Shui stood on one side. She was not like Jiang Luoli, who rushed to hug Jun Xiaoyao as soon as she saw him. Because compared to Jiang Luoli, her love was restrained and dedicated. As long as Jun Xiaoyao could come back, she was already very happy. However, what was completely out of Jiangxi's expectations? In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao landed in front of her and took her delicate body into his arms. Xianxia was completely stunned, and her mind went blank. She knew very well that Jun Xiaoyao had always been the cold and aloof type. Even if he had feelings in his heart, he rarely showed them, let alone take the initiative. The previous hugs and kisses were almost all initiated by Xianxia. She didn't know. What did Jun Xiaoyao see in that fragment of the future? Xiaoyao, you, Jiangxi's face was crimson red, and her delicate body was numb as she softened in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Jun Xiaoyao was silent. He just buried his head in Jiangxi's jade neck and smelled the fragrance of the beauty's hair. Xiaoyao, you must have experienced a lot. Although being hugged in front of everyone, Xianxia was a little shy. However, she could sense that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have something on his mind. She stretched out her jade-like hands and hugged Jun Xiaoyao as well. There was a trace of tenderness between her brows. At this moment, she was no longer shy or apprehensive. Jun Xiaoyao was her sweetheart. He was the person who would accompany her for the rest of her life. That was enough. Upon seeing this, Yu Qingning, the Jade Lake Sacred Master, and the others all smiled in relief. Even Jiang Luoli had a smile on her face at this moment. After experiencing so much, she also felt relieved. There was no need to care about all these disturbances. Jun Xiaoyao was the person she loved the most. Jiang Xingyi was also the person closest to her. She wanted them to be happy, and that was enough. Princess Divine Silkworm sighed with emotion when she saw this scene. Jiang Xingyi could give up everything for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao could also stand by Jiang Xingyi when she needed him the most. What kind of love was this? Princess Divine Silkworm was very envious. Ahem, son of God, why don't you come to the Jade Lake? Although the Jade Lake Sacred Master couldn't bear to ruin this beautiful scene, she still coughed dryly. Jiang Xingyi's face was as red as fire, and she was as tender as a peach blossom. Her delicate appearance was as alluring as water. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Compared to Jiang Xingyi, he was more casual and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The Jade Lake Sacred Master looked around and said, "Everyone, the show is over. Please go back." The powerhouses of the vast Sun Sacred Ground, Supreme Mystery Sect, and Qingxiao Grotto Heaven cupped their fists and left. They knew that the Jade Lake was in the bag. As long as Jun Xiaoyao didn't fall, the Jade Lake wouldn't fall. Son of God, please. The Jade Lake Sacred Master smiled. Although she was a Dao sovereign, she was very humble in front of Jun Xiaoyao and didn't put on any airs. This. Senior, please. The Jade Lake Sacred Master also said to Fufeng of Gojoseon. Fufeng of Gojoseon nodded slightly and regained some of his dignity and confidence as a boundary emperor. The group entered the Jade Lake. Many female disciples of the Jade Lake appeared and looked at Jun Xiaoyao with sparkling eyes. Is that the son of God of the Jun family? I heard that he had fallen. I didn't expect to see him again. He's so handsome. No wonder the saint is so infatuated with him. Shallow. Lord Divine Child has more than just a face, Yi Futian said. The female disciples of the Jade Lake chattered with each other. They were a bunch of fangirls. It's all thanks to the Son of God's help this time. The Jade Lake will be hosting a banquet soon. I hope the Son of God will kindly accept it, the Jade Lake Sacred Master said. You're too kind. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The banquet was naturally followed by a round of toasts. Jun Xiaoyao only drank 2 cups casually. The Jade Lake Sacred Master and the others knew that Jun Xiaoyao had an ulterior motive. He was here to find Jiang Xingyi. Alright, let them gather, the Jade Lake Sacred Master said with a smile. After the banquet, Jiang Xingyi brought Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli to the place where she was cultivating in seclusion. It was a blessed land shrouded in mystical mist. A brilliant light surged, and the shards of laws flickered as a pool appeared before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. This was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's most precious Jade Lake. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had recruited Jiang Xingyi as their saintess because they wanted to take advantage of her. But to be honest, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had done their duty to Jiang Xingyi. The best treasured place and the best resources had been given to Jiang Xingyi. This was also why Jun Xiaoyao was willing to protect the Jade Lake. Big Sister Xingyi. There were no outsiders here. Jiang Luoli threw herself into Jiang Xingyi's arms. Like Jun Xiaoyao, she had only seen Jiang Xingyi again after a few years. Luoli has become a great beauty. Jiang Xingyi patted Jiang Luoli's head. Her eyes were filled with love. She treated Jiang Luoli like her own sister. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly as he watched the scene unfold. By the way, Big Sister Xingyi, let me tell you how powerful Big Brother Xiaoyao is. In the desolate border, then, Jiang Luoli talked endlessly about Jun Xiaoyao's experiences in the desolate border. Jiang Luoli completely let go of herself in front of the 2 people she liked the most. The slight gap between her and Xianxia because of Jun Xiaoyao had completely disappeared. Hearing Jiang Luoli's words, Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. War of Emperors, Immortal Kings, and the Ultimate Disaster. This was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with or face. However, Jun Xiaoyao faced it alone and succeeded in the end. Xianxia was proud. Which woman didn't want her lover to be a peerless hero, but at the same time, she also felt a trace of heartache. She had let this man face everything alone again. After chatting for a while, Jiang Luoli glanced at Xianxia and then at Jun Xiaoyao. Big sister Xingyi, you and big brother Xiaoyao have a lot to talk about, right? You two go ahead. Jiang Luoli smiled and turned to leave. Luoli, you. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. It's okay. Jiang Luoli looked back and gave a big smile. She was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Let her go. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This girl, I haven't seen her for a few years, but she has changed so much. She is more mature and makes people feel sorry for her. Xianxia sighed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, Big sister Xingyi, you have always been thinking for me and Luoli. When have you ever thought for yourself? When Xianxia heard this, she shook her head slightly. I'm not important. I'm happy as long as I can help you. Unfortunately, I thought I was qualified to stand by your side and help you now. But you are far ahead of me, and you are even facing the ultimate disaster alone. Xianxia's heart ached and she was still scared. She had been working so hard, training day and night, just so that she could stand by Jun Xiaoyao's side and share his burdens. She didn't want to see only Jun Xiaoyao's back in the future. Even if it really came to that, she was willing to face the endless darkness and loneliness with Jun Xiaoyao. Because real love was not just about enjoying sweet happiness together. It was also about bearing the fate of wandering around together. End of chapter. No, Sister Xingyi, you're very important. You're the only one who'll return. Jun Xiaoyao said in a serious tone. He reached out and gently brushed the white hair on Xianxing's forehead. Xianxing's hair was originally as black as ink. When Jun Xiaoyao entered the Bronze Immortal Palace in the Immortal Ancient World, his life tablet was even shattered. Xianxing's black hair turned white overnight. Black hair in the morning and snow in the evening, what kind of deep feeling was that? Even now, Xianxing's hair was still as white as snow. Because it was a scar left behind by a heartache, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it was difficult to recover. Looking at Xianxing's hair as white as snow, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he should make a promise to her. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face the woman in front of him. Under Jun Xiaoyao's gentle gaze, Xianxing's long eyelashes drooped slightly. Her face was as red as the morning sun reflecting the snow, and there was a little bit of joy in her shyness. However, she was also a woman with a pure heart. She noticed that Jun Xiaoyao was not quite the same as usual. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? You don't seem like your usual self. Jun Xiaoyao was introverted and calm. Even when it came to relationships, he was very rational and even gave people a feeling that he was emotionless. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's behavior was somewhat out of character. Xianxia naturally did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had seen a fragment of the future. Although it was not necessarily true, it was like a shadow shrouding Jun Xiaoyao. Sister Xingyi, should I make a promise to you? Jun Xiaoyao gently put his arm around Xianxing's slender waist and said in her ear. What? Xianxing's mind went blank as if she had lost her mind. Then, unknowingly, sparkling and translucent tears rolled down Ningxi's cheeks. Sister Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect Xianxingyi to have such a reaction. He raised his hand and wiped away the tears on Xianxing's face. No, it's just too sudden. Xianxingyi was wiping his tears, not knowing what to do. It was hard to imagine that in the eyes of outsiders, this woman was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace, a celestial being from the heavens. Why would he show such a helpless expression? However, this appearance also had the cuteness of a little girl. Sister Xingyi, for the sake of my own cultivation, I haven't given you a promise. Now I know that this is actually a kind of selfishness. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. He wanted to continue on the path of cultivation. But he couldn't let her down either. Xiaoyao, what's on your mind? Xianxingyi was too smart. He sensed that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be hiding something. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Naturally, he couldn't reveal that corner of the future. To him, he wouldn't allow that kind of thing to happen. Sister Xingyi, promise me that you won't do anything stupid for me in the future, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Xingyi smiled slightly and didn't say anything. She remembered the last test of the Queen Mother of the West when she received her inheritance. In order to save her lover, the Emperor of the Void, the Queen Mother of the West personally dug out her own 12 apertures. She asked Jiang Xingyi if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the person he loved the most. Jiang Xingyi's answer was that he was willing. It was still the same now. Looking at the silent Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyao was also helpless. He knew that this woman also had her own stubbornness and persistence. The only thing he could do was to prevent that from happening. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi, these two people, each had a secret in their hearts that they couldn't let the other know. But they were the ones who were most willing to think for each other. Sister Xingyi, I owe you a grand wedding, Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were moist, and her curled eyelashes were also glistening with tears. She was overjoyed. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. But she endured the tearing pain in her heart and said, Xiaoyao, I know that you want to give me a promise, but you still have a long way to go. If you have worries in your heart, how can you embark on that supreme path? For you, I'm willing to wait. For a woman, the most affectionate confession was that she was willing to wait for him. Jiang Xingyi knew that Jun Xiaoyao had monstrous talent that surpassed all heroes of the past and present. He still had a long way to go. Marriage at an early age was just a fetter. As long as Jun Xiaoyao had this kind of heart, she was content. Looking at the incomparably gentle and considerate Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyao really didn't know what to say. He was indifferent. He had seen countless goddesses and concubines, but very few women could truly hold his heart. But Jiang Xingyi did. Why don't we take a step back and find a time to get engaged in the future? Jun Xiaoyao said. No matter what, he had to make a promise. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were hazy. Her snow-white face was like a pear blossom in the rain. Those were tears of happiness. She hugged Jun Xiaoyao and leaned her head on his chest. By the way, Luoli, Jiang Xingyi said. Luoli, she. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what to say. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any feelings for Jiang Luoli, who had short legs. However, this was his promise to Jiang Xingyi. He really couldn't bring himself to say it out loud and enjoy the happiness of having two wives. Actually, seriously speaking, I'm the latecomer. At your 10-years-old banquet, Luoli was the first to say that she wanted to be your wife. It's been so many years. You can't let that girl down. At this point, Jiang Xingyi also felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was the latecomer. She had waited for Jun Xiaoyao for so many years. Jiang Luoli had also waited for so many years. Jiang Luoli's love for Jun Xiaoyao was no less than Jiang Xingyi's. But Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but stopped. Xiaoyao, you're very outstanding. You're so outstanding that I feel a little uneasy. I wonder if I'm not good enough for you. Sister Xingyi, you're too silly. Jun Xiaoyao hugged Jiang Xingyi tightly. There was actually such a gentle and intellectual woman in the world. It was indeed a blessing for him to have her. Besides, I treat Luoli like my own sister. I can see her infatuation and sincerity for you. If I want to have you all to myself and break Luoli's heart, I can't do it, Jiang Xingyi said. If it were another woman, Jiang Xingyi didn't know how she would react. But when it came to Jiang Luoli, she only felt guilty and distressed. That's good. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Since Jiang Xingyi had agreed, there was no need for him to be timid. That wasn't his style. Call Luoli in, Jiang Xingyi said. Soon, Jiang Luoli was called in. Her fair and pretty face was filled with bewilderment. Luoli, are you willing to be with me and Xiaoyao? Jiang Xingyi asked gently. Jun Xiaoyao also said, after that, I want to make you a promise, an engagement promise. Hearing Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jiang Luoli's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. God knew how long she had been waiting for this moment. Since Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet, she had been clamoring to be Jun Xiaoyao's wife. But now, after so many years, she had finally dreamed of it. She looked at Xianxia with teary eyes. She knew that if Xianxia didn't agree, it would be difficult to settle this matter. "Sister Xingyi, it's you, isn't it?" Jiang Luoli said with a sobbing tone. Previously, because of Jun Xiaoyao, she had developed some estrangement with Jiang Xingyi, and even a little jealousy. But Jiang Xingyi didn't care at all. Instead, she was very considerate of her little willfulness. Jiang Luoli immediately threw herself into Jiang Xingyi's arms, completely venting her emotions. "Sister Xingyi, how can you be so gentle? If I were a man, I would definitely marry you." Jiang Luoli was so happy that she cried. "Silly Jiang Luoli." Jiang Xingyi touched Jiang Luoli's little head lovingly. "Ahem, why do I feel like I'm unnecessary?" Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing at the side, coughed dryly. "Brother Xiaoyao is also Luoli's most beloved person." Jiang Luoli turned and threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Jiang Xingyi also smiled and leaned on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was full. No matter what happened in the future, even if the world was in chaos, the world was in turmoil, and the era was changing. He also wanted to protect the people he loved with his own hands. This was a man's promise. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli were both beautiful women. And they had completely different personalities and temperaments. One was a peerless beauty. The other was incomparably beautiful. The other was gentle and intellectual. The other was lively and quick-witted. The other was as beautiful as a fairy banished from the moon. The other was as beautiful and innocent as a fairy. The other was as cold as the moonlight. The other was as passionate and lively as Zhu Shamol. It could be said that any one of these two was a fate that countless men couldn't hope to have in 3 lifetimes. But Jun Xiaoyao had it all to himself. This was indeed a kind of luck. "Xiaoyao, I'm so happy that I even feel like this is just a dream. If it's true, then I hope that I'll never wake up from this dream." There were tears in Jiang Xingyi's smile. Her tear-stained appearance was even more moving and pitiful. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He lowered his head and kissed Jiang Xingyi's soft red lips. Jiang Xingyi's lips were suddenly blocked. Joy, shyness, happiness, all kinds of emotions were brewing in her heart. After a long time, their lips parted. "Xiaoyao, Luoli is still here," Jiang Xingyi pouted coquettishly, but there was also a kind of seductive charm. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao immediately noticed an extremely resentful little gaze. Jiang Luoli leaned in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Her pair of watery bright eyes looked delicate and pitiful. "Brother Xiaoyao, I want it too." Jiang Luoli took the initiative to close her eyes. Her pink and pouty lips were as tempting as peach petals. Such a childish and seductive loli took the initiative to ask for a kiss. There was probably no man who could resist this temptation. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and kissed Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli revealed a sweet and silly smile. "Xiaoyao, what are your plans next?" Jiang Xingyi asked softly. Although the land of warmth and tenderness was very comfortable. But Jun Xiaoyao couldn't stay here forever. "I'll go to the Jiutian Immortal Academy later, but before that, I need to go back to the Jun family," Jun Xiaoyao said. He returned to the Jun family to see his relatives and make some arrangements. He also needed to investigate the Grey clan. "I also want to go back to see my mother," Jiang Luoli said. Even before the engagement ceremony started, Jiang Luoli had already started calling Jiang Ronyang. "Okay, I'll take you back with me." "Sister Xingyi, are you coming with us?" Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi felt a little awkward. Although it was normal for a man to bring his wife home to meet his parents. But the problem was, Jiang Ro was Jiang Xingyi's distant cousin. Although they weren't closely related by blood, they were still reputable. With this relationship, it would indeed be a little awkward if he really had to call her mother when they met. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed Jiang Xingyi's awkwardness and smiled. "Sister Xingyi, you don't have to care about such trivial things." Although Jiang Xingyi was his aunt, it was just a title. The two of them weren't really related by blood. Besides, in this world, some families would even deliberately let cousins marry in order to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal. At most, he would be ridiculed. An ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws eventually, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao charmingly. Am I ugly? It's just a joke. If Sister Xingyi is ugly, how can other women live in the world? Jun Xiaoyao was full of desire to live. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao also left the Jade Lake sacred ground with Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. However, Jiang Xingyi still had to return to the Jade Lake sacred ground after going to the Huangtian mystic realm. This was because she hadn't completely refined the 9 apertures sacred spirit stone embryo. Now, she had already cultivated the 9 apertures Linglong's heart of path. She wasn't far from the 12 apertures immortal heart. Jiang Xingyi vaguely had a feeling that she had to cultivate the 12 apertures immortal heart. Yu Qingming and the Jade Lake sacred leader sighed as they watched Jun Xiaoyao and the others leave. Heroes emerge from the young. I didn't expect the son of God of the Jun family to be so monstrous. He saved the mystic realm by himself. I found a good partner. Yu Qingming sighed and was happy for her disciple. They had also heard some news in the past few days. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to do such a big thing. However, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy, the Jade Lake sacred leader said with a frown. Oh, why? Yu Qingming asked. I see the Queen Mother of the West shadow in Jiang Xingyi, the Jade Lake sacred leader said. Yu Qingming was startled. Then, she said, I don't think so. The disaster of the foreign realm has just been quelled. What kind of disaster would there be? I just hope I'm overthinking it. The Jade Lake sacred leader shook her head. Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Xingyi, and Jiang Luoli rode on the azure sky rock and returned to the Huangtian mystic realm. What happened at the Jade Lake had spread like wildfire. Jun Xiaoyao returned to the 9 heavens mystic realm and wiped out all the living beings on the sacred spirit island. Even the sacred spirit beast that accompanied the stone emperor, the purple gold sacred Qilin, was refined by Jun Xiaoyao himself. This display of power shocked the entire mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao had achieved his goal. On the other side, in a small void world that had been opened up by an utmost powerful being, Lin Fan's heart was beating rapidly. An enormous island the size of a continent floated in the air. There were all kinds of immortal gold shining brightly on it. There were thousands of Tao laws and dense spiritual qi. This was the headquarters of the immortal force, the sacred spirit island. At this moment, in an ancient cave deep inside the sacred spirit island, a majestic figure in stone armor sat with his legs crossed. The stone armor was extremely simple. It was even a little tattered. It had an ancient aura. The figure was a very young man. His muscles were bulging like they were made of metal. His skin was very strange. It was grayish-white like a rock, but it had an immortal and indestructible aura. He was the little stone emperor of the sacred spirit island, a young sacred spirit whose name shook the entire mystic realm. His father was a sacred spirit who had once swept across the mystic realm. He was the invincible stone emperor born from the immortal stone embryo. As the direct descendant of the stone emperor, the little stone emperor had inherited some of his father's talents. His body also emitted an immortal and indestructible aura. It was the power of the immortal stone embryo. It was because of this that the little stone emperor wanted to obtain Jiang Xingyi's 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo. If he could fuse with it, his monstrous talent would be pushed to another peak. He might even reach a certain level of perfection. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was a seed-level figure of the sacred spirit island and one of the little stone emperor's followers. My lord, Bone Lady, the seed-level prodigy wanted to say something but stopped. His expression was not very good. Speak, the little stone emperor said indifferently. The 9-hold sacred spirit stone embryo was not retrieved. Bone Lady and the others have all died. Even Lord Purple Gold Sacred Qilin has died. What? A terrifying gray light shot out of the little stone emperor's eyes. It was a powerful petrifying demonic light. Not only that, but they have all been refined, the seed-level prodigy said in a deep voice. Boom, the little stone emperor's aura erupted. The entire cave rumbled and trembled. Dust rustled and fell. Speak clearly. How can a mere Jade Lake sacred ground do such a thing? The little stone emperor said coldly. Next, the follower told the little stone emperor everything that had happened at the Jade Lake sacred ground. After listening, the little stone emperor fell silent. His face was as cold as an eternal abyss. This wasn't the first time little stone emperor had heard of Xianxia's name. He had been sealed by his father, the stone emperor, and had only awakened from the immortal source in this golden age. After awakening, the name he had heard the most was Xianxia. To be honest, little stone emperor didn't think much of it. In his opinion, if he had awakened earlier, how could he have the reputation of being invincible among the younger generation like Xianxia? Xianxia, what a Xianxia! He's quite bold. Not only did he kill my follower, but he even killed Senior Sacred Qilin. If only Bone Lady had been killed, that would be fine. However, even the purple gold Sacred Qilin had died. That was his father, the Stone Emperor's sacred spirit beast. Even if they didn't give face to the monk, they still had to give face to the Buddha. Not many people dared to touch the purple gold Sacred Qilin. The only explanation was that Xianxia didn't care about the Stone Emperor at all. However, that was indeed the case. Xianxia was already thinking about how to refine the Stone Emperor. That Xianxia is really despicable. He actually refined them all. The follower's expression was also very ugly. For the Sacred Spirit tribe, the biggest taboo was undoubtedly being treated as a resource. If anyone dared to use the Sacred Spirit tribe as a material to forge weapons, they would be angered by the Sacred Spirit tribe. However, is the news about Xianxia in the desolate border true? Little Stone Emperor asked. That is indeed true, the follower replied. There was a hint of seriousness in Little Stone Emperor's eyes. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he wasn't a fool. He could despise Xianxia verbally, but he couldn't really treat Xianxia as trash. You can leave first. When the time comes, I will naturally go and meet Xianxia. Little Stone Emperor waved his hand. Yes. There was a hint of excitement in the follower's eyes. Was Little Stone Emperor finally going to come out of seclusion? After the followers left, the Little Stone Emperor's eyes surged with coldness. It is nothing more than relying on a special external force to suppress and kill the calamity. However, the true disaster is not limited to the other side's calamity. When the true calamity and turmoil arrives, only then will my Father come into being and fight for the true will of heaven. At that time, our Holy Spirit Island will rise to power and dominate the immortal region. Flames of ambition burned in the Little Stone Emperor's eyes. The Holy Spirit lineage had a very deep foundation. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many Holy Spirits they had produced. If they were truly united, in fact, it wasn't much worse than the Archean royalty, the Supreme Xian Ting, or the Jun family. Xianxia naturally didn't know what Little Stone Emperor was thinking. But he didn't care. Fufeng of Gojoseon had the speed of a quasi-emperor. Not long after, they returned to the Huangtian mystic realm. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He hadn't returned to the Huangtian mystic realm for a long time since he stepped on the Emperor's road. Why did Xianxia want to become stronger, other than wanting to reach the peak, overlook the ages, and solve all the mysteries in the world? Another important reason was that he wanted to protect his family, lovers, and beauties. Jun Wuhui also held this belief, which was why he was so persistent. Brother Xiaoyao, are you afraid of returning home? Jiang Luoli said with a smile. After we go to the Jun family, we also have to go back to the Jiang family, Jiang Xingyi said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Riding the azure sky rock, they landed in the Huangtian mystic realm. Huangtian mystic realm, Emperor State. The Jun family was as prosperous as ever. Since the immortal battle, the Jun family had destroyed a group of immortal forces. They had become the well-deserved overlord of the Huangtian mystic realm. It could even be said that the entire Huangtian mystic realm was the Jun family's territory. Even the Ji family, the Yi family, the Renxian sect, the demonic sect, the Little Western Paradise, and other ancient families and immortal forces had been keeping a low profile and had never clashed with the Jun family. The Jun family's reputation had already spread far and wide. Some time ago, the great ancestors of the Jun family returned and spread the news of the desolate border. The Jun family's reputation suddenly skyrocketed. Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao, father and son, had almost become a legend. Unlike the Luotian mystic realm, the Huangtian mystic realm was the Jun family's territory. The Jun family would naturally spread the news quickly. The entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. The Jun family was also in an extreme state of excitement. Their joy hadn't subsided even until now. At this moment, in the Jun family of the Emperor State, a majestic shadow covered the sky. "Who is it?" a guard of the Jun family shouted. However, when they saw the figure standing on the azure sky rock, they were immediately shocked and excited. "Lord Son of God has returned." A mighty bell rang and spread throughout the Jun family. Swoosh! 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 Countless figures broke through the air from all over the Jun family's ancestral hall. "Lord Son of God has returned. He's finally back. Let's see who dares to say that the news of the desolate border is fake." "Haha, Xiaoyao is back." Numerous figures appeared. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival almost alarmed the entire Jun family. The goddess of the Jiang family is here too. Some family members saw Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli, and a knowing smile appeared in their eyes. "Xiaoyao, it's good that you're back." The 18th ancestor, the 16th ancestor, and the others appeared with joy. "Haha, grandson, you're here." At this moment, a rough and excited voice was heard. Jun Xiaoyao sweated when he heard what sounded like an insult. He immediately knew who it was that had arrived. An old man with white hair and a beard ran over excitedly. It was his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and said. "Haha, it's good that you're back safely." Jun Zhantian was extremely emotional. Even his old eyes were a little red. At this moment, another graceful and beautiful woman appeared. It was Jiang Rou. "Mother." Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly. Jiang Rou's eyes reddened as she hugged Jun Xiaoyao tightly. Only God knew how worried she was about Jun Xiaoyao. The two men she cared about the most, Jun Wuhui and Jun Xiaoyao, were fighting outside and in the most dangerous situation. It could be said that Jiang Rou could not even rest and sleep well. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Jiang Rou wanted to say something. "Father said that he has his own matters and responsibilities, so he won't be coming back for the time being." Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Jiang Rou bit her lip. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any resentment. She resented Jun Wuhui for not coming back to see her even once after so many years. "But father told me that he let you down." Jun Xiaoyao continued. Jiang Rou's eyes reddened and tears fell. She was resentful, but she really couldn't hate him. Who asked her husband to be a hero who cared about the common people and had an indomitable spirit? Well, Xiaoyao should be happy that he's back. Although Wu Hui isn't back, you don't have to worry too much about him. 18th ancestor advised. That's right. In our generation, Wu Hui's status is equivalent to Xiaoyao's. Believe in him. A stalwart middle-aged man appeared. He was Jun Xiaoyao's second uncle, Jun Wu Hui's brother, and the current head of the Jun family, Jun Wui. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival also alarmed the head of the family, Jun Wui. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was the absolute center of the entire Jun family. The status of the elders, the head of the family, and even the ancestors couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao. Because he represented the future and hope of the Jun family. End of chapter 1139. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.